Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. In a certain city in the vast universe. Su Jianghe looked at the glittering golden screen in front of him and said silently. The universe I am in, is the world of Zonghua. There are humans, fairies, demons, and angels here. There is an endless sea with One Piece buried here, clans with a order of nearly 1,000 years, and countless planets surrounding it. The further he read, the more shocked Su Jianghe was. Not only that, there are many other worlds here. Can some of them break through the other worlds and come to me? What kind of world is this? A hodgepodge. Su Jianghe was originally just a has-been blogger lying at home editing videos. Yet somehow, he suddenly traveled to this strange and dangerous other world. Su Jianghe was stunned. If he is not careful, he may be easily killed by other forces and ruthless characters. This is not possible. Where's cheat? Plug in, where's the system? After traveling through time, there is no way to cheat, so how can we still play? Just when Su Jianghe was carefully checking more details, a cold system prompt suddenly echoed in his head. Ding! Congratulations to host, successfully bound to the comprehensive universe inventory system. Ding! Let's start to explain the system. Host can use this system to take stock of all concept videos in Zhongmenwanja. Ultimately, hosts will be rewarded based on the public's emotional ups and downs on the video. The more emotional points, the richer the rewards. When the system finishes saying this, Su Jianghe suddenly became energetic. Inventory? Video. Isn't this the kind of video editing I'm good at? As a technical blogger who has been on a website and major platforms all year round, let a group of people who have never seen the power of the internet be slightly shocked. No problem at all. At one time, for example, we would take stock of very touching famous scenes, top 10 passionate moments, heaven-defying strong men, etc. Many themes and thoughts appeared in Su Jianghe's mind. But I always feel that these things are too mediocre. After all, in the comic book world where I live, there are countless characters and heroes. If we just take stock of these fragments, people, and events, we will only be shocked at the beginning. Over time, everyone got tired of it. Suddenly, Su Jianghe suddenly had an idea. There is such a theme, it contains everything in the world, and it is open to all rivers. That's the world of comics. This is an extremely bold idea. Su Jianghe no longer focused on someone or something to take stock. What he wants to take stock of and compare is all the highest dimensions and the highest worlds. I believe that every strong person in the universe believes that his or her own world is the strongest world in the universe. After all, they were the strong ones who were born here. But they certainly could not have imagined that among these tens of millions of worlds, there are existences far beyond them. After thinking of such a bold and popular theme, the corners of Su Jianghe's mouth raised slightly. Directly moving the entire world for inventory and comparison is really an unprecedented challenge. As for the rules, Su Jianghe had already planned them. After a period of refinement and editing, Su Jianghe clicked send. He can't wait to see the reaction of these local people. So, let's take stock of the top 10 highest worlds in comprehensive comics. Now, let's begin. Ding! The title is finalized and the connection between worlds begins. Connecting to the pirate world. Connecting to the One Punch world. Connecting to the Dragon Ball world. Connecting to the Shinigami world. At this time, in the world of Hokage, this is the era of the Fourth Ninja War. Naruto, who was covered in golden light, was coming and going in various battlefields. At the height of the war, Naruto, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage came together. Face the Hokage world together for the first time. The most powerful enemy. Impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Madara. Whether it's Taijutsu, Uchiha Madara's fire style, or even his Tengai Shinsai with the power of 6 paths, etc. The fighting power displayed by Madara directly frightened all the ninjas present. Is this the power of God? How strong is this guy? I'm afraid the most powerful ninja in the world is this guy, right? Despair filled the huge yellow sand battlefield. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The moment Madara raised his hand to release the next attack, a huge screen suddenly exploded in the sky. The range of the screen even covers nearly half of the sky. This sudden change. Everyone on the battlefield was involuntarily stunned for a long time, including Uchiha Madara. While the Hokage world is busy here, all universe, all major worlds, countless dimensions and regions were all covered in the sky by screens almost at the same time. Millions of people. At this moment, everyone started to panic. Chapter 2. There are many people in the world who have also suffered from screen invasion. The extremely large crowd was almost stunned, at a loss, and speechless at this moment. And this screen looks very weird. No matter who you are, no matter how far apart you are, as long as they look up, they can enjoy the full screen without blind spots. This is so strange. This side of the Hokage world has just been in full swing. The combined forces of the ninja world, totaling hundreds of thousands of people, were all attracted to this screen. Even Uchiha Madara, who started the game with a bang, was stunned at this moment for a long time. Isn't this right? Shouldn't the protagonist who everyone should pay attention to be himself? Where did this screen come from? But soon, Uchiha Madara realized something very serious. That is, a guy who can summon such a large object is by no means an ordinary person. My own Tengai Shinsei, compared with that screen, is like sesame seeds compared to watermelon. Could it be that after 100 years, this ninja world has actually produced a ninja stronger than me and Hashirama? It's a bit beyond my imagination. Although Master Madara felt a little apprehensive in his heart. But along with it, he was obviously looking forward to that thing more and more. Let me Uchiha Madara take a good look. This ninjutsu, which I have never heard of, can do anything interesting. Outside the Hokage world, I don't know how many dimensions and planes it has crossed. Another area, the world of Shinigami. The virtual world, the real world, and the sky in the three places of Soul Society are all covered by screens. Everyone there, without exception, was staring at the screen at this moment. Ah! What the hell is this? What kind of death did Su's group of monsters make again? Kurosaki Ichigo, who was going to school peacefully in this world, is now completely messed up. The same goes for other partners. Where have they seen a battle of this scale? Sato, it's not good, this smell. Ishida Uryu, it's hard to imagine, who is capable of building that thing. Rukia Kukaki, as far as I know, no one in Soul Society can do this, not even the captains. Even Izensuk is standing in the sky above Kaya Palace in the Hollow Realm. He also paused involuntarily. This is an unknown power that he has never been exposed to before. What he was sure of was that the source of this power was definitely out of this world. This change made the power-seeking Aizen extremely excited in an instant. Interesting, really interesting. I haven't seen something like this happen beyond my expectations for a long time. Pirate world. Luffy jumped up. Ah! What the hell, it just blocked the sun. If this continues, how will we be able to identify the direction? Who made this thing? Zoro and Sanji also followed suit. Whoa! What a big black frame! Chopper, go and move him down. You! Nami really couldn't stand these noisy guys, so he punched each one, and the Golden Mary suddenly became quiet. On the entire sea area. Whether it's a pirate, a marine, or going to M's side, everyone turned their attention to the screen. Among the crowd, there were curiosity, surprise, and doubt. More of a surprise. In their eyes, they were able to cover the sky with one hand and cast a shadow over the entire country. It is definitely beyond their reach at this level. Dragon Ball World. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were practicing hard, naturally saw the screen. Vegeta, how about we make a bet? Bet on who can fly to that thing first. Vegeta naturally wouldn't refuse. The two extremely powerful men started racing. Following an earth-shattering explosion, the two of them stepped into the air and soared upwards. Not a moment. Sun Wukong reaches the bottom of the screen first. But Sun Wukong, who arrived first, frowned. This screen is really big, and you can tell with the naked eye that this thing is indestructible, and it is definitely not something that you and others can destroy. Who is it? Created such a thing out of thin air? Sun Wukong's curiosity was instantly aroused. He is even more looking forward to what content will be played in the next scene. Just like the system said. The world covering most of the planes is locked by the screen. Countless guys were looking up at the screen almost at the same time. This is the world of comics. The screen on Su Jianghe's side shows that more and more worlds and universes have been connected together. Wait until it's almost done. Su Jianghe pressed the button. Those thousands of screens suspended in the sky have finally changed. This sudden reaction immediately silenced the people and the audience. I saw. On the screen, a row of golden characters was printed clearly. Welcome to the inventory live broadcast room. Next. Inventory of the top 10 supreme worlds of comprehensive comics. Start now. Chapter 3. Rimuru, Inventory, Live Broadcast Room. Naruto, hey? The Supreme? What is that? Aru, is this thing originally used to play videos? Alan, hey? Who can tell me what's going on now? Vegeta, why are there 10 supreme beings? I remember there are only 12 in total in the universe. Soon, a group of people began to discuss noisily. But they were surprised to find out. My inner voice of complaint can actually be publicly displayed on an area of the screen, and it is very eye-catching. The chat barrage can also be seen by people all over the world. At this time, Su Jianghe smiled lightly and explained the current situation to everyone. Yes, this is the inventory live broadcast room. Each of you can speak freely here, and what you say will be recorded on the barrage channel and everyone can see it. Now, let me explain the rules. That voice, full of supreme majesty, penetrated the screen. Reached people's ears. When this group of people heard Su Jianghe's voice, they immediately exploded. Luffy, I'm going. Do you hear me? Luffy, this thing can actually be seen by everyone. Ace, Luffy, you are the loudest. Grimjo, ha 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 ha. This thing is so fun. In other words, all the guys from the outside world are gathered here now. Ulquira. Sakata Jintoki, Naruto, Luffy, my favorite manga character actually came to life? Is it true? Genos, if what these people say is true, then there are other worlds besides Earth. Sun Wukong, hey? Isn't this common sense? Tang-san, haha, it's interesting. I didn't expect that there is a secret hidden in this day. Someone takes the lead. The barrage channel is naturally becoming more and more active. Countless audience guests began to join this wave of chat. There are people who know each other talking freely together, and there are also strangers who are thousands of miles apart here to inquire about news about other worlds. For a while, this inventory live broadcast room is directly heating up half the sky. Then, wait until the time is right. Su Jianghe then controlled the inventory system and said, the vast universe, endless dimensions and planes, in each world, there are corresponding heroes, legends, and mythical stories. But next, here, I will select a few very representative worlds and begin to take stock of the top 10 highest and top worlds in the comic world. The rules are also very simple. Each world sends one or even multiple representatives. Through the inventory video, the supreme aspects of them and the world they live in are shown. Of course, this list is in no particular order. Speaking of which, the audience finally understood what this screen covering the entire sky was used for. So, this thing is used to differentiate our respective worlds. Gilgamesh, ha 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 ha. It's getting more and more interesting. Gilgamesh, needless to say, I am the strongest. Boros, hee hee. Boros, if you say that, I will have to refute you. Boros, Boros, have traveled dozens of universes and fought against invincible opponents in the world. There is no one who can do it. Boros, who is strong and who is weak? Obviously, I have the most say. Uchiha Sasuke, haha, I am the only strongest person in the world right now. Uchiha Sasuke, only I can ascend to the so-called highest. Ghost Dancer, a bunch of low-energy creatures. How dare you bark here? Saitama, who are you? You look so eloquent. The inventory hasn't even started yet. Several people began to compete for the title of strongest in the barrage channel. The barrage was so explosive that no one accepted it. The remaining people. Either he is not interested in the video and is trying to catch the whole thing, or they are full of expectations and sincerely hope to see what the Supreme is like. Of course, there are also guys hiding in the dark, ready to observe the situation. This situation is exactly what Su Jianghe is looking forward to and what he wants to see most. Only the more people come to participate in this inventory live broadcast room. In the end, the emotional value that can be used for harvesting will be higher. Well, there is no point in talking. We can only let these people truly see what the real Supreme World is. Now, the inventory officially begins. Suddenly, the screen flashed. The golden light was extremely dazzling, and Su Jianghe's voice was filled with endless majesty. Thousands of spectators held their breath at this moment. It's finally starting. The door to the highest world is opening to them. Inventory of the top 10 Supreme Worlds of Comprehensive Comics. No. Point 10. One Punch World. Representative, Saitama. Chapter 4. On the huge screen, the word Saitama was very eye-catching. Almost at the same time, audiences from millions of worlds and universes have all seen the number 1, the first character in the review, Saitama. And the world he comes from, the One Punch World. The barrage channel immediately exploded. Sakura Manji, wait a minute, what is this? Sakura Manji, One Punch World? What world's name is so strange? Tajmi, ha 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 ha. Could that world look like a fist? The name is really funny. You have not realized the seriousness of the matter at this time. They still don't understand the concept of the word punch. As expected. After the title appeared, there were voices of ridicule everywhere in the barrage area. Edogawa Konan, this guy Saitama is also very strange. Which family name is this? Stella, you can tell he is a nobody at first glance. Shiyi, this name sounds really ordinary. Are you sure this is what it is, Supreme? Shiyi, I'm afraid this guy is not here to make fun of you, right? Uzumaki Naruto, well, how should I put it, the first person to be counted is different from what I imagined. There are different opinions from all over the world. The crowd was noisy. Some people even had the audacity to use barrage to question Su Jianghe, the founder of Inventory. Sakata Jintoki, hey! Why isn't my world the highest? Is there any mistake? Frieza, One Punch or something, that sounds weird, right? Frieza, I want to see how strong this representative character can be. No matter how fierce these people's speeches are. The cold screen remained unmoved. One Punch the world. In Z City, where there are many weirdos on Earth. Saitama himself lives here. Before the name appeared on the screen, Saitama was leisurely cooking lunch. Genos helped out. At the same time, Genos was still complaining. What is supreme? I think except for teachers, there aren't many people in other worlds who can fight. Genos looked at Saitama with golden eyes. Teacher, otherwise, I'll ask them to be the first to take stock of you. After Saitama heard this, he panicked. Want him to show his face across the country? Wouldn't that be a direct social death? Absolutely not. However, Saitama is not actually interested in the supreme world or anything like this. Chop the vegetables carefully. They will go bad if left alone. Just when Saitama told Genos, the screen in the sky showed the world of Supreme One Punch for this review, as well as the bright golden characters, the representative character, Saitama. Genos and Saitama saw the screen almost at the same time. The spoons and kitchen knives they were holding fell to the ground one after another. Saitama. Genos, holy shit! Teacher. We have won. The next person to be counted is really you. Genos was so excited that he was about to fly. Saitama's tiger body trembled, looking surprised. Finished. At the same time, all cities, including Z City, civilians, heroes, and weirdos. They all raised their heads and saw the title text. This name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Inside the Heroes Association, several A-class and S-class heroes gathered together. The staff was busy coming and going, and finally suddenly shouted. Found it! As expected, there is this guy named Saitama in our Hero Association. Everyone immediately gathered around. Look at the information about Saitama in the man's hand. Saitama, C-class hero. C-level. Isn't that a badass? Doesn't that mean that the world we need to take stock of now is our Earth? I don't remember that Earth was renamed One Punch. By the way, this C-level guy doesn't just happen to have the same name as Saitama on the screen, right? How can a C-level person represent our world? Everyone's faces were filled with contempt and embarrassment. Although there are many heroes in his own world, they are worthy of the supreme title. But why did this representative choose a C-level person? Funny? Shouldn't the representative characters be super bosses like Tatsumaki, Silver Fang, and King? A C-level hero is only a little stronger than ordinary people. It's gone, it's gone. I don't think there's anything good about Saitama. They were not convinced. Although he is an A-level or S-level person, he has not been selected as a representative of his world. But he chose a newcomer Saitama. The arrogant heroes were naturally dissatisfied in various ways. And after this, everything is ripe for fermentation. The picture suddenly changed. The huge screen suddenly flashed with golden light. Quickly released One Punch World, the first scene of Saitama. The one who catches everyone's eyes first. It was actually a bald man walking out of the ruins. A shiny head, a very cheap yellow Superman robe, and a pair of eyes like dead fish. After tens of millions of viewers saw Saitama for the first time, they were immediately confused. Chapter 5. What happened? Could it be that the guy we are going to take stock of now, the so-called Supreme, is actually just a bald man? Looking at the bald man wearing a childish Superman suit on the screen, everyone's thoughts were dull. A second ago, these people were looking forward to the first Supreme who was about to appear. Look forward to what kind of visual shock the people being counted will bring to them. His own world is so powerful, how outrageous is the chosen guy named Saitama and the One Punch world he lives in. As a result, Saitama just appeared for a moment. It directly broke people's illusions. They stared blankly at Saitama for a few seconds. A burst of jeers broke out in the crowd. Bladeye, that's it. Bladeye, come on, this BD looks so weak, okay. Kurosaki Ichigo, are you kidding me? How does this guy look like the strongest? Jirugju, Tisk, what you wear is really earthy, and your appearance is also earthy, just like the braised eggs I ate this morning. Shimura Dans, it's not my fault, Any Tujnin in the village can fight with this guy. Natsu, among other things, I have never seen a human with a bright head that can reflect light. Heezy, hey, is there something wrong with the inventory system? Heezy, this guy is better than us? Are you kidding? Tatsumaki, oh, it is indeed him. In the world of One Punch, Tatsumaki, Atomic Samurai and other S-class heroes were constantly comparing Saitama on the screen with the information in their hands. After confirming that the person on the screen was the C-class hero of their hero association, I felt sad in my heart. Tatsumaki was disappointed. She thought the person to be counted would be the blaster. Atomic Samurai spat at the screen. I thought this big screen was going to show off some great guy, but then a C-level trash guy appeared. Is it true that the threshold for becoming a supreme leader is so low? Atomic Samurai, who still wanted to participate in the strongest inventory, immediately regretted it a lot. He was not willing to lower his status and compare himself with a C-level hero. Emperor Tong said while playing with the computer. I think if we really want to take stock of the powerful guys in our world, Tatsumaki is the one who deserves to be the strongest. S-class heroes ranked second. Trembling Tornado. In the One Punch world, there are beings who can tear apart ghosts and even dragons with their superpowers. They really can't find anyone more powerful than Tatsumaki. The number 1 legendary blaster is also missing. Therefore, they believe that Tatsumaki is the supreme representative figure who should be taken stock of and shown to other universes. Atomic Samurai, letting a C-class appear is a disgrace to us. Flash flash, haha, do you have to shave your head to become a strong man? Flash flash, sorry Black Light, I didn't mean to mock you. Driver Knight, it's really ridiculous. It's not like our hero association has no one to use it. Is it necessary to recruit such a C-level to replenish the number? The heroes vented their dissatisfaction without reservation. I would like to ask, which one of you sitting here is not a superhero who is popular all over the world and makes countless weirdos fearful? Why should a bald man steal their limelight? Outside the window, Saitama's dull face was still reflected on the huge silver screen. Such a guy has absolutely no clue what his strength is. A group of people were very curious about what kind of picture this screen would show next. How can Saitama perform to defeat the strong men in their world and reach the top? The other group of people have absolutely no interest in it. Cao Yanbing, forget it, let's disperse, there's nothing to see. Dio, haha, he's just a bald man. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Alpha, yes. Tang-san, it's ridiculous. This so-called inventory video is really short-sighted. Tang-san, there are so many powerful people in this vast world, but the first person to be called the representative of the supreme world is so ridiculous. Xiao Wu, hey, why not take stock of my third brother? Hokage world. It is now the fourth ninja war, Uchiha Madara's home ground. But he suddenly stopped what he was doing and suspended his attack on the ninja world. Madara crossed her arms and stared at the bald man with interest. With these clothes and this temperament, I can't see what makes him stronger. But how can a truly top-level expert be easily guessed based on his appearance? The world of Bone King. Inzolgaon held the scepter in his hand. Together with the dozen or so guardians of the underground tomb, we were ready to watch the video. Being as cautious as ever, the Supreme Being was a little excited. The world of One Punch. It always feels a little strange. Even if the other party is now questioned and belittled by almost everyone in the world. Before seeing Saitama's true strength, he, the Bone King, would not easily draw conclusions. Son Goku and Vegeta in the Dragon Ball world yawned and paused at the bottom of the screen. Kaido from the pirate world blew a disdainful breath in a Nagashima with lightning and thunder all around. In the Shinigami world, Aizensuke observed the bald man curiously. The commander-in-chief of Seireitei, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, felt uneasy in his heart. Now, powerful people all over the world are waiting for this bald man's next move. The screen is just a face-to-face view. Next, Saitama will face the first opponent, the first battle, which is crucial. Those who are dissatisfied. I am also waiting for Saitama to make a fool of myself, and then I want to be the first person to ridicule Saitama. People who thought they had seen many strong men fighting firmly believed that no matter what shocking scene happened next, they would remain unmoved. At this time, the screen starts flashing. This is the number 1 representative of the Supreme World. Ushered in his first battle. Chapter 6. It's rare for a supermarket to have a discount, so go out and buy some. The old house is just inconvenient and a little too far from the market. Oh, it's so annoying. On the screen, Saitama had a dead look on his face, looking at the unfinished things on the list and worrying. He didn't know that he was already being watched by tens of millions of people. As a representative of the highest and most powerful person, he actually has to go out to buy low-priced and discounted vegetables. Saitama's image is in the eyes of the audience. It's getting cheaper. They're all here to see Saitama fighting monsters, so who wants to watch him buying groceries? Is this guy serious? Sudden. An astonishing scene popped up on the screen. The sky turned dark. A huge foot covered the sky and trampled directly through the earth, causing a terrifying vibration. Saitama was almost crushed in. What happened? This sudden scene left most people unable to react. The sky is falling? Earthquake? The monster is finally here. The perspective of the picture gradually zooms out. It wasn't until they passed through the clouds and overlooked the city that people could see clearly who the guy who had caused such a terrorist attack just now was. It was a super giant whose body was as tall as the sky. Although his appearance looks the same as that of a human being, his size is terrifyingly large. And this giant just stepped on it. It actually directly caused the entire city to be wiped out. It's hard to believe that the city that was peaceful just now has turned into a large ruin in an instant. The audience was shocked. Alka, what is this? A monster that suddenly appeared. Tajmi, so big. Kankuro, I'll go, what's going on? This is a little different from the attack I imagined. Logically speaking, the protagonist of this video taking stock of the Supreme series should be indispensable for fighting. People have imagined that the opponent Saitama will face may be a force from somewhere, or the mastermind behind it. Or maybe a few humans with superpowers come in to stir up trouble. Audiences always like to compare humans of the same level with Saitama. But I never expected it. Saitama's front foot just went out. His back foot was crushed by such a terrifying guy. Forget about fighting. This is a total crushing. Tanjiro, giants, never seen before in our world. Tanjiro, I never thought there would be such an enemy in the one-punch world. Yato, hey. You're not kidding me again, are you? How can Saitama fight such a guy? Yadu, these two are not on the same level at all, okay. Conan, although the word supreme has nothing to do with Saitama. Conan, but this giant is too powerful and exaggerated. Is the universe outside so dangerous? Then, the terrifying giant began to show his amazing destructive power to the audience. Just wave your hand. Buildings and houses within a radius of 10 miles were all blown away and scattered. One punch is enough to create a crater as big as a meteorite. The crowds of spectators began to feel fear in their hearts. They looked at the destruction caused by the giants and looked at the devastation on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their throats and break out in cold sweat. This huge guy can directly cause the destruction of a city every time he takes action. A perfect war weapon. If this guy could appear in his own world and use it for himself, that would be simply invincible in the world. However, people still don't know. This monster giant seemed very exaggerated in their eyes. In fact, there is only ghost-level positioning. In the world of One Punch, even monsters have levels. From small to large, they are tiger level, ghost level, dragon level, and god level that can affect their world. When countless people are still impressed by the giant. Little did they know that this giant was just an appetizer for One Punch Saitama. I'm afraid Saitama has been crushed, right? Don't blame him, this giant monster is too strong. There's no need to fight. It's so scary, the world of One Punch is so scary. If a guy like this is allowed to wander around the city every day, I will probably want to die. It's so tragic that the bald guy appears and disappears. What is the strongest representative? Hehe, in the face of absolute power, nothing can be done. Obviously, the appearance of ghost-level weirdos. It shocked a group of people who had never experienced storms since childhood. Little did I know. That existence is more terrifying than the giant. It has quietly flown into the sky. Bald Saitama is not dead. And he actually stood on the shoulders of giants intact. The picture showed Saitama's ordinary face. The audience looked confused after watching it. This guy haven't been trampled to death by a giant yet? The audience saw with their own eyes that the giant Lien Qiu trampled the city into a pulp. But why is this guy acting like a normal person now? Is it an illusion? Chapter 7. Something unexpected happened. No one can expect that Saitama, who was stepped on by the giant, is not dead yet. Is it an illusion? Even solid buildings would turn into discus under the giant's feet. His Saitama is nothing more than a human body. It's a miracle that I survived. This guy is so lucky. After being stepped on like this, he's still very lively now. Hiss, this is strange. How did Saitama fly up here? Did you see it? Who goes to see that thing? Coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Look away from the screen. Compared with the giant, Saitama's size is like a sesame and a watermelon, the gap is not that big. Even if this guy isn't dead, there's nothing he can do. Yes, I'm afraid we don't have any weapons here to deal with such a big monster. The highest world. Most people were lost in thought. At this moment, they finally got to know each other initially and understood what the supreme world the screen meant. The combat destructive ability of this ghost-level giant alone. In a world where most ordinary people run rampant, it is definitely an invincible existence. It's hard to believe what humans living in an environment like One Punch World are like. At this time, the giant in the picture began to speak human words, attracting the attention of the audience. The strongest. With this body, I am the strongest in the world. The giant clenched his fists and shouted excitedly. The giant brother standing on his shoulders was equally excited. They all believe that they have the strongest power that others cannot match. In this world, no one can stop them. Until Saitama's voice sounded from the giant's other shoulder. Hello. How do you feel after becoming the strongest? As soon as this statement came out, the giant brother, who was about to go to the next city to continue the destruction, froze on the spot with question marks on his face. Who? Who is speaking? The giant's brother looked towards the source of the sound and soon saw the bald head. Saitama stood on the giant's shoulders like a normal person, chatting with the two brothers. The elder brother roared directly. Brother! Shoot the person on your shoulder to death. Result. The giant brother, who was slow to react, slapped his brother into a single-celled organism. Looking at his brother's body in his hands, the giant was angry and put all the blame on Saitama. It's all you. It made me kill my brother. Thousands of viewers on the screen watched helplessly as the giant grabbed Saitama and threw him down. Saitama's body even smashed through two buildings. Oh my god! The emotional audience even covered their eyes and did not dare to watch anymore. Worried about Saitama's safety, Saitama just went up to join in the fun, like a war correspondent, asking the giant how he felt about becoming the strongest. But then, he was kicked as a ball and hit as a sandbag by the giant. Isn't this too unfair? The 100-meter-tall giant dropped his fist. A storm of attacks swept through the place where Saitama was. Within seconds, a pit was hammered out here by the giant. From that moment on, the audience's eyelids were twitching wildly and their hearts felt cold. This power. Even if any creature comes, it will be blasted to pieces, right? Saitama, are you still alive? It must have been crushed long ago, not even ashes are left. Why is it like this? The representative of the Supreme World has already lost his young life before he takes action. We shouldn't have laughed at him just now. Yet, I didn't expect that he would be gone so soon. People even had inexplicable empathy, as if it was not Saitama's fault that Saitama was killed by the giant. This giant is simply too powerful. No one can defeat him. Even the natives of One Punch World, the Hero Association, are here. Many S-class heroes couldn't help but frown. This giant is the monster they reported directly. But the report clearly only stated that his level was ghost level. But this scene seemed to slap them in the face. A monster that can easily destroy several cities, are you telling me this is a ghost level? Saitama is so miserable. Although it's only a sea level. But he didn't deserve such abuse. Venerable Vest, who is an upright man, expresses his strong sympathy. No one else said much at this moment. He was punched hundreds of times by a giant, let alone Saitama, even if it were any of the heroes here. I guess I can't even resist it. Saitama is completely dead in the eyes of all viewers. After the deathly silence, the audience just wanted to say something for Saitama. At this time, an extremely strange scene suddenly appeared on the screen. Boom! A figure flew out of the large hole in the ground. At the same time, he threw a mediocre punch at the 100-meter-tall giant. Chapter 8. Saitama? Is he still alive? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the shadow on the screen. Until the screen pulls in. After the iconic bald head appeared in front of everyone's sight. Everyone was sure that this guy was Saitama. Holy shit! Are you kidding me? Saitama is not dead? He is still alive? And he is flying. Am I dreaming? They could see the scene of the giant hitting Saitama's head with his fist very clearly. No one could survive an attack like that. But Saitama just flew up from the same place as if nothing was wrong? The picture at this time has seriously exceeded the scope of the audience's thinking. They watched blankly as Saitama flew higher and higher. It suddenly occurred to me that after seeing the giant appear for the first time, Saitama was stepped on by the giant. But isn't he still living well? This accident has been forgotten by most people. So, why do so many accidents happen to Saitama? There was no time to think about how Saitama escaped from the giant's attack. Because Saitama has already punched the giant in the face. Boom! A loud roar that swept through the clouds. The giant brother's face deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole head was knocked upside down. The picture is very impactful. Coupled with the sonic boom from Saitama's punch, thousands of spectators were once again reduced to a state of confusion. As mentioned before, the gap between Saitama and giant is like sesame and watermelon. That bald head was not even as big as one finger of the giant. But such a bald head! I got kicked by the giant and punched hundreds of times by the giant, but nothing happened. In the end, he only threw one punch. He actually defeated the giant directly. The audience stared with their eyes open and their mouths open, unable to hold back a word for a long time. They stared blankly at the screen. Looking at Saitama, he said, "Overwhelming power. It's boring. The giant lost. This man has serious audiences in many worlds and is considered the strongest and most invincible weirdo." In the end, he actually fell onto Saitama's fist in this weird way. It was as if a mosquito that looked harmless to humans and animals suddenly jumped out and used its mosquito legs to hit an adult. How can this be? Why is it like this? What did Saitama do? The crowd who just now were mourning Saitama and feeling sorry for her. Now everyone is at a loss. Extremely panicked. After just a few seconds, the picture was reversed in 2 levels. Even if they racked their brains and tried their best, they could never imagine that the outcome would be like this. The crises in the following cities were solved by Saitama alone. Both absurd and ridiculous. No, Saitama must have found the giant's weakness. That must be it. Otherwise, how could he have used such a small fist to flatten the giant's head? This is not scientific at all. Yes, no matter what, the gap between giants and humans is really too big. But Saitama can't do anything by himself. Haha, I even wonder if the giant got tired from beating him, and in the end, his own strength had side effects and it backfired on him. The explanation upstairs makes sense. I suddenly feel that what you said is right. No matter how the audience interprets it. In their minds, most people would rather believe that the giant let loose and something unexpected happened at the scene. I don't want to believe that the bald Saitama, with a human body, only used 1 punch. It completely defeated the monster that people feared in an instant. Pirate world. The 5 elders all sat at attention, all in one place. They stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. No one could stand up and explain the scene that happened in front of them. Before Saitama takes action. That giant was definitely the strongest person they had ever seen who could barely equal the 4 emperors. But, that man named Saitama. He actually defeated that monster with just 1 punch. Even though the 5 elders had vast knowledge, they couldn't help but widen their eyes to the maximum extent, finding it difficult to accept such a scene. Cough. That weirdo who was comparable in size to Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was actually killed by an ordinary human. Absurd. How absurd. We still don't know what means Saitama used. That kid is really exaggerating. The 5 elders observe all the storms and waves happening on the sea. Therefore, these people are also extremely sensitive to screen changes. Just when several people were discussing whether to report this ridiculous thing to Lord Im. In other worlds, the reaction was equally intense. Chapter 9. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but it smashed the 100-meter large terrifying monster on the spot. Weird people can be seen everywhere on the road, and even if you pick one out at random, they can destroy a city. In the world of One Punch, in addition to these, there are also guys who call themselves heroes. They are even more pervert than those monsters. Rectify weirdness, purify filth, and save millions of people by yourself. The video is pitifully short. But it clearly shows the charm of this One Punch world to the audience. What is supreme? I believe that with such an explosive scene at the beginning, the audience already has some answers in their hearts. Hokage world. On the familiar battlefield of the ninja world. Through the screen, some of the tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces had already screamed and panicked. What the hell? I thought giants were exaggerated enough, but, this man. Is it fake? Can humans really do it and kill someone hundreds of times bigger than themselves? Is he a god? It turns out that Saitama is also a very special character. They were originally engaged in a life and death battle with Uchiha Madara, who had just been resurrected in impure world reincarnation. But after the screen appeared, Madara on the field wanted to see someone outside the world and universe who was stronger than himself and Senju Hashirama. That's why the attack on the ninja coalition was postponed. Some ninjas glanced at Uchiha Madara cautiously, and then at Saitama who looked like a dead fish on the screen. I couldn't help but become curious. If the strongest Uchiha were to fight Saitama on the screen, who can win? At the same time, in the heart of Uchiha Madara, 3 points of shock, 7 points of disdain. Yes, his mentality is the same as that of most of the viewers in the barrage. Everyone thought that Saitama could defeat the giant, just because the giant's energy seemed to have reached its limit, so it looked like it was deflated. Snort. Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully. In the final analysis, his opponent is still not strong enough. You said you have seen my strength in my heyday, but I wonder if you have ever seen it. Full Susanoo. After listening, Wu Ye on the side didn't say much. What Madara said is indeed correct. Although the giant on the screen looks very strong in most people's eyes. But in the eyes of the truly strong, there are still some things that are not enough. In the world of Dragon Ball, Son Goku and Vegeta are two heavyweight characters. There was almost no reaction the whole time. In their opinion, such enemies and battles have happened countless times every day. They don't understand why people in the barrage scream exaggeratedly. Suddenly, Sun Wukong said in surprise. We seem to be better than that one-punch world. Perhaps we are in a supreme world that is more powerful than them. Vegeta smiled after hearing Goku speak. Of course. We Saiyans have never lost to others. However, they and Saitama's performance in the video are not completely over yet. So, Sun Wukong became curious. Where is the limit of this bald head? If conditions permit. He and Vegeta really wanted to go to that supreme world and fight Saitama. The world of spells. When Hirohito saw such a big giant, he was knocked down. He was so frightened that he dropped the bread in his hand. Isn't this too strong? Wei, teacher, have you seen it? Kizuna turned to look at Fushiguro Megami and Gojo Satoru, wanting to see their reactions. Really? Fushiguro Megami was also surprised by Saitama's magical power. Gojo Satoru still looked like he was having fun and didn't care about anything. Japanese knotweed, let me tell you a piece of common sense. Gojo Satoru leaned close to Kizuna's ear and whispered. I am the only one in heaven and under heaven. You, my teacher, are the strongest. Whether it's a giant or Saitama. Gojo Satoru didn't take it seriously at first, he only knew that they seemed to be the strongest in that world. Adhering to the attitude of being invincible in the past. Naturally, Gojo didn't want his own knotweed to make a fuss over the world's strongest man. Fushiguro Megami didn't react at all. It seems that he has already seen the big scene. But at this time, the three of them still focused their attention on the screen. If you only defeated one giant, that seemed to be a little bit of a threat. So what is this called an inventory? What is supreme? The real heavyweight guy has not yet appeared. Not a moment later. The screen in the sky began to emit a second glare. Saitama's figure and the surrounding scene suddenly disappeared at a very fast speed. Soon. The second video is here. Chapter 10. Natsu, look, a new video is here. Luffy, hey? It turns out there is more than one video in this series. Luffy, I thought that giant was the limit of the one-punch world. Enlin, that's fine. Enlin, Kyu's punch not only stunned the giant, but even myself. Enlin, I wonder what kind of monsters he will encounter next. Shen Jiangxin, it's so scary. If the giant just now was just the weakest monster in the one-punch world, what will happen next? Shen Jiangxin, cultivation is still suitable for me. This world is too crazy. Given the thrilling impression the first video left on viewers. These ordinary people who have never seen any big scenes in their lives are obviously too much to bear. The strong ones are fine. But in this world, ordinary people make up the majority. Even in the beginning, those people clamored that their own world was the strongest, the highest, and so on. After seeing the giant on the screen who slapped the city away, and Saitama who punched the giant instantly. The voices of those people have become much less numerous. Under the watchful eye of thousands of eyes. The second video started as promised. I don't know what the opponent and monster that appears this time will be like. Rimuru, since the representative is still Saitama. Rimuru, as expected, it will be Saitama who fights the monster again. Ishida Yuri, one punch to the world, one punch. Ishida Yuri, Do you think the title One Punch World refers to Saitama's one punch that can instantly kill his opponent? The idea just surfaced. I was overwhelmed by comments all over the place. Countless people suddenly popped up to refute. Ronaldinho, joke. Ronaldinho, killed instantly with one punch. I never dared to think about the plot like this in my wildest dreams. Sanji, it's too exaggerated. Didn't we all discuss it? The giant just happened to be killed by Saitama. Sanji, even in the highest world, there can't be a being who can kill others with one punch, right? Sanji, how else can these evil forces survive? After the limelight has passed, the sudden appearance of the picture interrupted everyone's discussion. A black spaceship comparable to a giant peak appeared over the city. Boom! The ship appeared without warning. When it landed in the middle of the city, it turned into a pile of charred ruins. Thousands of citizens lost their lives in the wind pressure before they could react. But again, there is another building that is still standing. That building is the headquarters of the Heroes Association. See this scene. In One Punch World, Tatsumaki stood up immediately after seeing this scene. Exclaimed. Isn't that our Heroes Association? This is City A. Unexpectedly, in the second video, the location of the accident was actually at the headquarters of their Heroes Association. Did the enemy come here? Who is the enemy? Zombie man, this spaceship looks really creepy. Child Emperor, and he appeared out of thin air. This time the opponent may be beyond our imagination. Lord Vest, damn it, these damn guys. Venerable Vest, he actually attacked City A directly. Venerable Vest, if it weren't for the special building materials of the Heroes Association, we would all have died in this disaster. Due to the real tornado, they have not experienced the Boros invasion of the Earth. They know that the content presented on the screen basically comes from the future. The appearance of this spaceship caused all the powerful heroes to panic for a while. Except for the people from the Hero Association. The audience from all over the world was also surprised. Goblin, hey, have you all seen it? Goblin, in an instant, this area was completely crushed. Iruma, sure enough, the enemy this time is more terrifying than that giant. Chopper, oh my god! What is happening in this world? Chopper, how can I destroy the world at every turn? Chopper, things that our world has not encountered in hundreds of years have happened to them in just 2 days. Uchiha Sasuke, is this the gold content of the highest world? Even a black spaceship is so exaggerated. Then the guys on board. In the end, who could it be? Chapter 11. In the screen. Inside the Heroes Association building. More than a dozen S-class heroes are sitting together, discussing how to deal with doomsday prophecies and other matters. At that time, Saitama had been promoted to a B-class hero. But he was still looked down upon by all the S-class people, and they were suppressed and ridiculed at every turn. They didn't know where a mere B-level person could find the courage to sneak into a meeting of their level. The meeting was just halfway through. There was shaking from the outside that was more violent than an earthquake. A huge black spaceship descended on City A. Such a scale, a sense of oppression. Tatsumaki and others began to wonder if the doomsday they were worried about had happened in advance. Don't worry. The Hero Association building is made of the most comprehensive building materials in City A. It is impossible for the enemy to destroy this place. After making sure you and others are safe, the S-class heroes began to discuss how to deal with the threats outside. But this time, no one noticed that the B-class hero Saitama had already cut through the ceiling of the Hero Association building and left without saying hello. Saitama can't wait to see this so-called doomsday for a while. Ninomiya, I didn't expect that Saitama would be so anxious. Ninomiya, the monster hasn't even sat on it yet, and he has delivered it to the door by himself. Lucy, what on earth is Saitama going to do with such a big spaceship? Rukia, how to get up there is a problem, let alone dealing with them. The audience watched the huge black airship intently, thinking of the end of their world predicted by this expert. Everyone couldn't help but become afraid. And there was a twinge of fear about what was going to happen next. But Saitama didn't expect that Saitama, a fighting maniac, would want to have a fight with Doomsday. What a representative of the Supreme World with weird behavior. At the same time, far away on the dark side of the universe, the interior of the spaceship is exactly the same as in the video. A warrior in golden armor, Boros, appeared here. Oh? It's actually my spaceship. Boros sat upright, his eyes sharpening as he watched the video. Originally, Tabaros has plans to go to Earth. Because on a certain planet, there is also a prophecy master who predicts that he can find a satisfactory opponent on Earth. However, I haven't arrived on this planet yet. The video has already started playing his picture. It's really exciting. Boros didn't mind at all before arriving on Earth. Let's first see who on Earth will fight with us. Although Boros was prepared to be disappointed, because he once defeated the entire universe, God knows if the guy who predicted it just found a reason to fool himself. Of course, he doesn't want to let down his guard against the Supreme World. After all, he is a guy who can be on the list. Let's take a look first before talking. Boss is mighty. How can there be someone on this small Earth who can pose a threat to the boss? Boros' top boys kept boasting. It was as if Boros had already won the battle. Before this video, most viewers have always believed that it was just a coincidence that Saitama was able to win. As long as the second video begins, Saitama's strength will be completely exposed. But things didn't develop as they imagined. In the screen, Saitama is like passing 5 levels and killing 6 generals. On the way to the ship. C1, kill 1. No matter the level of the visitor is tiger level or ghost level. Saitama punched them all. Beat all enemies in your way to a pulp. From beginning to end, no matter what kind of enemy you encounter, nothing can stop this bald man. Those sarcastic voices gradually faded a lot, and gradually disappeared later. Could it be that the monsters here are too weak and ordinary? How come you can't even withstand this bald man's punch? Even if it is a ghost level, it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Fourth Raikage AI, give me some strength. Hawkeye, no, you really let this kid get on the spaceship. Hawkeye, obviously every monster looks very strong, but why is it not enough under Saitama's hands? I watched it for a long time. The audience was stunned. They couldn't guess where Saitama's bottom line was. Is this the strongest true strength in the Supreme World? Chapter 12. From the center of the city, jump into the spaceship. The seemingly sturdy spaceship seemed as thin as cicada wings in Saitama's hands. Saitama truly explains what it means to go to heaven and go to earth. God blocks God and kills God. It didn't take long. More and more weirdos come out to fight Saitama. But the final result was that there were more and more corpses on the ground. As Saitama advances in massacre. At the same time, look back at the Heroes Association side in the picture. A group of super powerful S-class heroes. He was actually trapped by Maluzagarido, a monster that could split infinitely. Atomic Slash. Lu Shui Rock Breaking Fist. Silver Fang and Atomic Samurai both exerted their power. Under the gorgeous chops and punches without martial arts attacks. Maruza's body was quickly beaten into pieces. Yato, what a cool move. Yadu, and these two old men look really strong. Atomic Samurai, hey, who do you think is old? Xiaolin, the monsters are so powerful, I thought the human camp was going to be doomed. Xiaolin, I didn't expect that there are people on the human side who can fight. Koni, no wonder they are S-class heroes. Under the overwhelming barrage of praise, the S-class members of the Hero Association raised their noses proudly. Indeed, Their strength is the most superior in all universes. They are not guys who can touch anyone. Jean, I understand. Jean, the real master of this spaceship has already come down. Jean, the enemy's internal defense strength is empty, allowing Saitama to get a big advantage. Child Emperor, that's true. Another S-class hero came forward and began to analyze seriously. Child Emperor, Maruza Garado, he is probably a veritable dragon-level monster. Child Emperor, dragon level is very different from ordinary tiger level and ghost level. Kurosaki Ichigo, I wonder how Saitama sneaked in so easily. It was like chopping melons and vegetables along the way. Kurosaki Ichigo, it turns out that the enemy's real combat power is held back by the S-class heroes below. My wife Zenitsu, it scared me, so I said how could Saitama be so invincible? Many people were visibly relieved. I don't know why, but they looked down upon this bald man from the beginning, who was actually the most powerful person in the universe. This guy doesn't have a gorgeous appearance like other heroes, and he doesn't have any cool moves. Most people simply don't want to acknowledge Saitama. Soon, the audience skipped Saitama and focused their attention on the battle between S-class and Dragon-class Maruza. Denji, with S-class support, that Maruza probably won't survive long, right? Okay. Tatsumaki, of course. It's a pity that these people haven't even finished speaking. In the screen, Maruza's body actually began to assemble at the speed of light. The body chopped to pieces by the atomic warrior recovered in an instant. I am an immortal being. Maruza Garado. It hasn't failed in hundreds of years. A bunch of young men actually dare to attack me. After the resurrection, Maruza began to exert his strength. An unprecedented war broke out randomly between the two sides. Although Bangu and Atomic Warrior continued to exert their strength, killing Maruza again and again. But this guy is really that kind of immortal, resurrected again and again. This moment, audiences from all over the world just felt that they had refreshed their understanding of dragon-level monsters. That Maruza doesn't look much smaller than the giant in the previous video. Moreover, his desire for destruction is extremely strong and his methods are diverse. Even after death, he can be resurrected indefinitely. Such a guy. Is it really something humans can deal with? This is dragon level? Tanjiro Kamado, the ghosts in our world are like this too, but even if they are infinitely resurrected and healed, they should have a weakness. Purgatory Anjiro, Tanjiro is right, I think that monster is not invincible. Kiritani Kazuto, wow, your worlds are so heaven-defying. Kiritani Kazuto, that's an immortal body. Where can such a thing exist in the world of normal people? If it exists, it must be in a game, right? Orochimaru, immortality, eternity, rare. Dio, haha, I just realized now that the human beings in the outside world are actually so weak, and they can't even see the immortal ones. The discussion became more and more heated. Only when the world is connected can they see the diversity of the world. Maruza is just a dragon-level monster who can be reborn infinitely. It can make a lot of people sigh. As expected, the Supreme World. Powerful monsters with the concept of resurrection from the dead can be seen everywhere. It turns out that there is such a big gap between the worlds. Chapter 13. In the Universe Ocean. Maruza stared at the screen eagerly and cursed from time to time. I can't even deal with a few humans. Then the title of the most senior combatant of the pirate group might as well be given to someone else. On the side was one of the three superiors, Glory Base, taunting loudly at the screen. Ha ha ha, I never thought that the top human beings on Earth could be so weak. If Brother Maluza were replaced by me, all those people will die in a matter of minutes. The big three talked a lot. Their boss, Boros, who is known as the strongest in the universe, just listened quietly on the spaceship without making any expression. Boros's thoughts were almost entirely on the bald man. A strong sixth sense told him that the bald man was the person he was looking for. As for those S-classes? Boros just took it as a joke. Back to the screen. The S-class heroes were in trouble after fighting the infinitely divided monster Meluza. Because the opponent seems to be truly immortal. No matter how many pieces his body is cut into, Meluza can recover as quickly as possible. What a tough opponent! The two sides had another confrontation. Just after the battle was stalemate for several minutes. A disruptor appears. The metal bat, also an S-class, accidentally discovered that after blowing Meluza's head, it contained a glass ball-like substance. It turns out that this is the real weakness of the immortal Meluza. Give him back to me. Meluza's distracted mind was agitated. Metal Bat suddenly understood everything. He sneered and smashed the glass beads completely. Meluza's clone also turned into ashes at this moment and died completely. Metal Bat was overjoyed, turned around and immediately told the other heroes about Meluza's weakness. Real or fake? It turns out that little glass ball is his weakness. The deadlock was finally broken. Many heroes no longer looked fearful when they looked at Meluza. They began to surround this dragon-level monster and strangled it completely. Rimuru, you guys were right. Rimuru, that guy really has a weakness. Not Wheat Hisahito, as expected of an S-class hero. He is so reliable. Not Wheat Hisahito, I almost thought they were going to fall here today. Sasha, as expected of a person living in the highest world. Sasha, you are so capable. The audience was extremely excited. From the heroes' battles with dragon-level monsters, they saw gorgeous moves that had never been seen in their own world. There are also various exquisite coordinations, exclusive to that powerful supreme world-level battle. Although the scene of dealing with Meluza was not as shocking as they imagined. But some viewers still kept sighing. They think. Supreme, that's all. As long as this dragon-level monster dies, the enemy army will be defeated. All this is thanks to these S-class heroes who are on the front line of the battle and fight with passion. Li Xingyun, speaking of which, where did the bald man go? Li Xingyun, the fight down there is so fierce, why can't we see Saitama appear? Hiri, as expected. Hiri, in my opinion, he can only deal with some weak monsters. In a real fight, everyone will disappear. Under the influence of following the trend, more and more people despise Saitama for no reason. They all believed that the S-class ones had the greatest contribution in this battle. But until the battle was about to end, the credit was taken away by the bald man who took advantage of the situation. It makes many people unhappy. However, is there really only one dragon-level monster in this huge alien space battleship? Don't even think about escaping. Atomic Slash. The last death of the body. Meluza just wanted to repeat his old trick of resurrection. But Bangu caught the flaw and punched the center of the glass bead. With the joint efforts of all heroes, the Meluza monster was finally completely defeated, with no possibility of resurrection. They began to celebrate this victory for mankind. Everyone seemed relieved. This is truly the most difficult enemy they have encountered since their heroes debuted. However, the Earth's doomsday crisis has finally been completely resolved. But the strange thing is, the huge black spaceship was actually still standing high in the sky and did not leave in disgrace. At the same time, there was a sudden explosion above the spaceship. Isn't it? Could it be that there is a tougher guy inside the spaceship? The unknown hero who thought he had been rescued just now broke out in a cold sweat. Aboard the spaceship, there is a real battle. One punch from Saitama. Chapter 14. The first thing the audience sees is the interior of the spacecraft. It's dark here, and there's a weird atmosphere everywhere. The ground was almost covered with the corpses of enemy monsters. At this time, a bald head suddenly appeared. He didn't fit the picture. Saitama looked relaxed and carefree, running around freely. He did not have the mentality of a great enemy at all. Anyway, most of the monsters that came to stop him were killed by him with a casual punch. Saitama's goal is to be the boss here. But after arriving inside the spacecraft, he was now facing a huge problem. He is lost. Where should we go? Saitama wandered around, but always found himself back to the starting point. Sudden! A strange roar came from above. Intruder! Just in time. The weirdo who looked like a cactus jumped down. It is your honor to die at the hands of Gloribas, one of our 3 great generals. Look at this uncle's unique trick. As a result, the acid in his mouth has not yet erupted. Between flashes of lightning, Gloribas, one of the 3 strongest warriors on the spaceship, was separated from his head and body and exploded on the spot. Died in Saitama's fist. Hello. We haven't seen each other for just a few minutes. Why is this bald guy still killing me? It's endless, right? What on earth is your opponent doing? Logically speaking, the guy's inside the spacecraft. No matter how weak you are, you can't be this weak, right? Suddenly, someone noticed something was wrong. Wait. Did the weirdo Saitama just killed say he was one of the 3 dark matter generals? Warrior level. Isn't that the same level as the Meluza the S-class guys fought just now? No way. A group of people suddenly felt something was wrong. In other words, Saitama just killed one with one punch, a dragon-level monster. There was sudden silence for a few seconds on the barrage side, with no one speaking. Soon, another wave of people stood up here, ready to refute the rumors. No way. Maybe, that weirdo was just blowing it off. The 3 generals are all guys with dragon-level strength. He died just now without even struggling. I don't see how such a guy has dragon-level strength. Right. If it were someone like Maruza who stopped Saitama, he would be the one to suffer. The audience only felt that their worldview had collapsed. The group of extremely powerful S-class heroes just now almost risked their lives to defeat a dragon-class hero. When it comes to Saitama, his painting style suddenly changes. No one wanted to believe this scene. They could only continue to look down. Take a look and see what else is waiting for everyone inside this spaceship, waiting for Saitama. Inside the spacecraft control room, the guy sitting in front of several screens and monitoring everything is none other than the master of telekinesis, Goryugan Shuppu. He has an octopus-like body and is full of mysterious aura. Yes, Shuppu is also a dark matter ship, one of the 3 generals following Boros. But now he is in a panic. He looked at the bald man on the monitor. Almost scared. It's obviously us who invaded your world. How could the spaceship be invaded by a kid like you until now? At this time, Boros found Shup and asked about the spaceship. Pu tremblingly expressed a little surprise. There was an intruder inside. He killed many of our men. After listening to Xiaopu's explanation, Boros waved his hands and said indifferently. It doesn't matter, as long as the spacecraft's power unit is not damaged. If there is an intruder, just send the general's men over to deal with him. After explaining, Boros turned around and was about to leave. I heard Xiaopu suddenly trembling and saying. It seems like all the warrior-level warriors were instantly killed by that guy. Boros looked confused. He became interested in the bald boy on the surveillance screen. The scene returns to Saitama. Saitama, who was lost, suddenly heard a faint voice coming from his ears. Hey! Stupid human! I'm warning you to stop. If you continue to move forward, I will really take action against you. Xiaopu's voice was extremely angry. Unexpectedly, Saitama didn't follow the routine. I want to stop too. But your spaceship is so chaotic. Even if I want to get out, I can't find my way out. Pu was overjoyed. Since Saitama wants to get out of trouble, just send him out yourself and win without a fight. Even if this guy is sent away, there is no need to go out and fight him. Don't take it too easy. At this time, countless viewers watched as the video developed increasingly bizarre. Silence fell upon them. Chapter 15. Heaven-defying. Then, Saitama followed the prompts of Shupu's voice and shuttled through the spacecraft. Along the way, he didn't encounter any other monsters. This octopus is known as the #1 telekinesis master in the universe. His strength does not seem to be below the dragon level. But he didn't want to start a war with Saitama. Just look at the performance of the previous 3 generals. If Shupu goes to challenge Saitama now, he is simply seeking death. Saiyan was scared. He began to arrange a route for Saitama, just to send this disaster star away safely. However, Saitama would not listen to him. At a critical fork in the road, Saitama turned a corner. The direct hit caught Saiyan off guard. Hello. Etc. You're going in the wrong direction. The exit is not in this direction. Come back. The more panicked Shupu's voice became, the more excited Saitama became. Is this the gate in front of you? I broke through and went in. Shupu was completely panicked now. The place Saitama wants to go is nowhere else but the monitoring room where he is. No, don't. Never open this door. You must not come in. Shupu just finished speaking. There was a sudden loud noise behind him. Boom. Saitama barged in. Where is this? Saitama looked harmless. Look around. Suddenly, I discovered that the guy in front of me was actually a huge blue octopus. This dragon-level monster, Goryugan Shupu, has an extremely huge size. And the whole body is full of colors of starry sky and mysterious atmosphere. It directly frightens all the viewers. Hyaganiji, what is this? Compare it to Saitama. Saiyan didn't know how many times he was older. Judging from the appearance alone, the dangerous aura exuded by Shupu is definitely no less than any dragon-level monster that has appeared before. This is the first time I've seen such a scary guy. Just looking at it makes me want to vomit. Inu Orium, how to fight? Inu Orium, the heroes are not here. Inu Orium, even if all the heroes come, they may not be able to kill this creature, right? Saitama's previous opponents were all worthless. That may not be the case this time. Everyone couldn't help but sweat for Saitama. Hello. How dare you do this on our spaceship? Saiyan's whole body was radiating colorful light. Then he controlled his telekinesis attack. It penetrated the deck forcefully and headed towards Saitama. This is a series of attacks on such a large scale. But was ridiculed by Saitama. What? Pebbles are flying over. Saiyan then made bold words. Let me, the #1 telekinesis master in the universe, Goryugan Shupu, chop you into pieces. Take the move. After finishing speaking, Saiyan's telekinetic attacks poured out like a waterfall. The interior of the spacecraft was instantly turned into a mess. This attack can actually penetrate the spacecraft, leaving behind dense single holes. When the audience saw this, they finally lost their composure. Giorno Chopper, it's very strong. Giorno Chopper said, this telekinesis is simply more awesome than the second largest human tornado. Alan, what an exaggerated tornado. It's the first time I've seen a creature that can do this with its thoughts. Alan, how can Saitama fight? Emer, are all aliens in the universe so strong? No wonder they are called one of the warrior generals. Sweetheart Mask, what a genuine dragon level. Sweetheart Mask, it's hard for Saitama to even fight back, and it's even more bizarre to get up close. Looking at it, I can't even get close. Saitama can only stay in the storm created by Shupu. Everyone secretly screamed that something was wrong. Although they don't want to admit that Saitama is actually very strong. But they didn't want to see Saitama receiving a lunchbox so soon. I had known I would face such an outrageous monster next. Saitama should have run away quickly after what happened just now. It's over, it's over. If the heroes below can move faster, they might be able to save Saitama. Hungry wolf, come on, now Saitama, thank God if Shuppu is willing to leave his whole body. Nobita, oh my god, the outside world is so dangerous. Nobita, we should be lucky that these big brothers are not interested in our world. Are all the challenges you face when becoming the Supreme so heaven-defying? The fear brought to people by the mind power master Xiu has been profound. The powerful attack methods and almost unsolvable moves made many heroes shake their heads. Even within the Heroes Association. The always proud and complacent Miss Tatsumaki. Now I can't help but frown and look embarrassed. They are all playing with telekinesis. Of course she knew how far Zyupu's telekinesis had reached. If it weren't for this video, she might not even realize that there is such a formidable enemy on the spaceship. Chapter 16. Many people were worried about Saitama. See him being swallowed up by a telekinetic storm. Seeing Saitama facing a powerful enemy, he still had no panic expression. Not to mention how uncomfortable it was for the audience. They didn't even want to continue watching, for fear that Saitama would be torn apart at the end of the picture. The world outside is really scary. I thought that by killing an extremely dangerous Meluza, things would end perfectly. But who knew that there was such a terrifying guy on the spaceship? If this octopus monster were allowed to come to their own planet, it would not be long before the ruler of the planet would be replaced. Saitama doesn't even want to run away. My god! How fearless is this? Obviously there is such a big gap between these two guys, and it is obvious that Saitama will die if he passes by, but at this juncture, Saitama actually wants to stand on the front line and face this dragon. I'm sorry Saitama, I admit that what I said earlier was too loud. You are the real hero. The bald man standing in the storm of thought power. In the eyes of the audience, he has become a righteous man who is not afraid of powerful enemies. However, a strange scene happened again. Almost 3 waves of the most powerful telekinetic storms devastated him. Even the bottom of the dark matter spacecraft was riddled with holes, leaving no intact place. It can be seen from this. Zyupu was really angry. He used almost all his strength just to teach this ignorant human being a lesson. Haha, I, Lord Galayugan Shuppu, am the #1 telekinesis master in the universe. You just bow down to my lord's divine wrath. Earthling. The smoke he raised gradually dissipated. When Shuppu looked contemptuously at the place where Saitama was standing just now, he suddenly froze. Why? Why do the earthlings who should have been beaten to pieces now seem to be intact and still standing in front of him? The smoke dissipated completely. Saitama's shiny bald head still shines. This bald head. Not even a trace was stained on the clothes. Ah! Goryugan Shuppu gave up thinking for a short time. The sight before him exceeded his expectations. Saitama patted the dust and asked calmly. Psychic power? What is it? Is it a superpower? Seconds passed. Shuppu was angry again. Although I don't know how this guy evaded his attack, but that's it. Whispering sound. What happened now? You forced me to do so. Super telekinesis gravity wave. After the other soldiers on the boat heard that the boss was going to use this move, they abandoned the ship and ran away. Shuppu reached out his hand. He actually directly summoned infinite gravity to suppress the entire audience. The light was dimmed under the pressure of gravity. Go to hell! Earthlings! Before the soldiers had time to run out, they were crushed by the sudden gravity and looked embarrassed. Shup smiled. This time, even if the gods come, this bald man will never live. Xiaolan, so strong. Shen Jiangxin, what? After superpowers, gravity comes. Can this guy really know everything? Shen Jiangxin, looking at the situation, it seems to be very bad. Kuratsuki, Saitama is really going to die this time. He can't avoid it. How could it become like this? The audience was really panicked. The sense of oppression almost overflowed the screen, heading towards them. My super telekinesis can even control gravity. Shuppu chuckled. It was as if he had already won a great victory. Do you know about black holes? In the face of huge gravity, not even light can escape. The words are not finished yet. Xiaopu suddenly became speechless. The bald body in front of me is completely unaffected by gravity. Other people's bodies were almost squeezed into the deck, but Saitama only sank a few centimeters. This is terrible. Every tentacle of Xiaopu was trembling. What's going on? Take the move. Move the flowing stone wave with your thoughts. Xiaopu was not convinced and continued to attack with maximum power. Saitama lost all his patience. What's it this time? A storm of gravel blew up everywhere inside the spacecraft. Compared with the battle just below, it was like heaven and earth. However, this battle will not last long. Saitama is still standing in the storm, safe and sound. This attack was not even painful to him. There is simply no feeling at all. He grabbed a stone. Said. Do you only play with pebbles? Who doesn't know this kind of thing? With a gentle throw, the stone in Saitama's hand instantly turned into flowing light. With one blow, Xiaopu's head was broken. Chapter 17. One hit to the head and it only takes a split second to kill the enemy. Saitama is not only so straightforward when facing tiger-level ghost-level monsters. Even if it is a dragon-level fight with the same ceiling. For him, it's as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. Boom! A sharp sound pierced the sky. Goryugan Shuppu's head exploded on the spot and split into 3 pieces. The culprit who killed him was actually just a stone thrown by Saitama. This made Xiaopu, who was an expert at playing with stones, embarrassed. Of course, he didn't have the strength to refute now. My noble Lord Jilayugan Shuppu can actually. Xiaopu didn't even finish his last words. With endless doubts, he died on his home court. Saitama's expression was still as plain as ever, and he did not feel the joyful excitement he felt after killing a powerful opponent. He looked around and finally left. This piece. It quietly ignited the emotions of many viewers. Surprised, confused, panicked. The audience had mixed emotions and didn't know what to say to describe their feelings after seeing this scene. Gorba, it really happened. Gorba, destroyed an almost impossible enemy with just one blow. Asta, that's the #1 telekinesis master in the universe. Who else in the world can kill him? Asta, but why did Saitama only use one move? Asta, maybe I'm dreaming. Ishida Uryu, wait a minute. How did Saitama kill him? Ishida Uryu, it was too fast and I didn't even see it clearly. Lai Yuang, use rocks, rocks. Lai Yuang, throw it away casually, such a big dragon. Where did such a big dragon like me go? Dead. Kazuma, you also saw it, right? I thought my screen suddenly malfunctioned. Marino Yaki, it's incredible. Is this guy a monster? Temari, he's more of a monster than a monster. The crowd's voices rose and fell one after another, and the barrage was like an explosion. It kept flooding the screen and never stopped for a moment. The suffocatingly powerful monsters in the Supreme World are certainly worthy of the audience's admiration. But when these people saw that an ordinary human could easily kill the powerful monster in front of them, this human being would be 100 times more terrifying than Xiaopu. Moreover, Saitama has only made a few moves so far. No one knows how many dragon-level monsters he has killed using this method. Kill a giant with one punch. Kill the miscellaneous soldiers with one punch. Kill 2 generals, all with one punch. The audience's mentality has also changed from disbelief and doubt to shock and panic now. Zoro, and the really scary thing is that Saitama doesn't seem to care about this battle. Zoro, no matter what kind of enemy he faces, I have never seen his expression change once. Tajmi, in other words. Tajmi, these monsters are essentially the same to him. Tajmi, like ants on the roadside. The more he goes on, the audience felt more and more something was wrong. No wonder this world is called the world of One Punch, not the earth, the world of heroes, etc. Turned out to be. The whole world revolves around the man in the picture. Around Saitama. The great underground tomb of Nazarick. That is, the inside of the Bone King's world. Under In's gown, all the level guardians of the great underground tomb looked at the scene, almost unmoved. Except for the twin stars who were slightly surprised. Others had no reaction to this. But the Bone King sitting there is different. In his old heart, his jaw was about to drop in shock. It's too exaggerated, I'll go. Obviously he didn't use super magic or forbidden technique. How did he do it? Purely physical? Can humans do it? The Bone King's inner complaints will not be heard by the Guardians. Of course, he didn't want others to see him losing his composure. After watching the audience quarrel and explode into a ball on the barrage, the Bone King breathed a sigh of relief. But it was too late to continue sighing. The center of the screen. Saitama, he has already rushed to the next battlefield. Under the astonished eyes of the audience, Saitama's steps on the screen are getting bigger and bigger. When he came to the largest door in front of him, he jumped up high and punched it down. Boom! The door, which was bigger than a giant, collapsed. Behind the door, there was actually a one-eyed humanoid sitting there. He is dressed in golden armor, has big and menacing eyes, and exudes an extremely dangerous aura. He sat on the golden throne, looking down at the bald man who arrived. In silence. The final battle in this farce is about to begin. The audience screamed in agony. Isn't it? And boss. Chapter 18. One Punch the World. On a dark matter spacecraft suspended in the cosmic ocean, Leader Boros remained the same, dragging his face and staring at the screen expressionlessly. However, the three generals under him started a fierce quarrel, which was incompatible with this quiet scene. Maruza, haha. His head was crushed by a small stone. If I were you, how could I still have the nerve to work under the boss? What AFG Cosmic Telekinesis Master? Jalayugan Shupu, Watermelon Face, are you still embarrassed to accuse me? Go watch the video for yourself. Who didn't even finish a few sentences at the beginning and was punched to death. After all, I've been dealing with that bald devil for a long time. Who are you? Maruza, okay, stop arguing, don't be embarrassed. Maruza, one of the warriors with multiple personalities, just came up to offer some words of advice. But was besieged by the two of them. You'd better shut up, at least we all died under the hands of the person called the Supreme Ceiling. You can't even beat those rookie human heroes on the ground. You are more embarrassed than us. You are even more embarrassed than the general. Maluza suddenly felt that maybe his temper was too good, and he didn't know why he could tolerate these two interactive men for so long. He just wanted to have a fit and give these two people a good meal. At this time, Boros finally spoke. Okay. Look for the reasons from yourselves. Boros only spat out a few words. The three generals were so shocked that they didn't even dare to move. They shut up as quickly as possible and crawled in front of the boss. Boros continued. After following me for so long, your strength shouldn't be like this. Keep fighting and don't stop until you're past the man on the screen. Yes. Follow me. After the farce, Boros still focused on Saitama. I don't care about their life or death at all. Just letting yourself know how strong the Saitama in the prophecy is enough. For Boros, the next battle between Saitama and himself is crucial. In the world of Hokage, Naruto frowned as he watched the entire process. Suddenly he shouted. Ah! This guy Saitama is really good at physical skills. This sound frightened Tsunade Gaara and others beside him. Naruto continued. If I let Xiao Li, who is also the strongest in physical skills, fight with Mr. Might Guy and Saitama, who is the most powerful one? At this time, Gaara asked curiously. Their physical skills can really be like Saitama's. Kill a giant with one punch, or throw an alien creature to death. Naruto shook his head. I don't know, it shouldn't be bad, ha ha ha. After all, it's all physical skills. No matter how powerful it is, how powerful can it be? It's not like ninjutsu, where you can casually unleash an attack that can shatter mountains. The rest of the ninja alliance were also listening. They just felt that what Naruto said made sense. Judging from Saitama's current performance, all he can do is attack with fists. How can it be compared with ninjutsu? It would be great if Saitama could come over and get rid of the giant for us. In the world of giants. Alan sighed helplessly at the screen. Coney was suddenly stunned for a moment, and said tremblingly. To have this monster come to us? That's just horrific. More terrifying than giants. The smart Armin among the crowd began to sigh in other aspects. For a guy like Saitama, who goes beyond human limits, the fighting power of the giants in our world is really not enough. This is the first time I've felt it. It's obviously the same world, but the gap is so huge. This is the supreme world mentioned in the title of the inventory list. Inside the Heroes Association, the trembling Tatsumaki himself kept covering his head. What happened in the picture exceeded his imagination. That C-class hero Saitama they were teasing at first. Now it has changed. It seems to have become the true pinnacle of their world combat power, a ceiling-like existence. Although I don't want to believe it. But no matter how stubborn Tatsumaki and other arrogant heroes are, I had to admit what was happening in front of me. The Heroes Association Hall fell into deathly silence. Certainly. It was not until the emergence of new video footage that the dead silence was broken. Tatsumaki, Atomic Samurai, prisoners, and the Child Emperor were all watching the screen and getting ready. Next. Saitama is about to face what is suspected to be the biggest enemy of the spaceship. How strong can the opponent be? Will Saitama kill him easily in seconds like before? Chapter 19. Saitama breaks through the door. Comes with hacky special effects. Boros on the screen just glanced at it. I felt a little excited inside unconsciously. He couldn't help but think. Is he the representative of this planet? I could feel an unfathomable power. Saitama raised his voice and said. Are you the boss of the aliens? Who knows? Boros suddenly stretched out his arms in excitement. Marvelous. Before the war begins, state your name first. I am the leader of the Dark Thieves group Dark Matter, the overlord of the entire universe. Boros. Saitama reluctantly responded. Me? It's just a hobby. No, I'm a professional hero now, Saitama. Then. Boros stood up. Step by step, go down the steps. When Saitama asked him why he wanted to destroy the entire city Boros told him everything in a leisurely manner. If you want to ask why. It's because of a prophecy. Once. The dialogue during this period is omitted here. And he roughly explained to everyone outside the world why Boros came to Earth and why he chose to destroy it. Shenzuking, so that's what happened. Shenzuking, because of a prophecy, I directly crossed the entire universe and found the Earth. Shenzuking, should I say that Boros is stubborn or naive? Shenzuking, this prophecy sounds like it was obviously made up by people from that planet in order to deceive Boros. Wangling, not necessarily. Muse, I think now that Boros has predicted Saitama, it shouldn't be too much of a loss. Shikamaru, is this a conversation between bosses? Plain and simple. Everyone already knows the reason why Boros invaded the Earth. And why did Saitama take the initiative to come to the door? The audience speculated that Saitama was probably trying to protect the city. Or, as Saitama showed before, he is too strong, too invincible. Just like Boros, he always wants to find some excitement. My wife Zenitsu, Boros looks pretty strong too. My wife Zenitsu, you have defeated the invincible slayer all over the universe. Doesn't that small earth mean nothing to him? Tajmi, Saitama is also very strong. Tajmi, they have all been chosen as representatives of the supreme world. Even the name of this world is named after a punch. Tajmi, I'm a little curious. Since Boros came from other universes, does he still have the fighting power of the one-punch world? The whole barrage was controversial. Everyone speculated, voted, and placed their bets. In the final showdown between Boros and Saitama, who will win overwhelmingly? Or was it that the two of them were inseparable from each other on the spaceship? After the Zyupu incident. In today's world of comics, few people are sarcastic or questioning Saitama's power anymore. Most of them began to have some expectations for Saitama. Certainly. There are also quite a few spectators. Saitama, who was expecting Boros to give him some strength and hit him directly, ran away with his head in his arms, letting them realize that Saitama was not that invincible. After all, the only one who can punish the bald devil now is Boros. Just at this moment, the picture changes suddenly. Boros had already walked up to Saitama. Whisper in Saitama's ear. Let me feel the excitement of life. Let me see how representative the people on earth are. The words have not yet finished. Bang sound. Boros' body suddenly flew out like a cannonball. Break the wall. Set off smoke and fire. The audience was immediately stunned. How? What happened? Another punch solved it. So fast. I couldn't see clearly at all. Is this guy really a demon? He didn't even want Boros to finish his sentence and just started fighting. It's really fast, and this punch looks really hard. While the audience was shocked, an unexpected scene happened again. I saw. Where the wall breaks. Boros' laughter came. He. This armor is used to seal my overpowering power. And now it's broken by you. Boros's armor shattered to pieces. He began to clench his fists on the spot and transform. Unleash endless true power. The audience was blinded and at a loss. Saitama, the person involved, had a dull look on his face. Ah! Chapter 20. The whole body armor was shattered. The seal of power symbolizing Boros has been completely lifted. Boros now. That is the top and most powerful creature that dominates the entire universe. He rushed to Saitama and shouted excitedly. Bring it on! Although Saitama's punch just now was fierce, it had great staying power. But Boros showed off his fighting skills next. No less impressive. I saw. Boros appeared in front of Saitama almost instantly. Boom! The blue fist hit him hard on the door. From this moment on, the war between the two sides is about to break out. The scale of the battle was as heroic as a nuclear bombing. Just the two of them facing each other in a wide field, it was enough to make the terrain for several miles explode. Boros punched and kicked. Saitama was almost knocked down to the roof. And even more outrageous. After Boros lifted the restrictions of his armor, his speed was so fast that it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. The audience in the sky can only feel a purple stream of light moving back and forth there. Keep hitting Saitama. Like a wild beast, it kept making terrifying roars. Kukahira Inashuk, oh! What is this? Kazuma, isn't it true that people in the Supreme World fight so exaggeratedly? Kazuma, I can't react at all. Cory, it's over, so am I. Cory, is this the speed of Boros? It's too exaggerated. Zoro, those S-class guys before are no longer enough. I'm afraid not many of them can withstand Boros' attack for 2 rounds. In the world of Hokage, Uchiha Itachi endured the pain in his eyes and watched this unprecedented battle with difficulty. Even if Uchiha Itachi is someone who has experienced big scenes, I have to marvel at this battle. Boros' power has far exceeded the limits of their imagination. The power he talked about to dominate the entire universe now seems to be true. Boros is really powerful to this extent. Even if you use Sharingan, you can only see a corner of Boros's body. There is actually a fundamental difference between those in high positions and those with high status. Itachi shook his head. Think of your own family's ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Think of the Kyodame Hokage, and then think of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Who can keep up with the speed of Boros in the video? Who else can stand up and fight Boros? In the world of RE0, Liu Yang could only rely on Rem to help him keep an eye on the battle situation. Boros' speed exceeds human limits. And he is just an ordinary human being. Fortunately, there is Rem, a witch with equally developed motor nerves, beside him. As for his own sight, you can only see 2 streams of light flashing on it. How's it going, Rem? Who is better, Saitama or Boros? Rem kept frowning and her pupils flashed rapidly. After a while, he said to Liu Yang, Saitama, I might not be able to stand it anymore. Up until now, Saitama has been passively defending and has no intention of taking action. In the screen, Boros exerts his strength again. The place where the two were fighting had also been blown up from inside the spacecraft to above the spacecraft. In the end, the two separated and fought against each other. It seemed like a temporary intermission. And this brief pause, the audience also saw it clearly. The Boros who fought the most ferociously, fought most heartily, and were most likely to win the final victory. Actually, an arm was broken. When did it happen? Their speed just now was so fast that they couldn't see clearly. Could it be that Saitama was not completely beaten by Boros just now? In a shook, are these two guys devils? Zhang Chuan, I'm sorry, I don't dare to doubt the supreme gold content anymore. Zhang Chuan, we, as a group, can't compare with them. Sun Wukong, hey? Is this going to stop? Sun Wukong, obviously I haven't had enough of fighting yet. After the barrage time has passed. In the picture, Boros shouted excitedly. The guy who can fight me until now after my seal has faded. Saitama, you are still the first. Then, Boros began to gather all his strength. The bodies of the fighting clan can easily gather and release any substance, and ordinary people cannot bear this energy at all. Boros himself said so. As soon as a miscellaneous fish touches it, it will turn into ashes in an instant. Warm-up time is over. Next, is the real drama. Boros exploded with energy cannon. Completely integrate that bald head with the firestorm. Saitama is in danger. Chapter 21. At this time, the huge screen above the heads of all the worlds. Almost instantly it was covered in white light. Everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes, anxiously waiting for the final result. In the video, this energy wave attack is similar to a natural disaster. Can Saitama survive this disaster? It was precisely because of this time that everyone realized that Boros' physical attack just now was just a warm-up. He didn't even use half of his strength. Now, the audience is completely afraid of this cosmic overlord, down to their bones. Fortunately, the videos being played now are all videos from the future. If Boros really wanted to do it in the real world, it is estimated that the explosive wave can melt most of the people who are doing it. What? How's it going? Has Saitama made it through? Damn it! I didn't expect that the bald devil would be here today. Facing Boros, he can't stop him with just one punch, right? Although I don't see clearly how Boros broke his arm. But with the current situation, Saitama is probably really in danger this time. Yes, after all, I am the real overlord of the universe. After barrages floated past. Outside, one group of people slowly opened their eyes after another. The smoke on the screen has cleared. It seems. There is no doubt that most of the functions of the spacecraft have been damaged, and everything is like a hell on Earth. The culprit that caused all this was the monster in the video, and he just used a casual blow. However, is Saitama really going to end here? In the smoke, a figure was mapped out. It's Saitama. It seemed that he was unharmed in the explosion just now. But then, Boros' fist lashed out. It hit Saitama directly in the face. This blow penetrates the clouds. Dispelled all the haze. The sky cleared immediately and the earth was shaking. After Saitama took this punch, he just stood there quietly without any movement. Boros chuckled. It seems the winner has been decided. Boros looked at the embarrassed look of the man in front of him. I unilaterally believe that Saitama has no chance of surviving after being attacked by him just now. He began to explain to Saitama tirelessly. We possess the unique healing ability of the entire race. Especially me. The fatal wounds you have worked so hard to inflict will only take a few seconds to heal. My broken arm can be restored to its original state in an instant as long as I concentrate. It was just as Boros said. He just moved casually. The hand that was broken by Saitama actually grew back from the body. Strong visual impact. Not only is it unbearable for countless viewers. They had just watched Boros spend less than a second healing his severed hand in an instant. This kind of thing. No matter which ordinary planet they are placed on, it is almost impossible for ordinary people like them to do it. Boros is like that, making the impossible possible. It seems that it is indeed what Boros said just now. The outcome has been decided. No matter how hard Saitama tries, it is almost impossible to defeat the enemy in front of you. So, is that guy immortal? Only the legendary physique is found on this alien creature. This guy Boros is simply more powerful than me in the dream. Brothers, I really can't figure out what Saitama should do to defeat him. This is a dead end. And most importantly, we have been beaten until now, and only Boros still has the energy to speak. Didn't you see that Saitama is silent? Well, it seems that he is the true representative of the Supreme World. It's impossible to escape this sudden disaster. It's not the fault of the bald man, it's the fault of Boros being too strong. I hope that after he invades the world of One Punch, he will not go to other worlds, otherwise I worry that sooner or later, I will become his target. But at this moment, an unexpected and shocking change happened again. After Boros continued to speak sarcastically. Boros originally wanted to continue talking. But I never thought. The bald man in front of him actually seemed to have come back to life, so he interrupted him. It's so noisy. Why? Saitama tilted his head, his eyes speechless. Is this the end? Fighting. Chapter 22. Boros. Audience. The whole place was silent. Even Boros himself, the overlord of the universe and the most powerful alien creature. Now his eyes widened, his brain stopped thinking, and he looked at Saitama blankly. What's going on with this guy? Did the attack just now have no effect on him at all? Boros was stunned for several seconds. Outside the screen, the audience in the world found it even more difficult to accept. Natsu, what's going on? Natsu, didn't everyone just say that Saitama was going to die here? Wasn't he unable to defeat Boros? Natsu, I see that he doesn't look like he's about to die now, does he? Ryuji, is there something wrong? Feng Xi, it's so heaven-defying. Feng Xi, after so many blows, I can still speak. Saitama's increasingly powerful and invincible image suddenly stood up in the hearts of the audience. Bai Yuechu, this guy Saitama. Bai Yuechu, do you like to slap us in the face so much? Can't you just lose once? On board the dark matter spacecraft, Boros sat straight up, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Before this scene, Boros was full of confidence throughout the whole process. He knew clearly that the representative figure of the Earth in the video in front of him, the bald man, was not averagely strong. But Boros was not panicked at all. It's not like he's never seen a strong person before. Over the years, he didn't know how many so-called strong men had fallen to his attacks. He originally believed that Saitama would be such a person. No matter how powerful he is only a few times more powerful than his previous opponents. But the scene that was just broadcast in the video really made Boros lose his teeth and lose his face. Boss! Hey! Don't interrupt if it's okay. The two warrior men looked at Boros worriedly. But they soon saw Boros stabilize. Hee hee. Boros suddenly sneered. If that's all I have. How do you have the nerve to be the overlord of the entire universe? Boros said. That Saitama can only show off now. The real battle, Boros's trump card, is still to come. Hero Association. These famous heroes, look at me and I look at you. He didn't say a few words for a long time. One is because Boros is simply too powerful. This kind of power, speed, and heaven-defying self-healing ability, coupled with matter that can shatter the planet. Even if it is as powerful as a tornado. For a moment, I didn't know what level of disaster Boros should be classified as. Dragon level? Or God level? However, before they could discuss anything about these guys coming from outer space. On the screen, Saitama, who was supposed to be in desperate situation, suddenly woke up. And look at Saitama. It's like nothing happened. Tatsumaki was shocked, Atomic Samurai was shocked, and Bangu was shocked. Everyone here, the respectable S-class people, are all shocked. Their Earth. When on Earth was such a terrifying human being born? Saitama, the guy dubbed the Bald Devil. Why was he only given AC during the hero rating? Is the evaluator blind? This guy needs to be sacrificed. It's really an unexpected development. The metal bat was lying on the table, and after saying this, he buried his face in the table. Too strong. We are both human beings, so the gap really shouldn't be so big, okay? He can still understand that Tatsumaki is so strong. After all, superpowers are different, and people with talents are different. But he is a person who has only relied on his body to kill until now. Does this allow heroes of the same type to survive? The super alloy black light glanced at Saitama on the screen, then lowered his head and looked at his own black gold body. He has low self-esteem. These huge muscles are not even comparable to Saitama. Ask yourself, if the guy standing on the screen fighting Boros was you. I guess I can't even handle a punch. That's all. The heroes are all unhappy. The Heroes Association actually had the idea of disbanding for a while. But who knows? The explosion scene is not over yet. The scene immediately reversed. The next shocking content has been revealed again. Tatsumaki, aren't we going to let people rest? Right in the center of the screen. After Saitama asked if the beating was over. Soon. Boros suddenly burst into action. No. Not yet. Boros put one hand on the ground. Blood and energy surged instantly. Second form. It is also the final form. Meteor explosion is here. Chapter 23. Boros has become the center of attention. White air waves erupted from his body. From this moment on, Boros' power reached its peak. Meteor blast. The surging energy, as well as Boros' instantly improved temperament, were about to overwhelm the screen and sweep away towards the audience outside. Everyone was at a loss. Asuna, why is there a second form? Asuna, it's endless. Tajmi, what a strong energy. Even I can't help but tremble. Rukia, oh my god, Boros, this weirdo is simply not a creature of the same dimension as us. Rukia, are all species outside the universe so powerful? After the second form of meteor blast is triggered, Boros' overall color became snow white, and the surface of his body became full of texture due to the excessive flow of energy. Of course, the reason will surprise almost all viewers. It lies in the extremely ominous aura on Boros. It seems that as long as a person is involved, he will be torn into pieces by this aura. Even at this time, the heroes below finally arrived on the battlefield after a lot of hard work. There was nothing they could do to help. Before the fight even started, the audience subconsciously felt that who would come and who would die next. All they can do is keep their distance from the screen. Try to stay as far away as possible to avoid being blinded by Boros. I can feel. After the transformation, Boros possesses an amazing amount of material and power. Vegeta was slightly confused. But he didn't appear particularly shocked like other people in the barrage. After all, this level of battle has not been seen before in their Dragon Ball world and so many universes. But Vegeta was still curious, except for those guys. There are actually people outside the world who can achieve this level through their own efforts. Sun Wukong also became a little more serious. This is where their fighting family is naturally sensitive to power. I really want to fight that guy named Boros. Although Saitama is also very strong. But it seems that he always makes people less interested in fighting. One punch the world. The white-haired wolf was still walking aimlessly on the street. It seems that I saw an interesting scene. Hey! This guy is interesting. This is the first time Hungry Wolf has seen such a powerful alien creature. Suddenly I became very interested in the guy named Boros. Pity. I'm here to hunt heroes. I have nothing to do with alien creatures. But then I thought about it. They are also fighting against strong men. The main purpose is to distort their concept of heroes, and the secondary purpose is to become stronger. The purpose of competing with Boros is also to become stronger. No difference. The Hungry Wolf smiled evilly. Wait until next time, if Boros dares to invade City A again. I'll just go meet that guy. Get ahead of the bald hero. Thousands of worlds. Everyone, whether weak or strong, has their own ideas and thoughts. This Boros is undoubtedly dubbed the real strong man by most people. I don't know, his meteor blast. What kind of improvement can it bring to Boros? Thinking about it. On that wide and huge silver screen. Boros, step forward. Suddenly, he raised his legs and lunged forward. He punched Saitama in the face. Boom! This punch penetrated the heaven and the earth, and the air was burned away. The power contained in this punch is beyond the imagination of the audience. The audience only sees. Behind Saitama, nearly a quarter of the deck of the spacecraft was burned. A large number of innocent spaceship monsters died in the aftermath of just one punch. Audience, hey! Holy shit! They thought that the next fight scene might be exaggerated. But they never imagined that it would be so exaggerated. This punch shocked everyone. After this, Saitama flew upside down. Boros was in front of him in the blink of an eye. And at speeds beyond the speed of light. Keep beating that man. Even if Saitama is an iron wall, he has an indestructible body. There is no way they can survive this massacre intact. Moreover, Boros's offensive never stopped for a moment. Hit the cell tower from the ceiling. Then break through the towering buildings. Boros no longer knows how many things on the spacecraft were destroyed. He just knows. The man in front of him deserves to be treated with all his strength. Saitama this time. Are we really going to lose? The bald devil is invincible from the beginning to the present. Will the day of defeat also come? Chapter 24. This idea just came to me not long ago. Everyone looked worriedly in Saitama's direction. It is disappointing. Saitama now has no intention of reaching out to fight back. He was beaten so hard that he couldn't even move. In the eyes of the majority of the audience, this means that Saitama has been completely suppressed by Boros. The former bald devil is now unconscious. How miserable! Didn't he claim to be able to kill any monster with one punch? Why don't you say anything now that you are being beaten like this? Who knows, I'm just afraid. But Saitama is pretty good. If it were me, I would have run away without a trace the moment I saw Boros use meteor explosion and knew I couldn't beat him. He's better than me. He was beaten so many times and still didn't say a word. What a man! It's too exaggerated, these two guys. The level of the Supreme World is truly incredible. I also feel that Boros hasn't used all his strength yet. The real attack is just about to begin. Really? The angle of view of the picture suddenly zoomed up rapidly. Because Boros had already used his fierce offensive to blast Saitama into the air. Every punch hits the target's most vulnerable spot. Keep beating Saitama's flesh. Boros shouted while flying. Use the release of energy in your body as a driving force. Achieve speeds beyond biological limits. Burst of energy. The white Boros jumped into the air in advance and hammered Saitama in the sky directly to the ground. And so on. Continue to use a speed that cannot be discerned by the naked eye, and reach the ground before Saitama hits the ground. And this time, Boros will have no more left to spare. He wants a hit. Decide the outcome. Boros rose from the ground. Concentrate all your strength on your knees. Boom. After the violent sound, all time seemed to stand still between Boros and Saitama. Boros kicks Saitama in the stomach. There were exploding sparks all around. This picture can't help but make nearly 100,000 people in the outside world feel stomachache. If you kick yourself in the stomach, I guess Boros can kick their brains out. Saitama must die. Really? I'm not bragging. An audience member seemed to be saying excitedly during the barrage. Now he has completely transformed into Boros' little fanboy. Such guys are not even rare in all the worlds. Even if he didn't speak, the audience would think so. It is impossible for Saitama to be alive now. The overlord of the universe is so terrifying. Boros' bruise strength. Grit your teeth. One kick sent Saitama directly into outer space and onto the moon. Accompanied by the purple light pillar soaring into the sky. From now on, Saitama is no longer seen on Earth. There was such a strong vibration that even the huge dark matter spacecraft couldn't help but tip over. It's over. Yes. The barrage was silent. What else is there to say now? This battle is over. They watched as Saitama was beaten up and eventually even kicked into outer space. Even if Saitama has great powers, now, he can't do anything at all. Boros, the overlord of the universe, used his own power to win himself the title of the strongest in the supreme world. Even among those in the universe, there are those who are not optimistic about Boros. Now everyone is speechless. I was deeply impressed by Boros's powerful ability. What a hearty battle! Finally someone can punish the bald devil. It's amazing. Seeing that a world that was supposed to be regarded as invincible was now beaten like this. Although I know that the earth is in danger, I don't know why, but I still feel a little happy in my heart. It's a pity, Saitama is the only strongest guy on the planet. He just went offline. The audience mourned in their own way. A group of people are even planning and speculating on the follow-up of One Punch World on the Barrage channel. What would the world be like without Saitama? And whether Boros will choose to continue to invade the Earth after the battle is over, etc. But just when their discussion was at its most intense, The video screen changes quietly. The scene soon came to outer space, above the moon. It was reflecting Saitama's dead fish eyes and dull expression on the moon. Many viewers watched the scene on the video. After seeing that Saitama is still alive and conscious, they were frightened on the spot. Chapter 25. Saitama looked confused. Now he is like a fish that has just been dehydrated and still doesn't know what happened just now. When Saitama slowly stood up from the moon, he noticed the vast darkness around him and the blue planet in front of him. It was at this time that Saitama noticed that he was no longer on the earth where he lived. Saitama held his breath and looked around in confusion. Then he grabbed a stone and threw it around. In the state of zero gravity, the stones show an abnormal state. Then, Saitama realized that now was not the time to play. He kicked hard with both feet. Although there is no sound coming from space, but Saitama simply used the moon as a stepping stone. He directly stepped on it to create a huge pit and stepped back to the earth. The audience was stunned. Saitama is not dead. Boros has made such a big noise. That Saitama is not dead yet? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? This guy Boros is extremely dangerous. This is the consensus of nearly half of the people in the world. They believe it. Boros's combo just now was definitely not a show-off. Ordinary people, let alone ordinary people, everyone is the same when they go up there. Not being beaten half to death by Boros is considered a miracle in the world. But what about now? Not only did Saitama have no reaction, and he still maintained his expressionless look. With practical actions, he explained to everyone in the world. What does it mean to be painless and itchy? Boros hit him so hard that his own arm almost became useless, and he sent Saitama flying to the moon. That bald devil actually still has the strength to play on the moon. A sudden and huge contrast. In an instant, countless viewers gasped and their eyes went dark. If I watch this video any longer, I'm going to have a heart attack. Although I have long seen that Saitama is not a normal person, but now I see this scene again. My head is going to explode. Is it because Boros didn't try his best? It shouldn't be. The scene just now was a real fight with fists and punches. He has already surpassed most of the fights I have seen. Although I don't want to admit it. Saitama's strength seems to be higher than that of Boros. No way. The words are not finished yet. Only a slight sound was suddenly heard from the big screen. After countless sights drifted away, everyone discovered it. Saitama was already leaning on his legs. Abruptly from the moon, jumped back to the earth. The picture has returned to the top of the dark matter spacecraft. Boros was breathing heavily and seemed to be feeling very uncomfortable. After rising and falling in the chest, Boros said weakly, "Keep this state, just like doing an aerobic exercise. It puts a huge strain on the body. Therefore, lifespan will be shortened rapidly." Boros was really fighting with his life just now. But now that Saitama has been beaten to the ground, so this battle is naturally his victory, right? Boros just wanted to raise his head. Suddenly there was an explosion behind him. Boom! There was dust flying around and thick fog rising into the sky like a mushroom cloud. Saitama is like an extraterrestrial meteorite. It hit the same position just now and landed again. Saitama appears again. After the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Saitama poked his head out. "Look at the scenery in front of you and the white clouds in the sky," Saitama said happily. "Ah! I'm back." However, the white Boros in front of him was not comfortable. The muscles all over his body were trembling, and he looked as if his teeth were falling out of shock. The pupil of the one eye has almost shrunk to its smallest size. This was already after Boros fought with Saitama. Twice I was so shocked that I doubted my life on the spot. But Boros reacted and suddenly became cruel. This man. Only this man. Boros stepped forward and sprinted towards Saitama. I will use all my strength to deal with him. Ah! Boros really pulled out all the stops. The life-consuming meteor explosion state has already stretched the limits of his body to the maximum. Perhaps, after this battle, Boros will be exhausted and will no longer be able to dominate the universe. But this guy, he doesn't care. He wants it for Saitama. Give everything you have. Chapter 26. A punch and a kick. Boros seemed to be venting his thoughts. This attack looks very terrifying, and every punch can hit the vital point. But in fact, not even Saitama's defense could be broken. Saitama can withstand 100% of attacks with just a little show of force. This is no longer a battle. This is simply like unilateral suppression. Saitama completely suppressed Boros. Although Boros tried his best. But until the end, he was still punched by Saitama. And it was this punch. Boros was sent flying 100 meters away. His eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes and he was vomiting blood. That's it. Saitama. Boros did not forget to add 2 more sentences. Only in this way will you be worthy of me knocking you down. But the words were not finished. The next second, Boros was covered by Saitama's continuous normal punches. He was immediately beaten into a ball of blood mist flying in the sky. The audience couldn't help but cover their mouths and exclaimed one after another. Bai Yuechu, the gap is too big. Bai Chuchu, Boros, there's no way to deal with him. The picture is really burning. But his burning point was not the bald devil. Everyone was moved and shocked by Boros's spirit of not giving up until the last moment. In their eyes, Saitama is just like the final villain that will appear in movie games. Unbeatable. Pity. Boros finally turned into a pool of blood mist. Already, unable to revolving heaven. Li Xingyun, alas. Li Xingyun, I thought it would be a close battle. Li Xingyun, after reading the beginning, I thought Boros would crush Saitama all the way. Li Xingyun, but I didn't understand it until now. Li Xingyun, the guy who can truly be called invincible has only been one person from beginning to end, Saitama. Darkness, damn it. Darkness, Boros. Use all your strength. Darkness, don't lose to the bald devil. The barrage of criticism suddenly reversed. It seems that behind the video, countless people are cheering for Boros, hoping that he will be the winner standing in the end. Lai Yuang, that's right. Lai Yuang, pull Qiu down from the altar quickly. Lai Yuang, only you can do this. Kazuma, don't give up. Kazuma, if I even give up on you, I will no longer believe that there is anyone who is the strongest in the world. Rimuru, but Boros has been beaten into such a horrible state now that his body can't even be put together into one complete piece. Viludra, yes, accept your fate, he still lost. Is it really impossible to revolving heaven? Looking at the body fragments of Boros flying in the sky, countless viewers felt chilled. The emotion is overwhelming. In an instant, the picture actually reversed again. This is already the most exaggerated battle scene in history. But instead of feeling cliché, the audience was emotionally stirred up again. Only because Boros on the screen suddenly roared angrily. Countless fragments reassemble and heal themselves. That's right. Their race is the best race that has been eliminated through competition in the universe and screened out layer by layer. Their self-healing abilities are second to none in the universe. And Boros' self-healing power ranks first among the race. Even if he saw Saitama's terrifying repressive power, Boros has no intention of giving up. He wants to finally give everything he has and give it a try. It's up to me to defeat you. Boros' body was filled with lightning and thunder, and all the energy far exceeding the upper limit was crazily rolled into Boros' body. It was as if even Boros' soul began to roar at this moment. I'm going to take you and the planet. Blow up together. Concentrate all your energy into one point. Boros held back the sharp pain all over his body. Sacrifice yourself and unleash the most powerful blow from the overlord of the universe. Just to defeat this almost impossible guy in front of me. Defeat him. Kill him. This is the only meaning of Boros right now. Bang. Star. Roar. Roar. Cannon. For a moment, that shock wave was as dazzling as the sun. From the top of the universe, tilting down. The target is only one person. His attack could indeed blow up a planet directly. Even if it breaks out completely, it can spread to other nearby areas. This is Boros' last resort. The trump card. But facing this decisive blow, Saitama just looked a little firmer. So, let me show off a little bit of my real skills. Saitama faced Benzing's roaring cannon without dodging or dodging. He came just below Boros. Work hard, clenched your fists. Chapter 27. On board the cosmic dark matter spacecraft. Whether it is the crew or the three generals, plus their sole leader, Boros. No one spoke at this moment. By now, even the fool's subordinates can see that Boros's end is approaching. After all, they are the dark matter pirates who have come all the way. Saitama is the only one who allows the boss to use this last trump card. That is to say, in the future, once they choose to invade the Earth, their boss Boros will completely disappear from this world. Boss. This. The men were depressed and uneasy, and seemed a little reluctant. But Boros himself sat peacefully on the chair. Keep your eyes glued to the screen. Don't know what he is thinking. Does this battle really mean nothing to him? Wanja Video Barrage channel is here. Everyone can see it. This blow completely overdrawn Boros's vitality, and Boros had his final trump card. If it were anyone else, if they encountered an enemy that was more powerful and insurmountable than themselves, usually the first thought is to run away. After all, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. But Boros didn't do that. He is obsessed with fighting. He longs for a powerful opponent. So here to do his best and give his all. This is Boros's greatest respect for this battle and for Saitama. Many viewers are watching the upcoming final. Even shed tears. He started sobbing for Boros intermittently, feeling sorry for him. After this, the overlord of the universe they knew well, Boros, whom they had never met yet, but his deeds had made everyone in the universe know about him. I will say goodbye to all of them once and for all. Moonlight Hey-8, why did it end up like this? Moonlight Hey-8, from the moment I started throwing regular punches, I felt that Boros had lost, completely lost. Moonlight Gale, if we run away now, it might still be too late. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, unexpected, really unexpected. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, what a mockery. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, in the end, the person we really have to worry about has changed from Saitama to Boros. That's what it says. But, behind the screen, from all heavens and worlds, there were still no less than 100,000 people, sweating for Boros. I hope Boros can fight back through the final desperate effort. At least it would be better to hurt Saitama even a little bit, right? It's okay to cause some injuries. It can leave some Boros value in this unreasonable battle. He's worth it. But, will Saitama really get what he wants? Because of various previous video scenes, it has left countless viewers with an impression that is almost ingrained in their brains. That is, Saitama himself is invincible. Whatever. Even if Saitama takes the initiative to lower his defense, he can hardly be harmed. Especially when Boros activates Meteor Blast to hit him on the moon. He could survive such a devastating attack without any incident. This further confirms what the audience is thinking. For a time, no matter they are civilians from any planet or dignitaries from different worlds, They all showed uneasiness, regret, and lamentation. In Zolgaon, fortunately, Saitama seems to have shown some real skills. Rimuru, yeah, I heard it too. Kurosaki Ichigo, haha, it turns out that Saitama didn't use any strength at all with his previous fighting power. Kurosaki Ichigo, in the end, I made this move entirely out of respect for Boros. By you, alas. After the last silent comment on the barrage. On silver screen. Saitama clenched his fists. A kick in the step. At the same time, he chanted. Serious Nirvana series. Punch seriously. A blow as simple and unpretentious as his name pierced the sky. Saitama just threw a punch like a normal person. However, this punch encompasses everything. At that moment, the fist wind divided yin and yang, divided the earth, and tore through the air. Even in the face of Boros's menacing cosmic energy attack. This punch can break through the Vice Admiral Collapse Star roaring cannon. At last, this punch annihilated Boros floating in the sky. This battle will be his final destination. Saitama, you win. He once again used his overwhelming concept of combat power. With just one punch, many of the audience's illusions were broken. From this moment on, refreshed again, the three views of audiences from all over the world. Chapter 28. After the video exposed the power of a serious punch, nearly half of the audience stood up directly on the spot. Even if I feel sorry for Boros. But this punch. Let countless viewers begin to realize from today what is the strongest and what is the highest. It is at least 3 levels more powerful than the Collapse Star roaring cannon. No bells and whistles, just the purest power. A serious punch. After he appears on the screen, the atmosphere was even broken head-on, splitting in 2 places with Saitama as the center. Saitama used this punch to forcefully change the terrain. The only pity. Even Saitama's punch could not be seen by other heroes or even other humans on the scene. The dark matter spacecraft is so huge that it covers the sky like an endless black hole. Those S-class heroes just noticed a sudden violent vibration above the spacecraft. They don't know. He missed the battle of the century that could be recorded in any history book, and it ended in the sky above. Yadu, I won't say anything sarcastic. Yado, to be honest, if it weren't for Saitama, Boros would probably find other heroes until he killed all the people on Earth, right? Uchihamadara, well. Uchihamadara, however, I still admire that person's fighting spirit in the end. Uchihamadara, this thing is still very rare among real warriors. Sun Wukong, although Boros lost, it is not embarrassing. Ghost Dance Shimuzen, humph. Let's admit that this person is a bit powerful. That's the sad thing to say. However, the poor Ghost King behind the screen was already so frightened that every muscle and cell in his body was trembling uncontrollably. Too strong. That bald head on the screen, and that alien creature. Every time I take out a single item, I can beat myself up. Previously, he thought with disdain. What is the strongest ranking list? At least there must be a place for his own Ghost King, Oni Washi Musen. You are the most powerful and invincible existence in this world, no, including all worlds. Now he only has endless regrets. Why should you watch this video? From now on, I am afraid that in addition to Ji Koyuan, his shadow and fear of the outside world will increase to 2 more. Uzumaki Naruto, how miserable, Boros. Uzumaki Naruto, originally it was to find the warrior who could please himself. Uzumaki Naruto, now it turns out that I have to travel thousands of miles to die. Nami, oh, I don't really understand the thoughts of those who are eager to fight. Nami, is everything over now? Nami, there won't be another reversal, right? Tajmi, probably not. It is also difficult for the audience to guess after the fog on the screen. How will this most powerful man on Earth end? Sudden. The silver screen suddenly became much clearer. The smoke was also dispersed. On the screen, it was Saitama standing on the top of the spaceship, with Boros completely rotting before him. "Am I defeated?" Boros said weakly. "Now, his hair is grey and his body looks like a corpse that is about to rot. This is the result of overdrafting all your vitality. Are you still conscious?" Saitama still showed no emotion. "You are really strong," Boros said extremely calmly. Sure enough, just as predicted. It was a hearty battle. "Oh, yes." Both of them were silent for a few seconds. Boros noticed something. He said lightly. "You are lying." "Obviously. I haven't used my full strength yet. Actually, for you, this battle is not painful at all, right?" This time, even Saitama didn't say anything. Prophecies are really unreliable. "You are too powerful, Saitama." Boros spoke his last words. Maybe at this moment, he is the guy who can understand Saitama best. The person who is now dubbed the strongest in the universe is Saitama. And Saitama will continue to bear the greatest loneliness in the universe brought to him by the strongest. Only Boros can understand this feeling. The spacecraft eventually shook violently and began to collapse. Saitama had a dark face. He slowly left here, leaving only his slightly final figure behind. The power beads that maintain the operation of the spacecraft represent Boros's consciousness of life. Eventually it all shattered. The crisis was resolved. And from this moment on. This is a story from the sealing of the number 9 Supreme World Spokesperson. Be known and recognized by all the worlds. Chapter 29. The video ends with Saitama leaving. After experiencing the whole battle between Boros and Saitama, even the most indifferent people couldn't help but feel a little pity for the two supreme powerhouses. Perhaps, Boros exists to set off Saitama's ultimate strength, right? Yes. Boros is considered the strongest figure no matter where he is today. Pity. It's a pity that he met the bald devil, the biggest protagonist of this video. Is this the limit of their single universe? In just 2 days, it really opened my eyes. Even if most of the audience are still weak. But they can still evoke the strongest resonance from the video. Perhaps, this is the charm brought by the inventory video. After the war. The one with the most intense reaction was naturally the Heroes Association in One Punch World. At this time, on the tallest floor in downtown A gathering of dozens of top human warriors with S-level combat abilities. Of course, now that they have watched the video, how can they still dare to call themselves the strongest ceiling in mankind? These heroes are gathered here. It was originally for the inexplicable screen that suddenly appeared in the sky. Later, it was to discuss the sea-level miscellaneous hero Saitama together. In the end, all of them were shocked by a Boros video. Just when the S-heroes were still below the deck of the spaceship, they were cheering for killing a dragon-level alien creature together. Saitama is already on the spaceship. With 2 consecutive punches, he killed the men of General Boros, who were also dragon-level. Making a fuss about the spaceship. In the end, they fought hard with their leader Boros to the end, completely ruining Boros' plan to invade the Earth. Compare this. All the heroes feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. Snort. S-Class Metal Bat, looking at Saitama's C-Class Hero certificate in front of him. Suddenly it felt like it was all a lie. The S-Class Child Emperor kept tapping the keyboard, trying to get Saitama's specific strength data through battle. Unfortunately, his work was destined to be in vain. Bangu kept pinching his beard, wondering what he was thinking. The proud atomic warrior is now sweating on his forehead. He began to fantasize about how long he could survive Saitama's fist. Saitama has a pervert-like body that can't even break through Boros's ultimate attack. Can he leave scars on that guy's body with his own sword? Other high-ranking heroes? Or remain silent? Or it's very emotional. The Heroes Association Hall fell into an eerie silence. The world of Bone King. Wukong watched the entire process with an expressionless face. But that was just a show in front of the guardians of the underground tomb. There are thoughts of earthlings living in the body, if you look at it from a normal human perspective. Boros and Saitama are both so handsome. Wukong howled deep in his heart. What's that move? It's just like a game. Isn't it too strong? Too strong. Besides, where does the energy that can destroy everything come from? I really want to have Saitama's attack style. Ins had a middle-aged boy living in his heart. Ins had even begun to imagine that when no one was around, he would secretly pose and imitate the two guys on the screen. After making sure that the inner words were not heard by the guardians, the Bone King coughed lightly and returned to his seat. Do strong people feel lonely? Dragon Ball World. Sun Wukong asked curiously. Vegeta said disdainfully. How come? Yes. Sun Wukong dragged his cheeks and said with a smile. There are still so many strong people in the universe. Just think about getting stronger and taking on more battles. I'm so excited that I can't sleep. I don't feel lonely at all. At last, Vegeta asked Sun Wukong. Comparing Boros and us, who do you think is better? Sun Wukong laughed again. Haha. Of course Vegeta is stronger. I'm stronger. He should be barely able to catch up with us. What about Saitama? He didn't show his full strength, so I can't comment. Hehe, I think the same thing as you. Outside the highest and most powerful world, it is an even more outrageous vast world. Those guys can't wait to watch the next video. Chapter 30. After the video ended, a long time passed one after another. The video of the battle between Boros and Saitama has had a lot of impact on many planets in the outside world. Because of the fear of attacks from unknown alien planets, many countries with less hard power began to overhaul their protection projects from this moment on. Try to avoid problems like the video. On the other hand, many powerful people who come here are searching for and heading to the One Punch World planet. For nothing else. Just to experience the power of the punch in the video. For the remaining people, so far, just 2 videos have not been able to motivate them to take action. Like everyone else, they continue to wait for the next video about One Punch and Saitama to be played. In the One Punch World at this time, in an unknown residential area, Genos is guarding the gate and is eager to fight for a world where his teacher Saitama can escape. Because after the video was broadcast, there are too many people around here who are trying to take a look and touch their teacher. When I came to visit, I was so exaggerated that I went straight from here to City A. Damn it! How come there are so many people suddenly there? Genos complained endlessly. The Heroes Association seems to have sent out a lot of people. They immediately ordered that Saitama be brought back to the headquarters for interrogation. How ridiculous! If you think about it with your feet, you will know that if Saitama is more serious, who else on the whole earth can take him away? Saitama has now completely become an internet celebrity in the true sense. Beyond Earth, a faraway corner of the universe, the dark matter pirate's spacecraft suddenly turned off and hovered in space. Boros was struggling internally. But after careful consideration and the advice of trusted subordinates, he still decided to postpone the attack on the Earth. Although he is warlike, he wants to give everything he has to fighting. But he was not the man whose death would be in vain. If Saitama's performance in the previous video was not so outrageous, the two fought back and forth, and in the end Saitama was injured and narrowly won. Now Boros will definitely increase his power to rush to the Earth. But, Saitama can easily get rid of himself. The strength gap between the two is no longer in the same dimension. Even Boros himself said it in the video. This battle is not a battle at all. Boros sighed. Still wait. Wait until you become stronger. Let's challenge that godlike man again. Then. This dark matter spacecraft is Boros, the overlord of the universe. Ordered to return, just like before, continue to circle around different planets in the universe and fight with other people. Another week has passed since the last video ended. People seem to have become accustomed to dark screens. I wonder if his delay in starting the show is secretly holding back something big. However, even if there is no video playing on it, this screen still covers half of the sky in all the world. It's disturbing to watch. Sudden. There was a shaking above, and at the same time, the video was dyed with some dazzling light. A new picture appears. The audience, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly became active. Hey! Look! The TV is responding. Here I go, I thought it was over after the Boros video was played. I knew there was a video, ha ha ha. There's not much to see in the past 2 days, it's so boring. After the commotion, more and more people gathered on the barrage. Everyone is a regular spectator. Even the names of some important figures in other worlds. They all remember it clearly. Just don't know. What kind of video will be released this time? Is it even more powerful than Boros? Is there a true pinnacle of the highest world? Hey, I think Boros in the last video was already at his limit. The pinnacle is stronger than him? Impossible, impossible. Too exaggerated. I think we should continue telling Saitama's story next, right? I'm curious whether Saitama has an upper limit. Yet, except for the serious punch and the serious ordinary punch, I haven't seen him use any other moves. Does it mean that he only knows these 2 tricks? You don't think he knows much, but there are almost 0 creatures that can survive these 2 punches. Just when the barrage chat was very heated. Brand new video, officially started playing. Everyone also shut up. I scrambled to look at the screen for fear of missing any details. However, a strange phenomenon suddenly happened. Chapter 31. On the screen, whether it is City A, City Z, or other outer ring cities, all had fallen, covered in smoke and artillery fire. The whole city seemed to be in a strange state. This is how the same thing. Hasn't the predicted end of the world been solved by Saitama? Wow, the situation in the city is not right now. Is there another dragon-level monster appearing? I don't care about any of this. I only care about whether Saitama appears or not. Where did he go? After the video explanation. Only then did everyone understand what happened in the world of One Punch. The cause was actually after Boros died. An underground dark force called the Weird Association has quietly emerged. They developed a strange-looking fruit, the monster cell. As long as you eat it, you will turn into a monster that will scare countless people, and you will be qualified to join the Monster Association and launch an attack on humans. Because of the power and the bewitchment of the members of the Weird Association, more and more human beings cannot resist the temptation and eat the forbidden fruit. Besides, a new star enemy was spread like a legend in all the worlds. He is the hero hunter, the hungry wolf. After taking the oath, he began to attack heroes everywhere indiscriminately. At first, people and residents in all major lands didn't care about this little character. It wasn't until Hungry Wolf killed the A-level and even S-level heroes at the end and beginning. The heroes all began to fear this guy. Well, after so much trouble, no wonder City A is in such chaos. It's the Weird Association again, what a hungry wolf again. Are all the enemies appearing now so antisocial? Hey? If you eat weirdo cells, you can become a weirdo with levels like in the video. Is this news reliable? I do not believe. Why hasn't the Hero Association taken action yet? Didn't you watch the video? The Monster Association's influence has expanded so far, and there are only more than a dozen S-class members in the Hero Association. It's impossible to manage it, and the same goes for Saitama. I see. This time the enemy wants to win through quantity. Behind the screen they believe. This time, it is impossible for a creature that exceeds the existence of Boros to appear. Unless some alien creature breaks out again. On Earth, it's normal to have small fights. But they still guessed wrong. After introducing the background, the big video was the first to focus on a hero's grade, Metal Bat. The mission he received was simple, to protect the children of the top leaders of the Hero Association. This task made Metal Bat very unhappy. IMS level. He was actually sent down to be a child's bodyguard. Although Metal Bat likes to complain, he didn't turn down the assignment. Unfortunately, accidents happen when they happen. The tiger-level monster, Junior Centipede, twisted his body and suddenly appeared. The level distribution among the monsters is the same as the enemies that appeared before. The weakest is the tiger level, followed by the ghost level, dragon level, and god level. Between each large level across stages, there are also small divisions such as upper, middle, lower, and top. That Junior Centipede just now. It is definitely the weakest among the tiger class. It is an existence that an adult can easily deal with. For S-class metal bats, of course. Boom. A home run, and this little monster died tragically under the bat. At this moment, the audience became suspicious. I am bored. The battle with Boros is completely incomparable. Is there no one left in the weird association? Do we have to fight with a tiger? They suspected that by deliberately giving this weak monster a shot, they might lower the supreme level. But soon, on the video screen, the dead Junior Centipede roared, which actually attracted the elder brother who was still lurking on the ground. Ghost-level weirdo, Senior Centipede. A weirdo who jumped directly across a level suddenly appeared. The audience was almost at a loss. What's going on? After beating the small one, the big one comes out? And the level evolves so fast? If we talk about the tiger-level Centipede Junior just now, it would take several adults to deal with it. Now the ghost-level Centipede Senior needs a real hero to deal with him. But S-class metal bats are not jealous. Although he was caught off guard and injured. But the metal bat still killed the ghost. Just when the audience thought they had killed these two centipedes. Scored 3 times. Senior Centipede roared. An even more terrifying earthquake came from the depths. The dragon-level monster, Elder Centipede, appears. Metal Bat? Audience? Chapter 32. When the tiger level appeared, the audience, who were used to seeing gods fighting, did not react much. When the ghost level appeared, everyone was just slightly stunned. This guy actually called in tough thugs. Fortunately, the S-class hero happened to be here. But when those centipedes called for the bigger guy again, the audience finally began to lose their composure. His originally calm expression now began to look extremely flustered. Alan, dragon level. Alan, are you serious? Nick, no, you can't beat me, so you still call me Nick, twice. Nick, did you really summon a monster with a ceiling of power? Hey! Uzumaki Naruto, if this dragon class dies too. Uzumaki Naruto, will he call out god-level guys again? Why is it getting more and more outrageous? Dragon-level monster. All the viewers have only seen it a few times in total. One is the extremely exaggerated giant at the beginning of the video, but because he was instantly killed by Saitama without causing any damage, he was not included in the official level positioning. 3 of the remaining dragons are from dark matter spacecraft. Boros's 2 men, and Boros himself. The impression left by the dragon level on everyone is that it is extremely invincible and terrifying. What kind of disaster is waiting for them next? Everyone felt the ground shaking under their feet. I felt quite panicked. And then, this dragon-level weirdo, Elder Centipede, officially appears. His body could no longer be described simply as huge. It was like the earth was collapsing and the mountains were destroyed, and the mountains were lifted over the sea. Every segment of this giant centipede. They were all like collapsed tall buildings, even covered with alloy steel armor. The hand holding the weapon trembled with the metal bat. Facing this weirdo, he couldn't even look back. He has never seen such an exaggerated creature. Dragon level. I don't believe in metal bats anymore. How could he, an S, not even be able to beat the dragon level? So, the metal bat went up and hit it. As a result, Elder Centipede was not injured, but he curled up on the ground due to the pain caused by the shock. Even if this monster stands still, no one can hit him. When did the weird association get such a big centipede? The purpose of Elder Centipede's trip is to take away the most important child of the Heroes Association. But the metal bat stood in his way. Then, the two sides started fighting. The bat also has to protect the child while fending off attacks from dragon-level monsters. But he was quickly knocked out. And by chance, he also met the guy hunting the hero, the hungry wolf. The screen suddenly went black. Elder Centipede, Metal Bat, and Hungry Wolf were all missing. This video just shows the beginning of Elder Centipede. Everyone understood immediately. The most powerful opponent they will face next is the Centipede Elder on the screen. I can't believe that after Boros, there is someone else who can make me fearful. No, he is not a human, he is a monster. A metal bat is so different from him. This is not the time to face Maruza. You can't even break through the enemy's defense. I always feel that this centipede seems to have no weaknesses and no flaws in its body. This is going to be difficult, heroes. But when the discussion comes to this, everyone unanimously thought of one person. Saitama. Wherever there are invincible monsters, Saitama will be there. If this dragon-level centipede elder is allowed to stand up and have a chance to touch Saitama, who can win? Isn't it that guy Saitama again? This time, I think it may not necessarily be the case. Until now, we don't know how thick Elder Centipede's skin is. If Saitama faces such a high defense guy, will his punch not be able to penetrate Elder Centipede? Yes. Nearly all the enemies Saitama has faced so far have weaknesses or poor defense. Maybe this time, Elder Centipede can really deal with this bald devil. Ha ha ha, you guys are so true. Don't think about how to deal with the weirdo, just think about how to defeat Saitama, right? After all, everyone wants to see if Saitama, who is the highest ceiling in the single universe, has any limits. After the screen lights up again. Although the enemy is still Elder Centipede, but the hero on the battlefield has been replaced. The second wave of battle against the monsters of the highest world. It started. Chapter 33. This time, there were 3 S-level players facing dragon-level monsters. They are Banggu's brother and the newly promoted S-class Genos. The hungry wolf they were hunting with the hero here was back and forth. But after the hungry wolf was rescued by the strange bird of the weird association, Elder Centipede fluttered and stopped them. Worthy of being a dragon. Just by rolling the body, it can cause extremely terrifying earthquakes. Everyone in Banggu looked serious. They all know very well what kind of enemy is standing in front of them. I'm afraid, there is only a hard battle waiting for everyone next. Do not worry. Leave the S-class heroes below to Elder Centipede to deal with. In the sky, the strange red bird that took away the hungry wolf chuckled. After all, according to the words of our chief of staff, the hero who can fight Elder Centipede, the unique superpower user Tatsumaki, the Metal Knight with unfathomable military power, king known as the strongest king in mankind, and the top hero who once beat Elder Centipede to the point of dying, exploded. I heard that Elder Centipede was actually so powerful. Even in the ranks of dragons, this guy is nearly unrivaled. Now, those S-class people are completely finished. Return to the ground. Elder Centipede roared angrily. He rushed straight over. Genos reacted the fastest, activating his devil-modified body and bombarding his opponent. Bang Gu and Bang Pu's brother Bang Pu, the two joined forces and waved their fists. Whirlwind. Flowing water. Blowing air cracking fist. Bang Gu and Bang Pu worked together well. 4 pairs of fists suddenly hit Elder Centipede. His body immediately shattered to pieces. Genos couldn't help but sigh. Is this the limit of your skills? How powerful! Thus, even if their opponents are dragon level, they are not without the power to fight. The fist hit Elder Centipede's body vigorously. The cracks in his hard alloy iron skin are getting bigger and more exaggerated. Eventually spread throughout the body. This was the first confrontation between the 3 heroes and the dragon-level monster. Finally, Elder Centipede couldn't bear the pressure and exploded. Bangu and the other 3 smiled happily. Dragon level? It seems like that's it. Just like other weirdos. So strong. These 2 old men are so handsome. We have been paying attention to Saitama, but we didn't expect that apart from the others, there are such powerful heroes among the people. No wonder they are called S-class heroes. They really deserve their name. This is, after all, the highest world that has been publicly listed on the list. Since it can be called the Supreme World, there is certainly a reason for that. Their average strength level is already higher than most of the world. Even if we put aside Saitama, these heroes are also very capable. Plus one terrifying weirdo after another. Finally formed the number 9 Supreme, One Punch World. Edward, so. Edward, is Elder Centipede dead? Edward, didn't we just say that no one can break through his defense? Karui, is it really Bangu and the others that are too strong? Ishida Yuri, this is really the weakest dragon class I have ever seen. Ishida Yuri, it turns out, it's not as good as Maruza, Shuppu, and the others. Ishida Yuri, not to mention competing with Boros. Ishida Yuri, it will not cause a crisis for humanity at all. Wave after wave of people were confused. Is this really dragon level? The noise was huge, and the body shape was the most terrifying among the dragon level monsters in history. But is his combat power really that insignificant? If that's really the case, Saitama doesn't need to take action, these 3 people can handle it all together. But some people believe it. Now that the Inventory Supreme system has released this footage, there must be his considerations and deep meaning. They have all experienced the battle between Boros and Saitama, and have experienced reversal and reversal. So I insist on not drawing any conclusions until the end. Everyone continued to look up. But that's it. In the picture, an earthquake broke out again. Elder Centipede above suddenly let out a loud roar. It actually knocked Bangu and 2 people away. Immediately afterwards, Elder Centipede began to shed his skin. Gloomy white bones were exposed. After a few seconds of fusion and transformation, the strange Elder Centipede with a new appearance returns to the battlefield. And after shedding one skin, the combat strength of this centipede has still reached the dragon level. One step away from reaching the top of the dragon. At this time, both Genos and Bangyu Bangpu looked very ugly. The trick that could only be used once was not only ineffective. On the contrary, it made the guy in front of me even more difficult. Chapter 34. Regardless, the audience once again experienced the feeling of being slapped in the face. Wrong guess again. Even if Elder Centipede doesn't seem to have any offensive abilities, his defense cannot be underestimated. Yes, how could Bangu and Bang Pu alone be able to deal with this guy? Moreover, Elder Centipede is at the dragon level. The gold content of the words dragon level alone is enough to scare away a large number of people. Bangu and Bang Pu are really dumbfounded now. A sure kill move that can only be used once. Not only did Elder Centipede not kill him. On the contrary, it allowed him to awaken into a stronger form. Who would have known that he would suddenly shed his skin? What a troublesome opponent. I can tell something is wrong from Junior Centipede and Senior. Although this dragon-level monster is not as impressive as Boros and other dragon-level monsters. But in terms of difficulty to deal with, Elder Centipede is probably not inferior to them. What should we do? At this time, it's useless for anyone else except Saitama, right? But I've been watching for a long time, and I don't see Saitama showing any intention of appearing. Is he busy dealing with other weirdos? Genos and the others are in danger. Even the three heroes in the video felt that something was wrong. Look from afar. That dragon-level monster centipede was like an excavator, destroying everything around it. We can't let this guy run into town. If we let him out, the lives of ordinary citizens will be in danger. Just when Bangu and his brother were at their wits' end, Genos felt that it was time for him to stand up. Bangu. Genos stepped forward. It looked like he was ready to die. I'll deal with that guy. You should take this opportunity to get out of here. Although Bangu is still trying to persuade Genos, the young man still has a long way to go. But his mind was made up. Genos leapt forward and entered the battlefield. Countless viewers watched Genos's next battle silently through the screen. Let's talk about the strong man in this supreme world. Saitama is definitely not the only one with one punch. The reason why One Punch World can be regarded as the highest, as mentioned before, is that everyone here can be a savior hero. Everyone can inadvertently display super combat power that is embarrassing. It didn't take long. Genos has already flown behind Elder Centipede. The first round was an artillery bombardment from Genos. Unfortunately, it was completely useless against Elder Centipede. In the second round, Genos directly transformed his two swords, aimed at Elder Centipede's eyes and stabbed them in. Although this move was very effective, it also allowed Elder Centipede to catch him. Genos. Be careful. Genos directly changed his form and flew out again, narrowly escaping the entanglement. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Despite his large size, his body is also very flexible. The hardness of the armor covering the surface is far beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone has given up. They believed that Genos could not win over Elder Centipede. But Genos himself is completely honest. He still fell from the sky like a god of war. Jet-driven arrow. Genos kicked Elder Centipede's teeth to pieces and burrowed into his abdomen. It's not over yet. Genos is already prepared. He was in Elder Centipede's belly, already ready to attack. Super Spiral Incendiary Cannon. An explosion ignited from within. In an instant, Elder Centipede was thrown forward and backward. The audience was instantly stunned. Genos is simply a fighting genius. How could he think of getting into Elder Centipede's belly and attacking from the softest weakness inside? He did it. Amazing. This is an S-class hero. I was stunned to see his rounds of artillery attacks. If Saitama wasn't still standing at the peak of his combat power, I would definitely think that Genos is the truly strongest guy in the world. Yes. I heard that this guy is a reformer of the devil. Now that I look at it, I realize that his attack methods are really invincible. It's finally over. Elder Centipede will definitely not be able to withstand this blow. It seems that nothing has happened to us, Saitama, right? After 2 rounds of fighting, everyone is sure that the purpose of this video is to let everyone see the abilities of other heroes in the Supreme World, so that they don't have to focus all their attention on Saitama. However, not long after this idea came up, Elder Centipede on the screen suddenly turned over. He spat out the remains of Genos. Genos was almost unconscious. And when he raised his head and looked at Elder Centipede, trying to see whether his attack had killed the monster, Genos was stunned. Elder Centipede just put his body back together slightly. All harm was easily avoided. The heroes were completely defeated. The barrage froze instantly. It's over. Even the strongest hero in their eyes was defeated. This monster is so powerful that it is beyond the imagination of the audience. Everyone only felt deep despair. Chapter 35. Brian, it's over, it's over. Brian, is this going to hit you on the head? After seeing the tide turn, almost all the extremely powerful heroes were defeated. Some viewers are already confused. Rocky, Elder Centipede, this dragon is actually more pervert than Genos. Rocky, a real crushing force. Uchiha Sasuke, didn't it mean that a dragon level requires the cooperation of several S levels to deal with it? Uchiha Sasuke, the coordination of these three people is also very strong. Why can't they defeat that dragon class? Kaitong, that's ridiculous. Is this combat power already so bad? If even such a powerful Genos couldn't do anything to him, this battle can only end in regret. Boros fell to the ground. He didn't know that this was the first time he had been scrapped. There is no way, the enemy is too strong. But what made Genos feel unwilling? From beginning to end, that BD Centipede Elder kept laughing evilly, as if mocking Genos's useless efforts. Genos spat out weakly. I can't protect. Even if I still have the heart to protect you. But in the end, it will become more than enough. He has tried his best. When the dragon-level weirdo Elder Centipede prepared to rush into the city, Bang Gu stood in front of him. He took off his clothes. Keep talking. This is the last time in my life that I will give it my all. Bang Gu was ready to fight hard. He prepared his whole body and prepared to use the final flowing rock-shattering fist. Just when everyone almost thought that Bang Gu would go offline here, the screen suddenly turned. The stranger who loomed large on the screen attracted the public's attention. He wears a peaked cap and his hair is pure gold. There were several terrifying scars deeply etched on his stern face. No matter how you look at this person, he will never be simple. At this time, inside the Heroes Association off-screen, Tornado immediately stood up and said excitedly, King! That's right! That person is the 7th ranked S-class hero. Known as the strongest hero of mankind, King. According to legend, everywhere King has appeared, the weirdos there will be instantly killed by him in a very cruel way. His speed was so fast that most people couldn't even see his movements, and the weirdo was exaggeratedly solved like this. Only a wreckage is left. What's even more terrifying is King's Imperial Engine. According to reliable sources, all the weirdos who heard about the Imperial Engine died tragically on the spot without exception. Wherever the king is, there is no doubt that it is a hell for weirdos. Very good. The child emperor was instantly relieved. I thought Genos and the others were completely finished. Unexpectedly, the person who came out to protect them in the end was not Saitama, but King. Driver Knight, yeah. Driver Knight, with King here, no matter whether he is Elder Centipede or Second Elder Centipede, there will be no trouble at all. Venerable Vest, King comes at the right time. Pig God, I can finally witness the King's moves at this moment. Pig God, it's really exciting. Dogman, woof. The members of the Hero Association almost exploded. From top to bottom, almost no one knows his king's name. The tense battlefield suddenly became less suspenseful because of the appearance of the king. If we look at the current situation, the only person who can solve the trouble perfectly, apart from Saitama, is the king. Outside world. After explanations from the local Heroes Association bosses, everyone also knew a lot about this king. It turns out that their final king is so powerful. His strength seemed to have no peak at all. Excessive bragging. This directly led to most of the audience becoming very interested in him. Alka, will Saitama's job be stolen by the king right here? Luffy, it doesn't matter, I also want to see if King will bring a more different experience. Yashinayu, that's great, gentlemen. I'm excited. Uchiha Madara, oh? And there are masters. Aizensuke, there are really so many strong people in this world. Izensuk, unexpected accident. The sense of anticipation was immediately heightened at this moment. Everyone is ready to go, waiting to see what kind of moves this overlord-like king will use. However, they were waiting for the extremely funny scene that followed. Chapter 36. King is wearing casual sportswear. If it weren't for the audience's hearsay, they would know something about this strongest strength of mankind. Otherwise, they will definitely think that this is just an unlucky middle-aged uncle who broke into the battlefield from nowhere. Everyone is looking forward to seeing what kind of shocking moves King will use that will make ghosts and gods cry. Unexpectedly, the king calmly took out a trumpet from his arms. Immediately afterwards, he was in front of millions and millions of viewers. Point the microphone towards your mouth and shout loudly. Elder Centipede. Hey! You pest! Huge sound waves instantly penetrated the jungle. Easily noticed by Elder Centipede. Not only Elder Centipede, but also Genos, Bangyu Bangpu, and others were attracted by the sudden trumpet sound. This voice, is it King? Is the king coming? Immediately afterwards, the king aimed at Elder Centipede and continued to shout. I brought the blast you were looking for. Look back. Look here. Genos was stunned. Blasting? Did the king bring blasting? At the same time, that giant centipede elder actually believed the king's lies. Slowly turned his huge body to where the king is. Blasting. That's right. King's voice became louder and more exaggerated. It's that former opponent who beat you to a pulp and made you lose your shit. Hero Blast. How's it going? Are you scared? King is still outputting. All in all, they pulled out all the dirt on Elder Centipede. Crazy to rub salt into the wounds of his past. This trick is really effective against Elder Centipede. After hearing this, the guy gave up on the prey in front of him. He rushed straight towards the king. The speed is getting faster and faster. There's no slowing down the momentum. Hear the name Blast. The reaction of everyone in the Hero Association was one of surprise at first. Even the major outside audiences, seeing this now, have almost understood the ranking of S-class heroes. Blasting. Ranked first among S-class heroes, they are even more powerful than the superpower user Tatsumaki. It can be said that he is the real ceiling of mankind. But the strange thing is, behind the king, there was no explosive figure. After Elder Centipede sprinted over, instead, the audience saw a familiar bald head suddenly falling from the sky and coming behind the king. The audience was stunned. Didn't King bring the blasting here? How did it appear that it was this guy? Because the scene switched so suddenly, people didn't even have time to figure out what was going on. Under their surprised mouths, Saitama in the picture is ready to go. He clenched his fists fiercely, his expression slightly serious. Saitama, as usual, took a good posture and faced the dragon-level behemoth in front of him alone. He didn't feel any fear, nor did he have any intention of retreating. What Saitama did was just move forward. Just throw a punch hard. The scene suddenly freezes. Black and white suddenly solidified. Boom! The huge screen actually exploded. Fire and explosions merged in front of Saitama and exploded again. This is the limit of power. A blow even more extreme than the extreme. A simple and unpretentious blow, but one that contains extremely domineering power. Elder Centipede has not yet recovered. Start with his face. Elder Centipede's proud steel body quickly began to collapse. To the body and finally to the tail. Explosions sounded one by one. At an extremely fast speed, it turned into fragments all over the sky. In the end, everything comes to nothing. Half a minute passed. Elder Centipede's body was finally reduced to ashes under the powerful force. It is at times like this. Countless spectators gasped for air and realized what was happening now. The one who took action was not Blast, not King, and not anyone from the S-level Hero Association, but the bald one. Everyone thought that Bald Tou could not arrive at the battlefield because he was fighting monsters elsewhere. The result was completely unexpected. He would actually take advantage of this moment and act like this. With one punch, he killed the dragon that was considered the most difficult to deal with. Again, instant kill. Chapter 37. Tajmi, give dragon level seconds again. Tajmi, is this guy crazy? Tajmi, has he always been this strong? Tuka, although when I saw Saitama appear, I knew the ending of this big centipede. Tuka, but who would dare to think that Saitama's method of killing weirdos every time is so cruel and exaggerated? A terrifying monster that is even more than a kilometer long. He was blown away from start to finish in an instant. This kind of operation can be done in exchange for tornadoes or explosions. It's not necessarily possible, right? After seeing Elder Centipede's ability, everyone knew very well that Tornado was not suitable to deal with such a difficult opponent. But Saitama is unreasonable. The same goes for the last time we fought the giants. Even if the physical gap between the two is thousands of miles, he can always treat them equally. They all exploded with one punch. Not negotiable. At this time, inside the Heroes Association, the moment Tatsumaki saw Saitama, his cerebellum seemed to have shrunk. King, didn't he scream and explode? Why was he the last guy to come out? Still thinking about a long-awaited reunion with Blast, whom Tatsumaki cared about most. As a result, this bald head broke all the illusions of Tatsumaki. However, there was not enough time for Tatsumaki to curse at the bald head. He saw Saitama overwhelmingly crushing the dragon-level monster with the power of one punch. All the heroes took a deep breath. Too cruel. Is there really no upper limit for Saitama? At the end of the seat, Genos secretly clenched his fists and kept saying good things. My teacher is indeed the strongest in the world. There is a feeling that something that you have tried your best to promote is suddenly recognized by the outside world. It is precisely because his teacher Saitama is so powerful that Genos will become his teacher. I still have a lot to learn. Picture. Where the war ends, the sun shines brightly. The Elder Centipede didn't even leave any debris behind, it completely dissipated. Saitama and King chatted, mainly about playing games. Later, Genos rushed to the scene. The three of them got together and everyone seemed to be in high spirits. Saitama-sensei, what do you think I'm missing in battle? Saitama, hey! Saitama, if you insist, just use strength. Genos bowed 90 degrees and shouted. Thank you very much for your guidance. The king panicked. Genos, you can't use Saitama as a standard. At last, against the background of such a harmonious picture, the video is finally over. The silver screen returned to tranquility. After the biggest boss event in the third act, everyone fell into deep thought again. Of course, if you look at it according to the standards of each of their worlds, whether it's Genos, Bangu, or the main enemy of the video, Elder Centipede, they are all considered to be at the peak of their combat power. However, after everyone has witnessed Saitama's punch attack, the above thoughts disappeared. Purgatory Anjiro, that guy Saitama. Purgatory Anjiro, in the end, I only used a mediocre punch. Yuzui Tianyuan, I don't see any more gorgeous moves, maybe for Saitama. Hisuito Kizumi, those fancy fists and embroidered legs are far less realistic than his one punch, right? Not Tweet Hisahito, hey, I'm from the practical side. Yuzui Tianyuan, what do you know, you little brat? In battle, gorgeous moves are the most important. Grimjo, humph, I think Saitama is just a little more powerful than ordinary people. Nami, what a arrogant statement. Is your world also a supreme place? Harano Sakura, still can't believe it. Harano Sakura, such a huge dragon-level centipede, actually, died. Sebastian, to be fair, I am an ordinary person. Even if I practice for a lifetime, I will never be able to reach Saitama's height. Some people praised Saitama's strength. Some were dismissive. There are also some people who still haven't reacted to the grand battle just now. The barrages are still flooding the screen. Saitama in the Supreme World once again brought a feast to all audiences. The video doesn't end forever. Wait until the video lights up again. Next. What kind of shocking showdown will the above bring to the audience? Chapter 38. Outside the screen, the world of Hokage. I have met so many powerful people from outside the universe. Kakashi, what do you think of them? This is a battlefield of the Fourth Ninja War. The person who said the words just now is the initiator of the Great Ninja War, the White Mask, Uchiha Obito. He stands above the Gedo statue. Asked about Kakashi with interest. Thinking. Kakashi was silent for a while. If the monsters from that world were allowed to come into our world, I'm afraid that only by uniting all the ninjas in the ninja world can we defeat them. So far, the most powerful weapon Kakashi knows in their world is probably the tailed beast. But I know that I have witnessed many strange and terrifying creatures with my own eyes. Only then did he understand what it meant to have a sky beyond the sky. Kakashi, you don't have to talk nonsense to him. Might Guy glared at Uchiha Obito. I was afraid that he would take advantage of the pause in the video to launch a surprise attack on me and others. Obito said suddenly. Humph, the strongest. He stood up. That's the real combat power and real power you've never seen before. Obito firmly believes. As long as that guy, Uchiha's ancestor Uchiha Madara regained his full strength. By then, in his own world, he will definitely reach the top and be ranked among the strongest combat power rankings. Because he had a strong interest in the strongest in the world, Obito decided to suspend the fighting to see what the so-called strongest was like. Uchiha Madara's side, like him, was slowed down by the existence of the video. I saw Saitama crushing all his enemies with one punch. They believe that the next strongest inventory will definitely become more and more interesting. At this time, the screen suddenly lit up. In the world of Bone King, Ins Olgaun listened calmly to his subordinate's report. Yes, Lordans. We still can't penetrate that huge screen. Even if you use magic, you can't do it. My subordinates are incompetent. The Bone King waved his hand, indicating that he understood and asked him not to forget it. Really? The King of Bones holds his forehead. If you can't find the exception, you're right. I and others are in the world of games. If you could break this barrier, you might be able to find a way to go home directly. It couldn't be that easy. Ins Olgaun just dealt with it perfunctorily. He couldn't help but be secretly afraid. Those people are really strong. It's much more powerful than the guys in our world. Especially that guy named Saitama. He heard that Saitama gained his current strength through training. That's great. I really want to ask that guy how he can practice such a pure body. I wonder if I can train with my bones and my immortality. At this time, the screen flickers slightly. Ins quickly looked up. He realized that the next video would be out soon. Just in time to see how much more invincible Saitama can be. And what kind of outrageous dragon-level monsters will appear in that supreme world. In Dolua world. On the high plain, Xiaowu hugged Tang San tightly. Third brother, I'm afraid of the monsters above. Tang San touched his head. Do not be afraid. Anyway, they can't come to our world. Even if they come, as long as I'm here, they can all be beaten away. Tang San said this, but he frowned in his heart. It's not like he hasn't experienced creatures from different dimensions breaking into his temple. Even if a dragon-level monster comes, he won't worry. But be afraid, there will be some guys who surpass the dragon level in the next video. If these guys come to deal with themselves, can you really stand it? The video lights up again. Although the audience has long been accustomed to it, they all know that this is the signal before the start of a new video. But they still couldn't help but become nervous. The further back the monsters are, the stronger they will be. And these monsters will be left to Saitama to deal with without exception. Now Saitama can hit a dragon level with one punch. But I'm a little worried. If a dragon level suddenly pops up that Saitama can't deal with, then Saitama will. Oh, don't worry, I think you are completely overthinking it. Since this place is called One Punch World, what other surprises can happen? It will definitely be an instant kill with one punch. As for the inventory of the Supreme Distance One Punch World, more than half of the progress has passed. The audience has a wait-and-see mentality. Finally, the video lived up to expectations and started playing. Chapter 39. Via video. Everyone has a general understanding of the current One Punch World event line. It seems that after Elder Centipede, the hero hunter was taken underground, to the headquarters of the Weird Association. There, he met the biggest leader of the Monster Association, Orokai. It is said, the strength of the big snake is definitely above the dragon level. Approximately at the peak of dragon level. And beyond that, most members of the Heroes Association also infiltrated into the underground base camp where the Weird Association is located through various channels. It can be seen how tense the One Punch World environment is at this time. Almost all heroes are in a wartime state. Of course, they are not the protagonists this time. The scene suddenly changes perspective. Saitama appeared in the public eye. It's so noisy underground. The bald devil, Saitama, is getting ready for a pleasant walk in her backyard. But there are always some strange noises coming from around here lately. This guy who is so powerful that he has no opponent, I want to go down and take a look today. What kind of monsters are lurking underground in my backyard? He lifted the manhole cover of the sewer and looked inside. Not a moment. Saitama came to the dark underground alone. At the same time, deep underground, the hungry wolf, which has evolved to possess dragon-level strength, is fighting with Orokai, the leader of the Monster Association who is also on the dragon-level ceiling. It's because of those two people. That's why the noise kept coming out of the ground. The appearance of the big snake made many viewers curious. Oh! It turns out that this guy is the leader of the Weirdo Association. It looks so big. The size of the big snake is really exaggerated. Coupled with the black and white picture, the atmosphere is set off by rich colors. The terrifying aura of the Monster King Orokai seems to seep out from the screen. I have a bad feeling. If Saitama goes down this time, will he directly start a war with Orokai? Wow, that's too fast, isn't it? Just face the final boss directly when you come up. If it's Saitama, that wouldn't be surprising. Because of reference to Saitama's past extraordinary achievements, there was almost no excitement in everyone's hearts. Until now, I don't know how many dragons have died tragically in Saitama's hands. Since Orokai's current record is the dragon level ceiling, then, he must be much more powerful than Boros, right? Compared to Boros? Can this be compared? Both of these monsters are too strong. I can't tell who is stronger. Although the battle between the hungry wolf and the big snake did not last long. But the beginning of this video feast is exciting enough. When the hungry wolf was beaten hundreds of miles away and almost lost its life, the bald head with reflective head appeared underground. Saitama stood at Orokai's feet. Orokai? This monster, which rises to the sky and reaches the earth, as tall as a god, the mastermind behind this, didn't even realize that he was being approached for a moment. Orokai reacted suddenly. He glanced at the humans at his feet. Haven't spoken yet. I heard the human at my feet suddenly say, "Hello. I'm the one who lives up here. I feel it's a bit noisy here, so I came here for a walk. Saitama hasn't finished speaking yet. The big snake's attack fell like a meteor. The direct impact caused the ground to crack and tremble wildly. Lava and flames sprayed everywhere. Turned out to be. After observing the humans at his feet, the big snake directly chose to take action. For a villain, this behavior of not wasting time listening to the enemy is worth emulating. The big snake snorted. I didn't expect that there are still people who are not on the hero alert list. This is an unexpected enemy. Can threaten us. But the big snake had already stretched out his tentacles and smashed the man to pieces. The threat appears to have been resolved. The big snake just wanted to leave. But at this moment, he found that his tentacles could not move at all. This unexpected scene directly stunned the latter. Look at Saitama in front of you again. Not only was there no surprise at all. Instead, he crushed the big snake's tentacles with one hand and stood up from the ruins easily. What did you just say? Threaten you? Oh, I understand, you are indeed some kind of criminal gang, right? Saitama frowned, feeling unhappy. Don't look at him acting as if nothing happened now, not realizing the seriousness of the problem. But the big snake was almost frightened. This person? Who is it? Chapter 40. I'm talking about you. What kind of attacks, threats, etc., I don't understand. I was just defending myself from beginning to end. Saitama looked like he was teaching. It was obvious that his opponent was the leader of the Monster King, Orokai, who made the world fearful. But the others still kept complaining to each other. The audience outside all looked like they understood. Turned out to be. This is the mentality of the strong. Learned. Ha 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 ha, so weird. Why do I always feel like Saitama is chatting with Orokai? In the comment barrage, someone was serious enough to make a joke. He had completely forgotten that what Saitama was facing now was the peak dragon level, a being who stood at the apex of all living things. Don't you understand? This guy Saitama is trying to give Orokai a chance to escape. If you don't talk nonsense to him and kill the big snake when you come up, then what are we looking at? That's right. Saitama is thinking about Orokai. If Orokai runs faster, he might be able to save a small life. Ha 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 ha. At this time, the screen suddenly shook violently. Turned out to be. That weirdo King Orokai didn't even give Saitama a chance to finish. He suddenly opened his big mouth and spit out a magma cannonball attack that could dissolve everything. Trying to burn this guy to ashes on the spot. What a risk, what a risk. Pity. No hits. Although even if it hits, it won't have much impact on Saitama. Orokai was shocked again. Being able to dodge one's own attack once is a chance event and the opponent's luck. But what about escaping it twice or three times? Is it also a coincidence? Or, is this guy as powerful as those S-class heroes? Orokai was shocked beyond words at this time. Saitama, on the other hand, suddenly said, "How dare you scorch my cloak?" The style of painting suddenly changed, and Saitama changed from a funny character to a serious man. This guy. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a weirdo, right? You don't have to control your strength, it seems to be fine. I'm going to beat you mercilessly. See here. The audience complained like crazy. I've been fighting for a long time, but you still can't tell that he is a weirdo. Please. With such a big body, so many shots, and a mouth full of gunfire. How does he not look like a weirdo? Oh, it turns out that Saitama has been looking at him as a human being for the past few minutes. Has our hero Saitama not been exposed to weirdos for too long? What a strange look. Could it be that the hero's eyes don't work well? At this time, the big snake in the picture suddenly felt something. This man doesn't seem to be bluffing. I understand, that's how it is. Elder Centipede, heroes, all died in the hands of this guy. The weird cells in my body are constantly squirming, warning me. Sudden. The big snake began to change strangely. It had protrusions all over its body and had rows of sharp teeth and claws. He shouted. I haven't been this excited for a long time. The monster king Orokai has finally completed his transformation. Him now. The monster's body has been completely thrown away. It became like a 100-meter-tall giant wrapped in flame armor. This is the limit of the strongest monster cell. The true form of the serpent, the strongest form. The reason why Orokai is able to rule the Weird Association and still stand today is all due to his ability. Orokai is sure that even if all the cadres of the Weird Association combined, they would not be able to defeat him. This is the confidence that comes from the strong, from those in power. You are the strongest. I'm very interested in you. Orokai chuckled. There are very few humans in the world who can reach the limits of this kind of creature. I'm starting to look forward to what surprises you can bring me. Can you awaken my feelings that have vanished like thin wings? The weirdo King Orokai hasn't finished his last sentence yet. Saitama stretched out his hand. Interrupted abruptly. Stop. I'm not interested in you at all. I'm tired of hearing this kind of self-introduction before starting a fight. King of such and such, ancient weapon of such and such, final evolution of such and such, something from outside the universe. Saitama touched his head and said awkwardly. I have seen opponents like you many times. What's the function? In the end, won't you be punched to pieces by me? Orokai? Chapter 41. I have fought many guys like you so far. What's the result? What's the difference? Says it's the ultimate life form or something. Anyway, it's all done with one punch. Orokai was completely speechless. This kid, this human. Why don't you follow the routine? Don't let me finish? And, listen to this guy's tone. It seems that countless weirdos have been defeated by him? Real or fake? The big snake is now in a state of confusion and doubt. He could only listen to Saitama as he was now. I don't even know where I should interrupt. Come if you want. As promised beforehand, I have no expectations at all from you. Not only was Orokai speechless. Even the tens of thousands of spectators outside looked downcast. Do not know why. I always felt that the scene was so embarrassing. Azire, that's right. For Saitama, dealing with this group of people is no different than squeezing an ant to death, right? Azire, it's really hard for me. Enlin, ha ha ha, I suddenly remembered the previous battle. Enlin, those powerful opponents really like to talk about themselves before the fight begins. Enlin, in the end, I was knocked down by Saitama's punch, ha 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 ha. Jongo, look at Wang Dasha's expression. Yugo, I'm laughing so hard. Edward, what are you talking about? His name is Orokai, King of Monsters, Orokai. Yugo, Isn't it Wang Dasha? Uzumaki Naruto, I also called him King Orokai. Isn't that what he has always been called? The fight hasn't started yet, and I haven't shown the strength of my ultimate creature yet. The character image of the weirdo King Orokai was quickly lowered in the eyes of the audience. This would be great if Orokai knew that he and Saitama were being discussed like this on the screen. Orokai himself must be crazy. This is the case now. It seems as if Saitama has been tortured to the point of death. It turns out that invincible people can also be lonely. Invincible people also have huge things to complain about. The audience instantly refreshed their evaluation of Saitama. The battle started directly under Saitama's instructions. Wang Dashi took the lead in taking action. Reflected on the huge screen were his countless latent shadow snake hands. And huge cannons mixed with flames. Pity. These things can't be said to be harmless to Saitama. It can only be said that it has no effect at all. Saitama just flicked his arm and pulled twice casually, and Urukai's attack was defeated. For Saitama, this first wave of attacks was as simple as eating and drinking. But what happens next is different. Boom! Boom! Countless artillery fires were fired everywhere like a goddess scattering flowers. And finally came together, forming an unprecedented huge beam of light. In a blink, Saitama's body and soul were all submerged in this blow. Baptized by the fire of the serpent. I wonder what Saitama felt about this blow. Anyway, the audience outside the screen were all frightened. In their perspective, the attack of the big snake was like the end of the world falling from the sky. Or it might be like a huge meteorite coming from outside, full of destruction and threats. In their eyes, this blow could destroy their planet in seconds. Even some of the most powerful people in the audience world. Inadvertently, they frowned. Very strong. This big snake is really strong. Although they were all teasing the conversation between the two just now. But the attack power and power displayed by the big snake at this moment. All of them are the most exaggerated weirdos they have ever seen. Simply, he can compete with Boros, who has activated the meteor blast form. It seems that this guy is also a tough guy. Before he could react, Saitama was completely overwhelmed by this attack. And a large number of explosions actually caused the cave to show signs of collapse. The aftermath of the attack. It affected other heroes in the cave. For example, Atomic Warrior, Bangu, etc. They were all confused. This is... What kind of weirdo can do such an attack? Are you kidding me? Are there any difficult guys in the cave? Are there any strong men? Hey, isn't this the end of the world? This shot was fired from beginning to end. It even dug directly through the ground. Only a huge pit that is shocking to the world is left. So, under this blow, how is Saitama's injury? Is he really dying? Everyone had just buried their doubts in their hearts. I saw it on the screen, in the ruins. Saitama rushed over at the speed of light. Chapter 42. Ikawa, he's not dead. Ikawa, what is the structure of Saitama's body? Isn't this too powerful? Ikawa, I don't believe there is someone in the world who is harder than the entire earth. Beiliuhu, haha, I've seen it so many times. Beiliuhu, I have long been used to that guy Saitama. We can't treat him as a human being at all. If the peak dragon level is the current ceiling of the one-punch world, then the power and strength that Saitama possesses now has already broken the dome and climbed to the highest level. On top of the video screen that was about to explode, the big snake can penetrate even the extremely solid underground and use its own abilities to change the terrain. However, our Saitama is still fine, and even after taking a shot, he is still very active. The audience is tired and numb. Saitama is very strong, it has become an indisputable fact in their hearts. Before the video started, they had imagined that the snake could break Saitama's defense, even if it hurt him a little. Forget it now. Sometimes, the final outcome of a battle can be determined from the very first scene. Boom! Boom! Saitama stretched out his fist and waved it several times. The big snake would risk his life to resist it. Still being attacked horribly by Saitama, countless snake hands and body parts were broken. Facing the next punch, the big snake panicked. The weirdo cells in his heart warned him again. If you don't resist, you will really be in danger. I really will die here. The big snake immediately summoned countless tentacles to block in front of him. There are also countless flaming snakes burning with blazing flames, all of which are used to deal with Saitama. But no matter what means he uses, in front of this man, none of them have any effect. Wang Dashi even did not hesitate to consume all the energy in his body. Another blow that was even more extreme than the previous bombardment. In an instant. Boom! Saitama just punched. All the arms of the big snake were smashed. The weirdo leader instantly lost all ability to resist. Boom! Another punch. Saitama rises from the ground to the sky. Pass through the snake's body. He didn't even use a serious punch. Looking back, he had already beaten the big snake's head to pieces. Orokai, completely defeated. Is this the end? Everyone covered their mouths and looked horrified. Obviously, the enemy in front of him is so strong and invincible. But what about in the end? The entire battle was like a game between King and Saitama. Simple, boring, and extremely smooth. This battle was not even as enjoyable as the battle between Saitama and Boros. Saitama didn't even use the serious punch from the serious series. Kurosaki Ichigo, impossible. Kurosaki Ichigo, this. Axing, the big snake doesn't look much weaker than Boros, right? Axing, besides, this guy is much stronger than that elder centipede. Seeing, however, he was defeated by Saitama in the end, and he didn't even use it to take the series seriously? Are you kidding me? Sudden. A horrifying thought popped up in the audience's mind for no reason. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, Saitama. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, have you become stronger again? Honglien, he is already very strong, can he continue to become stronger? Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, it's just an idea. I'm not sure if my idea is right. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, but judging from the current situation. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, the possibility that Saitama will gradually increase his power is not completely zero. After many people heard this conversation, they swallowed and smeared. I feel incredible from the bottom of my heart. What if Saitama, who is already infinitely stronger, could evolve again? This time in the supreme ranks, he may not have any opponents in the end. What have you done? The big snake's head had been torn apart. Even if he is now the most powerful ultimate life form in the world and the entire universe, he couldn't understand either. Why does this weak human being in front of him, who is so different from himself, have the power to kill him instantly? What did he do? What conspiracy did he use? But how did Orokai know that Saitama didn't do that? Saitama had no expression on his face. He answered casually. It's just an ordinary punch. Chapter 43. Orokai would rather believe that he was killed by a meteorite from outer space. He also didn't want to believe that Saitama's punch could be so powerful. After this, Orokai could only live with doubts that he could not figure out for the rest of his life, and completely lost all consciousness. All the weirdo cells became much quieter at this moment, returning to nothingness. The big snake is dead. Deep underground. The consultant of the Weird Association, that is, the big bright eye whose power and appeal is second only to Orokai, or even above Orokai. She had just escaped from death and escaped the pursuit of the S-class hero Tatsumaki. Along the way, Jianjian is still fantasizing. Now that the Heroes Association has sent all its combat power underground, it wants to destroy their headquarters. Then I don't need to leave any spare energy. Jianjian wants to summon the big snake directly, so he starts with the tornado Shikaiju. Kill all the heroes and completely dominate the land. Pity. With great difficulty he climbed to where the big snake was. But they only found fragments of the snake's body scattered on the ground. Ah! Jianjian let out a strange cry. Who did it? The big snake is dead? Who killed him? Hero Association. No, there is still someone in the world who can kill that guy Orokai. The murderer must still be around here. I want to find him before he goes far. Jianjian controlled his eyes to fly around. Finally, he found Saitama. But Jianjian had just glanced at the bald head. Snapped. The eye was shattered instantly. Saitama cursed, where did the bugs come from? After losing the eyeliner, Jianjian only felt that his world view was completely shattered. The screen finally settled on Jianjian, the consultant of the Weird Association. The light goes out and the video ends. In the previous clips, the Association of Weirdos rules the underground, the earth, and even the whole world. Saitama actually took advantage of the opportunity to go downstairs for a walk. It was torn apart by him. This development was something that no one expected. Before that, they thought that with the scale and posture of the Weird Association, there would be a large number of weird cells that could change human genes, plus the ambitious plan of the internal leader. This Weirdo Association can definitely be used as the final boss. It's a level that allows Saitama to fight with all his strength. But in the end, who would have thought that this huge organization would end so hastily? Especially their leader, the Weirdo King Orokai. He has become the most powerful ultimate creature in the world, but he can't even withstand an ordinary punch from Saitama. Waste. At the same time, within the Heroes Association in the One-Punch world, the first and most surprised one among them was, of course, the second S-class hero, Tatsumaki. Of course she saw Jianjian who was fighting with her, and she also saw the strength of their leader, Monster King Orokai. Judging from the fact that after Jianjian failed, he wanted to summon a big snake to deal with him. If Saitama had just been underground and hadn't defeated Orokai. Next, the person who fights that scary guy. It will be himself. Tatsumaki gritted his teeth. I thought to myself that if I went on the field to deal with Orokai, would I be sure to defeat that crazy guy? Until now, even if I am as proud as a tornado. She also didn't think she could defeat the original Boros. Not to mention the big snake. The other heroes, as expected, were all shocked by Orokai's strength. Fortunately, they have Saitama guarding them in front. Otherwise, none of these heroes will be able to escape, and they will all be buried underground. Now, I actually start to feel that Saitama will become stronger and stronger. His fighting ability has changed a lot from the beginning to now. Although the picture effect is extremely obscure. In addition, no matter who Saitama hits, he can kill him instantly with one punch. There are still many viewers who can't see it. But they can still deduce Saitama's current situation from some details. It's obviously invincible enough now. I can't really imagine it in my head. When Saitama becomes stronger, will he be able to smash several earths with one punch? Cut in. He definitely turned on the cheat. This is not fair, they are all human beings. Humph, if he hadn't cheated, he wouldn't be using a human body to do things that even the overlords of the universe can't do. The world is once again plunged into heated debate. There are endless barrages. At first glance, everyone was discussing Orokai, the leader of the Monster King just now. And that Saitama. At this time, the screen had been silent for a long time. Lights up for the last time. The video this time came so suddenly that the audience didn't react at all. The last scene has already begun. Chapter 44. Why did the video come so fast this time? Have no idea. In the beginning, there would have been a period of buffering. The audience stared blankly at the screen that produced the picture. For a while, I didn't understand what the system was going to do. Some people doubt it. This last video must have a lot to do with the follow-up of the Weird Association. In order to prevent most viewers from feeling fragmented. And that was not a new incident, so we continued to play it. There are also people who believe that counting simply one punch is about to end. That's why it was done so quickly this time. Is it possible? Is that King Orokai not dead? Has he awakened to a new state like Boros? Unlikely. I clearly saw that Wang Dashi was completely dead, even his body was gone. How did he transform? So, could it be Jianjian? Saitama is going to fight with the remaining Weirdo Association officials. Ha! King Orokai is dead. Even if Saitama doesn't need to take action, all other weirdos will have to be wiped out by the people of the Hero Association. Who is Saitama's opponent? They were surprised. Who did Saitama miss? Who else is worthy of continuing to look for him as an opponent to rival Orokai after Saitama's battle? What's more, this is the last video of the entire One Punch series. The one who appears this time must be the supreme enemy who stands over all weirdos. The audience really doesn't remember what weirdos are hidden in the world of One Punch that are more powerful than Wang Dasha. Of course, no matter how much they think about it, they can't guess it directly from outside the screen. Everyone looked at the screen. The content of the screen. Start exposing. It is still the lightless underground depths of Hunan. A man wakes up from the ruins. When the light that belongs to the video hits that person's face, countless spectators finally saw the man's appearance clearly. They couldn't be more familiar with this person. Heroic Hunter, Hungry Wolf. In the previous videos, the weird association was most active on land. Hungry wolves often appear in the public eye, often asking for trouble, using human bodies to clamor to punish those arrogant heroes. Before this video starts, audiences who have watched it thought that the Hungry Wolf was just a supporting character used to make up the numbers in this weirdo association. Because his ability is not very strong. Even if a general is pulled off the Boros spaceship, he can be killed in an instant. Little did I know. The Hungry Wolf has already gradually become stronger in countless battles, and continues to understand the secret of breaking through the limiter of the human body. He has fought against A-level heroes and defeated the Vest Lord. I fought Dogman once, and although I failed miserably, I still learned from the experience. Immediately afterwards, he had a hearty battle with the Metal Bat and once again exceeded the limit. Then, he fought against Genos, Bangu, and his brother one after another. These previous battles. Although videos are given, few people really care about the actions and thoughts of the Hungry Wolf. Their eyes were almost all on the bald heads and their enemies. Speaking of this, some viewers suddenly remembered. Didn't Hungry Wolf provoke Saitama in the street? Saitama mercilessly knocked him out from behind and kicked him several times. Therefore, in the early stage of Hungry Wolf, it just seemed familiar to the audience. The time when he attracted the most attention was in the decisive battle against Orokai, the leader of the Monster King. Unconsciously, this dragon player actually already has dragon level strength. The audience can't help but be surprised by the color. That's where it starts. Taking stock of the Supreme videos, it's finally the hero hunter's turn. The story of the last part of the video officially begins from here, from the underground ruins of the Weird Association. I was hungry after finally crawling out of the ruins. Unfortunately, he met the S-class strongman of the Hero Association, Super Alloy Black Light. Haha, what a coincidence. I was very embarrassed by losing the battle just now. I just want to take it out on you heroes. But for Hungry Wolf, this is an opportunity. He will not let go of any hero, let alone the opportunity to become stronger. The Hungry Wolf found the Black Light and started a fierce confrontation with the Black Bald Man. Although Black Light was confused, after seeing that the other party was a hero hunter, he took action decisively for everyone's safety. Both sides kept bumping fists, using pure power and technique. It made the underground chickens and dogs restless. The audience saw it too. Although Hungry has dragon-level strength, it is still very difficult to face S-level. It didn't take long for the Hungry Wolf to fall into a disadvantage. However, the audience still underestimated this guy's hard power. The Hungry Wolf didn't give up. On the contrary, the more I fight, the more excited I become. Black Light also noticed something was wrong. This guy. He's using me as his training target. With a bang sound, the Hungry Wolf who was reborn from Nirvana once again broke through the limits. He punched. The super black gold Black Light made me cry on the spot. The restricted level of Hungry Wolf is about to be exceeded. The most difficult enemy in the history of punching has arrived at this moment. Chapter 45. Black Light faces the Hungry Wolf. It's like facing dozens of martial artists attacking at the same time. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground crying. A living S-class. He was beaten like this. But seeing black light giving up resistance, there was no point in fighting him anymore. The hungry wolf gave up the idea of killing him. He turned his attention to other more powerful heroes. Many viewers suddenly had questions. When did he become so strong? When the audience turns their attention to other battlefields. How did this guy go from an unknown to directly surpassing the limit of combat power, and now he actually successfully hunted many S-class heroes? And before fighting Black Light, Hungry Wolf actually fought against Orokai. Inadvertently. The strength of the Hungry Wolf has actually surpassed most people on the ground. The speed of progress is unbelievable. However, the video is shown firmly in front of every audience. You have to believe it even if you don't believe it. The current Hungry Wolf seems to have reached the level of strength among dragons, or even above dragons. That is, second only to Boros, second only to the existence of the big snake. This must also have a lot to do with the Hungry Wolf breaking through the limiter. If Saitama hadn't killed so many people instantly, he would still be at a high level. The audience will definitely think that this Hungry Wolf is the cheating protagonist. This guy will definitely be a ruthless person. I guess Saitama in the back is about to fight with this guy. It's just a defeated general. That's only 2 times I lost to Saitama. Haven't you seen how fast the Hungry Wolf is progressing? It's simply not human. Saitama is almost no longer human. Do you think Hungry Wolf and Saitama are the same person? Well, it's very possible. I've never thought about it. Subsequently, the video continues to play. The Hungry Wolf's trail was erratic, but he had a very clear goal in mind. He wants to continue hunting heroes. Until all the heroes in this world, including all the weirdos, are driven out of this world. After the battle with Black Light, Hungry Wolf realized his shortcomings. He went through a period of self-reflection. Subsequently, the mind was enlightened and the obsession deepened, and the whole body seemed to begin to develop in the direction of a weirdo. The Hungry Wolf came to the ground. After he broke through the first stage of the limiter, the first enemy he encountered was Tatsumaki. The petite Tatsumaki's first reaction after seeing the Hungry Wolf was fear. The feeling of despair and fear comes from the bottom of my heart. This guy is strong. Although this guy is still in human form. But I'm afraid his strength is already unfathomable. The Hungry Wolf paid no attention to the little girl. Of course, you have to pick a strong guy first. At this time, Tatsumaki is being besieged by the remaining dragon-level weirdo codders of the Monster Association. The ugly president, the golden mirror made of countless black mirrors, evil natural water, etc. These weirdos are all dragon-level leaders without exception. But Hungry Wolf is totally worthy of them. He first punched and exploded the golden mirror. Hand-tiered evil natural water. Finally, he used boxing to ravage the ugly president. What? So strong? Is he a Hungry Wolf? The other heroes looked on in shock. 3 monsters that put all the heroes in trouble. How could he be taken care of by a Hungry Wolf so easily? And, it's not over yet. The Hungry Wolf continues to learn new powers in battle. His body is becoming more and more active. It's only 1 step away from breaking through that limiter. The Hungry Wolf grew horns. The strength has finally reached the peak of dragon level. This speed of upgrading that was visible to the naked eye really shocked a large number of viewers. What happened? Only a few hours have passed since the video. They witnessed with their own eyes how a human being evolved from the most ordinary martial arts fighter to a cheater step by step. In the end, he actually reached the pinnacle of the dragon level? Are you kidding me? This can no longer be described as a bizarre incident. Along the way, the audience also saw many dragon-level monsters, each one more powerful than the last. But in the end, they were all hammered by Hungry Wolves. This guy isn't using weirdo cells either. But why are you becoming more and more weird? Oh my god, what if we let him continue to evolve? Saitama won't be able to defeat him, right? I just found out now. Saitama and Hungry Wolf are indeed similar to a certain extent. Both of them broke through the limiter and became uniquely strong men in the world. Then, the video turned sharply down. Weird and bizarre scenes appeared again. Chapter 46. Hungry wolves are not the only ones who can fight. Everyone obviously underestimated the true strength of the dragon-level monster. In order to temporarily avoid the sharp edge, Heijing used his special skill to split. Countless clones used to escape the pursuit of hungry wolves jumped out. The hungry wolf took his time and punched one at a time. This battle has turned into a duel between two dragons, the hungry wolf and the black spirit. Especially at the end of the battle, Heijing transformed. He completed his monster transformation and transformed into a platinum mirror with invincible speed and strength. Almost at the same time, the hungry wolf completed its evolution again. I don't know how many times the hungry wolf has evolved. The further back you go, the hungry wolf will become more powerful. Platinum mirrors haven't been rampant for long. The hungry wolf gave a bang kick. Kick this dragon-level monster to pieces. The gap in strength between the two is already separated by a huge mountain. Even if Platinum can evolve, he is still no match for the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf at this time. He has two horns on his head, his whole body is dark, and he looks like a demon. This is what he looks like after breaking through the limiter. It is also so powerful that he has never dreamed of it. I'll go, it won't be over, right? How can he continue to fight? Can he still evolve? Has Saitama ever been as crazy as him? The audience felt their scalps numb and panicked like never before. The hungry wolf has obviously gone beyond everyone's understanding. He is just a human being. It doesn't have an exaggerated body like those famous horror monsters, upgraded. Unlike the weirdo King Orokai, Boros has a good background and has experienced in the universe for more than 100 years. The hungry wolf has nothing. Just a rebellious martial artist under the name Bangu. Why is he now at the top of all weirdos? He's still just human. Now he has actually evolved into a complete weirdo by relying on his own strength. I have only seen this kind of unfolding in one person. Yes. Saitama. Hungry Wolf's current strength is rapidly developing in the direction of Saitama. The biggest difference between him and Saitama is the way he looks at the world. Really? After completely killing all the powerful weirdos on the scene, the Hungry Wolf looked around. Look at your body again. He understood that he had become a real weirdo. He has completely broken through the threshold to obtain the peak dragon level. I vaguely touched the real miracle. I am a hungry wolf. Disaster level, God level. This is exactly what I want. On sight. When someone saw something was wrong, they cautiously approached the hungry wolf. Prepare for a sneak attack and capture this weirdo. Result. That man couldn't even touch the fur of a hungry wolf. The next second, his body was completely dislocated and he died on the spot. What? You guy? The other heroes were angry. They joined forces to form a team. Launch a crazy offensive against the hungry wolf in front of you. Especially the S-class hero Flash and the A-class number 1 hero Sweet Mask. Both of them are known for being fast. Although their strength is not good, in terms of speed, there is definitely no one in the world who is faster than them. Bang! 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 Fight with fists and kicks. It seemed that the two heroes had the upper hand, but in fact neither of them could touch the hungry wolf's fist. As for the other party, all he has to do is find the flaw and raise it casually. Sweet Mask and Flash were both fatally attacked. Falling backwards, blood spurts out. The hungry wolf's eyes were red, he had completely lost his human form, and he only wanted to kill. God level. What is God level? I am a god. The hungry wolf chuckled. Starting today, what the world will become depends on your own mood. I am invincible. The hungry wolf was extremely excited, but after he finished laughing, he felt an inexplicable emptiness. Total feeling. How far is he from truly evolving? What's the difference? What exactly did you overlook? The hungry wolf stood there and looked up at the sky, thinking in a daze. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the hungry wolf. Are you a weirdo, or a human? This sound is. Hungry wolf's heart moved, and his whole body trembled imperceptibly for a moment. The owner of this voice is very familiar to me. When I was a hero hunter, I challenged a bald man next to the king several times. That guy obviously looks weak. But no matter which time, it will always be you who fails. Saitama. The hungry wolf turned his head suddenly, and sure enough he saw a bald man wearing a hero uniform and cape. Say something. Are you a weirdo, or a human? Saitama's voice almost made hungry wolf's heart skip a beat. Chapter 47. Discussed for a long time. These two highly anticipated strong men finally met before the final battle. Not to mention how excited the audience was, they stared nervously at the screen for fear of missing any details. One side is the undoubted supreme power, Saitama. The other side is similar to it. They also rely on their own cheating to forcefully catch up with Saitama's progress. This battle is about to begin. I bet 200, Saitama will definitely win. I've never seen that bald man lose even once. It's the same this time. Isn't this nonsense? It's called One Punch World. It would be weird if Saitama can't solve it with one punch. I kind of want to bet on Hungry Wolf to win. Since he is regarded as the last boss, there must be something different about him. I guess Saitama may be a little confused this time. The highest meets the highest, this battle is really hard to say. Even some strong men in the outside world had to sit up straight and prepare to witness the next ultimate battle. In the past, they would not have noticed the hungry wolf at all. But it's different now. He is now in a complete weird form. With one move, reaching the peak of ghost level is only a matter of 1 or 2 moves. Coupled with his own Zen God level disaster. This momentum really scared the audience in front of the screen. It's useless to say more. On the screen, the final battle is about to begin. Faced with the question of weird or human, Saitama's only response was a fist that the hungry wolf rushed at faster than the speed of light. Boom! The earth is shaking, the mountains are shaking, and the stars are shaking. Hungry Wolf originally wanted to kill him instantly with one move. But Hungry Wolf never expected it. The punch he threw out with all his strength clearly hit his face for real. But Saitama seemed to be fine. Why do you take action when you come up? Are you looking for trouble? Saitama was not happy. The Hungry Wolf did not believe in evil, and continued to launch crazy attacks with maximum power with punches and kicks. The current Hungry Wolf can be said to have learned the ultimate in martial arts. Every attack he makes is explosive. But Saitama actually took all his fists lightly. In turn, Saitama landed a series of normal punches. It almost caused the Hungry Wolf to explode on the spot. This guy is really strong. But who is the Hungry Wolf? Hungry Wolf has always grown up in this high-pressure environment. Especially during the hero hunting period. He would often be crushed by heroes who were stronger than him, and the Hungry Wolf would end up with bruises all over his body. But Hungry Wolf can learn from it every time and grow rapidly. This time, the same thing. Saitama did not choose to kill him instantly with one punch now. This is Saitama's biggest mistake. After a moment of fighting, the Hungry Wolf's original unstable complete monster transformation mode has now become more pure. He transformed. The demon-like horns on his head were gone, and his wings were gone. With purity and refinement as its main characteristics, the finally evolved Hungry Wolf was born. He completely broke through the limiter and completely accomplished what no one except Saitama could do. His face has turned into the look of a vast starry sky. Saitama's expression was dull, and he didn't understand why the hungry wolf suddenly transformed while beating. But that's not important. Saitama still wanted to go up and follow up with a punch. Try to end this battle as soon as possible and go home to cook. However, the reversal happened at this moment. The hungry wolf's starry face suddenly reflected Saitama's appearance. Imitate. Saitama mode. Hungry wolf believes that the most difficult move in martial arts is to imitate the opponent. After this move appeared, Saitama was shocked. Ah! Then, hungry wolf swung a fist exactly like Saitama's. The rumble came over. The two fists bumped. The earth tears apart, causing a tsunami. A big hole was created in this open space. Hundreds of thousands of spectators immediately couldn't sit still and stood up. This is... What the hell? One punch mode. What did the hungry wolf do? Holy crap! What a powerful energy wave! Why can we all feel it here? What a skill, this hungry wolf! On the screen, Saitama showed a hint of surprise. But soon, he adjusted his state and showed an unprecedented serious expression. I don't know what happened though. However, this battle probably won't end easily. Saitama clenched his fists. He unleashed his ultimate kill. Punch seriously. The hungry wolf also raised his hands. Saitama mode, punch seriously. The two fist shadows just touched each other. The earth immediately let out a strong scream. The whole world trembled a little. This shock. It even directly attracted the legendary number 1 S-class, explosion. What are the two of them doing? Blast watched the earth expand more and more with energy. Feeling bad. If those two guys are allowed to continue fighting, the earth will explode. Chapter 48. Explosion. Ben is on Mars, and with his companions on other planets, he is always monitoring the energy flow on the earth. As a result, the battle between Hungry Wolf and Saitama completely disrupted everything. Not long after Blast arrived here, he was surprised to find something. Hungry Wolf and Saitama, these two are simply more pervert than the other. Let's not talk about the Hungry Wolf that gets stronger the more he fights. Even Saitama has strength that he can't see clearly. Without any choice, you can only use your own special skills when blasting. The battlefield between the two was forcibly moved to other planets. What kind of development is this? Why did you even use explosives? How far did these two guys fight? Don't you see, the earth is about to explode. The earth cannot tolerate these two pervert guys. Oh my god! From the beginning of the video to now, even the alien Boros can't fight Saitama to the point where the earth is about to explode. These two guys are really... The others swallowed and spit, not knowing what to say. They had long been shocked into silence by the hungry wolf. And if this continues, Saitama is disadvantageous. Because the hungry wolf is getting stronger and stronger, he is constantly evolving, and his limiter is becoming more and more exaggerated. Saitama's strength itself has not changed. Coupled with the fact that the hungry wolf continues to imitate Saitama's pattern, if this continues, the hungry wolf will only get stronger and stronger, and may even surpass Saitama in the end. It turned out to be just as others suspected. The hungry wolf has become powerful to a certain extent. He can take almost all serious series of punches thrown by Saitama. Saitama also showed a little difficulty. But the audience didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Maybe Saitama didn't fight seriously? Hungry Wolf and Saitama destroyed several pieces of land one after another. Hit all the way to the back of the planet. It has evolved into the Hungry Wolf unilaterally suppressing Saitama. But from Saitama's face, there was no sign of panic at all. Teacher Saitama's facial paralysis doesn't last for a day or two. A battle of this level may only be a little more exciting for him than usual. Hungry Wolf thought he had already secured victory. But who would admit it? Saitama suddenly stood up from the ruins. His momentum suddenly increased explosively. What? Didn't I already surpass him? The Hungry Wolf was very puzzled. How come you have been at a disadvantage until now? What he didn't know was, it is said that hungry wolves have limiters in their bodies. And Saitama is also bound by a limiter. His way to solve the limiter is not to fight like a hungry wolf every day, fighting with different strong people. The person who restricted Saitama was Saitama himself. Tomorrow's Saitama will defeat yesterday's Saitama. In the world, the only person who can be stronger than yourself is yourself tomorrow. The battle is over. Saitama glanced at the planet expressionlessly. Suddenly he raised his hands. Seriously flipped the table. The hungry wolf panicked. The ground cracked and broke into two, instantly trapping him in it. Sneeze seriously. Continuous normal punches seriously. There are endless series of serious moves. Even if Hungry Wolf uses imitation mode, he still can't resist Saitama's attack. The Hungry Wolf keeps getting eaten and beaten. From Mars to the Moon. Saitama dragged him for thousands of miles on the Moon again. Now the Hungry Wolf is completely unable to resist. A surefire series. Punch seriously. This time, Hungry Wolf truly saw that his life was coming to an end. Only at this moment did he realize how different he was from the guy in front of him. I lost. I lost. The Hungry Wolf's dull face reflected Saitama's fist. There was a boom. Saitama's fist stopped. Even so, the strong airflow still made the Hungry Wolf feel extremely painful, as if he kept walking several meters in front of the gate of hell. I lost. The Hungry Wolf was convinced. And Saitama has no intention of killing them all. He still remembered his promise to that little brat. Now, he could see that the Hungry Wolf had the will to turn back. Hungry Wolf has lost its monstrosity. There is no doubt about this battle. It belongs to Saitama, a boring victory. The moon is crumbling. Above, a strong man who broke through the limiter completely recognized the undoubted strength of the person with the highest ceiling in front of him. This battle allowed Hungry Wolf to see himself clearly. He knows. What should I do next? Off screen. Countless spectators held their breaths and clenched their fists. They watched the whole battle. They watched Kyu support Wanjun and crush the last vestige of the Hungry Wolf's self-esteem. Suddenly, the barrage erupted into an unprecedented wave of cheers. Saitama! Saitama wins! The final battle has come to an end. This also means taking stock of the Supreme World, One Punch series. It's officially over. Chapter 49. In the final picture, Hungry Wolf realized that he had made some irreversible mistakes. He used his ability to go back in time and resurrect all the heroes he killed. Hungry Wolf and Saitama also returned from the moon to the earth to join Genos and others. This might be the perfect happy ending. Sunrise. The video freezes at that moment, and then slowly fades into darkness. This is the last video. That is, so far. In the Supreme World, the last problem faced by the hero Saitama. The audience suddenly realized that it all ended too quickly. But the good thing is, they finally witnessed the battle of the century. They witnessed high-level battles that were inaccessible to ordinary people, spanning many planets, and using nearly destructive power to decide the outcome. Zoro, that guy, Hungry Wolf, is worth it. It's a pity. I wonder if Saitama-sensei told Hungry Wolf at the end of the battle that it was a wonderful battle and that he was an opponent worth fighting against. Ishida Uryu, there are not many weirdos that Saitama can comment on like this. Luffy, that's right, although I think Hungry Wolf's strength is probably above Boros. Luffy, not even the overlord of the dark matter universe has made the earth look like this. Tajmi, when the two of them fight, even the planet will tremble. Meliodas, it's terrible. Meliodas, is life on this planet so wonderful every day? Hungry Wolf left a deep impression on many people. This is the so-called one-punch world. Even without Saitama, their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. As for whether Hungry Wolf truly became a god-level disaster in the end, other passers-by had no way to verify it, so they could only leave it at that. Anyway, Saitama killed him in the end. Level is nothing in Saitama's eyes. At this time, on the screen, the golden title that appeared at the beginning of the video suddenly appeared. Inventory of the top 10 Supreme Worlds of Comprehensive Comics. The world of One Punch is officially over. After the subtitles fall. At this moment, everyone seemed to have something hanging in their hearts that had finally landed. More people showed strong reluctance. Why is it like this? I also want to see Saitama's next opponent. How can this series end so quickly? That is to say, from now on, Saitama's videos will never appear on this screen again. Reluctance and many other emotions were vented unscrupulously on everyone. After all, I have come all the way. Saitama is the one who spends more time with them. It's like a TV series that people have been watching for a long time suddenly no longer updated and ended. Full of sense of loss. Do not think too much. Saitama is finished, but above him, there are still 9 supreme and top combat powers in the supreme world. A bunch of people agreed. That's right. That's the supreme combat power of the top 10 comprehensive comics. So far, there is only one video of Saitama. Could it be said that the higher you go, the stronger and more outrageous the distribution of combat power will be? Not necessarily. I clearly remember saying at the beginning that rankings have nothing to do with strength. Hey, I can't even imagine it anymore. A guy stronger than Saitama. What a creature. Can he also kill an enemy with one punch? Be bold, you can even blow up the planet with one punch. That's too exaggerated. Chatting and chatting. Most people quickly put aside the sadness of the world ending with Saitama's punch. Everyone started speculating with interest. Who will be the next person to reach the top of the highest world, and the representative of that world, the ceiling? In the barrage, countless people even raised their hands to sign up enthusiastically. I look forward to the possibility of being chosen in my own world. Everyone looked very busy. Among them, the most exciting performance is of course the world of One Punch. They had just concluded a public execution that lasted more than 10 days. Now that the count is over, everyone is relieved. The S-class heroes breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, this is even more tiring than dealing with weirdos. After all, they never know what new enemies will appear waiting for them in the earth after the crisis of destruction. I don't know what else Saitama can do. The world is finally quiet. But at this moment, the exciting sound penetrated everyone's ears. On the huge screen, there was another row of large gilded characters. It clearly stated, "End of inventory. Inventory rewards will be distributed soon for One Punch World and its representative characters." Chapter 50. After the original inventory video ended, there was actually talk of rewards? The audience was stunned. Obviously, this happened so suddenly that no one expected that they would still receive benefits before the next inventory. But how does this thing give out rewards? Does it have to come out of the screen? Woohoo! It turns out that you can get something by watching the video. Is there such a good thing in the world? Don't think about it, it's upstairs. This reward is mostly given to Saitama and the others, it has nothing to do with us. It allows us to see battles in other worlds and broaden our horizons. This is already a reward for us, right? Well, what will be the content of the reward? Countless viewers were suddenly attracted by the rewards promised by the video. even if it won't be sent to them. They are also curious about what such a large screen will prepare for Saitama and the people in their world. You know, this screen is no ordinary screen. He can connect thousands of worlds and bring all powerful people together here. The rewards promised by this kind of thing are definitely not cheap. Is it a weapon? Kung fu? Magic spells and moves? Or money, power? Status? At the same time, the audience in One Punch World were extremely happy. Because in the video, it was clearly stated that rewards would be sent to their world. This is the first time that One Punch viewers are thankful that their world is on the list. Can everyone get a mouthful of soup? Just when they were thinking wildly, the bonus content is finally presented on the big screen. Supreme World Reward, One Punch Worldwide. The combat power level of all heroes increases to the limit. Reward for representative character Saitama, grow hair. The words just fell. A dazzling golden light burst out from the screen. Shine upon the earth. Some humans standing on the land of One Punch World have all felt the endless power brought by this light. This is... The hero at the bottom of the B-level rankings on the side suddenly yelled. Oh my god! Ha 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 ha! I suddenly became so strong. I feel like now I can kill a ghost-level monster with one punch. This reaction gave passers-by a shock. So exaggerated. I feel it too. Really? I've become stronger. Pan, long live inventory. Thank you so much. I have also become stronger, and I can finally understand why those A-level heroes are so powerful. For a while. This is a small city center. People's screams and shouts were heard everywhere. Moreover, the rewards issued by the system are extremely precise, specifically targeting the strengths of each hero and extending and evolving them. Similar to a hero with the special ability of breathing fire, after receiving a reward, he can even spit out lava directly, and the distance can be extended to several times the previous range. Clairvoyance evolved into clairvoyance. And those powerful heroes with high levels themselves become stronger and stronger, becoming more invincible. Whether it is a city, a village, or extending to the entire planet. From this moment on, the combat power of the One Punch World will be completely reshuffled. Earth-shaking changes have taken place. The outside audience watching this is called envy. Damn it, damn it. Just give out rewards. Why do you have to let us all see it? Is this a live interview? Why don't you give me some points? I need this reward too. This. Really, just say it. There are probably at least tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people on a planet. Heroes must account for about half of them, right? How does the system do this? A miracle, simply a miracle. Yes. It can only be described as a miracle. Not to mention how sad everyone was. Just now I was looking down on it, it was just a slightly larger screen, what kind of benefits could it get? As a result, the eyes of those viewers are now red. I wish the world in this inventory was my own world. But below the universal rewards, viewers noticed Saitama's exclusive reward. Head. Hair. This moment, the audience thought the inventory system was malfunctioning. Or they got it wrong. How come when we get to Saitama, the reward becomes hair? That's right, he has a bald head and is already invincible to this point. You will definitely need something you don't have. Think of this. The audience was relieved. But there were still many people who laughed and almost died from laughing at this benefit. Return to the world of One Punch. Saitama had just finished clearing the dishes and was about to go out for a walk to relax. He heard an overwhelming cheer suddenly coming from outside. What's going on? What's going on? There's an earthquake? A weirdo is attacking. Saitama opened the door. At this time, he looked up and saw his own reward. Black and thick, hair. Chapter 51. This is. Saitama saw two large characters clearly marked on the screen title. A unique inventory reward of your own. It's actually hair. That thing is regarded as a reward, although in the eyes of others, it is simply better not to give it away. But for Saitama, this is the ultimate product that cannot be bought no matter how much power or money is spent. Genos. Tell me, is that true or false? Genos was stunned. He didn't expect the teacher's reaction to be so big. Teacher, heroes all over the world are excited now. I guess this reward is real. Saitama danced excitedly after hearing this. The last time I was so happy was when I got some food at a discount in the supermarket. Sure enough, not long after, a golden light fell from the sky. Slowly cover Saitama's head. Starting from the roots, the black and translucent hair grows like crazy. He actually grew hair. Saitama hurriedly ran into the house and looked in the mirror. Genos was left alone outside in a daze. Because he found out. As a devil's reformer, he was actually rewarded by the inventory system, which increased his power. All drivers are updated, and the numerical changes are ridiculously high. And all of this was brought down from the screen that day. Gale, that's great. Gale, even Saitama got his favorite reward. Gale, I suddenly felt that this big screen seemed quite humane. Ito Makoto, of course. Makoto Ito, otherwise, how could he accurately get what we want? Edward, I really hope it will be me who takes stock next time. Edward, I really want the reward. Edward, even if I am just a passerby in the world being counted, I can still gain a lot of benefits. Gross, are you sure? Gross, in terms of combat power, are you sure there is someone in your world who can compete with Saitama? Edward, well, let's forget it. Edward, there are still essential differences between worlds. Just like this time. Take stock of the highest combat power. Some worlds can only be watched from beginning to end. The gap is really too big. While the people of One Punch World were enjoying their rewards. Main world. That is the very beginning. The initiator of the inventory, Su Jianghe, looked at the data in front of him with satisfaction. The power gathered from emotions is simply rising. Until now, Su Jianghe can be said to be very lucky. If I change to another inventory series, my emotions will not be collected so quickly. I still have to thank Saitama. Not only did he hit the hungry wolf with one punch, he also broke the hearts of millions of people who watched the video. Congratulations to host, you entered the next stage and received system rewards. Same power as Saitama. Start unblocking host's own limiter. Congratulations to host, your combat effectiveness has reached stellar level. A series of system prompts sounded. Su Jianghe discovered that his body had been modified by the system. Is this the first stage reward? Su Jianghe clenched his fist, feeling the urge to punch out of thin air. In the end he endured it. After all, this is Saitama's power. If this punch were thrown out, the shelter he had finally built would be gone. He was outside and found a clearing in the wilderness. Aim at the blue sky and flick. Boom. Su Jianghe felt that his fingers forcibly distorted the space. The extremely terrifying power completely broke out. Bomb towards the distance. When Su Jianghe opened his eyes again, the thick white clouds in the sky were penetrated by him, and a big hole was penetrated. Obviously we are so far apart. This power is really terrifying. Su Jianghe put away his hand with satisfaction. Go back to the original place and open the system panel in front of you again. He began to focus on what was before him. Now, the first inventory of the strongest and highest combat power has come to a successful conclusion. The concept of one punch must have limited the vision of many viewers. As for the next time, which is the second world, the second candidate with the highest combat power ceiling. He already knew it. One punch, Saitama, it's really powerful. But in the face of higher-end combat power, he's still not enough. There are people outside the sky, there are people outside the sky, this truth cannot be overstated. The review of Saitama in the single universe is over. Su Jianghe slid the screen gently. Submit the edited video that you have already selected. Next. Let you see it. The horror of multiverse combat power. The inventory system starts. Thousands of screens covering all the worlds received the message. The next round of inventory has begun. Chapter 52. The lively atmosphere did not last long. The audience looked at the dimmed screen and felt emotional. Unexpectedly, the era when Saitama achieved supreme status with one punch has really passed. In the future, there will be more supremes to replace him and surpass him. If the video doesn't exist, I'm afraid some ordinary worlds and planets, there is no chance to come into contact with those exaggeratedly powerful characters and enemies outside. Ella, my biggest regret is that I didn't see the moment when Saitama fought against a real god-level disaster. Uzumaki Naruto, hey? Isn't a hungry wolf considered a god? My wife Zenitsu, I don't think so. After all, it is the level he said himself. The true god level can directly destroy an entire planet. My wife Zenitsu, the supreme who appears later should not have such an existence, otherwise it would be too terrifying. Kurosaki Ichigo, yet. Kurosaki Ichigo, there has never been an enemy who can corner Saitama. Rukia Kukaki, well, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. After the video ends, the barrage has obviously become more active. People joined in and chatted tirelessly about their views on Saitama and the One Punch world. I don't know which dimension the next number 9 will be in. The ceiling represents how powerful the character can be. But since all the rewards have been distributed, the video pauses, nearly weeks later. There is still no news about the new inventory. But this still cannot extinguish the enthusiasm of some people. As long as this screen covering the sky exists, the supreme inventory will certainly not be completed easily. Finally, 3 weeks after the video ended, the huge silent screen suddenly reacted. The cheerful music is mixed with light, showing its own colors in countless worlds and universes. Passers-by walking on the street. He raised his head and looked at the screen above hesitantly. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh my God! It's coming, it's coming! Look! If nothing unexpected happens, the second game of the series on Supreme Combat Power will start soon." Once the screen lights up, it instantly attracted onlookers from all over the world. Due to Saitama's profound influence on part of the world of Wanwangkai, this new inventory video is extremely eye-catching. The dusty barrage was also cleared, and everyone continued to speak on the barrage. It's time to continue playing. There has been no movement for so long. I thought that after Saitama ended, the series would be completely over. Look forward to. How can it be finished? There are many strong people in the outside world, and Saitama is just one of them. Hurry up and play it without ink. Let me see who the next guy is and what his strength is. The barrage was instantly refreshed. Countless viewers were instantly raised with heightened expectations. Even if they are busy with work, they will still take time to look up at the sky. Thousands of pairs of eyes turned towards me. The opening of Inventory Supreme is so exaggerated. Everyone was staring at the screen nervously, ready to meet the second Supreme. Meliodas, please, let me find someone stronger than Saitama. Rimuru, besides, I don't want to see a guy who ends a fight with just one punch. Rimuru, it's really not worth seeing. Luffy, I want the battle scene. Watch the fierce and bloody battle. Spider Zi, I've been watching bald people for a long time. Will I feel uncomfortable when I suddenly see other protagonists with hair? Ghost Dance Suji Musen, haha. Musen Kibutsuji, now, shouldn't the representative be human again? Aizen, could it be that our world is the next thing to be taken stock of? Sasha, wow. So nervous. Sudden. All sounds stopped suddenly. Just because of that video. 2 lines of golden headlines suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Above, it was written. Inventory of the top 10 supreme worlds of comprehensive comics. No. 9. Dragon Ball World. Type, Multiverse Comprehensive Supreme. Dragon Ball, World? What kind of strange world name is this? Are there dragons in that world? What does multiverse synthesis mean? Maybe there is more than one planet in Dragon Ball? In Saitama's one-punch world, apart from the moon, there is only one Earth. Such a comparison between the two. Just by looking at the title, most people can tell that the gap is not that big. The audience scratched their heads. Then, I saw a line of words printed below the title. Representative figures. Sun Wukong. Chapter 53. Hateful. Dragon Ball World, somewhere on an unknown planet. Vegeta climbed up from the pit in embarrassment. He no longer knows how many times he has lost to Sun Wukong. It is obvious that he is of authentic and pure Saiyan blood. Why would you lose to this kid who started his career halfway? How is he inferior to him? Good fight, Vegeta. Hey. Sun Wukong wanted to help him up, but was rejected directly. Since the screen in the sky went out and they had no fun watching it, the two continued to train day after day. To them, being able to see strong people in the outside world would make Vegeta and the others very excited and happy. But his cultivation progress cannot fall behind at all. The Saiyans are a nation that values the body and fighting. Okay, it's not big anymore, let's go home for dinner. Sun Wukong clapped his hands and was about to turn around. Sudden. Vegeta suddenly screamed in surprise. Hello? Hey? What's wrong? Son Goku saw Vegeta reaching out his hand and pointing at the screen. Look at the sky. Both of them focused their attention on the huge screen that dominated the sky. I saw. It clearly states. Inventory of the top 10 supreme worlds of comprehensive comics. Number 9. Dragon Ball World. Type, Multiverse Comprehensive Supreme. Dragon Ball World? Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong was stunned for a few seconds. His first reaction was to guess that the reward for the inventory would be a Dragon Ball. Little does he know that his world code name is Dragon Ball. Soon, Vegeta noticed the name that appeared under the title. Sun Wukong, it's you. Look at the column of representative figures. Really? Sun Wukong touched the back of his head. Said with a smile. Really, when did I become the Supreme? I just know how to fight a little bit. Vegeta was very dissatisfied. Although the Supreme World that will be reviewed in this second round is related to them, Vegeta is surprised. But why isn't Vegeta the representative? Why did Sun Wukong even have to snatch this away? Vegeta crossed his arms. He would like to take a closer look at what is going on with you, Sun Wukong. Does he deserve the title of the highest and most powerful? Boros, the god of destruction, suddenly woke up from his sleep. The angel Weiss on the side remained motionless and stared at the screen. What's wrong? A new person who can be called the Supreme has appeared again? Who is this time? Where does he come from? Boros asked while yawning. Angel Weiss replied. He's an interesting guy in our universe. Oh? Local. This made Boros interested. The first inventory, Saitama's video. Boros woke up once. Although at that time, Boros wanted to cross the universe, find that human being, and compete for a while. Unfortunately, there is a strange force on the screen that prevents Boros from penetrating and makes him do whatever he wants. In addition, Saitama's battle scenes were too boring, so the god of destruction had no choice but to fall asleep again. After waking up for the second time, he actually learned that the guy being counted this time actually came from his own universe. The representative's name is Sun Wukong. After hearing this, Boros became even more excited. I always feel like the name Sun Wukong is about to appear vaguely in my dreams. Correspondingly, there is also Super Saiyan God. Interesting. Boros couldn't sleep now. Within this blue planet, Kikai, Bulma, plus Yamcha, and others. They all saw the name of their acquaintance Sun Wukong. They were immediately shocked. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong actually came on stage. They were just joking at first. Kikai, will Sun Wukong be okay? Bulma, this guy doesn't make anyone feel at ease wherever he goes. Return to the barrage area. Listening to the name Sun Wukong, some people always feel that this name seems familiar. Everyone gathered around curiously. Comment on the name in the title. Is he the second most powerful person? It looks like it is. Do you think the guy named Sun Wukong is also bald? Ah! The stronger the person, the balder his head will be, right? No. It's a pity that their world still hasn't had its turn in this inventory. Let's look forward to what kind of surprises this round of inventory can bring to everyone. Will Sun Wukong be stronger than Saitama, or is his power more unique? Sudden. The title text disappears completely. Instead, take stock of the screen, the first video. Officially begin. Chapter 54. The scene officially unfolds along with Bulma's journey. In a deep mountain and old forest, the still young Sun Wukong appeared in everyone's sight. He has jet black hair, no clothes, and a thin tail that looks like a monkey growing out from behind his butt. The audience looked at the child on the screen in astonishment. My head is full of questions. Rukia, wait a minute. Rukia, this guy, isn't this kid the ceiling of combat effectiveness? The world he lives in is the highest. Rukia, did my eyes get dazzled? Maud, although he is not bald, is Sun Wukong a monkey or a human? Maud, why do you feel that he is not as good as Saitama? Aru, well. Alu, I have seen a type of creature called Anthroid ape. Yuki Hirasuma, although there are such types, it's so weird for humans to grow tails. After confirming that the little kid on the screen is the protagonist of this review. In the chat channel, there was naturally a lot of questioning. They all tolerated the bald head. But the guy taking the inventory gets weirder every time. But there are still many people who are willing to stand up and excuse Sun Wukong. Don't look at this child as young. Maybe when he grows up in the future, his power will surpass Saitama. Yet, the words just fell. The screen changes rapidly. The inventory progressed rapidly, and Sun Wukong also began to show his true abilities to everyone. First of all, don't look at Sun Wukong's young age. He is born with divine power. Crack rocks, lift 1,000 pounds, it's all a piece of cake. While traveling with Bulma to find the 7 Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong not only showed the audience his unparalleled physical strength, but also the Ruyi golden cudgel that can be stretched and retracted at will. Under the training of Turtle Immortal, he learned the extremely powerful move, Turtle-style Qigong Wave. Turtle-style Qigong Wave. Little Sun Wukong exerts his strength with both hands. Aim at the boulder on the mountain wall and blast it out. Suddenly, the towering mountains were penetrated. A shocking explosion sounded. Seeing the scene of such a majestic mountain being penetrated, the audience were all open-mouthed and extremely surprised. Too strong. The most unbearable thing is that such an exaggerated super attack was actually fired from the hands of a little guy who didn't even have hair. Turtle-style Qigong? Who named it? I thought One Punch World's moves and attacks were powerful enough. I didn't expect that the protagonist of Dragon Ball would be crazier than them. Don't worry. Look, Sun Wukong is obviously still young. You can move mountains at this young age. If you grow up, wouldn't you be invincible? It's so crazy. The kids in the One Punch world next door are still playing soy sauce, but the kids in this world are starting to participate in the world's best martial arts competition. There's no comparison. Sun Wukong is still so young and so fierce. It's hard to imagine him continuing to develop. It is estimated that the audience will once again see an invincible person like Saitama appear. Time flies and the pictures fly by. The world of Dragon Ball does not follow the same rules as Saitama, where one event is played one video at a time. Wukong grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Monkey King and other companions met the first enemy in their lives. The old devil. Demon King Piccolo has released his seal. Piccolo kills Krillin and uses all his means to collect 7 Dragon Balls to rejuvenate himself. He restored the power of the great Demon King Piccolo, almost to the point where he was in his prime. The most hateful thing is that after using the Dragon Ball to make a wish, Piccolo actually killed Shenlong so that others could not make wishes through the Dragon Ball. The audience passes through big screen appearance. Reminiscent of the weird people Saitama met before. They speculated that Piccolo, the big devil who had done all kinds of bad things, would definitely be the first problem that Sun Wukong would face next. Soon. On the screen, Tianjin Rice appears first. He came to take revenge for the dumplings. Likewise, it is impossible for Tianjin fans to allow a guy like Piccolo to act recklessly on Earth. But it's a pity that no matter how strong Tianjin fans' martial arts is, the human body has its limits. He was defeated by Ram, the subordinate Ram who was randomly hatched by the big devil Piccolo. Almost all of Sun Wukong's close friends were defeated by Piccolo. It is enough to show how big the gap in combat power between the two sides is. Tianjin fan clenched his fists with all 3 eyes filled with anger. Am I going to die here today? Ram stepped forward step by step. He was about to kill Tianjin fan. Just then, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared. The young Sun Wukong came through the auspicious clouds and stood in front of Tianjin Rice. However, can Sun Wukong solve the problem at hand? His height doesn't even reach Ram's waist. The audience all sweated for Sun Wukong. However, the videos of the Supreme World never disappoint everyone. Little Wukong raised his hand casually. Bang sound. Ram was knocked away directly. Completely unconscious. Chapter 55. This. Ever since the audience saw Sun Wukong blasting away the mountain with his turtle-style Qigong, they realized that Sun Wukong may be a good fighter and more powerful than they thought. But I never expected that this little kid would be so strong. Ram, who was several times different in stature, was easily controlled by Sun Wukong. Enlin, without comparison, there is no harm. Enlin, at such a young age, he actually surpasses many people in terms of combat effectiveness. Richter, that's true. In the Supreme World, I can't even compare to a monkey. Richter, alas. There were also some viewers who were good at sophistry and were immediately dissatisfied. My wife Zenitsu, isn't it just a green monster? My wife Zenitsu, it doesn't look like he's that powerful. My wife Zenitsu, I'll do it too. At this time, the screen was in the air, and suddenly there was an explosion. Everyone looked at the screen in panic. It turned out to be Sun Wukong, and it didn't take long for him to arrive in front of the big Demon King Piccolo. The 2 fists collided, and the battle officially began. How thrilling is the picture! Sun Wukong and the big devil Piccolo fight each other. In addition to using fists, Sun Wukong will also use Qigong to fight against each other. There were explosions everywhere. The speed of the 2 of them even reached a certain level. The 2 of them fought back and forth. As time passed, Demon King Piccolo watched helplessly as he was defeated by Sun Wukong. Being cunning, he immediately thought of using Tianjin Fan's life to threaten Sun Wukong. In his eagerness to save his companions, Sun Wukong was injured in one arm and one leg. The audience was all worried about the little Sun Wukong's injury. They began to curse the big devil Piccolo. Nami, why? Nami, a guy who has lived for hundreds of years actually uses such despicable methods on children. Nami, shame. Although Sun Wukong's performance is so powerful that he doesn't look like a child. But it does not delay the overflowing sympathy of the audience at all. More and more people began to pray that the child Sun Wukong would be safe. Watson, don't worry, Sun Wukong will be fine. Watson, he is the Supreme. How could the Supreme fall down here? Hai Badong, that's right. Hai Badong, Sun Wukong, little one, quickly use your invincible turtle-style Qigong wave. The barrage suddenly became heated. But at this time, Piccolo didn't care about martial ethics at all. He took a deep breath. Instantly spit out a Qigong wave that destroyed the world. Directly destroy the ground plane, carve ravines, and evaporate the air. How shocking is this scene? Bick, are you so strong? Seeing this, many viewers began to feel uncertain. No matter how strong Sun Wukong is in physical skills, he is seriously injured now. He can't beat Piccolo at all. It's over, it's over. Sun Wukong really can't hold on any longer. It seems that he can only retreat. Avoid its sharp edge. He's still a child. He can't really be here. Under the concerns of countless people, the Sun Wukong in the picture miraculously stood up. He is not dead. Sun Wukong dodges repeatedly and keeps dealing with Piccolo. Nabik the Great Demon King has been overwhelmed by anger and must kill this little BD here. Piccolo gathered Qigong waves again. This is a full blow from his 2 heydays. Even if it's like this, it still won't kill you? I really don't believe it. A huge explosion once again takes over the screen. The momentum is great. However, this time, Sun Wukong was still not injured. Moreover, Sun Wukong has only one arm. Use the turtle-style Qigong waves to soar into the sky in reverse direction. Foot somersault cloud. I tried my best. Heaven and earth penetrating fist. Behind Sun Wukong, a creature in the shape of an ape demon flickered and appeared. Bang sound. Sun Wukong penetrated the body of Demon King Piccolo. Ah! That's all. The famous Demon King Piccolo, the Demon King Piccolo in his heyday. Completely defeated at the hands of little Sun Wukong. There was blood from his mouth and ulcers all over his body. Life force passes quickly. Finally, Sun Wukong landed slowly and smoothly. With his young attitude, he directly solved the alien creatures that could threaten the earth. Sun Wukong becomes famous in one battle. The whole place was in an uproar. I go. Here, you tell me this is a child. Isn't that too strong? Who just said that Sun Wukong is dead? The audience from all over the world was dumbfounded. This is only the first battle. Sun Wukong completely left a very deep impression in the eyes of all viewers. Little did I know. This battle is just the beginning of Sun Wukong's road to legend. Chapter 56. Slime World. Rimuru immediately looked embarrassed. He was almost certain that there was no magic in that Dragon Ball world, and there was no support from other magic powers. That kid showed real skill. His body is also ridiculously strong. More importantly, Sun Wukong is obviously still young. But it can be done to this extent. As the Lord of Tempest City State, Rimuru covered his head with difficulty. No. He said hesitantly. He is worthy of being ranked into the highest world. At such a young age, he has already gone crazy in the world. When I was his age, maybe I hadn't learned how to play with mobile phones on Earth, right? Why are the gaps between people so big? Rimuru suddenly felt that the achievements he had made through relying on the great sage were no longer worth mentioning in front of Sun Wukong, who worked hard on his own. Is this guy really a child of only a few years old? Video outside. Along with the rest of the world, the few heroes sitting in the Hero Association watching the screen were trembling. The great devil known as Piccolo can already be considered a dragon-level disaster in our area, right? Yes, that's right. The S-class hero Tong Di nodded heavily. If we look at it according to the standards of their world, it is not an exaggeration to call the great demon king Piccolo a dragon. He is a guy who can destroy large urban areas casually. That is to say, a young Sun Wukong, one of the highest combat power ceilings. When you were a kid, did you kill a dragon with your bare hands? Heaven-defying. Simply heaven-defying. The child emperor couldn't help but think. If you were yourself, can you successfully catch Piccolo's Qigong wave? I'm afraid that I will be melted into slag in an instant. Same goes for other heroes. I was filled with fear. I can't even imagine it. How powerful will this Sun Wukong be when he truly grows up? The highest ceilings are really scary. Finally, in the huge Heroes Association, no one is willing to speak anymore. In the world of Hokage, Naruto's eyes turned white. Gaara, Oniki, and others present were so surprised that they couldn't even close their mouths. Where did this come from, and what kind of child did it come from? How come the video has just started and he has already become so powerful? Did you get the wrong script? After a long period of baptism in the inventory video, Naruto and the others had already had a strong delusion. After watching the large-scale battle, I suddenly felt that the scale of the ninja war here should not be too small. Why can Sun Wukong and the others launch a terrifying attack that directly changes the terrain by just raising their hands and waving their hands? Are they serious? Did all these people have such hardcore childhoods? At the same time, even as strong as Uchiha Madara, the old man frowned and felt unhappy. What happened? Taking stock of the strong men who have stood up, it seems that they are beginning to exceed their expectations, or are within their tolerance. Originally, technique had a playful mentality. Look outside the universe, is there anyone who can beat Hashirama? Saitama's battle was enough to stun everyone. Now another Sun Wukong appears. Ah! Master Madara can still pretend to be calm. Wu, who was being manipulated on the side, also saw through the situation without saying anything. He tried his best not to complain and watched the video carefully. No more thinking about it. After Saitama, Sun Wukong is designated as another peak powerhouse who can dominate the entire world in the future. Xiaopu, this guy. Sun Wukong is hundreds of years ahead of others at the starting line. Xiao Yan, just wait. Later in the video, Monkey King will definitely be more powerful than Saitama. Harano Sakura, really? Can he kill monsters and enemies with one punch like Saitama? Sabas, don't be limited, my friend. Sebastian, I said, if we follow this pace. Sebastian, it is possible to directly destroy a planet with one punch. Harano Sakura, haha, impossible, this is too exaggerated. The rest of the people thought so too. Although, this inventory is called the Supreme List of the Comprehensive Multiverse. But with this kid's current strength, want to have an impact on the planet, that's almost impossible to accomplish. At this time, the audience was greeted by the second scene. And this time, Sun Wukong still did not appear. But on this day, two uninvited guests suddenly flew over their Earth. Vegeta appears for the first time. Chapter 57. The video just started. Two uninvited guests flew in from outside the Earth. One of those two people was named Nappa. The most impressive one is Vegeta. Wearing alien combat attire and combat power measurement data meters on their heads, they were menacing and looked very difficult to mess with. As for their origin, it is exactly the same as that of Piccolo. As soon as he landed, he threatened to rule the earth. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Klin, Dumpling, and others came out to fight. The first opponent they faced was Nappa. It's a pity that Sun Wukong still doesn't appear, so we can only rely on a few of their friends to protect this place. Nappa simply glanced at them. After learning it was a ragtag group of people, he unleashed a bunch of alien creatures. Yamcha immediately shouted that he wanted to fight 5. The result was that he was caught in a sneak attack by those alien creatures and blew himself up, killing Yamcha. The sudden death shocked many viewers who were preparing to watch the show. Died. Is Yamcha dead now? Isn't this too hasty? Klin was holding Yamcha's body above and was heartbroken. Wukong. Come back quickly. Never come back. His friends are probably going to be wiped out by the group. But at this moment, an unexpected battle unfolded. Vegeta suddenly moved. He seems to have a very strong interest in this Sun Wukong. Vegeta burst out laughing. Sun Wukong? Is that Sun Wukong? Good. Vegeta looked at the time. Then I'll stay here and stop attacking. So what if I wait for him for 3 hours? The famous scene has arrived. Saiyans have always been like this, a typical downwind game where they let loose and just play. Almost all Saiyans are like this. They long for more powerful opponents to exercise their strength through fighting. But it was precisely because of this that the Saiyans died, and they were defeated because they ignored their opponents. At this time, Vegeta still didn't know the seriousness of the matter. Outside the screen, everyone was also frightened by Vegeta's operation and couldn't believe it. He wants to wait for Sun Wukong to come. Is he too confident, or does he not want to live anymore? Sun Wukong is the ceiling of the highest combat power. Sun Wukong shouldn't have reached that point yet, right? He is different from Saitama. Sun Wukong is the type who grows up slowly. This guy named Vegeta is pretty good. I'm waiting for the protagonist to appear. Time passed by minute. Everyone was tired of waiting and accidentally started talking about Sun Wukong. Did you notice it? Sun Wukong actually has a child. How old must Sun Wukong be now? He has just disappeared in just one video and now has a wife and children. Klin still hasn't grown any taller. I hope Sun Wukong will show up soon. If he doesn't come, Sun Wuhan and the others will be dead, and even the gods won't be able to save them. It turns out that the time interval between the videos is actually so large. Now that Sun Wukong has a child, his own fighting power should have improved a bit, right? Soon. 3 hours have passed. However, Sun Wukong still did not appear. Everyone was disappointed. At the same time, the local villain, Nappa, began to attack the remaining guys on the field, sparing no effort on his own and launching an attack. Finally, Nappa wiped out everyone. Even if Piccolo and Krillin were two powerful people combined, they would not be a match for Nappa alone. The last Kikong wave that Klin used his life to condense could not hit Nappa. The strength gap between the two sides is really too big. The audience can't see any hope. Even Vegeta just stood there the whole time and never made a move. The difference in combat effectiveness between the two is thousands of miles. It's like sesame is better than watermelon. Sun Wukong is so slow. What has he been doing? He hasn't come back yet. Well, even if he comes back, I don't know if Son Goku alone is a match for Nappa and Vegeta. Those two guys are much more powerful than Demon King Piccolo. Suddenly, Piccolo in the picture was the first to notice a familiar aura. This is... He hurriedly looked into the distance and shouted. It's Sun Wukong who's back. That guy is really back. After hearing this, Klin and others seemed to be grasping at straws. They began to hold on with all their strength. The audience was also on tenterhooks. Is the legendary man really going to appear? At this time, Vegeta felt something was wrong. He turned on the combat detector and just glanced at it casually. What? Vegeta was stunned on the spot. That guy's combat power is actually as high as 5,000. Chapter 58. Hey! Stop playing then. Deal with that guy Sun Wukong first. This scene was obviously beyond Vegeta's expectations. But it was too late. Sun Wukong explodes into the clouds and appears. He quickly rescued Piccolo, Krillin, and others, and fed them each a fairy bean. At this moment, the audience looked at the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong above, a little at a loss. Is this Sun Wukong? This tall figure, strong muscles, and increasingly thick black hair. Although the tail is still as slender as ever. But now the Sun Wukong is so changed that the audience can no longer recognize him. Asuna, wait, isn't he still a child? Rukia, yes. Rukia, I still remember clearly last time, Sun Wukong was not even as high as my waist. Akim Ichichi, although Goku has grown up, isn't he too big? Who raised him up? Shikamaru, outrageous. Sun Wukong is simply more monster than monster. Boom. A huge sound came from the valley and echoed in the sky above. Sun Wukong looked around. He found that his friends were dead and disabled. Sun Wukong was immediately furious. Next, it's Monkey King's performance time. He clenched his fists with both hands, stepped on the ground with his feet, and let out a loud bang. Vegeta's combat power detector turned red directly. His combat power has actually increased from 5000 to 8,000. It's not over yet. Still rising exponentially. Naba did not believe in evil and came forward to ask for advice. In fact, he was beaten by Sun Wukong. Krillin, Piccolo, and the others together can't beat Nappa. He was actually defeated by Sun Wukong in 2 blows, and he was thrown into the sky, unable to fight back. Nappa panicked. After all, he is also a warrior. He couldn't even fight back. It's even more difficult to see Sun Wukong's movements clearly. I just can't beat it when I see the front. Naba also wanted to sneak attack on Klin and the others and use a hostage-taking plot. Result. Sun Wukong exerts his strength again. Directly activated his new move, Kyo Fist. Kyo Fist, this is the first time it has officially appeared in front of the audience. As long as the person doing the move can physically bear it, he can double his combat effectiveness. Alphonse, as long as the body can withstand it, the combat effectiveness can be greatly increased. Alphonse, isn't this skill too perverted? Armin, Kyo Fist, when did Sun Wukong learn this bug skill? Alan, the Supreme World is really amazing. Sure enough, even the guy called the ceiling is incompetent in combat. Uzumaki Naruto, Naba was killed instantly. Uzumaki Naruto, am I right? Is Sun Wukong so powerful? Sun Wukong is really strong from a young age. The enemies at the same time were simply unable to defeat him. After Sun Wukong's fierce fist fell, Naba was beaten until he fainted and was on the verge of death. Alright. Now, there is only one enemy left on the field. Everyone looked nervously at Vegeta, who was standing by unmoved. After seeing the great strength of Sun Wukong, Vegeta didn't run as far as others expected. He actually laughed disdainfully. Then, Vegeta took a step. Grab Naba's body and throw it upward. With one verbal attack, Naba was blasted to the point where not even a scrap was left. The audience looked at the latter in shock. This guy is absolutely crazy. In Vegeta's eyes, fighting, only constant fighting, only the strong deserve to live in this world. Naba had already lost, so he had no reason to keep him. As for Sun Wukong, Vegeta gave a crooked smile. Just a scion with impure blood, not even a warrior. Amiya, I haven't seen Vegeta take action yet. Amiya, will this person be very strong? Amiya, since Nappa is so powerful, as a commander, Vegeta must be stronger than him. Rimuru, don't worry. Rimuru, Sun Wukong, the supreme combat power, is definitely not jealous. On the screen, the two powerful men met for the first time. They will compete here to determine the final winner. Vegeta's whole body exuded the aura of not disturbing strangers. Although Sun Wukong is not as oppressive as Vegeta, the aura formed by his fighting power is not jealous. He yelled. Double Kaido Fist, start! The battle between the two has officially begun. Chapter 59. Boom! The two began to fight hand to hand in the air. Wherever Vegeta and Sun Wukong passed by, they left traces in a mess. Mountains collapsed and the earth collapsed. Sun Wukong, who activated the double Kaido Fist, had a strange red light all over his body. His aura was so powerful that it condensed around him, which was shocking. Although Vegeta doesn't know this move, his combat power is equally heaven-defying. I don't know how many times have passed. The two fought one wave after another of extremely exciting hand-to-hand combat, and it seemed that the two of them could not win or lose. This battle made the audience marvel and sigh in admiration. The battles in the Supreme World, even if they are just hand-to-hand combats, are extremely exciting. How do you accomplish such a difficult move? They can also use inertia to fly directly into the sky? Oh my god, that's ridiculous. How high is Goku's combat power now with double Kaioken? Why can Vegeta keep up with Son Goku's movements? He is indeed the guy who can be singled out as Sun Wukong's opponent. The gold content is just different from that Nappa. The fight between these two lunatics was over the top. So much so that Clint and others who were watching the battle from a distance on the roadside were blown away. As the battle continues to stalemate, Goku, who has activated Kaido Fist, will be the first to be unable to hold on due to his own physical problems. Sun Wukong then roared to the sky. 3 times. Triple Kaido Fist. Triple Kaido Fist is activated. The red light on his body became more intense. And once tripled, the situation was instantly reversed. Sun Wukong moves up and down. As fast as ultimate. He actually started beating Vegeta while he was pressed down. In a corner far away from the battle scene, Bulma picked up the detector used by Saiyans to measure combat power. Sweep it at Wukong. It didn't matter if he didn't sweep. This sweep frightened Bulma directly. Sun Wukong's current combat power has actually exceeded the 20,000 mark. 8,000 became 20,000. What kind of exaggerated progress is this? How many? 20,000. The improvement in combat power is exaggerated. Everyone really has to wonder if there is something wrong with that combat power detector. As everyone knows, this is the power of Kaido Fist. 20,000. No wonder Sun Wukong would turn around and beat Vegeta. It turned over instantly. Awesome. I'm convinced. When I first watched Sun Wukong fight with Big Devil Piccolo, I thought Sun Wukong would be a very tough human shield player who could carry and fight. I didn't expect his physical abilities to be so heaven-defying. Sun Wukong will definitely win. There is no way Vegeta can defeat the cheating Supreme Boss. That's right. After a devastating hand-to-hand battle, Vegeta gritted his teeth. He knew that if he continued fighting like this, he would definitely not be a match for Sun Wukong in Triple Kaido Fist. He turned to distance himself and chose to use his best moves. Afterburner. However, this is the moment Sun Wukong has been waiting for. Do you want to play against the wave? That's just right, come on. Sun Wukong stood firm on his feet and gathered maximum energy. In terms of facing off, the Sun family has never lost since ancient times. Turtle. Pi. Chi. Gong. Wave. Sun Wukong instantly blasted out a more invincible and more powerful beam of light. The two attacks collided instantly, causing a violent reaction. Boom. Vegeta was shocked. This is the first time someone has been able to defeat his own afterburner. Vegeta hurriedly used his maximum strategy. The surroundings were filled with flying sand and rocks in an instant. This powerful and arrogant force can even distort space. This is the battle. This is a real, evenly matched battle. It has been a long time since the audience experienced this kind of desperate fighting and hearty feeling. Although the battle scenes brought by Saitama are magnificent, they highlight an invincibility. But no matter who he dealt with, he always killed him with one blow. Over time, the audience will feel aesthetic fatigue after watching it, and will have no expectations for all the subsequent battles about Saitama. Anyway, it's all a flash kill in the end. However, this battle between Son Goku and Vegeta is different. The whole process is burning until it explodes. Hot-blooded. This is the battle scene that most viewers love very much. This is the real fight. The scene where supreme combat power should appear. These two people are really scary. If we continue to fight, the earth will definitely be gone, right? The Qigong cannon is being pushed back and forth. I really don't know who will win in the end. It's only the second video, the intensity is so exaggerated. Sun Wukong. Come on. Right now. Sun Wukong's arm suddenly shook. His eyes were firm and he looked straight in front of him. Finally he suddenly shouted. 4 times. Kaido fist. The audience was once again confused. Chapter 60. Yuan Tianyuan, can this thing be doubled? Yuan Tianyuan, in just a few minutes, Wukong really brought us a lot of surprises. Yuan Tianyuan, I originally thought that twice the Kaido fist would be powerful enough. I thought that 3 times the Kaido fist and tens of thousands of combat power would be Sun Wukong's limit. Yuan Tianyuan, but the video really dares to slap me in the face. Xiao Gang, tisk, tisk, no wonder he is the protagonist of this review. Xiao Gang, this protagonist seems to have to be him. Konohamaru, does anyone know what position the quadruple Kaioken corresponds to in the one-punch world? Chweer, who can tell this? Anyway, he must be much more powerful than those S-class heroes. Chweer, well, there are people outside the world, there are people outside the world, this sentence is really no problem. Really? After Sun Wukong roared out the quadruple Kaio fist, the aura of heaven and earth began to surround Sun Wukong, and finally fired a white light wave that shocked the world and made ghosts and gods cry. This power has surpassed all powers in the world. The Qigong wave became extremely strong, and in just an instant, it completely engulfed Vegeta. This time against wave, Vegeta completely lost. Krillin and Bulma were extremely excited. We won. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. I finally defeated those 2 guys. Wukong is still the best. Other spectators were also excited. They had just witnessed the hearty battle and were deeply shocked by the subsequent confrontation. Gobuta, invincible. Simply invincible. Gobuta, with this quadruple Kaio fist and turtle-style Qigong, Sun Wukong will definitely be able to defeat all invincible opponents in the world. Gobuta, did the guy who developed Kaioken never dream that his limit could be wildly raised by Goku? My wife Zenitsu, brothers, I have a hunch. My wife Zenitsu, this quadruple Kaio fist may not even be Goku's limit. My wife Zenitsu, this is only the second video. My wife Zenitsu, what if Goku keeps growing? Luffy, yes, the second video was so exaggerated. I'm even worried that after the third video is played, this review series will end. Luffy, forget it, it's all easy to talk about. Luffy, as long as Vegeta loses, that guy is really difficult to deal with. If Sun Wukong hadn't exploded to his limit, they might have lost here. However, it doesn't look like things will end so soon. Vegeta shuddered. He climbed up from the ruins. Saiyans love to fight, the crazier the better. What's more, Vegeta is of royal blood among Saiyans. As a Saiyan, he naturally has limits. Don't be too happy too early. Vegeta smiled coldly. He wants to activate his ape demon state to let Sun Wukong see what the power of blood is. Vegeta was about to transform when he suddenly felt something strange. I've been posing for a long time, why didn't I succeed in transforming? He looked behind him. It turned out that the moon in the sky disappeared without knowing when. Saiyans cannot transform without the light of the moon. Hateful. See this situation. Without hesitation, Vegeta created an energy ball that simulated the moon and threw him into the air. Under the illumination of the small moonlight, Vegeta finally completed his transformation. Bang sound. A giant demon ape with a height of tens of meters appears. This is the power unique to Saiyans. And it's different from Sun Wukong. Vegeta can still maintain his sanity after transforming into a demon ape. This is also the power of blood. Roar. The terrifying strange power rushed towards Sun Wukong. The latter obviously didn't know that Vegeta was still hiding this power. The positions of both sides quickly exchanged. Sun Wukong was passively beaten. Since he had just finished using the quadruple Kaioken, he still had a lot of injuries on his body. Sun Wukong is completely in crisis. On the other hand, everyone in the audience began to analyze rationally. Did you see it? Saw. Sun Wukong is cornered again. That means there are only two roads before Sun Wukong. Or run away with Bulmaklin and the others. Either cheat again, come out with fighting power beyond the limit again, and defeat Vegeta again. But that would be too ridiculous. Is it possible that Sun Wukong can still use the 5 times Kaio fist when his whole body is injured and exhausted? Just when the audience thought that Sun Wukong, the supreme combat power ceiling, would face a defeat for the first time in history. An accident happened. Chapter 61. Their arsenal of cards seems endless. Every time the person who is on the verge of death in the eyes of the audience will explode with great power in the end. The situation of the war continued to expand. It's hard to say who will win the real battle between these two planets. Vegeta has the form of a demon ape, and his level is much higher than that of Sun Wukong, and he is also self-aware. And Sun Wukong, who had just rested after the war, unexpectedly had to return to the battlefield to fight Vegeta. His body was already scarred. Even the spectators, Klin and Bulma, felt restless and anxious again. But will Sun Wukong give up fighting because of this? Of course not. Sun Wukong had an idea. Instead of overusing Kaio Fist, he began to develop his new power. He first released the Sun Fist. The sudden flash of light almost blinded Vegeta, and Vegeta briefly lost the ability to move. And this is the opportunity Sun Wukong has been waiting for. Next, the main event is about to begin. The Monkey King in the video suddenly started raising his hands in the air. This power is called Vitality Bomb. With Sun Wukong as the center of the circle. From this moment on, the breath of thousands of creatures around him and the vitality of life converge towards Sun Wukong's palm. The limitations of this vitality bomb are very obvious. He needed time to sing. And this move is extremely lethal to bad guys. Not until the last minute. Sun Wukong will not easily move it out and use it. Seeing that Sun Wukong's condensed energy is about to reach its peak. What a coincidence, Vegeta suddenly woke up at this critical moment. I won't let you succeed. Ha! Vegeta suddenly fired a violent wave of light, and the latter fell down. Later, Vegeta caught Sun Wukong in his hands and ravaged him to his heart's content, mocking his useless struggle. After seeing Sun Wukong being hurt, the teammates who had been lurking behind finally couldn't sit still. Krillin and Gohan hurried over to support. Akirobi jumped out and took advantage of the gap to cut off Vegeta's giant tail. As we all know, the most fatal weakness of Saiyans after they transform into demon apes is their tails. After having his tail cut off, Vegeta was surprised to feel that his body was shrinking and eventually returned to its original shape. Yachirobe, on the other hand, fled the scene in a hurry, leaving no credit behind and never to return. However, even if Vegeta recovers his original form, he is still the strongest among Saiyans. Goku was exhausted. There was no way to deal with Vegeta. Amid Vegeta's arrogant laughter, he continued to ravage Sun Wukong, and easily knocked away Gohan and Krillin. The first reaction of the audience was almost that it was finished. This Vegeta is really hard to deal with. No matter who comes, it won't work. Sides, originally, if Sun Wukong condensed the energy bomb, Vegeta would definitely not be able to dodge it. Sides, it's a pity, it's just a little bit close, just a little bit close. Shikamaru, it's not the demon ape state that's strong, it's Vegeta himself who's strong. Cositus, how should Son Goku and the others fight to defeat Vegeta? Kurosaki Ichigo, is this Saiyan prince so difficult to kill? The top combat power is here. The audience has to be convinced whether they want to or not. Just when everyone was despairing again, the situation of the battle has reversed again. Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong, suddenly became violent and his fighting power soared. He bravely rushed forward, charging into battle and beating Vegeta. This time, it bought enough time for Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong is lying on the ground. Now, he is too exhausted to use the Vitality Bomb. But there are many tricks to play with the special concept of Vitality Bomb. Sun Wukong entrusted his last vitality to Krillin. Krillin caught the energy. Suddenly, he felt the will and huge energy of a large number of creatures. Krillin's heart skipped a beat and he threw this Vitality Bomb directly at Vegeta. Although it was avoided by the agile Vegeta. But Gohan continued to catch the energy bomb, and at the last moment, rebounded it to Vegeta. That's exactly what he said. Vitality bombs will only be used against bad guys. Vegeta is locked. Watching this terrifying white ball with a lot of energy approaching. And then was overwhelmed. Boom! The Vitality Bomb exploded suddenly. A dazzling white light suddenly flashed in the sky. Vegeta screamed and almost died here. Experienced Sun Wukong's Kaio Fist, Vitality Bullet, and Gohan's Demon Ape attack. The Saiyan Prince's genius finally couldn't hold on any longer. Vegeta fell to the ground, completely defeated by them. Seconds passed. Seeing this scene, the audience finally couldn't bear it any longer and burst into cheers. They won. Sun Wukong wins. Chapter 62. Spider, finally won. Spider-Man, this moment is really not easy. I almost tipped over. Spider-Z, I never thought that a battle between the Supremes could be so exciting. Ryers, that's right. I thought that starting from Saitama's one punch, the stronger the fighting power, the faster the seconds would go. Look at the completely destroyed mountain peaks and basins in the picture. Everyone was shocked. Coney, the scale of this battle. Coney, it doesn't seem much worse than a punch, right? Jean, I thought that one punch would be the limit, but I didn't expect that a scene even more exaggerated than that in that world would appear. Jean, weakness really limits our imagination. To the outside world, Vegeta himself went out to post the barrage himself. Vegeta, what's this? Vegeta, if you see the Super Saiyan part, you won't be scared to death. Vegeta, a bunch of trash. Audience. At this moment, everyone noticed the taunt from Vegeta. Super Saiyan? What is that? Are there any moves that are better than the quadruple Kaio Fist and Vitality Bomb? Is this video not the limit that Monkey King can achieve? Isn't the combat power of this world expanding too fast? Tanjiro, yes, this is only the second video. Tanjiro, you have to take stock of how many more will come next, right? Can Goku continue to get stronger? Nami, I don't dare to look. My heart can't stand it anymore. Nami, I was forced to come here to watch the battle of the Supreme Beings, and my head had to watch the explosion. After hearing that Sun Wukong had other forms in the follow-up video, most people couldn't sit still. They look forward to seeing the follow-up video soon. Let's see what else Sun Wukong can do. Picture, on the battlefield of the Earth. After this, Vegeta almost relied on his instinctive reaction to get up and hit Goku and the others hard again. However, Gohan took a breath and continued to fight Vegeta for a while. Even if Vegeta succeeded in cutting off Gohan's tail and preventing the transformation of the demon ape, he was also pressed into the ground by Gohan's huge body, unable to move. The battle finally came to an end. Vegeta is like a little strong boy who immune to death. Staggeringly, he climbed into the spaceship he came in and left in a hurry. This invasion of Earth. Vegeta only killed Nappa. This Saiyan prince couldn't get any advantage from Sun Wukong's team. The video played here and finally went dark. A thrilling defense battle came to an end. This battle undoubtedly solidified the reputations of the Saiyans Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta. From this moment on, this Supreme Dragon Ball world begins to be sung by everyone. At the same time, outside the screen, the world of Dragon Ball. Vegeta and Sun Wukong finished reminiscing about the past battle in silence. The Saiyan prince said stubbornly and proudly. Snort. If Gohan hadn't been there, Krillin and the guys would have helped. You are no match for me at all. Sun Wukong chuckled. Then you were defeated at our hands. Who told you to always think about invading the earth at that time? Then, Sun Wukong said as if he would not refuse anyone. If you don't accept it, we can have a fight now to see who is stronger. Vegeta thought for a moment and refused. After all, before the video started, he and Sun Wukong competed with each other once, and he lost. Now Sun Wukong is just like pervert. Becoming stronger and more powerful. Humph, keep reading. I don't care about you. After hearing Vegeta's rejection, Goku laughed heartily. The two strongest warriors of the Saiyans, from tit-for-tat at first, gradually became harmonious after experiencing countless life and death battles. This is a good sign. Okay, keep watching. If I remember correctly, our next opponent will be... Sun Wukong fell into memories. Suddenly, he suddenly remembered the guy who first inspired his true strength. Frieza. The audience was chatting with each other on the barrage, talking about everything. The rest of the story is about how powerful Son Goku and Vegeta are. They all feel that these two guys will become extremely powerful in the future. There are also some people who believe that Vegeta's speech just now hides many important plots in the future. They began to study what a Super Saiyan is. Sudden. Dark video, reproduce the picture. Supreme Combat Power, Dragon Ball World. The third scene. It's officially started. Chapter 63. Due to Piccolo's death, both the god and the dragon died equally. This also means that Shenlong cannot be summoned, and everyone who died in the battle against Vegeta Nappa cannot be resurrected. This is not okay. In order to save Yamcha, Piccolo, and others died. Everyone unanimously decided to set off for Namek. The focus of the battle in this video happens to revolve around Namek. Over there, you might be able to find someone similar to a god and create a Dragon Ball and a Divine Dragon. Because Wukong's injury has not yet recovered, Bulma took Krillin and Gohan with her and decided to go there. Wukong seems to be very busy before every battle and does not take action until the critical moment. Once Wukong takes action, the battle will not be as simple as a child's playhouse. The audience all settled down. Get ready to watch the Namek chapter. Subsequently, everyone suddenly noticed that Vegeta actually received treatment from mercenaries. After recovering, he also came to Namek. Vegeta's target is also Shenron and Dragon Ball. Could it be that next, Namek will become a place where the gods will fight? At this time, in the picture, another wave of forces quietly appeared. The colonial emperor of the universe, Frieza, appear before the public. Throughout the universe, hundreds of planets are ruled by Frieza. The Nami nemesis in everyone's destination is also suffering from the oppression of Frieza. Just the beginning. Everyone can feel the pressure from Frieza. A guy who can rule so many planets by himself is no ordinary person. The worldviews of Dragon Ball and One Punch are quite different. After all, there is only one Earth in One Punch. Even in the final battle, Saitama and Hungry Wolf only fought from Earth to Mars. This guy looks really scary. Is he the guy Sun Wukong will face next? I'm a little worried about Sun Wukong. How come the villains that appear are more powerful than the last? The screen begins. Krillin and others took the lead in fighting Frieza's men. Although Frieza's forces are widely distributed, in terms of individual combat effectiveness, these subordinates are far inferior to Gohan, Krillin and others. In the blink of an eye, Frieza's men were instantly killed by Gohan. The other side. Vegeta acted at the same time and also encountered Frieza's men. After successfully dealing with them, Vegeta realizes that he is no match for Frieza now. He began to act in secret, secretly collecting Dragon Balls, and secretly developing them. On the spaceship, Wukong successfully recovered from his injuries. The designated protagonist in the world of Dragon Ball has not been idle. He turned around and threw himself into the 100 times gravity and cultivation artifact created by Bulma's father. Sun Wukong leaves the team. 100 times gravity. As expected of a Saiyan, he is so terrifying. The Xiaopu in the punch next door, a dragon-level monster, can only create a gravity environment. Sun Wukong practices directly in an environment with 100 times gravity. This is too bad. The audience can already predict that Sun Wukong will become more powerful than ever after his next appearance. Back to the screen. After Gohan, Krillin, and Frieza's group had their first confrontation, they learned a secret. It turns out that planet Vegeta, where the Saiyans are located, was destroyed by Vegeta. Now, in the entire universe, I'm afraid it's just Son Goku and Vegeta. He is a true purebred Saiyan. On Namek, their adventure proceeds in an orderly manner. The battle for Dragon Ball begins. After several exciting tug-of-wars, Vegeta succeeded in the Dragon Ball several times, but was snatched back by Gohan and the others several times. Vegeta's Dragon Ball is about to be assembled. At the last moment, the house was stolen by Klin and others. The audience began to complain uncontrollably. Dragon Ball is really popular. Vegeta is so pathetic. He has been close to death twice so far, right? He managed to steal Frieza's home, and finally had his own home stolen by Gohan. I'm so nervous. Which force will fulfill my last wish? I want Piccolo and the others to be resurrected. Isn't Goku finished training yet? Come here quickly and try again with Vegeta. These are the only two Saiyans left. I think it's time for them to join forces to deal with Frieza, right? Just when everyone was chattering, on the screen, Vegeta is holding the Dragon Ball and is in a stalemate with Krillin and Gohan. At this time, Vegeta noticed the aura of the Jinyu Special Forces. Finally, the first war is about to break out. Chapter 64. Sensing an enemy from outside, Vegeta had no choice but to give up the fight with Goku and the others for the time being. He knew very well how powerful Frieza's men were, especially the embarrassing five-man Team Jinnit. Frieza finally started to take action. Let's unite next. Team Jinyu is not that easy to deal with. We'll talk about Dragon Ball after we defeat them. The words just fell. The 5 members of Team Jinyu are indeed here. They just came on stage. Time seemed to be suspended. When Vegeta came to his senses again, all 7 Dragon Balls had been snatched away. What? What happened? Time paused. Is this also the ability of the Jinyu Special Forces? The audience was stunned. Although he was ready for a big battle, he realized that the enemy would be very strong. But no one expected such a dimensionality reduction blow. They themselves didn't even see clearly what happened at the scene. Goku, a member of Team Jinyu, has the ability to pause time. In addition, the remaining 4 people are not weak in combat effectiveness. Before Vegeta and the others could react, the Dragon Ball had already been taken away. One can imagine how powerful are the opponents Vegeta and Gohan will face next. Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu Special Forces, took the Dragon Ball and went back to find Frieza first. The remaining 4 people stayed behind to deal with Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta respectively. Goku showed off his skills and used time suspension and golden binding techniques to make Gohan and Krillin unable to move and could only be beaten passively. But just when Goku was proud, Vegeta suddenly made a sneak attack. Just a ray of light penetrated directly into the latter's throat. Goku just went offline. The other 3 members of the Jinyu team were immediately unhappy. There's something wrong with their group look. Sure enough, it's very imperfect. Rikumu lamented, and he struck random poses. He had to deal with Vegeta in the second round of the battle. Don't look at Likam's appearance, which is both enchanting and embarrassing. But his strength is unquestionable. Vegeta was quickly defeated and was seriously injured by Likam and was on the verge of death. Lives are at stake. Looking at Vegeta, who fell to the ground and was covered in injuries, the audience had goosebumps all over their bodies. I go. The Jinyu Special Forces are really stronger than the last. No wonder Vegeta said he wanted to join forces. Likam is so powerful. How strong is their Captain Jinyu? Fortunately, Gohan and Krillin secretly attacked later. Only then Vegeta was saved. But what should be defeated cannot be defeated. Gohan and Krillin join forces. They were all bullied casually by Likam, and they had no power to fight back. Humph, you weaklings should just stay aside and watch the show. Likam was extremely proud. Krillin and Gohan could hardly hold on anymore, and Vegeta on the side couldn't play any role. The Jinyu Special Forces only need to send 2 people to beat these guys to this point. A sense of despair enveloped my heart. Gohan has not yet obtained the Dragon Ball and has not resurrected Piccolo and the others. Are you going to die here in the end? Likam wanted to continue taking action. But he never thought that a point of light was rushing to the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. Likam looked into the distance in confusion. I just saw. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The visitor was tall and wearing a Taoist uniform with the word Wu in it. Black hair, resolute eyes. This person is Sun Wukong. He had already completed his training and arrived on the battlefield in time. After seeing Sun Wukong coming to support, Gohan, Krillin and others immediately beamed with joy. In the eyes of others, Sun Wukong is really like a savior. He's there. Nothing is a problem. Sun Wukong blinked and began to shuttle back and forth on the battlefield. He first distributed the fairy beans in his hand to Krillin and others. Even Vegeta, he didn't forget to give one to his opponent to help him quickly recover. Next, it's Sun Wukong's turn to operate. The audience sat upright one by one. They can't even imagine how strong Sun Wukong is after undergoing training. Soon, Sun Wukong came to Likam. The people from the Jinyu Special Forces in front of me are still talking nonsense. Obviously, Likam didn't take Sun Wukong seriously. The last Saiyan Vegeta was dealt with by himself. So what if another one comes? It's a pity the next second. Sun Wukong flashed in front of him. The terrifying power burst out from Sun Wukong's body. The supreme fighting power in everyone's heart. He is back. Chapter 65. Move in an instant and leap thousands of miles. Sun Wukong aimed an elbow at Likam. Likam's vision went dark, and then he felt nothing. Likam's armor was broken and he fell to the ground, unconscious. One strike. Kill instantly with one hit. Even the guy who was so cold at the scene now had to open his mouth and was shocked. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that Likam easily tortured Vegeta. What is the concept of someone who completely tortures Vegeta? You know, not long ago in the last video, in order to deal with a Vegeta, Sun Wukong and the others did not hesitate to overdraw their bodies and activate the quadruple Kyo fist and energy bomb. With the help of Krillin and others, he finally narrowly defeated Vegeta, although he still managed to escape. Could it be said that the current Goku's combat power has long surpassed that of Vegeta? Far beyond that. From now on, no one can easily ignore this monkey-turned guy. No one will doubt Son Goku's Saiyan identity anymore. This guy's growth rate is simply much more ridiculous than that of a hungry wolf. The ensuing battle became increasingly tense. Witness Likam's fiasco. The remaining two members of the Jinyu team, Bart and Keith, were stunned at first. Then they didn't dare to delay and chose to join forces directly to fight against the enemy. The three of them started to engage in hand-to-hand combat in the air. Go to hell! Watch the move! Watch the move! Watch the move! The two pumped their fists and used their physical skills to the ultimate level. The punches of the two members of Team Jinyu were so fast that even the afterimages were almost invisible. Pity! It looked like a pretty brutal fight. In fact, all this is under the control of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong didn't even bother to activate Kyo Fist. Hold two people with one hand. In the end, Sun Wukong gave a fierce flying kick, which directly penetrated Bart's armor. Beat the opponent until he is seriously injured. Another instant kill with one hit. Gisa's eyes widened in disbelief. But the kind-hearted Sun Wukong decided to let Gi's go and let him go. But Vegeta is not as kind as Sun Wukong. He took action suddenly. One Qigong wave completely killed Likam and Bart, and successfully took their heads. All three members of Team Jinyu died at the hands of Vegeta. This battle finally came to an end first. But the real battle has yet to begin. This is just the first confrontation between the protagonist team and Frieza. Oh my god, Monkey King, this is too fierce, isn't it? This is the real protagonist. I'm worried that the current Sun Wukong battle must have exceeded 100,000. What a pity. It's such a pity that Vegeta took his head away. Vegeta and Son Goku are both Saiyans, but their personalities are very different. Although three of the Jinyu special forces on the screen have been killed. But the audience in the audience didn't seem to want to stand up and cheer like they did when they defeated Vegeta. They were very depressed inside. Several members of Team Jinyu were able to force Vegeta into this state. It seems that Vegeta's fear of Frieza is not due to modesty. Falco, since Frieza can rule hundreds of planets, I think he must be invincible. Rimuru, how confident is Goku that he can win when he fights Frieza now? Jiabai, hey! It will definitely kill instantly. Jiabai, Sun Wukong is ridiculously strong now. I don't believe that with a fighting force of more than 100,000, he can't defeat just a baby carriage maker. The audience has already seen the image of Frieza. It doesn't look very strong. He is pink all over and has horns. He sits on his stroller all year round. From a distance, Vegeta doesn't even feel as oppressive as Vegeta, who has not yet transformed into an ape. Many people began to doubt Frieza's true strength. He was able to destroy the Saiyans planet. Did he just instruct others to do it? Of course, there are also a large number of people who think that the pink monster should not be underestimated. Maybe Wukong's next biggest enemy will be him? Oh, Sun Wukong shouldn't have let Gi's go just now. This kindness will harm him sooner or later. Viludra, humph. Viludra, as long as Sun Wukong is stronger than anyone else, no one in this world can harm him. Tosaka-rin, I don't know how powerful the current Son Goku will be after he activates Kyo Fist. Tosaka-rin, hundreds of thousands of combat power. Wangling, it should be more than that. I found that the guys in their world show their fighting power just for fun. While everyone was still chatting. On the screen, Sun Wukong has gathered the remaining people and is about to ask some questions. In an instant, the situation suddenly changed. Sun Wukong frowned. I saw in the sky that Jis was back. Behind him, there is a person. The leader of the Jinyu Special Forces, Jinyu. The battle is not over yet. Crisis is coming again. Chapter 66. This guy has a fighting strength of only 5,000, right? Why can he still defeat Wukong and the others? It doesn't make sense. After geese landed, he habitually used a detector to measure Wukong's fighting ability before starting the battle. The result surprised him. But this time, Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu Special Forces, gave GIs a severe scolding. Humph, don't underestimate your opponent. When you reach a certain level, you can hide and change your combat power at any time. Based on Jinyu's visual estimation, it is estimated that Sun Wukong's combat power has initially reached around 60,000. On the other hand, look at Sun Wukong. Goku has found Frieza's location, and he immediately responds, asking Krillin and others to find Frieza first. Leave the geese in front of you to Vegeta. The strongest Jinyu is left to him to deal with. But who would have thought, Vegeta didn't listen to the command at all, and an explosive clone left in style. Find the Dragon Ball alone. How long has it been and Vegeta is still acting alone? Does he still want to be embarrassed? Yes, he has been killed so many times by Frieza's men alone, doesn't he have a long memory? Watching the barrage, everyone commented on me. Vegeta himself in the Dragon Ball world was furious. I can't wait to drag out those guys who only shrink in the barrage and give them a good repair. At this time, another group of viewers gave a different view. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you die or not. After all, there is a bug called Dragon Ball that can be resurrected infinitely. And don't Saiyans have a characteristic that as long as they are seriously injured and on the verge of death, they can improve their combat effectiveness when they are resurrected? Vegeta kept being revived because he was near death. He is now very strong. This feature is so heaven-defying. Can resurrecting from near death improve combat effectiveness? In my next life, I also want to be a Saiyan. At the same time, the screen crackled. The battle has begun. Jinyu strikes first. Quickly start a fierce battle and tug-of-war with Sun Wukong in the air. The two of them were fighting back and forth, using both fists and kicks. The battle lasted for nearly 100 rounds. The punches were so fast that the audience couldn't see clearly. They still don't know what happened, they can only hear the air screaming and the screen shaking. After hundreds of rounds, this is the end of the warm-up exercise for the two of them. And Sun Wukong was only slightly injured. Having been fighting for such a long time and having such intense physical combat, you tell me this is just a warm-up exercise. I'm so impressed. These two people are really too strong. Jinyu chuckled. Wukong's combat power at this time has indeed reached 60,000, just as he expected in advance. But Wukong has been thinking about how to end the battle quickly, so that we can stop Vegeta and prevent him from interrupting our plan to resurrect Piccolo. Thinking about it, the two struggled again. So fast and so powerful. It actually made the air around them suddenly turn blue. The air is compressed. I don't know that hundreds of meetings have passed. The two took a break, and Jinyu even did a halftime dance. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong followed suit and imitated it. Hey? What kind of weird thing are you dancing? Facing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Jinyu blushed directly. You will never understand the beauty of dancing. Many spectators covered their faces below, and their toes could fill a room with embarrassment. Is this the world of the strong? Playing hundreds of rounds is like a joke, and you can take a break and chat for a while. Do not know. The battle enters the second half. Jinyu doesn't hide it anymore. The huge combat power soared rapidly. Unexpectedly, he could control his fighting power at will like Sun Wukong. He sent a purple Qigong wave down. In an instant, mountains and rivers are broken, and the earth collapses. The battle between the two gradually became grand. Viewed from a distance, how exaggerated is the fight between these two guys? The Supreme World really has its way. It will destroy a land at every turn, and affect the whole world, planets, etc. A small episode occurred during this period. Geth seizes the opportunity and wants to sneak attack Wukong. But he was scolded directly and loudly by Jinyu. Then he said to Sun Wukong, "I know you have something to hide. Why don't you show your true strength and have a good fight?" Wukong smiled slightly. Because that's what he meant. Sun Wukong stood on his feet, clenched his fists, and let out a loud roar. Red steam explodes. Kyo fist, start. Jinyu was not frightened by Sun Wukong's momentum at first. But when he turned on the combat power detector, as powerful as Jinyu, he can no longer hold back. 95,000. 100,000, 105, 106, 108. No, it's impossible. 109,000. 110,000. The Jinyu people were dumbfounded. Chapter 67. 180,000. Under the surprised eyes of Jinyu and Geese, Wukong's combat power was finally set at 180,000. Geth was deeply shocked. He never thought that such a powerful warrior really existed in this world. Wukong said at this time, "This is only 1/10 of my combat power." Jinyu thought Goku was the Super Saiyan. Wukong gave good advice. He advised Giskinyu and the others to leave quickly, and he would not take action against them. But his kindness was misunderstood by Jinyu and others. Jinyu recognized it on the spot. Aren't Super Saiyans supposed to be cold-blooded animals? This guy is definitely not a Super Saiyan. Everyone in the audience was puzzled. Because this is the third time they have heard the name Super Saiyan today. What the hell is that? The only secret they know now is that the Saiyan planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. The only pure Saiyans left now are Son Goku and Vegeta. Is it possible that Saiyans can evolve into more advanced species? Having said all that, Son Goku doesn't want to turn into a Super Saiyan for us to see. It's so appetizing. I wonder if we can see Sun Wukong complete his evolution in our lifetime. Sudden screen switching. On another battlefield in the video, Frieza has arrived at the residence of Nami's nemesis Grand Elder. The purpose of his coming here was to ask for the spell to summon the dragon. The screen skipped quickly. It only shows Frieza's battle with Namek's strongest warrior, Naru. It doesn't matter if you don't see it, you will be shocked when you see it. Nalu took off his clothes and exploded, and his combat power quickly reached 45,000. This is almost as good as Sun Wukong, who has no explosive energy. The audience hurriedly turned their attention to this direction to see if an equally exciting battle would break out here. Sudden. Frieza spoke in the video. Although your combat power is very strong, it can only surprise me a little bit. Not even my fraction. My fighting power, haha, I might scare you to death if I tell you. Frieza's mouth was full of sarcasm. My combat power is not much, only 530,000. Hee. In the scene just now, Newt was dumbfounded in the video. Now this scene. The audience in front of the screen were dumbfounded. Wait a minute. How many? 530,000. More than 500,000. Is he serious? Is Frieza joking? Humph, anyone can brag. 530,000, does he think his combat power is nothing? How much is it? Goku activated Kyo Fist, and his combat power reached 180,000, and now Frieza has more than 500,000 standing on the ground without doing anything. Oh my god, God! Everyone had an idea. That is simply impossible. This guy is lying. However, Frieza on the screen started his operation the next second. Frieza was seen easily taking a full blow from Naru, who had a fighting strength of 40,000. And, he easily tore off his arm. Nalu, the strongest warrior on the planet. It was actually controlled by Frieza with one hand. So scary. It seems that Frieza's combat strength of more than 500,000 is not groundless. He really has such strength. Many viewers swallowed their saliva and their calves were trembling. Wukong. Will Sun Wukong have to face such a guy next? Can you win? How to win? The prerequisite for Sun Wukong to defeat others is when the fighting power is not much different. But now, Frieza appears. The fighting power between him and Sun Wukong is truly as good as in the sky. No wonder he is a real estate tycoon who can directly rule hundreds of planets. The image dissipated. Back to the battle between Sun Wukong and Jinyu. However, the fear brought by Frieza still lingers in the minds of the audience. If the third video, the Namek chapter, was finished here hastily, it is estimated that more than half of the audience on the platform in countless planetary worlds outside the screen will not be able to sleep tonight. Back to the screen. Jinyu faced Goku, who was almost overflowing with fighting power. He smiled in confusion. Immediately afterwards, Jinyu made an unexpected move. He swung his fist and punched through his chest. This time it was Goku's turn to be confused. Jinyu is harming himself? What the hell? But the next second, Jinyu suddenly shouted, "Swap bodies!" The sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Under Sun Wukong's surprised gaze, the souls of the two of them actually exchanged. A body with a combat power of 180,000 was taken over by Jinyu. Chapter 68. Goku never expected that the secret move mentioned by Jinyu would be so weird. This body of 180,000 combat power was just snatched away by Jinyu. Wukong was at a loss. On the opposite side, Dee seems to have become accustomed to it. He skillfully brought the detector to the fake Wukong. The two of them flew away without leaving any traces of ink to look for Vegeta. Goku finally understood why Jinyu had just seriously injured his own body. Now this injury has been completely transferred to himself. Holding up Jinyu's body, Wukong actually just complained that this body was really ugly. If you go back now, you might even get scolded by Kikai. You might even get a beating. Then, Wukong dragged his staggering body towards the distance. Souls were actually exchanged. This trick actually works. Some viewers who had never seen the market thought it was a supernatural event. The world of Dragon Ball is really wonderful. The captain of the Jinyu Special Forces named Jinyu seems to have taken the bodies of many people. Haha, Sun Wukong has such a big heart. I'm not worried about my health, but I'm actually worried about whether I'll be scolded by my wife. The mentality of the strong is different from that of ordinary people. Talking and talking. The screen switched perspectives and came to the spaceship. Vegeta arrived first. Although Dragon Ball and Frieza could not be found, he expected Krillin to come, so he was not in a hurry. Vegeta was actually washing and tidying up in the spaceship with ease. Really? Not long after, Krillin and Gohan rushed over. After looking around and finding no one, they found the hidden Dragon Ball and wanted to directly summon the dragon. However, an embarrassing scene happened. Krillin raised his hands. Vegeta secretly observed. "Come out. Shenlong. Come true to my wish." Krillin's voice echoed in the valley. Vegeta was shocked. Is the spell to summon the dragon so simple? However, a few minutes passed. Except for Krillin and Gohan, who were still giggling on the spot. Not even a shadow of Shenlong appeared. Krillin and the others suddenly realized that the dragon of Namek needed the dialect of Namek to be summoned. Krillin came from Earth and has no idea what the Namek dialect is. This is a joke. What? What kind of strange setting is this? Making a wish to a dragon and speaking in tongues. This dragon is quite picky. After all, he grew up on Namek. He can't understand the dialects of other planets, but he understands. This setting is beyond my imagination. Everyone was silent as they talked. In the picture, Klin and his companions were speechless. Vegeta also had a dark look on his face. What a coincidence! Jinyu, who possessed Sun Wukong's body, arrived in time. Jinyu used Goku's body to trick Klin into trusting him, and learned that Klin and the others had treasures like the Dragon Ball radar. Jinyu and Geese are about to snatch it. Sun Wukong and Jinyu's body actually rushed back at the same time. Now everyone is here. Jinyu now has Sun Wukong's 180,000 fighting power. Can anyone else beat him? Damn it, if it weren't for this soul exchange ability, Sun Wukong would have beaten Jinyu to the ground. Is this battle really detrimental to Sun Wukong and the others? On the screen, Sun Wukong suddenly exploded and flew into the air. Humph. So what if I let you know my identity? Just tell them what my current combat power is. Jinyu is extremely confident. He believes that with Sun Wukong's body, he will be able to reach Sun Wukong's limit of 180,000. After all, he is a purebred Saiyan, so he should be fine no matter what. Just turned on the combat power detector tremblingly and said, 23,000. Jinyu laughed loudly. Did you hear that? Ants. I have a fighting strength of 23,000. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why is it only 23,000? Sun Wukong really got it right. The current Jinyu has no way to bring out all of Sun Wukong's fighting power. Jinyu opened his mouth wide and was speechless. However, Krillin and Gohan's fists were already hitting him. Boom! The three of them immediately became entangled. Jinyu was beaten in agony. Now with the fighting power of 23,000, not even a child can beat him. Geese wanted to help. However, Vegeta appeared in front of him like a corpse. Just when Geese still thought that Vegeta was very weak now. Vegeta smiled. They are Saiyans. As long as you survive the disaster, you can infinitely improve your combat effectiveness. Geese punched Vegeta, but it was useless. Vegeta instead threw an explosive punch. It was accompanied by a terrifying Qigong wave. Geth was completely annihilated. Vegeta got the fourth head of the Jinyu Special Forces, completing 4 kills. Chapter 69. There is no doubt that Vegeta has become stronger again. It's not even a little bit strong. That's what he said. To deal with the Saiyans, you must kill them and never give them a chance to resurrect. Otherwise the Saiyans will only get stronger and stronger. The original Vegeta couldn't even defeat Wukong, so he was despised by Geese. Even Jis himself could not have imagined that he would actually be defeated by this guy. There is only one Captain Jinyu left in the Jinyu Special Forces. Everyone else was killed by Vegeta. It's so pitiful. That's right, even though Vegeta snatched the heads of several of them, after all, Goku was too kind to kill them. Yeshu, if even Captain Jinyu died in Vegeta's hands, that would be a true 5-kill rampage. Next, let's see what they do with the bodies of Sun Wukong and Jinyu. It's not known when the soul exchange effect will end. But look at Jinyu now. It is estimated that before long, he will be beaten by Gohan and others until he vomits blood, and will be forced to cancel the soul exchange. After Mr. Bay took care of Geese, he obviously wasn't satisfied with killing him yet. He turned around and started to pick up the Jinyu of Wukong's body. Jinyu has a big head now. He couldn't even beat the two brats Gohan and Krillin, and now he had to face a beating from Vegeta. The fist hit the vital part, and the beating made Jinyu worse than death. It seems Vegeta wants nothing more than to get rid of Jinyu. In fact, it's more like using Sun Wukong's body to vent his anger and avenge his previous revenge. Hundreds of rounds down, Vegeta beat him to pieces. The audience who watched it was terrified. Isn't this regarded as public revenge? Vegeta is so cruel. Luckily it was actually Jinyu who got beaten. Oh my god, it was terrible. I feel sorry for Jinyu for a few seconds. Finally, Jinyu could no longer hold on and chose to use Soul Swap again. And Sun Wukong, who has been watching the battle for a long time, has been waiting for this moment. He jumped deep. He ran right in front of Jinyu's move. After a wave of swaps, Jinyu, son Wukong, has changed his body again. Ah! Dad is back! His biological son Gohan immediately noticed that his father had returned to another body and hurriedly ran forward and hugged him tightly. Although Wukong was already covered in wounds and unable to move, but I still sighed from the bottom of my heart. My own body is the most comfortable. Vegeta looked confused. It turns out that my body has changed back. Apparently, Vegeta hasn't fought enough yet. Just right. Jinyu others are nearby. Vegeta rushed over with a punch. No matter how much the audience looked down on Vegeta's strength before, now I have to accept it. Just watching the video, I can feel the pain in my body. The prey caught by Vegeta can't even think about running away. Another storm of fists passed by. Bang 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 3 times. Even if Jinyu returned to his own body, he would still be beaten into a sieve. He decided not to hide it. He wants to complete the soul exchange with Vegeta. However, even if the trick is unsolvable, it will be discovered one day. When Jinyu used soul exchange again, Sun Wukong's side. I happened to pass by a frog with tentacles. Sun Wukong had an idea. He grabbed the frog directly and threw it towards Jinyu. After the white light flashes, Jinyu actually switched bodies with that frog. This. Is this okay? Jinyu had his beard cut off by a frog? His body was replaced by a frog. One after another, the audience rubbed their eyes vigorously. On the screen, Jinyu fell down on all fours and jumped up and down like a frog. And Jinyu himself, in the body of a frog, looked at everything in front of him in stunned silence. The two of them did switch bodies. I go. It's better to come early than to come by chance. This time Sun Wukong has made great achievements again. I really have to feel sorry for Jinyu now. Isn't this too tragic? The Jinyu special forces are all destroyed now. It's really miserable. It's really amazing how soul exchange can be played like this. But it's good that the trouble is solved. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. Some people laughed loudly because of the frog Jinyu. In the screen, Vegeta kicked the frog excitedly. It was rare for Vegeta to spare Jinyu's life and let him fend for himself. Instead of killing him here, why not let him live in the frog's body forever? This would be hundreds of times more uncomfortable than killing him, right? The matter has finally come to an end. The audience has to admit that the Jinyu team is still very powerful. It was a good thing that the battle ended without any danger. However, just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief and were about to send a barrage to discuss their experiences, a bigger crisis. Final boss. Frieza quietly appears. Chapter 70. After this incident, Vegeta believes that Sun Wukong's fighting power is very good. Before fighting the real monster next, Sun Wukong's fighting power is indispensable. So, Vegeta and others joined forces. Carry the seriously injured Sun Wukong to the treatment cabin inside the spaceship to recover Wukong's injuries. Later, the merciful Vegeta handed Gohan and Krillin a set of miniature space armors. Wearing them will protect you from at least some attacks. He won't die so quickly in the next battle. Back to Frieza. Frieza, who thought he had a sure victory, took his time. Continue here to ravage Nami's nemesis, Niru, the most powerful warrior. Audiences who have seen Frieza's terror. Now I only need to see pictures related to him. They will tremble a little unconsciously. But after all, the world outside the screen is connected to all the worlds. There are still many extremely powerful people in the world, but they don't take Frieza seriously. Frieza is enjoying the pleasure of torturing food. Finally, after Nairobi was defeated easily again, he stopped pretending. You idiot! Naila coughed up blood and smiled as his plan succeeded, and told the truth about his delay. It turns out that his brother Dandy will soon join the people on Earth. At that time, the two of them will join forces to summon the dragon. This will make Frieza's wishful thinking self-defeating. Frieza doesn't even get a feather. Frieza was really panicking now. He didn't care about Nalo's life or death in front of him. He rushed directly into the sky to stop Dandy's actions. In an instant, the situation changed. The screen is empty. Klin set out to look for the Great Elder, and happened to meet Dandy halfway. The two hit it off immediately. With Dandy's Namekian dialect and Krillin's 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon to make a wish. Now, everything is finally over. Will it really end so easily? That's enough. Everyone has watched the video so many times. Naturally everyone knows it. The closer it gets to the last minute, the more likely things will go wrong. And even if you wish to resurrect those who have died, Gohan and the others can't avoid a fight with Frieza. Yes, Sun Wukong's injury is too serious now and he won't be able to wake up in a short time. Are we going to let Vegeta deal with Frieza alone? I'm worried that they will attract Frieza in the process of summoning Shenron. Oh, I hope everything can develop in a good direction. If Frieza, who has a fighting strength of 530,000, comes over, the audience can imagine what will happen next. Klin and the others returned to the spaceship happily. But after secretly observing Vegeta falling asleep, Klin decided that a few of them would secretly summon the dragon to make a wish. Finally, after Dandy chattered for a long time, the sky turned dark. The huge Namekian dragon finally appears. This dragon is really fat. You can tell from one look that Namek has eaten a lot. I still like the first version of Shenron. Apparently, this is a dialect dragon. You can't understand him even if you speak Earth dialect. Although the audience has seen many dragons before, this is the first time they see this fat and arrogant dragon. This dragon is very powerful. He can grant the 3 wishes of the Wisher. After hearing this, Krillin excitedly wanted to resurrect all the people on Earth that Vegeta had killed. As a result, Shenlong was embarrassed. Because he can only resurrect one at a time. At this time, Piccolo above Caillou spoke. Tell Shenlong. Let him resurrect me first. As long as I can be resurrected, the gods can be resurrected, and the dragons in our world will naturally be resurrected too. At that time, they can make another wish to their own dragon. Ah! It's a bug, isn't it? Let Shenron resurrect Piccolo first. If Piccolo is alive, the Earth Shenron can come out and resurrect everyone in a group. I really have nothing to say about this operation. Shenlong probably never dreamed that he could be used like this. Under the surprised eyes of the audience, Piccolo also asked for a second wish. That is to teleport him to Namek. He wants revenge. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Vegeta woke up. He first sensed Frieza, the strong man approaching. Then, he discovered that both Dragon Ball and Krillin were missing. Vegeta vaguely guessed something. Hateful. Those 2 brats. Vegeta was furious. He sprinted and came to Krillin and Gohan. At the same time, Frieza, this terrifying existence, is gradually approaching. Krillin and Gohan face a double crisis. Chapter 71. The situation is getting tense. Sure enough, the smoother things go, the more likely it is that something unexpected will happen. Gohan and Krillin trembled under the dual pressure of Vegeta and the coming Frieza. Even Dandy's speed of reciting the incantation was speeding up unconsciously. As a result, because he was too anxious, Piccolo was resurrected on Namek without specific coordinates and lost his way. You little brats! How dare you lie to me? Vegeta was furious. What he cannot tolerate the most is others deceiving him. What's more, it's about such a big thing as making a wish with the Dragon Ball. Although even if they join forces temporarily, Vegeta will find a way to kick Krillin and the others out later, but he doesn't care about this now. Wait! Don't do anything yet! Klin hurriedly waved his hands, filled with desire to survive. He told Vegeta that this Dragon Ball was very powerful and could grant 3 wishes, and they specially left one for Vegeta. Only then did the other party calm down his anger. Every minute and every second that follows is important. Vegeta was still holding onto Dandy's collar. Tell that dragon. The 3rd wish is that I want to gain immortality. The situation was urgent, and Klin could only helplessly tell Dandy to do what Mr. Bay said. Result. Dandy hesitated, before he could say his last wish. Shenlong dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. 7 Dragon Balls were turned into useless stones on the spot. Vegeta was shocked, and so was Dandy. The audience suddenly understood what this meant. Miles, the dragon disappeared, the Dragon Ball turned into stone. Miles, this means that the great elder of Namek is dead. Hyuga Hinata, how could this happen? Everyone felt unnoticeably sad. Bad news came. Dandy fell to his knees and cried bitterly. Vegeta was already on the verge of an explosion. In the end, Shenlong died before he could get anything. Vegeta was furious and yelled. We will take action against Klin and the others immediately. Namek is now on the brink of crisis. Everyone quickly realized Piccolo's resurrection and Frieza's arrival. The last battle, which is also the most exaggerated abnormal battle in the history of Dragon Ball world, is coming. In the screen, Frieza and Vegeta fight against each other. Just right. Vegeta still wanted to take all his anger and take it out on Frieza. Just like when he took it out on Jinyu. At the same time, it is also to test my current strength. Frieza takes action whenever he disagrees. Vegeta punches and fights. The 2 sides immediately started fighting, and they couldn't tell the difference between you and me. The audience watching the 2 fighting was strange. Frieza's guaranteed combat power is 500,000, but now Vegeta can actually keep up with Frieza's speed. Could it be that Vegeta's combat prowess actually increased to this level after experiencing near-death? After the first wave of fighting, Frieza was really surprised. He didn't expect Vegeta to be so good at fighting. Humph! Stop hiding it! Transform! Vegeta began to scream, hoping that Frieza would show his true strength to deal with him. However, Frieza smiled. My transformed form scares even myself. Frieza exploded his armor. All of a sudden, countless energy overflowed and the sky turned dark. Lightning and thunder all around. Vegeta opened his mouth wide, feeling regretful. Frieza's combat power actually soared. At this moment, he grew horns, and his aura swelled, and his body became extremely tall. This is Frieza's 2nd form. At this time, his combat power has reached an astonishing 1 million. Suddenly, all the worlds are silent. 1 million. The world of Dragon Ball has progressed so far, and for the first time, the combat power has directly exceeded 1 million. Sun Wukong, who is covered in wounds, only has 180,000 after activating Kaio Fist. Vegeta has experienced many near-death rebirths and only has about 500,000. Not to mention Krillin and Gohan. The astonishing changes that took place in Frieza shocked everyone outside the screen and every audience. How to fight? No one can deal with Frieza. Is 1 million combat power real or fake? Are the values expanding so fast? Even if Goku, Vegeta, and others are added together now, they may not be able to defeat Frieza in this state. The true overlord of the universe has only now revealed the tip of his iceberg. When I first saw Frieza, with only 500,000 combat power, I already thought he was the most difficult boss to deal with. Now it's nearly doubled. Sun Wukong and the others are going to hit him on the head. Chapter 72. The Minotaur Frieza is just too powerful. After just one face-to-face encounter, Klin was stabbed through the body and sprayed with blood. So fast. Vegeta was already grinning from ear to ear. The audience watched with horror. Is their Klin going to receive lunch here again? Why is he always the one who gets hurt first? How pitiful. However, Krillin on the screen clearly had no intention of letting Frieza take advantage of him. He clenched his fists tightly, unleashed his strongest energy, and used the Sun Fist. The sudden light blinded Frieza for a moment. Immediately afterwards, Gohan, Vegeta, all rushed forward to help. But their combat effectiveness is really too low. The opponent is Frieza, who has nearly 1 million combat power. Within a few rounds, they were all defeated. Minutes passed. In the sky, huge battles continued to break out. Although the battles in the world of supreme combat power may seem simple and unpretentious, the thrill of punching to the flesh, coupled with the vastly different battles, will always make people excited and hearty. Frieza didn't know how many rounds he had fought with those people. But the strange thing is, why do people on Vegeta's side become more and more energetic in fighting? Their strength is still slowly getting stronger. What happened? Frieza discovered this after observing. It turned out to be Dandy from Namek, who had been secretly healing a few people behind their backs. The biggest characteristic of Saiyans is that as long as the damage caused is not fatal, they can be resurrected with full health at any time and become stronger. For this reason, Vegeta also thought of a way to fix his own bug. In addition, Piccolo, whose body is fused with Niru, appears in time. Frieza quickly fell into a passive position. The audience was stunned. How can people in this world come up with so many crazy ideas about card feature bugs? The worst part is, these methods actually work. Isn't that weird? I can still bear the bug of Kashenran, why doesn't Vegeta even let me go? After being unable to complain, the audience continued to look at the screen. After becoming stronger, can Vegeta kill Frieza instantly here? Obviously, the answer is no. Frieza suddenly acted out of common sense. He yelled. The head is deformed and the body shape has more than doubled. Is he about to transform again? Frieza quickly completed the transformation into his third form, transforming into an alien state. The combat effectiveness has also increased several times. 10 million. Still rising. Frieza in this form can even join forces with Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan and others. There is nothing you can do against him. But, it's not over yet. Frieza's limit is not yet here. He can still get stronger. No more fun, right? I beg you, Frieza, don't change. If you change again, there will be no combat detector in the world that can accommodate you. What? 1 million combat power is not the end, it is not the limit. I suddenly feel that Gohan and the others should hurry up and run away now. The faster you run, the better. After seeing Frieza's multiple transformations, for the first time, the idea came to the audience's mind that this guy was absolutely impossible to defeat. Son Goku, Vegeta, or anyone called the Supreme, are nothing in front of Frieza. This is absolute crushing strength. If you don't run now, when will you wait? We can only pray that Frieza will choose to spare their lives in the end. In the screen, Vegeta quickly asked Krillin to severely injure himself. It's better to bypass Frieza directly, enter the dying state, let Piccolo resurrect himself, and continue to get stuck. Although Krillin couldn't bear to do it, he still had to do it. He knew that there was no way they could deal with Frieza now. No one can defeat him. It didn't take long. Vegeta stretched his muscles. After Dandy's hands, he was successfully resurrected. Snort. Vegeta became confident again. Now I have become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? The audience looked at Vegeta in confusion. Is this the Super Saiyan form that everyone has been thinking about before? It seems that there is no difference from Vegeta before, right? As for whether it is useful or not, the audience will soon be able to tell in the next scene. Because at the same time, Frieza has also completed the transformation into his final form. He was all white. Although the figure is not as exaggerated and terrifying as the previous form, it contains an unknown amount of mellow energy. Frieza, Final form. The combat power directly reaches the terrifying 60 million. 60 million. You're kidding me. Stop fighting, Vegeta, you better run. Oh my god, I'm going numb with these numbers. Who is stronger, Son Goku or Frieza? This is only the third video. This allowed the audience to see the full strength of this overlord who ruled hundreds of planets. Frieza like this can even be used as a series of inventory bosses to defeat. But in the world of Dragon Ball, it is only ranked third. Appalling appearance. Plus an extremely dangerous aura. All the people watching felt psychologically uncomfortable and almost had a mental breakdown. However, Vegeta is not afraid of him. After all, he has just been resurrected and improved his strength. Vegeta is still very confident in his fighting ability. But the result is, Vegeta kept yelling and using his princely fighting skills. Countless Kikong waves and cannonball-like attacks rolled down from his hands and roared out. But it was of no use to this Frieza. Frieza just pointed casually. The ground beneath Vegeta's feet suddenly collapsed. Vegeta himself was also greatly hurt. See this situation. Vegeta finally couldn't help it and cried. This is absolute crushing. Both mentally and physically, in terms of strength. Frieza stood above the once proudest Saiyan prince. This deep feeling of powerlessness. Vegeta no longer wants to experience it again. When Vegeta and others were covered in the aura of despair. Behind him, a golden light suddenly appeared. Vegeta looked at this shadow in astonishment. For some reason, he felt full of security from the bottom of his heart. The one who comes is not someone else. It is the savior who brings hope to all. The world of Dragon Ball, the representative of the supreme combat power. Son Wukong. Chapter 73. The current Frieza cannot be described by just using the simple word powerful. In the battle just now, even when Vegeta used his most powerful attack, Frieza just kicked him away. Vegeta turned his unwillingness, anger, fear, and other emotions into tears and burst out. His dignity as a prince had long since disappeared. However, there is no perfect path. As Vegeta continues to be ravaged by Frieza and prepares to finish him off, Son Wukong woke up from the treatment chamber. Like a savior, he came to the battlefield. Dad is back. Son Wukong is back. Gohan, Krillin, and others seemed to have found a backbone and were no longer panicking. Even Piccolo was unnoticeably excited. Wukong's appearance is like a ray of warm sunshine shining on everyone, bringing a sufficient sense of security. After greeting others, Wukong had a determined look in his eyes. With a sudden burst of energy, he walked towards Frieza step by step. Piccolo was amazed. When did this guy become so powerful? Watching Wukong return to the battlefield, the people from all over the world outside the screen were extremely excited. They wished they could all get into the screen now, sit behind Gohan, and watch the next battle at close range. Wow, Wukong, we have been waiting for you for a long time. If we don't come sooner, Vegeta will be dead. Savior, he is simply the savior. The last time I was so excited, it seemed that I was attacking Team Jinyu. This is the ceiling for being chosen as the representative of the Dragon Ball world. The temperament is just different from others. Countless viewers are convinced at this moment. As long as Son Wukong is here, even if the opponent is the ruler of hundreds of planets, no matter how hard the opponent is, he cannot defeat him. With Son Wukong here, everything will be no problem. As long as you hide behind Son Wukong, he will help people solve all difficulties. Son Wukong, don't be afraid. Control Frieza. Wukong was also severely injured last time. Now that he has recovered, his combat effectiveness will definitely have made a qualitative leap. I like him. That's right. He will definitely become Frieza's toughest opponent. Vegeta is not the only purebred Saiyan. As long as Frieza is killed, the crisis on this planet will be completely resolved. Son Goku, Don't be afraid of him. But after bursts of cheers passed, gradually, people in reality also discovered many problems. That Frieza is still very powerful. The battle of 60 million is no joke. Is Sun Wukong really sure that he can defeat him? Even if you are reborn once, you may not directly have the explosive combat ability of 60 million. 60 million, in the eyes of ordinary viewers, is already an astronomical number. Even if Sun Wukong is the protagonist, no matter how powerful his halo is. The last time he fought against Captain Jinyu, his combat strength was only a few 100,000. Some people have only one word to comment on the upcoming battle. Hang. Demiurge. What do you think the chances of Sun Wukong winning are? In the world of Bone King, Gohan was the supreme being who was excited to watch the whole show. After hiding his emotions, he asked Xiao Di what he thought of this battle. Demiurge pushed up his glasses, walked up to Gohan, and bowed slowly. Lordans. If you look at it according to my algorithm, the probability of that monkey winning is basically equal to 0. After listening to Xiao Di's explanation, the Bone King looked at the other great guardians. They all gave the same answer. The Bone King nodded. Your analysis makes sense. Also, Son Goku's performance in the early stage, although excellent, was only outstanding in front of Frieza's men. If you want to ask, who is more powerful, Goku or Frieza, who has a combat power of 500,000? He thought that other people would definitely give the answer that Sun Wukong was so powerful. In fact, in Gohan's heart, he still hopes that Sun Wukong can win. After all, before traveling through time, was still a very passionate young man at heart. Who doesn't hope that the heroic protagonist in his mind can lead everyone to defeat the evil forces and move towards victory? Gohan fell silent. In another plane. Enter Thousand Sunny, Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, Sanji and others. They all swarmed to the front of the deck. Even Nami, who was not very interested in the content on the screen, was nervous watching it now. We're here. This is what I want to see. Sun Wukong, fight against Lisa. The strongest vs the strongest. Zoro was extremely excited. Sanji took a deep breath and let it out. Really, Wukong has always been a very worrying person. Chopper, as long as Sun Wukong is here, everyone else will be fine. Luffy chuckled. Of course. He is the core of the Dragon Ball team. Just like me. At some point, Luffy gave such a weird name to a group of people in the Dragon Ball world. As for what will happen next? In the world of pirates, except for Luffy and his group, other pirates, marines, and even high-level government officials, everyone is watching silently. It even felt like the sea was calm. Hokage world. When Naruto saw Sun Wukong, he seemed to think of himself. They are all people who rush to the battlefield desperately for the sake of their companions and justice. Even if you know this business, you will definitely experience a hard battle. But they showed no signs of timidity. Hey! Look! Frieza seems to be making some moves. Hey! I'm so nervous. Please, Sun Wukong. Vegeta, Gohan and the others will leave it to you. We must defeat Frieza. The Ninja Alliance clasped their hands together, as if they had merged with the people on the screen. Naruto also started to cheer for Sun Wukong on the screen from the bottom of his heart. The final battle. But don't let people down. The sky, above the silver-grey giant screen. Within the screen, Frieza also seemed to notice Son Goku's arrival. He immediately released his grip on Vegeta's collar and stared at Goku with an indifferent expression, as if he was sizing up something. This face looks familiar. Frieza was thinking hard about whether he had seen Sun Wukong somewhere. Vegeta spoke and called Sun Wukong Kakarot. Frieza then remembered. It turns out that he is a descendant of the Saiyan planet that he once destroyed. And in that battle, the last one who was still resisting tenaciously was a subhuman who looked exactly like Sun Wukong. The memory ends. Frieza finally knows who Son Goku is. Next, he did not spare any effort. Attacked Sun Wukong directly. However, something unexpected happened. Sun Wukong actually just did a simple dodge. He actually dodged a kick from Frieza, who had a combat power of 60 million. How can this be? Frieza was slightly shocked. He raised his hand and released a shock wave of red terror. Thinking, this time must be foolproof, right? Sun Wukong will definitely not be able to avoid it. The results of it. Sun Wukong raised his hand. The red light wave was actually blown away. The mountain in the distance was instantly blown into pieces by this attack. This time, Frieza was no longer calm. He started firing lasers at Sun Wukong like crazy. The streaks of red lightning looked like tornadoes. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong took them all with one hand. And he even fought back. So strong. Sun Wukong has really become stronger. And from the looks of it, he is much stronger than before. The audience was stunned. How did Sun Wukong do it? How can he still fight Frieza who has 60 million fighting power? More than one person was surprised. Frieza suddenly broke into a cold sweat and kept saying, how is this possible? It doesn't make sense. At this time, Vegeta smiled though. He told Frieza, Sun Wukong is the super soldier he fears most. You Frieza can only bully me. Now, it's Sun Wukong's turn to take your life. Vegeta laughed heartily. Frieza immediately became furious and trembled with embarrassment. Tears flashed in the corners of Vegeta's eyes. Turn around. With his last breath, he told Sun Wukong. If you want to become a true Super Saiyan, you must be cold and ruthless. Think of this. Vegeta finally couldn't help it and burst into tears. He told Sun Wukong the secret that the Saiyans were loyal to Frieza, but were destroyed by Frieza along with everyone on the planet. You must do it with your own hands. Knock down Frieza. Use Saiyan's hands. Vegeta just said the last sentence. Frieza's attack directly penetrated Vegeta. The hearts of the audience suddenly became cold and fell into the abyss. A generation of genius, a descendant of the powerful Saiyans, surrounded by towers. At this point, he completely fell. They never expected it. Vegeta would actually throw away his life for this scene. Vegeta. No. This. Why, Vegeta, why don't you run away? He can still be saved. Sun Wukong, hurry up and help him. At the same time, all present. People's anger towards Frieza has increased to a new level. Originally, people didn't know the depth of Frieza's sins. It's good now. For Sun Wukong. Let's settle old and new accounts together. For his share of the lost home, and for Vegeta's share. Sun Wukong, everyone will come back with revenge. On top of the sad picture, Sun Wukong silently buried the hero's body. Then, Sun Wukong clenched his fists. The last Saiyan in this universe will win with the pride of Saiyan. Sun Wukong officially issued a declaration of war to Frieza. Let's get out of here quickly. The battle that follows is not something we can bear. Piccolo quickly left with Gohan, Krillin and others. Thus, Sun Wukong no longer has any worries. You can feel free to use your fists. The drums of battle have officially begun. Frieza and Son Goku disappeared on the ground in an instant. The two of them dodge and move in the air, setting off an unprecedented battle. Every punch. It can cause turbulence in all things in the world. This is the battle between the strong. This is the battle between the supreme combat powers. Frieza and Son Goku respectively explained to the audience what dimensionality reduction strikes are. The speed of the two figures was so fast that it was difficult to detect with the naked eye. They could only see a little shadow of Frieza and Son Goku. There are also the surrounding mountains that are constantly shaking. Frieza even used 2 mountains to directly squeeze Sun Wukong together. Unfortunately, it was instantly broken by the opponent's Qigong wave. I finally understand why Piccolo and the others are so powerful, but they still want to take the first step to leave the battlefield. This power, this destructive power. If I had wanted to participate, I would have been crushed to death by the aftermath of their battle on the spot. Incomparably powerful, it's so enjoyable to watch. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, Frieza used his strongest shock wave to hit the sky. Boom! After a violent explosion, the camera zooms out. The audience instantly saw a big hole opened by Frieza on planet Namek. It's like a meteorite falling from the sky. The scariest thing is, after playing for a long time, for the 2 of them, it was just a warm-up. At this time, Frieza started to explode. Sun Wukong also activated Kaio Fist tenfold. The scale of the battle between the 2 became even more terrifying. But this time, the difference in combat effectiveness can already be clearly experienced. Son Goku, who had 10 times the power of the Kaio Fist, began to be crushed by Frieza in all directions. Even if Sun Wukong used all his strength to wield the turtle-style Qigong wave, it would only cause some minor injuries to Frieza. Times of crisis. Goku thought of Krillin. Thinking of Bulma and Gohan in his family. Thinking of everyone on Earth. Wukong roared instantly. 20 times the Kaio Fist. Turn on. Suddenly, the air seemed to be frozen. Wukong's whole body is emitting dazzling red light, and his strength has reached its peak. At this moment, the attentive audience suddenly discovered. It is different from the red light all over the body of Kaioken in the past. This time, Sun Wukong's body surface actually appeared with a faint golden color. Is this an omen? No time to think. Goku flew into the sky again and fought Frieza for 300 rounds. Once again, it brought drastic changes and unpredictable destruction to Namek. However, Frieza after the explosion was too strong. In normal state, Frieza has nearly 60 million combat power. He must be even more powerful now. Sun Wukong was seriously injured. Even if he uses his ultimate method of fighting the enemy, the Vitality Bullet, it just knocked Frieza out of his state a little bit. Victory? No. Frieza smiled evilly. Get up and get married. In an instant, the world-destroying divine light turned into a chain, pointing directly at Sun Wukong's vital point. Piccolo saw that the situation was not going well, so he ran up regardless of his own safety and blocked Sun Wukong's fatal blow. Piccolo! Goku roared. However, Lisa's attack was not over yet. He grabbed Klin with one hand and threw him into the air. Then created bang sound. Klin's body exploded like a firework. Colin, dead. Sun Wukong looked at his friends who were dying one after another with almost despair. Just at this moment, he finally couldn't restrain his inner anger. Super Saiyan form is coming soon. Chapter 74. Before Krillin died, he called Goku's name one last time. No matter how much Wukong tried to stop what was happening in front of him, he was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as his best friend Klin, who had been with him since childhood, was crushed and exploded, turning into brilliant fireworks in the sky. Frieza smiled. This is the effect he wants. Frieza has always used absolute power to crush and ravage his opponents, watching their painful expressions, and taking pleasure in doing so. Killing Krillin in front of Sun Wukong was also part of Frieza's plan. Next, Frieza is ready to take action and end Goku's suffering. Ino, Klin. Inu Orium, no. Inu Orium, how did it come to this? Kurosaki Ichigo, that shouldn't be the case. Can't the Kaio Fist and the Energy Bullet combined be enough to deal with that Frieza? Chopper, my Krillin. Frieza, you deserve to die. first Vegeta, then Piccolo, and finally Krillin. Bail, except for Gohan, is everyone else bad? Obviously when Son Goku was just resurrected, he was still able to beat Frieza. At that time, the audience is filled with hope. Sun Wukong can still do it. However, when Frieza exploded, everything began to change. The form was completely reversed. After the outbreak of Frieza, Sun Wukong could no longer deal with him. Viewers are reminded of Vegeta's last words before his death. Then he looked at Klin's corpse in the sky. Their tears were uncontrollable and poured down like a waterfall. Nami, damn it, Frieza. Nami, you must die a good death. Aru, fortunately, Piccolo is fine. Everyone, calm down. There is still a chance to save Klin. Alu, yes, just make a wish to the Dragon Ball. Yefeng, no, it can't be done. The barrage was flooding the screen like crazy, and I could barely control it. It can be seen how shocked they were by the sacrifices of Krillin and the others and the terrifying power brought by Frieza. Marino Yaki, even if they can summon Shenlong later, they have to overcome the immediate difficulties first. Marino Yaki, no one in the entire universe can defeat this guy Frieza. Marino Yaki, 60 million combat power is just the first form. Morino Hiki, after the explosion, it becomes more difficult to deal with. The audience saw with their own eyes how Goku, who was 2,530 times more powerful than the Kaio Fist, was defeated by Frieza. Even Sun Wukong has no way to deal with such an opponent. What about others? At this time, the sky turned dark. The audience's attention was instantly attracted. What happened? Did it suddenly get dark? Look at Sun Wukong. He seems to have suddenly changed his appearance. Under the rhythm of several rows of barrages, thousands of spectators looked towards the sky in unison, staring at the only protagonist on the screen. At this time, Sun Wukong's eyes turned white. Gritting teeth, he clenched his fists, and looking from a distance, veins popped up all over his body, as if he was suffering endless pain and anger. But the most surprising thing, around Sun Wukong, there were dozens or even hundreds of lightning bolts, making thunderous sounds. Lightning pierced the dark night. Light up Sun Wukong's body. Ah! Ah! Sun Wukong suddenly roared. The lightning was several times more violent. Such an exaggerated momentum made the audience stunned on the spot. Immediately afterwards, after Sun Wukong roared to the sky for dozens of minutes, his skin and hair began to change color. A faint golden light wraps around the whole body. Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly became extremely resolute, and his hair shone with beautiful golden color. Electric light hovered around Wukong, and a large amount of terrifying energy was constantly leaking out. Now Sun Wukong is like the god of thunder coming to the world. Like the god of war ascending to the top. Wukong's fighting power is also rapidly expanding in an impossible manner. This is... The audience all had their mouths open. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The terrifying increase in combat power made all the audience gasp. This is definitely not Kaioken. The clever audience discovered the suspicion on the spot. But if this is not Kaio Fist, what method did Sun Wukong use to improve his combat power? At this time, a name suddenly appeared in the hearts of all viewers. That's what Vegeta and the others had been hinting at before the video started. Light Yagami, Super Saiyan. Yagami you, will this look like a Super Saiyan? Rewa, I don't feel good. Rewa, if Son Goku's current form is Super Saiyan, then it's really a level higher than Vegeta's Super Saiyan. The scariest thing, Ajkf, is not the huge changes in Sun Wukong's appearance. It's the rapid advancement in combat effectiveness. When the Monkey King on the screen completes his final roar and transformation, the lightning finally stopped. Wukong's combat power at this time has officially exceeded its limit. Huge numbers are suspended on the screen and above Wukong's head. 150 million. Kaneki Ken, 150 million? 150 million. Kaneki Ken, how much? Yuta, hey, aren't you seeing the same numbers? Yongta, wake me up quickly and let me see if I'm dreaming. Tajmi, what's going on? The audience, who did not understand the situation, immediately became confused. Exclaiming, screaming, and questioning, it was like waking up from a big dream. Finally, the audience was determined. Now Sun Wukong does have a fighting power of 150 million. This is what the audience has longed for, the Super Saiyan. Think back to the beginning, when the third video was just beginning. Sun Wukong, who has activated the Kaio Fist, only has a fighting strength of 180,000. It has only been less than 2 hours. Why has such a big change happened? 100,000 to 100 million, brother, I really admire you. Even if you are a pure Saiyan, it is impossible to reach this point. In panic, the audience couldn't wait to put their eyes on Sun Wukong's body and observe it up and down. They wanted to see what Goku's body structure was. This is considered blatant cheating. In the world of Hokage, Uchiha Madara stood up solemnly. The same is true for Wu around him. What exactly is going on? Madara was stunned. As the only strong person in the Uchiha clan, he is also the resurrected ancestor from ancient times. After watching this video and seeing the Super Saiyan form, I started sweating involuntarily. This screen is really magical. Obviously it's just a video with limited effect, but it can actually have such a big reaction from us. Wu Ye started to tremble and said in disbelief. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara shook his head. No. Madara has been confirmed. The Monkey King in the video is indeed worthy of the ceiling of supreme combat power. Except for him and Frieza, none of the strong men who appeared shocked Madara to this extent. If I want to get that kind of power, not to mention ruling the ninja world, even the planet we are on can become my possession. Wu nodded. It seems that it is correct to temporarily give up attacking the ninja coalition and sit here and observe the video. If it wasn't for this thing, I would never know about it in my life. Beyond our world, there is actually such a godlike existence like Jinping. Teacher. Inside the one-punch world, Geno stopped what he was doing. Because my teacher Saitama is now unusually serious. What happened, teacher? At this time, after Saitama realized his state, he shook his head. Nothing. That's right, I seem to be able to feel that Sun Wukong is angry. Saitama clenched his fists, unable to stop being excited. That's right. This is what the strong and the powerful have in common. If it weren't for this screen blocking it, Saitama definitely wants to fly out of the earth now, find this universe, and find Sun Wukong. Let's have a hearty battle with the supreme powerhouse of E that we covet. Someone who can make teachers excited. Genos was shocked. That definitely shows that the Monkey King on the screen may be really powerful and explosive. The number of 150 million is definitely not a joke. The world of slime. Interior of the village of Tempest. Rimuru, who was walking on the road in human form, was suddenly startled. Frightened, he instantly transformed back into slime form. In form. Extremely dangerous. Sun Wukong, with a combat power of 150 million. Extremely dangerous. This was the voice of the great sage that suddenly burst out in Rimuru's mind. Scared me to death. Great sage. I thought Tempest was going to be attacked by something. Rimuru breathed a long sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. It's just a screen. It's not like Sun Wukong suddenly jumped out of the screen to deal with this place, causing Rimuru to worry. But the aura of the strong man coming from the sky still made Rimuru unforgettable for a long time. Looking at it now, It seems that the demon kings in our world are not so terrifying anymore. After meeting Son Goku and Frieza, Rimuru's tolerance for strong people has been raised a lot. At this time, Rimuru sighed inwardly. Thankfully I'm not reincarnated into the world of Dragon Ball. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't live long before I'm scared by those Saiyans or something. It has become a pile of matter that cannot think. It's too scary, supreme combat power. Horrible. All major worlds. All heavens and worlds. They were all affected by the emergence of a Super Saiyan. Especially the super and extremely powerful people in some worlds. As strong men, they can certainly feel the extraordinary power of Sun Wukong on the screen. Since then, they have begun to have great expectations for the next battle. On the screen, Frieza looked at the blonde Son Goku in front of him in disbelief. I was so excited that I couldn't speak. A fear from deep inside began to invade Frieza's body. However, Frieza suppressed this fear. He is quite confident, and actually thinks that the current Sun Wukong is just bluffing, and the final victory will definitely belong to him. At this time, Goku asked Gohan to take Piccolo's body away. Gohan did as he was told. He understood his father's intention. Only after a few people left safely could Wukong use his full strength with confidence. On the way out of this land, Gohan remembered what Vegeta said before he died. He realized that his father had become a Super Saiyan. Gohan was instantly moved to tears. Frieza raised one hand. He was not even willing to let Gohan leave, and wanted to knock him down with an invincible Qigong wave. Who knows? In an instant, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Sun Wukong pinched Piccolo's arm with power that was almost beyond the speed of light. Why, kill Krillin? Goku asked angrily. Frieza, on the other hand, was squealing and screaming. It hurts. You must break free quickly. After Frieza's body exploded and huge purple energy surged out, Sun Wukong let go of his hand. However, this Super Saiyan's counterattack has just begun. Wukong became furious and turned into a ball of golden light. Flash forward, flash past. In a blink. Just throw Frieza into the air and kick him. Just a few rounds down. Frieza has been fooled. Why? Why are you being beaten? What trick did this guy use? Is he so strong? What is his combat power? Has Son Goku really turned into a Super Saiyan form? A series of questions appeared in Frieza's mind. He became angry with shame. While roaring, he fired unlimited waves, trying to drown the guy in front of him with this large number of attacks. It didn't take long. Several hundred rounds of purple Qigong waves were fired. And every blow was a powerful attack condensed by Frieza that could destroy the world. However, the smoke cleared. Sun Wukong didn't even move. What? Frieza gritted his teeth and refused to believe in evil. Then throw out explosions, bombardments, and Qigong waves. However, no matter how he attacks, none of them are of any use. This will only make Sun Wukong's anger level higher and higher. Look at Sun Wukong again. He just needs to raise his hands and gather his energy. It can knock Frieza far away in an instant. The battle situation is one-sided. Amoyai, so strong. Amoyai, it's just crushing. Dark Mirror, if I learn to be a Super Saiyan, wouldn't the entire universe have to go sideways? Shen Jiangxin, there is hope. Sun Wukong has hope of winning. Demiurge, no, it starts when Son Goku awakens the Super Saiyan's fighting power of 150 million. Demiurge, the victory of this battle has actually come to an end. The gap in combat effectiveness between the two sides is too great. Now, Sun Wukong doesn't even need to waste too much effort. Frieza could only be beaten passively. Moreover, this screen has to be slowed down countless times so that most ordinary viewers outside the screen can follow the movements of the Super Saiyan. Otherwise, they would only see afterimages and afterimages flying back and forth in the air. Goku, you must avenge Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo and the others. Right. Kill this ruthless guy. Kill this despicable guy. The voices of the audience were overwhelming. It almost flooded the entire area with several barrages. Back to the picture. Frieza, his opponent, has already doubted his life. He even used the sneak attack method that he once disdained the most. It's a pity that all of them are useless. Sun Wukong is like a mountain. He pressed hard on Frieza's chest. Frieza's energy is almost exhausted. Is this the only way this battle can end? Sudden. Frieza in the sky made an unexpected decision. Chapter 75. Frieza, who had been busy for a long time, stopped attacking. He was almost exhausted. But after the smoke dissipated, Wukong still stood there like an okay person. Sun Wukong's speed is really too fast. Frieza can't even touch Son Goku. You only know how to hide. Can't you fight me openly? Do you dare to be attacked by me once? Let's see if you can withstand it. It was only here that Frieza really started to panic. He tried to use provocation to stimulate Wukong. However, Lisa didn't get it. This trick actually works. Number 39, dash. Then I'll just stand still and you can attack. Wukong's face was filled with imperceptible confidence. Just stand in the air, not hiding or hiding, to welcome the next attack. Muse, this? Wukong, this is no joke. Everyone who sees it now knows. The Frieza in front of him was ruthless and scheming. Isn't being kind to your enemies the same as being kind to yourself? Albedo, the nature of Saiyans is indeed very promiscuous. Albedo, there is such a good opportunity to kill Frieza, so why does Goku have to be here, standing and letting Frieza fight? Boros, haha, I understand. Boros, after all, he is the most powerful existence in the entire Namek. Boros, it's not impossible to let him use 2 moves to make Frieza understand the situation. Genos, oh, I hope nothing unexpected happens. There are still many viewers outside who are uneasy. After all, there is only one chance to defeat Frieza. Once even Sun Wukong had an accident. That's it. The world of Dragon Ball can even be completed directly here. But our god of war, Sun Wukong. But I have never let anyone down. Look at Sun Wukong's proud look. Frieza chuckled, sensing that this was an excellent opportunity. He instantly gathered together a shocking attack and manipulated the red light to attack Sun Wukong. The results of it? The attack hits once. However, it was forcefully bounced away by Sun Wukong. Frieza can't even penetrate Son Goku's defense. Only now did Frieza realize the truth. This guy in front of me, this guy. You, who are you? Only then did Frieza remember that after fighting for so long, he didn't even know the name of the Saiyan opposite him. Or maybe it was to delay some time. Our Sun Wukong introduced himself very cooperatively. Didn't you already know that? I came here to defeat the Saiyans you came from Earth. Super Saiyan Son Goku. Sun Wukong's anger could not be suppressed at all. He looked up to the sky and roared, roaring out the golden Kamui. Frieza exclaimed. He recalled various scenes of himself being brutally tortured by Sun Wukong. Suddenly furious, Frieza begins to condense the energy of destruction. And raise this energy high above your head. Frieza thought, since he can't defeat you, he will blow up the entire Namek with his people. At that time, Sun Wukong will be restricted and slowly die, and he will be able to move freely in the universe. Just do it. Frieza used up all his energy to blast through Namek with terrifying energy waves. Suddenly, the earth cracks. The huge explosion has affected every inch of Namek. However, when the explosion is over, Frieza didn't have enough time to gather energy, so the planet could only explode after 5 minutes. Sun Wukong mocked. You are afraid that the explosion will affect you, so you compress the energy, right? Humph, 5 minutes is more than enough to deal with you. That's all. The two strongest men began to discuss swords in Huashan on this planet that was on the verge of destruction, and began the final confrontation. 5 minutes. Frieza is so brave. Does he think there is nothing that Son Goku can do to defeat Frieza in these 5 minutes? Facing 150 million Super Saiyans. It's hard to believe Frieza could survive intact. Sun Wukong said that he can defeat his opponent in 5 minutes, which is true. Sun Wukong has become the backbone of many audiences. At this time, another area of Boros. A group of people gathered here to keep warm, and they were shivering. Frieza took action to destroy an entire Namek planet, and the oppression he brought to them was too profound. I didn't realize it until I saw the world of Dragon Ball. It turns out that their supreme combat power can really destroy a planet casually. Even in One Punch World, Saitama is on the way to the final battle with Hungry Wolf. The two of them only caused some damage to places such as Earth and Mars. The audience at that time, they all thought that the most exaggerated and shocking battle scene in the world could only be produced by Saitama, who is a one-punch world. But the further back you look, the more the audience can realize that they and others are really too young. Look at Frieza. Kigong wave cannonballs condensed with force can directly destroy a planet in a short time, and even want to solve the Super Saiyan through the limitations of the universe. The gap in combat power is now obvious. No wonder. No wonder the title of this video is about the supreme combat power of the comprehensive universe. So that's what it means. The supreme power of the One Punch world is only concentrated on the small Earth. Dragon Ball, integrating the planets in their entire universe. This is the difference in title. Although there is no ranking in these rounds of inventory. But the audience has already started to get excited, initially comparing Dragon Ball to One Punch. Aizen-suk, how long will this battle last? Kamatu Tanjiro, I don't know, it depends on Sun Wukong's mood. Kamatu Tanjiro, he is the strongest now. My wife, Zenitsu, said, yes, we can obviously defeat our opponent very quickly, but we have been wasting our time until now. My wife Zenitsu, my head looks a lot bigger when I look at it. I almost developed high blood pressure because of it. I don't understand what Saiyans think. I really hope there won't be any problems in the end and we won't be able to fight again or anything like that. The audience doesn't know yet at this point. Sun Wukong's more promiscuous behavior is yet to come. Sun Wukong explained his words immediately. He wants to have a final battle with Frieza in his strongest form. Then, Frieza was furious. Develop the body's limits to 50%, or even to 100%. At this point, the Emperor of the Universe was born. Frieza's size expanded several times. The energy and combat power have also increased a lot. The decisive battle officially begins. During the time when Frieza and Goku were fighting. At the same time, the other side of the Dragon Ball world. Due to the resurrection of the Earth God, the dragon was also resurrected. Under the guidance of the King of Kai, Shenron begins to resurrect everyone killed by Frieza in this war. Under the cover of the Divine Dragon's brilliance, most of the Namekians and Vegeta were successfully resurrected. The Great Elder and the Fat Dragon were also resurrected. Frieza saw the fat dragon named Namek in front of him. When he got anxious, he rushed over and shouted at Shenlong to make himself immortal. Sun Wukong ducked over and intercepted Frieza. Frieza seized this last chance to win. He rushed forward like crazy, and even beat up Wukong who came to stop him. Don't stop me! You inferior creature! Shenlong is mine! When the audience saw this, they almost frightened themselves and others. If Frieza makes his wish come true, it will be over. Sun Wukong and others are definitely no match for Frieza, and by then, the battle situation will be reversed again. DJI. The fat dragon smiled innocently. He didn't even know what Frieza was talking about. The Namekian's own divine dragon naturally cannot understand what people from other planets say. Frieza was dumbfounded. It's Sun Wukong's side. Through Dandy's translation, Sun Wukong made a wish for everyone to be teleported to the earth. Wishes come true. Namek is now deserted. Only Sun Wukong and Frieza are left to have the final battle here. Because the star was shattered into pieces by Lisa. Now the entire planet is in a state of disarray, and the sky is blood red like the end of the world. Lava is still erupting everywhere. It was here that Frieza and Goku began to fight each other. One is the Universe Emperor Frieza with 100% power, the strongest form. One is Super Saiyan, Son Goku. Even the ordinary fists swung by the two of them could blow up a fierce gust of wind. Every encounter. All of them can aggravate the destruction of Namek. Frieza throws Son Goku to the ground. His hands rub together to create black and red light waves. Go to hell. Under heavy bombardment. A big hole was dug in the ground, and clouds rose into the sky. B. Sun Wukong is safe and sound. Golden light burst out. Son Goku shouted as he rushed forward and punched Frieza in the chest. The clouds swayed behind me, and lava rose into the sky. Accompanied by lightning and thunder. The battle between the two is so exaggerated. From this moment on, all the fighting scenes that have been played before are much darker. At the peak of his fighting power, no one dares to challenge his status except Super Sailor Goku. But how could Lisa escape in such a panic here? He started punching Sun Wukong like crazy. You know how powerful I am. I will not lose to a mere inferior Saiyan creature. 0, please give me flowers. But this guy is throwing punches randomly. In the end, it just added some minor injuries to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodges. He immediately flashed behind Frieza and slapped him in the face. Suddenly, Frieza was driven underground and felt the threat of death. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Goku is in the sky fighting Frieza below. Frieza was not timid at all and became more energetic as he fought. His terrifying light of destruction and death has covered half of the sky. Originally, this battle was supposed to be a crushing round that only belonged to him, Frieza. But after Sun Wukong successfully awakened the Super Saiyan, he couldn't catch up with Wukong. What Frieza can do now is not to lose to Goku in terms of momentum, but no matter how he attacks, he can't destroy Goku's defense. Frieza even began to doubt whether Sun Wukong was fighting him with all his strength anymore. The fighting is endless. From heaven to earth. From the mountains to the valley floor. Their battle stirred up dust and sent out tsunamis. It even dyed half of the sky red. Frieza and Goku seemed to be more than tired, and devoted themselves to the exaggerated battle. However, there will always be people who cannot support it first. Frieza couldn't catch up. I want to throw out the red deadly flywheel and bury Sun Wukong here through my tracking ability. He just waved his knife. The red light wheel is flying around like this, and if it is hit, no matter how hard the opponent's body is, it will be cut in half instantly. Result: Sun Wukong's speed is really too fast. Frieza's flywheel didn't hit Sun Wukong. He was even cut off by his own attack. Frieza lost his legs and fell to the ground. Audience. Everyone's reaction was too intense. Good chance. Frieza is finished. Frieza, is he finally going to die? Frieza now looks completely ignorant. He lost. He lost. It's not easy, it's not easy. Cleverness leads to mistakes. Sun Wukong has already won this battle. Awesome. It's so thrilling, so exciting. I didn't expect that a battle that only lasted 5 minutes could cause such serious damage to the terrain. Now that they can destroy a planet at will, I believe it. It's so fun. I just like this kind of battle. Sun Wukong is the eternal god. Winning wasn't easy. Finally, I defeated that Frieza. People breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the victory of the battle finally belonged to Sun Wukong, they were extremely excited. B. The battle on the screen is not over yet. The audience's hearts, which had just dropped, became tense again. Because Frieza's body was trembling. He actually forced his body to stand up. Just a Saiyan. Frieza is about to die. The kind-hearted Sun Wukong kindly gave some Wu Qi to the other party. Then, Wukong turned around, leaving only his departing figure. But Frieza would rather die than accept charity from the Saiyans. Frieza roared angrily. In an instant, he used all his energy to blast out his last destructive light wave. The giant energy attack began to devour everything in sight. The target is Sun Wukong in the sky. Even if he dies, Frieza will drag Sun Wukong down. Not good. Frieza is indeed insidious. He took advantage of Sun Wukong's departure to launch a sneak attack. Wukong! Turn back quickly! The audience stood up on the spot excitedly. Tens of millions of people in all the worlds were all nervously watching the scene in front of them. Wukong, you must not die in confusion here. Maybe he noticed something. The moment the attack was about to reach his back, Son Goku senses Frieza's murderous intent. Goku began to gnash his teeth. Yelled ABD. He put his hands together and the turtle-style Qigong wave exploded. Turtle-style Qigong, which was far more powerful than Frieza's attack, spurted out in an instant. Yellow flash is coming. Colliding with Frieza's attacks. A deafening explosion swept everything. Frieza watched in horror as the attack got closer. He regretted it. However, it's too late to say anything now. This is the end of Frieza. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, lived a glorious life. In the end, he was annihilated in the glory of Turtle School Qigong. He was killed by the Super Saiyan he feared the most. Ah! Frieza's unwilling voice echoed throughout the universe. And the traces of Sun Wukong. Along with the big explosion of Namek, it completely disappeared without a trace. At this point, the Dragon Ball world and the Namek chapter where the supreme combat power Sun Wukong resides are officially concluded. Chapter 76. Who would have thought that in only the third video, there would be an inconspicuous Frieza? It can actually cause such huge damage to Sun Wukong and his team. Frillian, if it weren't for the Dragon Ball, a bug-level dragon that could be resurrected existed. Frillian, I'm worried that from now on the main character team will only be Gohan and Goku. Nobita, as expected of a divine dragon who can grant wishes. Nobita, everyone cried so much when Vegeta, Krillin, and the others died. Nobita, I didn't expect to be resurrected right now. Spider, I'm used to it. Spider-Man, who knows that Sun Wukong is invincible? Whether it was Piccolo or the King of Kai and others, they have established a good relationship with him and established friendship. Spider, unlike me, I can only rely on myself after resurrecting from this world. Spider Zi, how long have you been in this dark environment? Just don't know. On Namek, can Goku survive the explosion on Namek? Wang Ling, I hope everything is okay. From now on, the third video is over. The new chapter of Dragon Ball will continue. I just don't know if I will encounter an opponent comparable to Frieza in the future. Will Son Goku, who already possesses the strongest form of Super Saiyan, become the strongest supreme in the entire Dragon Ball universe? The next video will reveal all this soon. The video shines. As for the funeral affairs of Sun Wukong and others, they were clearly arranged. Bulma invited the homeless Vegeta to come and live in her home. Sun Wukong, who was swallowed by the explosion on Namek, did not actually disappear. After a period of time, he took the spaceship of the Jinyu Special Forces and went to another planet to practice. The remaining people who died were brought back to life through Namek's Shenlong Resurrection 207. There is no limit to the number of times this fat dragon can be resurrected, but it can only resurrect one person at a time. Klin, Yamsha, Dumpling, and others all returned safely. The Namekians also found a new place to live and moved. Vegeta considered his current strength, so he boarded a spaceship with 100 times gravity and went to practice. Everything seems to be developing in an orderly manner. In fact, there is a hidden crisis. This video is just a pavement for subsequent development. Sun Wukong and others are about to face an attack by artificial humans from the future, and will face Cell, who is more troublesome than Frieza. This day, Frieza's transformed body returns successfully. Together with his father, he came to Earth and must take revenge on those who had insulted him. Because Frieza is the final boss of the previous video, it left a very deep impression on most of the audience. He appeared right at the beginning of the fourth video, obviously with ulterior motives. The audience looked at the transformed Frieza on the screen. I always feel that the final boss of the last video is no longer as majestic as before. His appearance did not even make the audience feel in danger. Poseidon, Frieza. Poseidon, so he's not dead. Tisk, I don't know why Sun Wukong didn't want to kill this guy in the first place. Sure enough, he is a big hidden danger. Frillian, this Frieza is really ugly. I still like the original appearance of the Emperor of the Universe. Fulilian, I wonder if his strength has regressed now. After all, the combat power span of the Dragon Ball world is too exaggerated. Frieza was very fierce in the last video, but this time it's different. Frieza, who was transformed into an android, joined forces with his father. The father and son are preparing to destroy the Earth. But, at this moment, an unexpected guy suddenly burst into public view. The visitor was wearing clothes completely different from those of the current era. He was holding a long knife and his hair stood up very vigorously. This man stopped Frieza and the others. Say nothing. Directly turned on Super Saiyan mode. Puff. Everyone who had just been calm. Seeing the mysterious man activate the super match mode so easily, I was almost scared to the point of vomiting blood. Kurosaki Ichigo, what the hell? Kurosaki Ichigo, blonde hair, lots of ki, and lightning. Kurosaki Ichigo, this is indeed super cold mode. Chweer, who is this guy? Sun Wukong's illegitimate son? Uzumaki Naruto, isn't it? What's going on? Has the Super Saiyan become a cabbage now? Uzumaki Naruto, in the early setting, aren't there only two purebred Saiyans in the entire universe, Vegeta and Son Goku? Uzumaki Naruto, I don't understand. Because there is almost no similarity between this guy and Sun Wukong. The audience began to associate with this terrifying man. But basically no one is right. After this, the man also showed his terrifying strength to the audience. Jin has a long sword in his super cold mode. He actually cut Frieza, the final boss of the previous video, into 3 pieces. Frieza and his son were both spared. They were beaten like this within just a few minutes of their appearance. The audience exclaimed and couldn't believe what was happening above. Yadu, killed instantly. Yato, here comes another invincible guy. Yadu, he won't be Sun Wukong's enemy, right? Joe-root, isn't he really the illegitimate son of Sun Wukong? He looks so strong. Woohoo! Genos, indeed. Super alloy black light, as expected of a person living in a world of supreme combat power. The expansion of this value is simply too great. After this, Wukong took a spaceship and also came to the Earth. The mysterious man who killed Frieza and his son found Goku. He finally told his life experience and secrets. It turns out that this man's name is Trunks. He is a future person transported from the distant world 20 years later through a time machine. When Trunks revealed who his parents were, this answer shocked all the viewers. My parents are Bulma and Vegeta. Audience, hey? What about Yamuti? Isn't Yamcha Bulma's boyfriend? What exactly happened in the future? Why did it suddenly become so chaotic? Good brother, I have a hat for you. You must like the green one. Haha, it turns out it's not Sun Wukong's illegitimate son, it's Vegeta's. No, it's Bulma's. Who would have thought of this? By the way, isn't that Trunks' hair purple? Bulma and Vegeta's hair colors don't match either. That being said, I took a closer look and found that Trunks is actually very similar to Vegeta. After the family ethics relationship flooded the screen, some people woke up. I realize now is not the time to discuss this. Wait a minute, isn't what we should be concerned about now whether Trunks has come from the future? Why are we concerned about Kiamucha and Bulma? Right. Trunks said he traveled from the future 20 years later. Then what is his purpose? Since even Trunks has learned Super Saiyan, it goes without saying that Vegeta will be strong in the future. Hehe, I can already imagine how powerful Sun Wukong will be in the future. Second, Vegeta is so powerful. Sun Wukong must be more invincible. However, Trunks's voice broke everyone's illusions. He said every word. The purpose of Trunks coming here is to save the Earth. Because after 3 years, Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Legion will develop 2 artificial humans. Due to the terrifying strength of these 2 artificial humans, the next day, their appearance will completely destroy the Earth. Hearing that the poor Earth will be hit by destruction again, the audience was briefly stunned for a while. Genos, is it time for the Earth to be destroyed again? Trembling Tatsumaki, it's really abominable. Who is this Dr. Gro? Trembling Tatsumaki, what is an artificial man? Child Emperor, did you see Frieza just now? That is the body modified by an android. Child Emperor, however, the current world is really not peaceful. He let out a sigh. Child Emperor, these days, 2 artificial humans can destroy the Earth. Child Emperor, without Sun Wukong and the others, how difficult would it be for the Earth to survive? Speaking of Goku, everyone was puzzled. Amiya, strange. Amiya, since the android crisis is coming, why won't Sun Wukong come out to stop them? Amiya, could it be that these 2 androids can't even resist Super Saiyan Son Goku? Sudden. Trunks then said to Sun Wukong. And you're going to die early from a heart attack. There is no way to prevent this coming disaster. Heart disease? The audience was lost in thought. It turns out that's the case. It's not that Sun Wukong doesn't want to stop it, but heart disease will kill him. So, since Trunks will appear here, it proves that he has found a way to prevent the disaster. Having help from someone from the future is just like cheating. Vegeta's child is quite sensible. After handing Sun Wukong a bottle of special medicine to treat heart disease, Trunks boarded the spaceship and left here. But Trunks didn't know that. I made this special trip to travel through time. The world line has been changed. Next. In order to prepare for the coming disaster 3 years later, Wukong called all his partners together and encouraged everyone to practice individually in the next period of time. En route, Sun Wukong also showed off a wave of his newly learned skills, teleportation. He put his finger to his forehead. Whoosh! Sun Wukong disappeared without a trace. Inspired by Sun Wukong, others were eager to try and were ready to spend the next 3 years on an arduous journey of practice. Sun Wukong was still before leaving. I wish Bulma a healthy baby. After hearing this, Yamcha next to him. The old man blushed. I thought Sun Wukong was hinting at himself. The compact practice time soon unfolded. Naturally, it is impossible for the video to follow everyone's route and play all 3 years. Screen inventory system, fast forward directly. 3 years passed by in a flash. Period. Bulma and the hard-working Vegeta secretly fell in love. All this was just as Trunks had promised in advance. Bulma gave birth to a child for Vegeta and named him Trunks. When 3 years passed, Sun Wukong and his friends reunited. Trunks was already several months old. The 3-year appointment has arrived. The crisis finally began to come. The audience is looking forward to it. Who is responsible for the artificial disaster that Trunks calls? Can the villain who will appear next reach the heights of Frieza so that everyone can feel fear just by mentioning him? This day, 2 uninvited guests came to the Earth. They are android number 19 and android number 20. 2 artificial human killers created by Dr. Gero. But after everyone observed for a while, they didn't find anything special about these 2 guys. According to Trunks' description, an artificial man who can destroy the Earth. Shouldn't it be the kind that has its own unique aura that can make people feel scared just by looking at it? On the screen, these 2 uninvited guests began to wreak havoc and killing in the city. Yamcha wanted to stop it. However, he was suppressed from all directions by the other party and almost died tragically here. Fortunately, Sun Wukong and others, who had been well prepared, suddenly appeared, intercepted the killing, and saved Yamcha, who was dying. In order not to hurt innocent people, Sun Wukong led number 19 and number 20 to the border far away from the city. The 2 sides prepared to fight to the death there. So a battle between Saiyans and androids begins. Number 19 and Sun Wukong continued to fight and punch each other in the ring. Countless rounds were played. During this period, number 20 also inadvertently revealed the secret to Wukong. It turns out that Dr. Gero has been collecting Sun Wukong's battle data during this time. That is to say, Dr. Gero, who has thoroughly studied Sun Wukong, is simply invincible to Sun Wukong. However, Dr. Gero missed one point. What he is monitoring has always been Sun Wukong, who participated in the world's #1 martial arts club on Earth. In other words, Dr. Gero was 0.2 unaware of the battle between Son Goku and Frieza on Namek. Sun Wukong doesn't talk nonsense either. Directly turned on his Super Saiyan mode. 100 million combat power surged instantly. The battle changed rapidly. Sun Wukong, who had taken advantage of the attack, immediately pressed number 19 to fight. Just when the audience started cheering for Sun Wukong, who became stronger. No one expected that the crisis would come so suddenly. Android 19 has an almost terrifying absorptive ability. He can even absorb all the turtle-style Kigong waves released by Super Saiyan Son Goku. The battle is in the middle. Sun Wukong was also tortured to the point of being out of breath because of his heart disease. It is precisely because of this change. As a result, android number 19 directly pressed Sun Wukong under him and ravaged him. He was once a godlike existence in the hearts of the audience. He was actually tortured into this state because of a heart disease. Just like what Trunks said about the future, Sun Wukong will die of a heart attack in the future. Without the special medicine that Trunks brought in advance, Sun Wukong would be unable to hold on now. How so? Wukong, is he going to lose? Is the Super Saiyan in such a state of decline now? Although it is the highest world, but the guys in it are really more powerful than the other. It's completely different from Saitama destroying everything with one punch. Sun Wukong is always in danger of enemies whose combat power is several times greater than his own. Only by constantly improving yourself and stimulating your limits. Only then can we have the right to speak in this world. Son Goku's Super Saiyan form disappears. Sudden. The screen changed color. Number 19 was actually kicked away by a powerful force on the spot. At this moment of despair, the video suddenly ushered in a reversal. Chapter 77. Kick away number 19. Save Sun Wukong. Events finally began to turn around. In the distance, an extremely huge energy suddenly came. This aura is not even inferior to that of Sun Wukong, who was in his peak Super Saiyan state. That person is the pride of the Saiyans, Vegeta. Really? The person who supports you until the last moment is always your brother. Experienced various deeds on planet Namek. These two descendants of Saiyans have long since put aside their grudges. Although he still said that he was not forgiving, he would not give in to anyone. But whenever the other party is in trouble, Vegeta, or Sun Wukong, will rush to support immediately. After seeing Vegeta coming to the battlefield, Yamcha didn't hesitate and directly carried Sun Wukong home to take medicine. The reason why Sun Wukong had a heart attack was because the previous Sun Wukong didn't take the disease seriously, and Trunks didn't even take a few bites of the special heart medicine that Trunks gave him. That's why this accident happened now. After seeing that Sun Wukong was fine, most of the audience breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of their hearts. Almost thought, Sun Wukong's life will be with him forever. Fortunately, Vegeta came to support. It just so happened, Vegeta started to resurrect from the dead after the battle on Namek. So he stayed on the 100 times gravity ship and practiced for several years. Coupled with the temporary romance with Bulma, there was another reason for the need for strength in my heart, so it was extra hard to practice. Vegeta is now so terrifying that even Goku has to look directly at him. In the picture, Vegeta has his arms folded. Face to face, duel with artificial humans. When a gust of wind blew across my face, Vegeta set off directly. Hair turns golden instantly. In almost seconds, Vegeta activated Super Saiyan mode. He lands a flying knee kick. Number 19 was completely unable to deal with it and could only be beaten passively. Puff. The audience stared wide-eyed and watched the video repeatedly to confirm. Yellow hair, lightning speed, extraordinary destructive ability and so on. Even this guy has turned on Super Saiyan mode. The shock level brought by this news is no less than that of Hungry Wolf learning Saitama's serious mode. Fortunately, the audience has already seen Vegeta's son, Trunks' super cheap 09-man mode in advance. Now I'm just surprised, not overreacted. Aaron Walker, it's so fast. It's a purebred. Aaron Walker being able to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's current combat power level may have reached the 100 million mark, right? Hitaki Kakashi, isn't the speed of this expansion of combat power too fast? Uchiha Madara, either my world is called the Supreme. Uchiha Madara, the enemy is strong, so are our own people. Uchiha Madara, powerful, endless. Vegeta has already begun to fight with number 19, and his opponent is no match for him. Just 2 encounters. I was beaten so hard on the 19th that I couldn't get up again. This is the heaven-defying, powerful power that Super Saiyan brings. And such a powerful Super Saiyan form also brought confidence to Vegeta. Vegeta is now the real number 1. At the same time, another android number 20 was also hit in the wall by Piccolo. The androids both lost. However, this time the audience discovered a problem. According to what Trunks said before, shouldn't these two artificial beings be very powerful, so powerful that they can directly destroy the Earth? Ekizen Ryu number 19 and 20 are really weak. Ryu Ekizen, it seems that in this situation, it is not Goku's turn to take action. Ekizen Ryu Vegeta alone can deal with these two guys. Ekizen Ryu, then why did Trunks say that the Earth was destroyed by them? Could it be that Trunks is being alarmist? But Trunks also accurately stated Sun Wukong's heart problem. In the end, where did the problem occur? Everyone was a little confused. They didn't quite believe that these two artificial beings who suddenly appeared were the two that Trunks said they were. A whole new picture appeared. In the sky, Trunks returned to Earth in a spaceship. He chose to come at this time to help Sun Wukong and his father. However, when he heard what Piccolo and Vegeta said, the two androids had been killed. Trunks was shocked. What? Trunks quickly observed number 20 in the distance. Suddenly, he frowned. Because the two artificial beings in the future world who can destroy the world are not the current number 20 at all. Bulma, who came after her, also discovered that the number 20 in front of her was none other than Goro himself. It's a mess, it's a mess. The clever Trunks suddenly thought of the butterfly effect. It turned out that when Trunks handed Sun Wukong the special medicine, the butterfly effect of history has been changed. The layer upon layer of changes resulted in the appearance of two more artificial humans. And the artificial humans who will really destroy the world in the future are number 17 and number 18, two guys who look like brothers and sisters. The two of them possess terrifying infinite energy. No matter what the front is, he can handle it, and he is not afraid of a war of attrition at all. Having infinity means having everything. At this time, android number 20, Goro himself, took advantage of their discussion. Escaped quietly. The audience also suddenly realized. It turns out that after a long fight here, the wrong call was made. The real culprit who destroyed the world was not number 19 or number 20. History has been tampered with, and the butterfly effect has begun. Numbers 17 and 18 haven't even appeared yet. This sudden change caught everyone inside and outside the video by surprise. Edward, in other words, android number 7 and number 18 are even more powerful than these two guys. Says Homaru, of course. Says Homaru, how can a guy who can destroy the earth be so weak? Says Homaru must be much more powerful than Frieza. Asuka said, I just don't know when those two androids will appear. Asuka is really nervous. Son Goku is not here now. What if something goes wrong with Vegeta and Trunks? After seeing number 20 running away, Vegeta, Trunks and others took the brunt of the chase. However, they still arrived one step late. After catching up to the artificial human research base, Dr. Goro, android number 20, has released number 17 and number 18 from the container. They are the brothers and sisters who are about to destroy the future. Moreover, number 17 took action directly and killed Dr. Goro in the laboratory. And also released an even more terrifying artificial man, Chong. That's it. Trunks finally understood. History has been completely rewritten by itself. Now they are unable to revolving heaven. Z. The trio of androids completely ignored Vegeta and the others. Go straight away and look for the most difficult Sun Wukong on the planet. However, our Vegeta is not happy. He stopped the three of them directly. You guys, come together. I'll end the fight soon. Vegeta threatened to fight 3 against 1. Let these artificial humans experience the horror of Super Saiyan. Snort. Number 18 snorted disdainfully. She flipped her hair, stepped forward, and faced Vegeta. A crackling meal. The two of them started dueling without any trace of ink in the air. Vegeta, who is already faintly approaching the threshold of the second Super Saiyan form, is very confident in his soaring strength. He even felt that these artificial humans were just talk and were just as easy to deal with as the previous guys. You can solve it with just 1 or 2 casual punches. But when he actually fought against number 18, he is no longer calm. Number 18 can actually rely on every punch of Vegeta. These artificial humans all possess nearly unlimited energy. Even in terms of combat effectiveness, they will not lose to Vegeta, who has more than 100 million combat effectiveness. Soon, the battle was decided. Number 18 captures Vegeta. Suppress the opponent in all aspects. Even though she looks like a girl now, she is a powerful person. A random knee kick made Vegeta miserable. Number 18, record the whip leg. He even broke one of Vegeta's arms. Vegeta actually lost 2. I just came out of the spiritual time room. Doesn't my combat power have a long shelf life? Before the audience noticed Vegeta showing off, they saw him being slapped in the face by a woman. Seeing this, Trunks shouted and reached full Super Saiyan state. Bring others along with you and confront the androids head-on. But the result was cruel. It's just a matter of counting breaths. Everyone was defeated by the artificial man. Only Klin, who was still hiding on the cliff and did not take any action, would escape. The artificial people did not want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, and the most important thing was to find Sun Wukong, so they let Klin go. What's interesting is that in this video, number 18 also fell in love with Colin and left her with a kiss. Little Colin was completely confused. The gap is really too big. This scene is like a joke. A being that even two Super Saiyan forms can't deal with actually appears. And there are 3 of them. Now, even if Sun Wukong cures his heart disease, he may not be able to deal with the artificial humans. The mood among the audience instantly dropped a lot. Uchiha Sasuke, I know that the combat power of the Supreme World is expanding very quickly. Uchiha Sasuke, but I didn't expect that there are masters behind Namek. Uchiha Sasuke, this is the strongest in the comprehensive universe. Sakata Jintoki, such a diverse setting. Sakata Jintoki and involves the forces of multiple planets at every turn, as well as calculations and competitions between different races. Sakata Jintoki, I finally understand the difference between the Supreme World and our ordinary world 27. Even if that's all said and done, no one can deal with those 2 guys, number 17 and number 18. How should the follow-up of the Dragon Ball world develop? Will Sun Wukong and the Earth be destroyed by them? When tens of millions of people gathered around the young form of Sun Wukong to watch, I simply didn't realize that there were not so many crises lurking in the future of the Earth. However, it seems that things are not completely over yet. On Earth, a new crisis has arrived. Piccolo, Trunks, and others, who were rescued by Krillin's Senbeans, all thought of ways to deal with the artificial humans. Piccolo came to the world of gods alone, hoping to become one with the gods, have power beyond gods and become a super Namekian. And Trunks, through the signal radar, he unexpectedly discovered a spaceship exactly like his own. Inside, there is also a strange shell that says shedding skin. The truth is about to come out. It turns out that Trunks traveled to Earth 4 years ago. The history during this period was not completely rewritten by Trunks. Among them, it involves the third time and space, which is related to the whole body life form developed by Dr. Crow, Cell. See this? The audience has begun to feel that their brains are not enough. Still think the current Earth is not chaotic enough? It's okay for the androids to cause damage, but now an unknown enemy pops up? During speaking on Earth, all human beings in most cities have evaporated. Looking at the increasingly bizarre crisis on Earth, the god agreed to Piccolo's request to merge. At this point, Piccolo's strength actually improved a lot again. However, he hasn't found the androids yet. But in the big city, he met an unexpected opponent. This guy has a green body. There is actually a needle embedded in the tail. The lizard-shaped shell and other features directly made Piccolo wary of it. What's even scarier is, this guy's body is also mixed with the scent of Wukong and many other masters. Who is he? Why does it appear here? Why does he have Goku's aura? After introduction, the audience got it all. It turns out that the green guy in front of me is a brand new life form that Dr. Gero added to the cells of masters from all over the world a long time ago. Unfortunately, because it took too long, Dr. Gro finally stopped the plan. But Gero worked hard on his own and finally took shape. And in the future, he killed Trunks, took his spaceship, and came to Earth first. However, Cell needs to absorb artificial humans in order to evolve into a complete body. All the artificial humans in that time and space were killed by Trunks, so he came to the Earth today. Introduction completed. Piccolo naturally started playing directly. Had a confrontation with Shailu. While the two of them were fighting, the audience also analyzed it for a long time before they understood the ins and outs of everything. Now, the biggest threat that Sun Wukong and the others face is not artificial humans. Is it this cell in front of you instead? What a disaster this time! This is called one wave after another. The enemy that can be brought out specifically at this time is not a boss, but an elite mob that is extremely difficult to deal with. While talking, Piccolo had already moved his hands. The two fought against each other in the air, fighting for hundreds of rounds with no outcome. This time, Piccolo has successfully merged with the gods and obtained the legendary super name Qian Emperor. Therefore, in this battle, Piccolo used superhuman strength to completely overpower Cell. This green bic has been ignored by a large number of viewers. It can actually play an extremely crucial role in every video. However, not long after, Shailu, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly took action. He quickly tackled Piccolo and uses his needle tail to absorb Piccolo's energy. Oops! The audience said it was not good. Within a few seconds, Piccolo's arms began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. The truly terrifying thing about this Cell lies in his infinite absorption. So far, Cell has absorbed Piccolo's self-healing ability. The strength has also been improved to a higher level. Piccolo, there is absolutely nothing he can do against this guy in front of him. Despair once again penetrated the hearts of every audience. Under the crisis of 3 artificial humans and Cell who appeared out of thin air. Could it be that this time, Sun Wukong and the others are really going to be in dire straits? Sudden. The next video suddenly appeared. A new picture begins here. Chapter 78. Great, caught up. Next, just leave the battle to us. The light beam falls. The companions finally appeared in time. At the same time, Piccolo also broke free from Cell's entanglement and quickly restored his arm to its original state. However, his ability was robbed by Cell, which will undoubtedly increase Cell's threat level again. Piccolo knows better than anyone else. This Cell is definitely much more troublesome than those androids. It just so happens that a large number of viewers also think so. Shailu is too steady. His layout started at least several years ago. With such a character, coupled with the fact that he has swallowed up the energy of countless powerful people, he has continued to evolve to this point. In Aokazuasa, he said he would devour the androids next. Samii, if Cell gets the infinite energy of the android, it will be over. Samui, 3 Super Saiyans working together might not be able to deal with him. Chie, is this 4th video going to be finished? How many more enemies will appear? Huira AI, Sun Wukong has not recovered yet. Haihara AI, after he recovered from his heart disease, he found that he had to fight 4 against 1. Ha ha ha. At this time, the shrewd Sharu saw more and more opponents coming to support him. In line with the principle of obscene development, Sharu directly used the Sun God Fist and fled the scene quickly. This time, it's even more difficult. But on our protagonist's side, it's not completely hopeless. Because, the scene changed. Sun Wukong actually cured heart disease completely. The first thing Sun Wukong should do when he is discharged from the hospital is to happily hug old Kikai and write 3 times. Then, companions meet up. Their next move is very clear, which is to become stronger. When encountering an enemy that cannot be defeated, no matter how many tricks and traps are used, it will be of no avail. If you should be defeated, you will still be defeated. Only becoming stronger and smashing your fist harder is the real truth. Goku, Trunks, and Vegeta came to the God Realm. Under the introduction of the person above, another bug-level artifact in the Dragon Ball world appears. He is the Spiritual Time House. As we all know, there are 3 bugs in the Dragon Ball world. One is the Fairy Bean that heals all wounds. The second bug is the Dragon Ball, which can be resurrected infinitely. Third, there is the Spiritual Time Room in front of Sun Wukong and the others. Only after listening to the other party's introduction did everyone find out. 1 day of cultivation in the Spiritual Time Room is equivalent to a full year of cultivation in the outside world. Zhongluer, ah! Zhongluer, how long? Say it again. Kagura, Oh my gosh, aren't there too many bugs in this world? Kagura, really, why didn't you take out this magical weapon earlier? Kagura, if Sun Wukong had been practicing there every day for 3 years before the arrival of the artificial man predicted by Trunks, wouldn't he be invincible after he came out? Gaara, I've thought too much about it, my friend. There must be some limit to such a powerful thing. Zaraki Kenpeki, oh, no matter what the restrictions are, I'm jealous to death. Zaraki Kenpeki, why don't we have this thing? No wonder they are the highest world. Zaraki Kenpeki, spiritual time rooms are standard. The limitations of the spiritual time room. Only 2 people can enter at a time. So Sun Wukong decided to let Vegeta and his son practice first. I will wait until later to talk about it. At the same time, another part of the picture in the distance. The androids have found Klin, and they are in Tianjin. The purpose of these 3 androids is very clear, which is to find Wukong and defeat him in his strongest state. However, how could the protagonist group let the artificial man get close to their friends? Especially the Piccolo. He demanded on the spot that he would have a fair one-on-one duel with number 17. Humph. Come on. Number 17 readily agreed, seemingly so naturally powerful that he didn't take the name Qian in front of him seriously at all. As everyone knows, Piccolo has gradually adapted to the power of the god. Now he is so invincible that he can take off. The 2 of them beat each other on the ground, fists and kicks, tit for tat, and neither gave way to the other. For a while, it was difficult to tell the winner. Just when the battle was getting very intense, Sharu suddenly appeared on the field. FJ. The strongest people in this world are now all gathered together. Cell wants to absorb the androids. That's why he appears here. And because it absorbed some of Piccolo's power. After not seeing each other for a while, Shalo has become much stronger again. He walked right past Piccolo. The latter was so frightened that his pupils were shaking. I can't believe that the guy who was still evenly matched with me before is now far ahead of me. Yajojude, no. Yajojude, isn't Piccolo too miserable? Yajojude, every time I gain combat effectiveness and become stronger, I will be punished by a new enemy before long. Kuriko Shirai, I feel like their Dragon Ball world is really too complicated. Shirai Kuriko, as long as you relax for a moment, there will always be those who can endure it and suddenly surpass you. Shirai Kuriko, what a scoundrel. These videos made the audience understand a truth. If you have the opportunity to kill your enemy, then you must not hold back or guard against the waves. Otherwise, when the opponent comes back and becomes more and more difficult to deal with, he will be dumbfounded. On the screen, Piccolo wants to stop him. But he is no longer Cell's enemy. Piccolo was even knocked down by 2 or 3 punches from Seru, and was stuck in the wall, unable to get the buckle off. Nashiru looked straight at number 17. This is his goal. An artificial man with endless energy. Poor number 17. It's obviously not long since he appeared on the stage, and he hasn't had time to show his strongest strength to the audience. At the beginning, he was pushed to the ground by Shalo and beaten violently. At the critical moment when Cell is about to absorb number 17, Shalo suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. He looked back and was instantly dumbfounded. I don't know when a strong man appeared behind me. He is android number 16, who claims to be the real weapon capable of destroying the world. Bang sound. Shalo was knocked away 100 meters away. You guy! Sharu angrily fought with his opponent. Number 16's abilities are absolutely terrifying. Continuously fighting Cell, who crushed Piccolo and number 17, in a crazy fist fight. It also made Cell unable to find any chance to hurt himself. At this moment when the combat power is increasing day by day, only truly top-level combat power can scare your opponents. Sakuragi Hanadao, this number 16 is so awesome. Sakuragi Hanamichi, if it weren't for him, number 17 would have been absorbed. Asuka, I suddenly felt that these androids are not villains, that Cell is the real final boss. Momotoshi Takeshi, no hurry, no rush. Mamaki Takeshi, our sealing son Wukong hasn't made a move yet. Mamaki Takeshi, only the enemy he has to deal with in the end is the real boss. Countless viewers felt uneasy and unbearable. It seems that he is ready for his opponent's combat power to suddenly soar to the point of being invincible. This is how they've always come. Sudden. Shayla found the right moment and took advantage of No 16's carelessness to teleport behind number 17. Cell's huge tail turned into the rim of a cup and swallowed all of number 17. Oops. Let Shayla succeed. Everyone's mood instantly fell to an extremely cold low. It's over, the thing I'm most worried about is still going to happen. In the picture, Sharu's whole body is translucent and he has begun his evolution. But when Cell evolved, that appearance shocked everyone on the spot. Although, Cell's appearance has become more human-like. But his sausage mouth is too dramatic. Many viewers couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is too ugly. Maybe my aesthetics are not on the same line as his, but I suddenly felt that the original Sharu, without evolution, was pretty good looking. Oh, God! Please give me a pair of eyes that have never seen this video. However, when people saw the strength of Cell after evolution, they couldn't laugh anymore. Number 16, who was still able to deal with Shayla in the past, is no longer his match. One kick down. Number 16 was in great pain and was knocked far away. Cell now is the strongest existence. The characters around him are no longer worthy of his attention. Just by absorbing an android, Cell evolved into such a terrifying form. Under the double blow of mental and physical, the audience was vaguely uneasy. Become panicked. If Cell catches the remaining two androids and absorbs them all, maybe we can create a boss that no one can defeat. Where are the two artificial humans? Don't stand there. Run. When did Dragon Ball's combat become turn-based power UPS? You crush me, and next time I crush you. The highest world, I don't understand, I don't understand. Just when Shayla was excited about his own power. The crisis is coming. Hands are amazingly good. Immediately, a giant Qigong wave fell from the sky. As bright as the sun. After 3 years of experience in Tianjin, the specially made Qigong wave instantly drove Shayla into the ground. And under the constant bombardment of Tianjin fans, Shayla was unable to move for a short time. I was actually given to by a mere human being. Shayla was stunned. But breaking through this Qigong wave is only a matter of time. When Shayla broke free and knocked Tianjin Fan to the ground, he discovered that the remaining two androids had long since disappeared without a trace. Sharu was furious. He was about to vent his anger on Piccolo and the others. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong, who had never made a move, suddenly received a magical weapon from heaven. A moment of movement. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and others were instantly rescued by him and fled the battlefield. At this time, Shayla was really confused. Fetching water from a bamboo basket was in vain. Except for absorbing number 17, he didn't get anyone else. Obviously, if he absorbs another one, he will be able to evolve into a complete form. The angry Sharu immediately started chasing without stopping. Look at another location in the picture, over there with little Colin. Bulma handed him a remote control. It turns out that it was to prevent Cell from evolving and becoming truly invincible. They must blow up number 18 and number 16 in advance. In order to save his companions, even though he couldn't bear it, Clin still agreed. So, Clin immediately set off to search for traces of several artificial humans in the sandstone. It didn't take long. Clin found a few of them. Clin held the remote control and stared at number 18, who was healing number 16. When it came time to take action, Clin hesitated because of No 18's kiss on him. damn. Should I press it or not? If you don't destroy those two artificial beings now, Bulma's hard work will be in vain. Now, Klin is constantly struggling in his heart and suffering endlessly. In his heart, number 18 and number 16 are obviously living people. They clearly have human thoughts and emotions. Can you just bear it and take advantage of the two of them when they are not prepared? After going through an inner mental struggle, Krillin made up his mind. The remote control was thrown to the ground by him. And he raised his right foot and smashed the remote control. Number 18 turned around sharply. Then, she saw the picture in front of her. This scene also made number 18 notice Klin, and he gradually fell in love with him from then on. Of course, this is just a small episode. A true heavyweight clash. Coming soon. Because, the spiritual time house of the God realm is inside. Vegeta and Trunks have completed their training. After they came out of the spiritual time room, the powerful aura surging all over his body instantly shocked everyone's jaws. As expected of a Saiyan. After just staying in there for a while, I actually had such a terrifying experience after coming out. At this time, Vegeta already possesses the form of Super Saiyan, which is the prototype of the second form of Super Saiyan. However, the current video still does not involve this concept of combat power. Thousands of viewers don't understand what Super League 2 actually means. They only know that the Earth can be saved. The 18th can also be saved. It's time for Sharu to die. The light flashed. Vegeta rose into the sky, leaving behind a terrifying energy. The father and son went straight to Shalu, Wangde. When Sakura's peach-mouthed cell was on the way to find the android, he suddenly saw Vegeta and his son attacking. My head was so frightened. What a huge force! When did Vegeta become so powerful? However, in reality, he is an invincible creature. Shailu put away his timidity and went directly to challenge. But Shailu's end was very miserable. He was punched through the abdomen by the long blonde Vegeta. This punch has the power to destroy the world. Shailu felt that his mind was spinning and he couldn't help himself. Cellule, this guy who is famous for a while and is most likely to become the final boss of the fourth video. He began to be ravaged and killed by Vegeta without any limits. Let alone Cell defeat Vegeta. It's almost impossible to even keep up with his speed. Not to mention, there was Trunks guarding him. If Trunks also takes action against him, I will definitely not survive more than a few minutes, and all my efforts will be in vain. Come on, Vegeta. That's it. Punch him and knock him out. Although I really want to complain about whether Vegeta's strength has improved a bit too fast, but who said there is such a concept as supreme combat power in this world? Improving combat effectiveness and strength is just trivial. Vegeta could have beaten Cell to death directly here. But at this moment, Vegeta was having his usual troubles again. Seeing Shailu lose to him, he instantly felt bored. So, Vegeta just started running on the same spot. Didn't you say that you will be strongest when you evolve to your complete body? I'll let you go and go find the artificial man. I would like to see if you can take 2 punches from me after you are fully formed. Vegeta is very arrogant. Little did he know that this move would almost kill him. Watching Vegeta let the other person go, he even stopped his son Trunks from pursuing him. The audience was immediately shocked. Chapter 79. How could it be like this? I almost wonder if that Vegeta did it on purpose. Hokage World. The golden Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, scratching his head and feeling very uncomfortable. He hates Shailu. However, after seeing Cell being let go, Naruto almost collapsed. He has never seen such a SY guy. In the world of ninjas, everyone is fighting with all their strength, but no one is like Vegeta, who can be so arrogant when he has the power. Gaara, who was sitting next to him, said nothing. He seemed to understand why Vegeta did this. Moreover, no matter how crazy things Vegeta has done, it will happen. All this is just a video. Others are not as calm as Gaara. The more I look at it, the more uncomfortable I feel. Can we send a message to Vegeta remotely through the screen? Tell him to restrain his temper. Several ninja coalition vanguards cursed one after another. If this continues, I will worry that one day Vegeta will die because of his temper. This is a bad habit and needs to be changed. At first I was envious of the Saiyan race. The strongest power comes at a moment's notice. Now I'm not envious at all. The coalition forces kept talking again and again. They were all expressing their dissatisfaction with Vegeta. Why is it that this guy is the one with the power in the end? Soon, the Ninja Alliance also realized that they had gone too far. So he calmed down and continued watching the video. The world of Bone King. Inzoolgaon's bone jaw almost dislocated because of this scene. Ding ding ding. The green halo that forced calmness was suppressed for several minutes before the Bone King was completely suppressed. Otherwise, he would have almost blurted out something inappropriate. He was on the verge of collapse. What is this? Vegeta is so funny. Inzoolgaon had done it before, looking for reasons to spare his enemies. But the Vegeta on the screen looks serious no matter what. He really wanted to wait until Cell became stronger before fighting him decisively. That's a good idea. It's a pity that the price behind it is not something Vegeta can afford. Doesn't this mean he indirectly killed everyone on Earth? Wukong and the gods in the spiritual time house saw it and shouted that they couldn't be carried away. At this time, before Inzoolgaon could speak, his subordinates, the great guardians of the underground tomb, began to make a fuss. 947 How stupid is this? Demiurge pushed up his glasses and snorted. I would have praised you Saiyans for your endless super fighting power. The result is that he underestimates the enemy. It really disappoints me. Albedo also stood up at this time. Snort. Her green eyes flickered, and she said coldly. If Lordans were here, he will kill that bug named Shalo without hesitation. Such low-level mistakes should never be made by characters in a world known as the Supreme Combat Power. The Gemini siblings also said tremblingly. Yeah, right. If any of the guardians would let the enemy go with their own hands because of this situation. Lordans, there is absolutely no way around him. The guardians were all talking. Without any mercy, Rupi scolded Vegeta. The harmed Bone King passively released again to force a calm exit. The Bone King kept complaining in his heart. Although Vegeta underestimated the enemy, it's not as serious as you said, right? Do I look like such a coward? I don't look like I would kill innocent people indiscriminately, right? Haha. Come back. After all, this is just a video. The Bone King thought so. The worst is the worst, you have to wait until the end of the video to see how these people solve the next trouble, and then it's not too late to comment, right? But Vegeta probably won't have a good time next. Even Inzoolgaon himself felt that something was not good. Shalo left. When I come back again, I will definitely be much better than now. After all, it is the highest world. I hope it doesn't end as I expected. I hope Goku and the others can solve Cell's big problem, but don't let Vegeta come. The Bone King held his forehead with one hand. Ignore the quarrels among the guardians. Continue to focus on the screen. Shinigami World. One of the espadas, Shalimjo, held his belly and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Vegeta, that's amazing. If I could meet this guy, we would definitely be able to chat. Ulquiorra glanced at the latter speechlessly. Didn't say anything. Other espadas are inundated with this. Everyone thinks this Vegeta is really stupid. Let Cell go, and wait until Cell becomes too strong to beat him, then he will have to suffer again. Although they are not a decent party, they are disgusted by this kind of reckless behavior, both decent and villains. But after all, he is a Super Saiyan. This kind of behavior is inherent in nature. Above the espada. Even Izensuk was stunned for a long time before he could react. Hee. It was obvious that he was running out of words to complain. Except for the exciting conflicts in individual worlds. On the barrage side, the conversation was also in full swing because of Vegeta. Why is this? Why should we let him go when we can obviously win the battle? Krillin Bulma next door wants to detonate artificial humans in order to save the Earth. It's good for Vegeta. He felt that he didn't have enough fun in the fight, so he was let go by Cell. Isn't this tantamount to aiding the evildoer? Look, Trunks' hair is about to explode because he's so anxious. I was beaten to death by myself when I was fighting Frieza. I never expected that I could be beaten to death again by fighting this thing. It seems that we all underestimate the characteristics of the Saiyans. Even if you pursue the strong, you can't pursue this level. Watching this video makes me really uncomfortable. A group of people watching outside the screen are anxious. He even wanted to get into the screen and ask Vegeta what he meant on the spot. But at best, it's just words. A large number of ordinary people don't have the guts to go directly and teach Vegeta on the spot. They don't understand Vegeta's true intentions. Perhaps, Vegeta just wanted to play for a while and wait for Cell to absorb the android and transform into its complete form before getting rid of him. But couldn't Vegeta have imagined that if Cell became his perfect body, he wouldn't be able to defeat them? This kind of thing is indeed unlikely to happen in other worlds. But, this is the Dragon Ball world after all. In this world where not a single second is wasted. No matter how powerful the guy is, he will be directly surpassed by the latter if he is not careful. Like a Piccolo. With his Super Namekian appearance, he could still beat Cell in the early stages, but after being sucked in, he couldn't beat him. The audience is afraid of this happening. However, they were still discussing happily in the barrage area. Vegeta in the picture still couldn't hear a word. We still insist on going our own way and let Sharu go. Trunks wanted to catch up with Cell, but Vegeta stopped him in place. Actually, now Trunks' energy and energy are even higher than those of his father. But he failed to break away from his father's entanglement, so he had no choice but to let Sharu go. Trunks still wants to maintain his father's dignity. But the two of them didn't know that this was the release. It turned out to be a big mistake. The picture flashed by. Cell came to the two androids as quickly as possible. Currently, number 16 is still recovering from the injuries from the last battle. Number 18 and Klin were in a very embarrassing situation. But now there isn't that much world for them to flirt with. Because their real enemy is Huey. Falling from the sky. Shayla quickly came to number 18. His needle tail also began to expand into a cover, trying to completely absorb number 18 and complete his evolution. Times of crisis. Trunks didn't care about his father's dignity or anything. He directly knocked Vegeta away and came straight to Cell. The two collided fiercely and kept punching and attacking. Cell now is of course no match for Trunks. But Shayla can survive till now. Achj. He relies on more than just luck. On the head, he directly used the sun punch that he had never tired of trying. The dazzling flash of the explosion suddenly appeared. Everyone present was so photographed that they could hardly open their eyes. After the effect of the light dissipates, Trunks was stunned. Because Shayla took advantage of this opportunity to absorb number 18 into his body. Soon, No 18's body completely disappeared from their sight. Cell has finally completed the last step on his evolutionary path. It transformed into a complete body. The white energy fluctuations are rolling wildly. Suddenly, the entire Earth, solar system, universe. Everyone can feel the existence of this dangerous fluctuation. The real enemy will completely appear from this moment on. The complete form, Cell, has evolved. The white light dispersed. Cell's face has been designed with Sakura's peach sausage mouth. Shailo's overall appearance has improved by at least 3 times. And his whole body is ridiculously strong. Even the air he walked through was filled with an invincible charm. 2 words. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. This is the biggest boss of the 4th video. Saru. Barrage area. There was dead silence. No one spoke, no one spoke. Just because, separated by a huge screen, they actually felt the oppression from Cell's powerful aura at the same time. Everyone has a heart attack. Stand up. Didn't you say that this was just a simple video? Why can they feel Cellul's heaven-defying power so clearly? Why can they feel the powerlessness of Trunks, Krillin, and others so clearly? All this, under the operation of the screen. It's all become so real. It was as if they were standing at the end of the Dragon Ball world at this moment, standing next to Trunks. It was as if he was watching Cell complete his evolution. A large portion of the audience is now overwhelmed with despair. Can't win. The audience already knew it from the moment they came into contact with Sharu's terrifying aura. The current Vegeta cannot defeat the current Cell. Finally, someone couldn't help it anymore. I told you not to be reckless, be careful, and just kill Shailo to death. Wouldn't that be the end of it? Yes. If we had just dealt with that guy, would everyone be happy now? Maybe everyone could get together to celebrate the end of the Earth's crisis. Now? Well, I can't complain anymore. Who would have thought that 1 second I was worried that Sharu would become ridiculously powerful, and the next second, he actually did it. What should we do? What can we do? Does Vegeta have to go back to the spiritual time room and train him for a few more years before coming out? Haha, I guess Piccolo and the others' bodies will be cold by then. Well, even if the audience has their eyes closed, everyone can guess what happens next and how it will develop. Watching number 18 die. Colin was heartbroken with grief and extremely angry. Therefore, Klin was not afraid of Shailo's terrifying aura and went directly to fight him. But Klin's attack, when applied to Shailo, didn't even have any impact at all. For Shailo, not even a mosquito could feel Klin's attack. After beating Krillin away, Cell came to Trunks' side. When Cell walked up to Trunks, Trunks is facing a formidable enemy. Just as everyone thought. With just one arm, Cell was able to suppress Trunks the entire time. Vegeta arrived soon after. Super Saiyan powers fully activated. Lanja Feng Feng, various boxing techniques and martial arts kicks were all brought up at once. But almost all of them were easily defended by Shailo. Seeing that the opponent's complete form is so difficult to deal with, Vegeta panicked again. He began to use his own princely tactics. Countless Kikong waves were shot out, and explosions occurred one after another. Unfortunately, there was smoke but no damage. Seeing that all means have no effect, Vegeta can only unleash his most powerful move. The ultimate flash. Boom! Huge golden light waves swept across the earth instantly. Crushing through the air, it rolled directly towards Shailo crazily. Cell didn't expect that Vegeta would learn such a domineering move. For a moment, he had no time to dodge. Hit in the body by the ultimate flash. There was another fierce explosion, lingering in the world. Light penetrates the atmosphere. Even spread to the dark side of the universe. Vegeta's ultimate move really surprised the audience. Never imagined. It turns out Vegeta still has a backup plan. The blow even nearly penetrated the earth. It's so scary. Wait until the thick fog generated by the explosion evaporates. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the top of the screen. Never thought about it. Shailo was actually half beaten by this blow. Forward. Shailo waited for a long time before he understood what was happening now. I really underestimate you. Although this trick is useful. But Because Cell absorbed Piccolo's body energy, he naturally learned to heal himself. Less than 2 seconds passed. Sharu's body recovered and he grew a new body. Until now, Vegeta was completely at his wit's end. He was pushed to the ground and rubbed by Shailu. Soon, Vegeta's hair lost its golden light and lost the protection of the Super Saiyan form. The battle is over. Who wins and who loses is very clear now. Even if Trunks rushed to help, it would be of no avail. It seems that everyone in the protagonist's team will be wiped out by a Cell group today. The audience has even prepared their emotions in advance, waiting for the third time to cry for Vegeta, Krillin, and the others. The results of it. Cell actually stretched out 5 fingers towards Trunks. I'll give you 10 days. In 10 days, I will hold a cosmic martial arts conference here. We will decide the outcome then. After listening to Shailu's remarks, everyone was confused in their hearts. What the hell? Shailu wants to give them 10 days of buffer time? Has his brain also been robbed by Vegeta cells? This is the first time for the audience to see that the enemy can be so reckless. Chapter 80. That's how they all play, right? Who is more promiscuous? A Vegeta, a Son Goku, and now there is an extra Cell. They are all people who save face for their opponents. It's no wonder that the audience was so angry when they saw it come on. Judging from past videos, anyone who can say this will definitely be slapped in the face by hostile forces later on. Cell decided to hold the Universal Martial Arts Conference in 10 days. The location was also chosen right on Earth. He wanted to announce to the world at that time that he was the strongest existence in the universe. Kaitong, 10 days. Kaitong, looking at it in 10 days, is there anyone who can beat Cell now? Ishida Yuri, Vegeta is on his last legs. With his current strength, he can still defeat Cell's second form. Ishida Yuri, in the third form, you can only get beaten. Rukia Kukaki, Trunks' strength is no different from Vegeta's, so he cannot be used as the ultimate weapon against Cell. Rukia Kukaki, human recognition is even more impossible. Thinking of those artificial humans, the audience sighed. Obviously the protagonist of this video should be a human being. Trunks said at the beginning that artificial humans will destroy the Earth in 3 years. At that time, the audience thought that the guys on the 17th and 18th were the last guys that Wukong and the others would have to deal with. Who knew, a Sharu suddenly appeared on the way. Aqua, Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, Krillin, none of them. Aqua, then it's over. Aqua, even if it takes 10 days, we won't be able to create a person who can surpass Cell in a short period of time. Aqua, in the end, will the Earth be left to its own devices? Kazuma, Tisk, it's all Vegeta's fault. It would be great to kill that guy earlier. Now there won't be so many things. But as they talked, everyone realized that they had forgotten something. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed perspective. Spiritual time room. A father and son walked out. They are none other than the only hope to fight against Cell in the next Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Son Wukong, my father-in-law. The father and son looked much stronger. When they came out of the house, they still looked like Super Saiyans. The audience suddenly remembered that they still had Son Wukong's trump card. Ever since Vegeta came out of the spiritual time room, Son Wukong and Gohan have gone into practice together. If Monkey King hadn't come out, I'm afraid a large part of the audience would have forgotten that these two people were still locked up in the spiritual time room. Shen Jiangxin, damn it! How could I forget the protagonist? Shen Jiangxin, we also have 2 ruthless guys, Goku and Gohan, in our lineup. Daimyo Bai, yes, of course Goku is of course not to mention, Gohan is also very powerful. Daimyo Bai, if we give him some more time to grow, he will definitely have a chance to surpass his father. Tang Wulin, 10 days. Kong, isn't Son Wukong coming out? I'm going to declare the game over. Before practicing, Sun Wukong's combat power was much higher than Vegeta's. Now after experiencing the baptism of Dragon Ball's biggest bug, no one can imagine how terrifying Wukong's strength is. In the video, Sun Wukong and Gohan, the father and son, had golden hair when they came out of the spiritual time room. Naturally, the first thing the two of them did when they came out was to eat. Piccolo Bulma and the others discovered that Sun Wukong and the others can now maintain Super Saiyan form at any time. You don't even need to cut into shapes when eating. This requires huge amounts of energy to support. Moreover, Sun Wukong's strength now far exceeds that of everyone. He completely developed Super Saiyan power to its limit. We are only one step away from the legendary next form. After learning that Cell was going to hold a cosmic martial arts conference on Earth, Sun Wukong did not hesitate at all and directly chose to share the remaining time in the spiritual time room with everyone. 10 days, according to the algorithm of the spiritual time room, equals 10 years. No matter how rubbish the people who went into practice were before. I'm afraid they can all become gods directly after they come out, right? Sun Wukong gave it to others so generously. It can be seen that friendship is much more precious to Sun Wukong than ambition. My wife Zenitsu, please. Please let me sleep there for 10 years. My wife Zenitsu, I really need that thing. Kukahira Inashuk, UBD, what good things are you thinking of? My wife Zenitsu, you know nothing. Anos, such a long time is more than enough for whatever you do. Anos, Sun Wukong's character is really beyond words. Over the next 10 days, Sun Wukong surprisingly did not continue to exercise or become familiar with the new power. Instead, he spent some time playing with his son. Relax, fish, play games and more. Gohan also used this time to read a book and work hard. The lives of the two of them passed peacefully like this. There was no fighting, no fighting. The two of them are now like a real father and son. Of course. Even when playing, they maintained their Super Saiyan form. For them, this form is simply easier than eating and drinking. During this time, Goku also took the time to bring Dandy back to the new Namek, making him a god. Dandy went even further and made a dragon that could grant 2 wishes. 3 dragons circle the time, wishing to control enough. It's scary to think about it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Next, it was time for the Cosmic Martial Arts Conference that Cella forcibly held. Above the basin filled with yellow sand, the onlookers reporters hid in the distance and watched. This martial arts conference is no different from usual. Any strong person can come up to challenge. The first opponent Chirul faces the strongest warrior on the human side. Saiyan. Talking and laughing. A bearded, short-legged human entered the ring. He looked at Shalo arrogantly. Who is this person? Have you seen it? I seem to have a bit of an impression. Everyone looked at the new faces on the ring and felt troubled for a moment. Didn't this guy appear once when Sun Wukong was young? Could he be a hidden strongman who has been underestimated? Thinking of this, people lifted their spirits. In addition, the reporters on the side were wildly bragging about Satan's great achievements. Everyone is looking forward to this first battle. They all want to see how many rounds this Satan can last under Cell, who can even crush Vegeta. So! Shalo shouted, watch the move. Before he even stepped forward, he was slapped away by Shalo. Until he, Satan, disappeared without a trace in the horizon. The audience on and off the stage stared blankly for a long time. The members of Wanja are very sure. This guy is definitely here to make fun of you. Pfft, the strongest warrior in mankind. I almost laughed. In a sense, he can withstand Shalo's palm without dying, which is really powerful. Why does he have the courage to step onto such a stage? Who gave him the courage? Stop talking, how many of you watching the video are not ordinary people? To be honest, if I were asked to go over and join the fight, I probably wouldn't even be able to get into the ring. Poor Satan, doesn't he know how heaven-defying Sharu is in front of him? Ha ha ha, he may think that today's martial arts conference is the same as usual. After a while of cynicism, the protagonists will appear one after another next. Sun Wukong walked towards Sharu step by step, arriving in front of this guy who can destroy the earth. The second line of battle, Sun Wukong vs Sharu. This much anticipated battle begins now. Bring it on. Good. The two looked at each other. The fists were already shot, colliding with each other and making an explosion. In an instant, the sky and the earth seemed to change colors. The powerful fluctuations naturally spread straight outside the screen, and the audience and Xiamen raised their heads unconsciously. Just watching the video, I already feel that these two people can definitely tear down the earth. Son Goku is naturally in Super Saiyan form with full power. As for the combat effectiveness that has been missing from the screen for a long time, the audience is naturally curious and confused. Based on Sun Wukong's current level, how many digits has his fighting power reached? At this time, a series of numbers on the screen actually frightened some viewers. Conan, 4 billion. Conan, Sun Wukong, 4 billion fighting power. Uchiha Sasuke, how much? Say it again. Uchiha Sasuke, 4 billion. Sabas, he's so strong that he's almost out of the galaxy. My wife Zenitsu, oh my god, can someone tell me if this string of numbers is real? My wife Zenitsu, doesn't that mean that every move of the two of them can blow up the earth at any time? Everyone's concept of combat power actually still remains at the time when Sun Wukong first turned on the Super Saiyan form and fought against the Universe Emperor Frieza. The 100 million combat power at that time had already panicked most people. Now it has actually expanded a full 40 times. Logically speaking, the higher the combat power value, the harder it should be to improve it, right? In front of Sun Wukong, who is the ceiling, how can he increase his combat power just like drinking water? Is this reasonable? The two further went into tit for tat. After the boxing and kicking warm-up is completed, Shailu also used Tianjin Fan's unique skill, the four-body boxing. It's hard to believe how many people's cells this guy who looks like a cockroach has devoured and how many people's abilities he has secretly learned. But in front of Sun Wukong, no matter how many clones he has, they are just a burden separated from the main body. This trick won't work against me. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, brimming with confidence from head to toe. He and Shayla first flew into the sky and staged a scene of you chasing and me escaping. It seems that Wukong is overwhelmed by the 4 clones of Cell. However, Wukong is not unable to deal with him. Goku put his finger on his forehead. Just a moment. He moved directly behind each clone, punching and kicking them. Boom! 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 These Sharu clones were beaten one by one under the ring, like 4 cockroaches stacked on top of each other, completely losing their ability to fight. Now, your clone is useless. Wukong showed a strong smile. Seeing that Sun Wukong could not be underestimated, Sharu did not spare any effort. He also started to get angry and showed off his unique skills. The red and golden explosive gas was about to destroy everything around it. Sun Wukong didn't dare to compliment him, he clenched his fists and fired at full strength. Only a few minutes have passed since the war started. The two of them each explained to the audience what a true battle of top experts is called. The final round of confrontation is over. Sharu and Sun Wukong distanced themselves. Shailu thought it was too boring here. He stretched out his hands on the grounds that the combat arena was too narrow and restricted combat. Cellulo actually sent out a wave directly, blasting a huge crater like a meteorite out of the ground beneath his feet. In this way, we can fight with our hands and feet. Saru stretched his muscles. He showed an expression as if he could teach Sun Wukong a lesson at any time. But he never expected that our Monkey King would be faster. He moved in an instant. A super close-range turtle-style Qigong. Boom! Qigong waves flooded Shailu's body. And it penetrated several huge mountains behind. After the horrific explosion, Sharu's upper body has disappeared without a trace. But at this moment, the most buggy scenario appears. Shailu was actually able to heal his entire body and grow his head again before he died. Further restored combat effectiveness. What? Didn't Sun Wukong destroy the core? Why is he still alive? Isn't it too invincible? No one knows whether the core can be transferred. But this scene is enough to prove that this Sharu is as difficult to kill as the boss in any previous video. Sun Wukong and Cell continue to fight. The punch was as fast as a shadow, and explosions and vibrations occurred everywhere. Hard to tell. The audience thought that Sun Wukong and Cell were about the same strength, so they couldn't tell the winner. But the teacher of Sun Wukong on the screen, Kame Senin, made it clear. He found. At this time, Cellulo obviously has more energy than Sun Wukong. Not long after Kamizenran said these words. Sure enough, Sun Wukong surrendered directly. Although it seems from the screen that Sun Wukong did not suffer any serious damage, it is true that he was exhausted. Moreover, Sun Wukong's more purpose is to give the next generation the opportunity to grow. He immediately expressed to Shailu. If I can't do it anymore, I will send a stronger person to fight against Cellulite next. Hear the words. The audience was shocked. The information content of Sun Wukong's sentence is really too great. They all took the time to guess who the more powerful person Sun Wukong was referring to would be. Judging from his performance, it's probably Vegeta, right? After all, he is known as the second child in 10,000 years under Sun Wukong. Vegeta himself on the screen was even more panicked. Could it be that the stronger person Sun Wukong talks about is himself? Except for Vegeta. Yamcha and others were also panicked. Maybe Wukong got tired of fighting and asked them to come up and experience it too. This is not good. However, everyone thought too much. Next up. It is this Sun who has the strongest combat power ceiling. Sun Wufan. After learning that Gohan was on the stage, the friends didn't know whether they were relieved or feeling more uncomfortable. Then. This battle will be fought by Gohan. Before that, Sun Wukong also threw a fairy bean to Shailu, allowing him to regain his full strength and challenge his son again. This wave of operations was so heaven-defying that the audience was dumbfounded. Not me. Forget it, I'm used to it. If a Saiyan doesn't wander, then he is no longer subhuman. What's more, Sun Wukong is a super guy. Isn't this digging a hole for your son? Haha, okay, okay. With the encouragement of his biological father, Gohan finally picked up his fighting spirit. Get ready for battle. Shailu sneered. From Shailu's perspective, he looked down upon the little man in front of him. The audience was also very reluctant. The battle leaves suspense. Little did he know what would happen next. This Sun with the strongest ceiling will show his strength that will make him stunned. Chapter 81. Wukong actually wants to let such a young guy appear to deal with Cell on his behalf. Is he serious? Everyone knows how powerful Sharu is. I thought that in the next scene, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would fight together as usual. But they never expected that it would not be Vegeta who was about to appear next. But the young Sun Wufan. Akabane yet, I'm still a little worried, what should I do? Akabane, can Gohan deal with that guy? Shui Binjiu, Sun Jun is really willing to let his son appear on the stage. Shui Binjiu, aren't you afraid of being killed by Nashuru here? Yuchen Jude, I remember. Jude Yujo, after Gohan came out of the spiritual time room, he could also follow his father and maintain Super Saiyan mode at all times. Yujo Jude, in fact, it stands to reason that Gohan's strength won't be too low now, right? Dante, it's really difficult to handle, but don't let anything happen here. Although everyone expressed doubts about Sun Wukong's decision. But they didn't say anything, because like Sun Wukong, they were all looking forward to seeing Gohan unleash his potential and turn defeat into victory. Will things really happen as they imagined? Gohan appears. As the war horn sounded, Sharu took the lead and hit a volley. This perfect opening opportunity was seized by Shailu. He would not give in to Sun Wuhan just because he was a child, let alone see his opponent clearly. In comparison, Gohan's movements seemed a bit too slow. And the child looked absent-minded. Apparently he didn't care too much about the battle. 2, 7, 3. This is not possible. The most taboo thing in battle is to lose focus. Sanji, Gohan is at a disadvantage if he makes the first move. Sanji, there's no way to fight. There's no way to fight. Kagura, Wukong's decision is wrong. How could he let a child go to the battlefield so early? Kurosaki Ichigo, don't say that. Kurosaki Ichigo, when Goku was young, he fought against Piccolo and others who were stronger than him. Maybe in the eyes of Goku, Gohan is in the same situation now. At the same time, on top of that picture, Sun Wukong's eyes were fixed on Gohan. He thinks. Judging from Gohan's various previous performances, as long as Gohan can be angry enough in the battle, Gohan can explode with unimaginable strength. Perhaps it is this strength that is their ultimate trump card to defeat Sharu. Sun Wukong, he is serious. Once, he witnessed Gohan getting angry because of Krillin's injury, and Frieza was hit so hard that he couldn't resist. Sun Wukong stubbornly believes that the reason why he has not yet exploded in strength is because there is not enough stimulation. This idea is too dangerous. At first, the audience thought that Sun Wukong had some backup plan that he had not yet used. Results now. Watching Gohan being bullied and ravaged, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Gohan is still conflicted. He's very kind. I don't want to get into unnecessary fights with others. I can still see that. Yes. So now this is the situation. Gohan has all the power, but he can't use it smoothly at all. Hey, something seems wrong now, right? Some viewers quickly pointed in the direction of the video. Look. If Goku and the others don't come to help, Gohan will be beaten to death by Cell. Everyone was in a panic. The video also became uncontrollable. Really? Gohan, who had no fighting spirit, was praised by Cell. But he can only passively defend and be beaten passively. Shailu's speed is getting faster and faster, and his methods are becoming more and more cruel. Until the end, Cell hugged Gohan with all his strength and was about to strangle him to death. Even Sun Wukong, who wanted to force Gohan to awaken his talent, now saw something was wrong. Plus, Piccolo is behind Goku, explaining how Gohan is different from the others. He's not a Saiyan who can awaken his potential just because he's angry. Gohan is really too young now. Even if he awakens, he will definitely be ravaged by Sharu. After hearing all this, Sun Wukong finally realized his mistake and regretted that he was too hasty. He hurriedly asked Klin to take out the fairy beans, and he and others came to find a way to deal with Shailu. However, they were too late. The fairy beans have been snatched away by Shailu. In order to prevent everyone from disturbing the martial arts meeting, Cellul also used his own syringe to hatch many little celluloid clones. Let Little Cell deal with everyone except Gohan. A critical moment. The last person who came to the rescue was actually the man-made man considered most likely to destroy the world, Tian Zangliu. Number 16 used his majestic body to hug Sharu fiercely. He told the warriors on Earth to retreat quickly. He will completely detonate the bomb buried in his body. It turns out that Dr. Gero wanted to prevent number 16 from being too powerful and causing unnecessary trouble. Dr. Gero deliberately buried such a bomb in No 16's body. Now is a good time to explode. It's useless even if you have recovered cells. Today is the day you die. Number 16 is determined to die and will die together with the evil man Shailu. Judging from the stunned expressions of the audience, you can guess that they must not have thought that the guy who would come to the rescue at the last moment would be this artificial man. In the hearts of the audience, the artificial talent was the biggest boss that was initially recognized. They are the center of this video. However, Shailu stopped him halfway. Under Cell's inhumane offensive, in comparison, those artificial humans turned out to be much cuter. Sudden. Things took an unexpected turn again. Shailu tried his best to break away from number 16, but it was of no use. Fet J. But at this moment, Clint told number 16 that because of the power of this bomb, it could destroy the entire Earth. So the bomb in his body had already been taken out by Bulma and the others. After learning the truth, number 16 froze in place. If he came up like this, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? At last, Shailu stretched out his arm and blasted No Six's body to pieces with just one Qigong wave. Gohan's mouth opened in shock. Time seemed to be frozen in place. The other partners looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief, with extremely sour and mixed feelings in their hearts. The audience was stunned for a long time. Number 16, dead? Such a guy who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, willing to sacrifice himself in order to protect his companions. An artificial person who is more like a human than a human. Will he die here? After the explosion, 16's head rolled to Gohan's side. However, our mission on the 16th is not over yet. He used up his last bit of energy to patiently enlighten Gohan, telling him not to be afraid of fighting, to face his own heart, and to protect those who needed to be protected. Under the education of this enthusiastic brother, Gohan was confused. However, at this moment, there seemed to be a raging fire burning in Gohan's heart. Just at this moment, Shailu came over. In front of Gohan, he stepped on No 16's head. This scene was so frightening that many people covered their eyes and trembled. On the 16th, it's really such a pity. When Vegeta and Krillin died, the audience felt the same way. Nara Shikamaru, it's a pity, I suddenly feel that he doesn't look like an android who will destroy the world on the 16th. 17. Nara Shikamaru, if there weren't these messy battles and there weren't the limitations of artificial humans. Nara Shikamaru, the devoured number 18, number 17, and now number 16, could have lived a normal life with everyone, right? 6 paths, damn it, Cellulo deserves to die. 6 paths, I've never been so angry as I am today. At this time, Wukong was deeply regretful. If I hadn't gone my own way at the beginning, I'm afraid things wouldn't have ended up in this irreversible situation. It's too late to say anything now. But, it is on this land. An extremely terrifying energy spreads in place. This power burst out from the body of Cell's opponent, Gohan. The death of number 16 means a lot to Gohan. When number 16 completely disappears from the world, Goku's eyes filled with tears. He stood up again. The world trembles. The flashing golden light instantly filled the entire venue. Gohan knew clearly that if he didn't fight or do something, his relatives, friends, and even the earth would cease to exist. This is Gohan's evolution. The surging endless energy is advancing layer by layer, and gravel can be lifted up to a height of tens of thousands of feet. Shailu laughed. Haha, so what? You will still make stupid mistakes like Trunks. Just increasing the strength but ignoring the speed will not defeat me now. But the next second, Shailu was stunned. Because Gohan has completely broken through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan and transformed into Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2 form makes its debut. Super Saiyan 2. What kind of outrageous form is this? At this moment, no one has ever seen the form mode of Super Saiyan. A considerable portion of the audience even believed that Son Gohan was still in his normal Super Saiyan form, but had a little higher energy. However, when everyone really understood They just started to exclaim in surprise. Doesn't that mean? Nero, now Gohan is almost more powerful than his father. Hitaki Kakashi, from Frieza to now, Goku's combat power has increased 40 times. Hitaki Kakashi, Gohan is actually more ruthless than his father. Even God can't stop him if he turns it on. Now, does the word Supreme alone really reflect the strength of these Saiyans? Gohan transformed into his second form, no matter in terms of demeanor or strength. They all skyrocketed. In an instant, he snatched the fairy beans from Shailu. Those little Saru who came over to attack him. They were all solved by Gohan in one move. The speed is so fast that it can't be compared with lightning. Cell's current mood was almost the same as Gohan's at the time, regretting the current situation. How great it would be if I could take advantage of Gohan's distraction just now and kill him instantly. Because of his carelessness, Sharu has now added another huge trouble to himself. Now, I can no longer care about so much. Cell roared and rushed over. The physical attack with punches to the flesh began. No matter how many punches Cell threw, Gohan could easily catch them. Moreover, Cell couldn't take advantage of Gohan at all. The body-seeing technique doesn't work. Shailu roared angrily, furious on the spot, developing his body to the limit. He decided to let this brat see what it means to be a top powerhouse. However, after the transformation that had been brewing for a long time, Shailu just blasted out a terrifying Qigong wave. So Sun Wuhan cut it off with his face. Gohan only tilted his head and did not receive any damage. It's just like Dimensionality Reduction Attack. And Gohan 3.6 just punch hard. He actually beat the proud Salu so hard that he foamed at the mouth, trembled, and fell to the ground. What happens? Shouldn't this be Saru's home court? How come a Super Saiyan 2 form can make Cell completely unbeatable? Please, tell me what the current combat power of Sun Wuhan is. Even Cell's explosive energy is at its maximum, and he can't withstand Sun Wuhan's punch. Is this how you fight in the highest world? It's scary, it's so scary. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The battle between these two people is completely different from before. Especially the debut of Super League 2. It directly brings the infinite potential of Saiyans one step closer again. It is difficult for the audience to find anyone in the universe who can surpass the power of Super Saiyan. Saru on the screen was really depressed. But now, he still wants to struggle a little. He held Krillin's chi circle slash in his hand and threw it towards Gohan, trying to kill him here. However, Gohan only stretched out his hands to block this fatal attack. This is chi circle slash that even the Emperor of the Universe was afraid of. You little brat! Shailu flew directly towards the sky. One shot of Piccolo's same skill, demon penetrating light killing cannon. This power, which was enough to destroy the planet, was in vain in the end. Gohan deflected the light killing cannon with just one hand. This is the strength gap between the two. This is supreme top-level combat power. Chapter 82. Mel, it's not easy. Mel, it's hard to see the hope of victory. Gohan, don't waste it. Kill Cell directly. Not Wheat Hisahito, come on. The hope of the earth depends on you. Kizuna Hisahito, kill Cell and avenge the androids. The audience jumped up excitedly, and their spirits were ignited with the final battle. The battles in the Dragon Ball world are getting more intense every time. Especially in the later stages. Everyone's combat power expands at an extremely exaggerated rate. Keep going like this. By the end, it is estimated that everyone will have the ability to destroy planets. During the video of Gohan beating up Cell, many viewers have even thought about what they will say to celebrate after this incident is over. Seeing that Super 2 is about to become a super myth. But suddenly, Gohan made the mistake that every Saiyan makes. That is, follow the wind and make waves. Gohan. Now, take advantage of the opportunity to completely deal with Shuru in one go. Don't delay him! Wukong shouted from below. I hope my son won't waste time and solve the problem as soon as possible. But after all, Gohan is the son of a Saiyan, with Saiyan blood flowing in his body. That warlike desire will never be erased no matter what. He also gave himself a reason. Not urgent. I'm going to torture him for a while first. Let Cell die in pain. Hear Gohan's response. Son Wukong was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. The fierce battle passed for some time. I don't know if it was the long-term beating that made Sharu lose his mind, or some other reason. Shalu is extremely angry now. He actually forgot what he said before. Sharu began to expand the energy in his body crazily, and eventually he swelled into a huge ball. He attempted to fight Gohan this way. Little did he know that his speed had also dropped several times, and he was no longer a match for Gohan. Gohan punched with ultimate power, piercing Cell's stomach. Boom! Suddenly, the air stopped flowing, and there was a muffled sound in Shalu's belly, as if he had been pierced by a steel nail. 09 Shalu couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't hold it back and actually vomited out the undigested number 18. Klin is ecstatic. It was precisely because Gohan wanted to hang out for a while that he indirectly saved a character who was important to the protagonist team. But the disadvantages of blind carelessness will soon become apparent. Shalu looked at number 18 on the ground. He panicked. He began to crawl on the ground, wanting to continue to take number 18 as his own. Once there is no energy provided by the artificial man, no one can beat him, Sharu. But before Shalu could take number 18 into his mouth, Sharu's body began to degenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning to its original sausage mouth form. In this form of cell, even Vegeta, the second oldest, can easily handle it without any problems. Now, Shalu has lost. He lost completely. When Gohan looked at Cell like this, he no longer had the mentality to continue playing. But just when Gohan was about to take action, Shalu suddenly laughed crazily. The 6 Cellulo is completely crazy. He doesn't care about his physical condition or whether he can become the strongest in the universe. What he wants to do now is to blow up everyone, including the Earth, with Gohan. Cell gave up on the idea of returning to his final form. He began to expand rapidly in place. And I can't help it, it's getting bigger and bigger. What is he going to do? Sun Wukong, Gohan, and others were stunned. Until Sharu expanded to a height of tens of meters. He then opened his mouth and revealed his purpose. Since you can't get it, then he will drag all the people on Earth down to be buried with him. He will completely destroy the Earth. Turn the Earth and everyone into a speck of dust in the universe. Ah! This man is so vicious. You can't beat me, but you still want to blow yourself up and hurt others. How disgusting! If only Gohan had just killed Cell completely. Oh, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have to delay it until now. What's wrong with the Saiyans nowadays? They have to make 2 waves at the last moment. I also feel that the mistake this time was really undeserved. The 2 Saiyans in front of me told future generations with their personal experiences that if you don't wander, you won't die. Why did it end up like this when we got to Gohan's side? Kings and mountains are easy to change, but nature is hard to change. I'm not saying they Saiyans are bad. The audience doesn't know what to say at this time. I just feel it's such a pity. The situation at the scene, I don't know if it can be saved by Gohan and the others. Otherwise, when Sharu finally self-destructs, he will fight to the death with everyone on Earth. Then Dragon Ball can be finished early. At this time, Sharu also loudly warned Sun Wuhan not to act rashly against him. Any form of attack will speed up the speed of self-destruction. Therefore, the current Super 2 Gohan has no power. But they can't use them to save their relatives and friends. Gohan quickly realized how big of a mistake he had made. If I could listen to my father and deal with this guy earlier. Although we won't be able to get out on the 18th, if we do this, the Earth will be saved. Gohan took all the blame on himself. He began to kneel on the ground and beat the floor in pain. The air was desolate. At this moment, Goku walked up to Gohan silently. It's all come this far. He is the only one who can solve this crisis. Wukong decided to use his unique secrets to teleport to resolve this crisis for everyone. Gohan, you've grown up. Wukong pointed to his forehead with one hand and placed his other hand on Celu, who had a big belly. He said gently to Wukong, say sorry to Kikai for me. Forgive me for being self-assertive. Wukong left a touching message. Subsequently, before the explosion comes, he and the huge shalo in his hand turned into golden light and headed into the distance. Just a few seconds. Sun Wukong and shalo both disappeared. The earth has also returned to its previous tranquility. Dad! In Gohan's roar, a terrifying explosion like the end of the world was heard in the distant horizon. Kaio was tricked by Goku again. Together with Sun Wukong, he returned to the west in tears. The audience fell silent again. Sun Wukong. Well. At this moment, good warrior, good father, good friend, and other titles. Sun Wukong, who was shining with golden light, looked so dazzling. Sun Wukong is so great. He would rather sacrifice himself than save everyone on earth. Let me ask you, in the vast universe, how many tens of millions of viewers, ordinary people or people with high abilities and authority can be as bold as him? Well done. I've been calling you a prodigal before, I'm really sorry. In my heart, Son Goku has always been the conscientious, capable, and great Saiyan. Ugh. I didn't expect that Wukong would have to sacrifice himself in the end. Can we see Sun Wukong again in the future? Isn't this already the finale? Speaking of the finale, the audience became even more silent. If it had been in the past, a large number of viewers would have cried bitterly because of Sun Wukong's sacrifice. Now there are 3 god-tier dragons guarding him. In addition, Sun Wukong is widely popular. Basically, all races related to gods are related to him. To be honest, if Sun Wukong wants to be resurrected, there are ways to revive this guy. What's even more outrageous is that the dead Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and others continue to talk to people on Earth through Kaio. Is there any difference between this and not dying? Sure enough, the world of supreme combat power is different. He is worthy of being selected into the inventory list. When I think about it, I suddenly feel that even if Sun Wukong is dead, it's still the same as not being dead. Yes, the 4th video of the group. How could an inventory end so quickly? However, people should be happy. Shalo is dead. This time the end of the Earth chapter has finally come to an end. The audience is getting ready to predict what kind of guy will appear in the next video. There is a video in the sky. Change, again. And it caught everyone off guard. Goku takes Cell and self-destructs on Kaio. Bring the Supreme God, Bregoli, and Barbarous with you to hell. The King of Kai was not happy anymore, and he never stopped talking from now on. You are good, you are noble, you brought the bomb to Kai Wang. The poor Kaio actually gave up his life for the sake of the earth. Sun Wukong covered the back of his head and smiled. Sorry. Everyone swam around in a circle. Suddenly, Wukong frowned. Too strange. I can't feel Seru's breath here. The death of all things in the world will definitely come to the King of Hell to report. Since Shalo did not appear here, it means there is only one possibility. Saru is not dead at all. Back to Earth. Smoke and dust suddenly appeared in front of the companions. The terrifying aura swept over the planet again. Namekian cells allow Cell to recover no matter what kind of damage he receives. Coupled with Saiyan cells, those who survive the catastrophe will definitely evolve and increase their strength. Cell now is definitely much more powerful than Super Saiyan Gohan. First, a beam of light erupted from the thick smoke, piercing Trunks' chest and sending him to the King of Hell. Shailu stood up again. White lightning is raging around him. Now he can maintain his complete form without the need for an artificial person. That scary guy was actually resurrected with full health. Puff. Ahem. Did I read that correctly? Wait a moment. Salu, is he rich? Has it become stronger? Why does this person, no, this monster still have perverts and bugs like the Saiyans? All the viewers could no longer bear it at this moment. The barrage area was filled with curses. Despair fills everyone's heart. The hope that has just been salvaged. Now it is shattered again. The heaven-defying level of Cell, the villain, is already comparable to that of Frieza, the original Universe Emperor. There is also a large audience. After seeing this, I immediately waved my hand. Okay, no need to read. Game over. What a shame. Is Seru harder to kill than cockroaches? He is simply the ultimate creature. There are always many experienced people in the entire universe, in all heavens and in all realms. But this was the first time they saw a guy who could be called a rogue. Back to the screen. Goku's friends, as well as his son 727 Gohan, are also extremely desperate. The most angry one is Vegeta now. His future son was killed. Who can bear this? Vegeta roared and rushed forward, almost using up all his strength, throwing out nearly hundreds of light waves. It's a pity that there is no harm in smoking. Cell could almost kill Vegeta by simply spraying out energy. At the critical moment, Gohan stepped forward and blocked the attack for his father's friend. Although half of his arm can no longer be used as a result. For everyone, the current scene is undoubtedly the most desperate. However, Gohan inherited Goku's will. The same goes for other partners. No matter how harsh the conditions are, they will fight to the end to protect their homeland. Seeing that his biggest opponent was no longer here, Cell continued to want to reach ultimate. He proposed to have a battle with Sun Wuhan to decide the outcome. Gohan agreed. The final contest has officially begun. Cell and Gohan released turtle Qigong waves at the same time. Even though one of his arms was broken, Sun Wuhan was still holding on. After other partners saw it, they all rushed to Shailu and stopped him. Tianjin Fan, Klin, and others used their unique skills. Piccolo attacks from behind and uses all the power of the god. Even Satan, the strongest human being, wants to go up and contribute his own power. This scene was broadcast live around the world. Everyone felt the terrifying threat from this battle. They all come from the bottom of their hearts, because of Sun Wufan they drain the oil. Why is it happening like that? The earth is going to be deformed. Please, finish it quickly. Earthquakes are causing ripples all over the earth. Kikai looked at Gohan and the others on the live broadcast, not to mention how worried she was. The whole world is watching this unprecedented war. In the end, which side will the balance of victory favor? In this confrontation, Shailu had an absolute advantage. But he underestimated the unity of the people on Earth. They knew clearly that there would not be a good outcome waiting for them on the road ahead, and they knew that Sharu was an enemy that was impossible to defeat. Knowing that I will lose. But they were all beaten back and forth countless times, just like they were beaten to death, but they just refused to give up. Everyone voluntarily contributes even their insignificant strength. Gohan sighed. Father in heaven, be with him. Sun Wuhan gritted his teeth. Holding up the turtle-style Qigong wave with one hand, he walked towards Shailu step by step. His determined eyes. It even shocked Salu. Oops, oops. Sharu began to regret antagonizing the Sun family and letting so many people on Earth join forces. Cellul even hesitated to explode on the spot to maximize his power. It's too late. Chapter 83. This is a blow beyond the limit. The light of the turtle Qigong wave instantly surrounded and engulfed everything in sight. With endless regret, Shayla finally bid farewell to the earth and the world. No matter how powerful the recovery ability of Namekian cells was, he would not be able to survive here. Eventually the core was destroyed as well. At this point, Shayla's chapter finally comes to an end. After giving everything, Gohan was exhausted and fell to sleep. Fortunately, everyone can accept this ending. Wukong will not die forever from now on, but will continue to practice silently in a corner where people cannot see. After all, he has Super Saiyan blood flowing in his body. Video at the end. Gohan told Kikai the words Son Wukong said before he died. Kikai burst into tears. Vegeta sends Trunks away. The first thing Trunks, who came from the future to help, did after returning to his own time and space was to find number 17 and number 18. In this time and space, they are the culprits responsible for destroying the Earth. And the Trunks now is no longer the Trunks he used to be. He directly turned on Super Saiyan mode and joined the main battlefield. Having said that, Trunks may be the only one among the Saiyans who can stay calm despite the wind. He directly took action and blasted number 17 and number 18 into smithereens. Then wait in advance for Cell's first form to walk into the trap, and then kill him. After this time and space thing is over. On Earth, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Piccolo, and others continue to practice. Colin enjoyed his happy life with number 18. Shallow's chapter ends here. Everything looks prosperous. The screen goes off. The world returned to a brief period of silence. Audiences from all over the world are also filled with emotions at this moment. After all, they are following Goku's perspective, starting from the contact with Trunks, androids, and Cell in the future. It went through a lot of hardships, plus countless reversals and accidents. Finally ended the end of the earth and protected a pure land for everyone. None of this is easy. Suddenly I feel a little reluctant to leave Trunks and the others. The Saiyans are such an excellent race. If Frieza hadn't destroyed the Saiyan planet, I don't know how many brave and militant warriors would have emerged by now. Really. I have met countless people in my life, but this is the first time in my life that I have encountered a race like Saiyans that can continuously become stronger and exceed their limits. Seeing that there are only 2 Saiyans left, they can still persist until now and become the strongest in the universe. Not easy. However, there are nearly countless different planets and worlds behind the barrage. Different voices began to appear on the barrage. But, the demi-human race actually doesn't have any good qualities, right? I still remember. When Vegeta saw Son Goku for the first time, he once told him that Saiyans would be sent for identification as soon as they were born. If it is judged that the newborn does not have the physique to become a warrior, the newborn will be thrown to an unattended planet to fend for itself. That's cruel, isn't it? So I don't like this violent race that only knows how to fight. Oh, I remembered it too. Son Wukong is the abandoned child who was thrown to earth by the Saiyans, right? That's all. The Saiyans' homes have all been destroyed by Frieza, so it's useless to talk about them now. Why don't you think more about it? In the second half of the video, what kind of new opponents and new troubles will appear? As well as questions such as whether Son Wukong has limits and whether he will develop a new form. Kakarot, you have to work harder. Now even Goku's son Gohan has surpassed his father and developed the Super Saiyan mode. If Wukong doesn't work hard, it is very likely that the protagonist in the future will be Yufan instead of Wukong. Ah! How could this happen? Compared to Gohan, I still prefer Son Wukong. The audience chatted. But I never noticed it, above the video. A new picture is about to emerge. At the same time, Dragon Ball World, above a certain planet. Son Wukong smiled lightly. Alright. The video of that guy Cello is over. Goku looked at Vegeta. We don't know what will happen next. Vegeta nodded. are the scenes that are going to happen next, all from the future. Future. It heralds new enemies, new challenges, and new combat power. If it were anyone else, they would probably be afraid of the future. But these two guys, Son Goku, Kakarot, and Vegeta, they don't look like they are afraid at all. They will not give up any opportunity to become stronger. If the guy who appears in the future video is something they can't deal with now, these two people will work harder to train. The thoughts of these guys with the highest combat power are different from those of ordinary people. Sudden. Sun Wukong and Vegeta raised their heads at the same time, focusing on the video screen. Coming. New video. Game 5. Son Goku and Vegeta are gearing up, and the anticipation is overwhelming. Audiences from all over the world raised their brows and cheered up. They don't know what else is waiting for them next. I don't know what kind of crisis Monkey King and the others will face in the future. This combat power is already 5 billion. You can't just double it again, right? That's really outrageous. Enough of the gossip. The video emits a burst of white light. The data is clearly displayed in the upper layer of the screen. The screen is about to start broadcasting. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. Gohan has grown up. But surprisingly, Gohan now doesn't seem to like fighting and killing like his father. Instead, he aspires to be a scholar. During this time, Kikai gave birth to a second child for Wukong, named Wushan. Gohan also made a new girlfriend. Vegeta remained the same, staying to train and teach little Trunks how to activate Super Saiyan. At the same time, Goten, as the youngest one, also learned the transformation of Super Saiyan under the guidance of Chi-Chi for the first time. Such a wonderful start. It opened the eyes of countless audiences. Aren't people of this generation too fierce? I remember Sun Wukong back then. In order to activate the first Super Saiyan form, he tried so hard. And at that time, he also experienced life and death between friends, and then he started the Super Saiyan mode. Alas, Wukong is about to be caught up by the next few generations now. Pity. Speaking of which, everyone followed the video and watched it for a while. Until Satan holds a martial arts conference every few years. None of them saw Sun Wukong. Could it be? Hasn't that guy been resurrected yet? This is strange. Just when everyone was still thinking about the protagonist of the inventory. The martial arts conference has begun. Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of his friends at this time. He used the power of the fortune teller to return to the earth for one day. Sun Wukong's return made Gohan, Krillin, and others very happy, and they all stepped forward to surround him. Piccolo is also happy for the reunion. That's all. Several people formed a team to attend the martial arts conference. Video is used to create program effects. Decisively fast forward this segment. Except for the battle between Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, all other insignificant battles were skipped. At this time, the two unfamiliar faces on the screen made people very concerned. He is Kaioshin. In addition to Kaioshin, other uninvited guests appeared on the stage. When Gohan was fighting Kaioshin and Benjabit, he activated his Super 2 form. But this move actually directly caused the mysterious man to appear. A mysterious man suddenly appears and sucks Gohan's energy away. Then he walked away. The sudden match surprised everyone. It seems this video will follow these mysterious people. Kaioshin quickly followed the mysterious man and flew into the sky, with Sun Wukong and others following closely behind. On the road, Kaioshin told them the origins of these mysterious people. It turns out that a long time ago, there was a very terrifying monster in the universe, Majin Buu. He went around wreaking havoc and actually killed 4 of the 5 Kaioshin. Although Buu behind him was sealed. However, an evil mage, Bafiti, actually wanted to use the purest power to resurrect Buu. The mysterious man who just appeared in the competition ring and sucked away Gohan's energy was none other than Vegeta's Majin Buu. Every new video will be accompanied by new enemies. But the audience was just confused and did not regard that guy as the final boss. After all, before the last video started, Trunks said that artificial humans could destroy the Earth. As a result, the latecomer Shayla was the most difficult enemy they faced. Can destroy the planet and kill 4 Kaishin. This Buu sounds very powerful too. It's better to wait and see. What if the guy named Buu is also a cannon fodder in this video? The audience agreed. Does Buu have the potential to become Goku's final opponent? We still have to wait and see how the next video will develop. At this time, the audience is here. There are still a large number of people who think that no matter how strong Buu is, how strong can he be? Sun Wukong and others now have a combat power of nearly 5 billion. Is it enough to stand on top of the universe? After this, not long after, Sun Wukong followed Kaishin to Vegeta's side. When the evil mage resurrected Majin Buu, he naturally didn't want anyone to come and disturb him. Especially those crazy Saiyans. Goku and others first met Vegeta's powerful subordinate, Impra. Gohan stepped forward directly and activated his Super 2 form to fight with him. But what is unexpected is, after turning on Super 2 in the previous video, Gohan could hit the air in seconds. Actually here, he could only compete with Dapra, no matter the outcome. It was a tie. Now, even if the audience thinks with their feet, they can imagine it. Combat power once again ushered in a huge expansion. What a scary world! Sun Wuhan and Dapura fought in the air, and the fight was hearty. But below the battlefield where they battled, Vegeta, there is something wrong. Turned out to be. He wanted to end this farce quickly so that he could have a showdown with the Sun Wukong who had returned once again. The current prince really couldn't wait any longer. Even irritable behavior often occurs. It just so happens. This scene was seen by Dapura and reported to the evil mage. The evil mage Vegeta instantly used this evil thought to control Vegeta. This caused a big M symbol to appear above Vegeta's head. It seemed like I had finally found an outlet. Vegeta directly fights Sun Wukong. He actually voluntarily revealed this evil thought to Vegeta in order to find an opportunity to fight Sun Wukong. He has been waiting for this battle for a long time. No, isn't it? Shouldn't the main business now be to prevent Majin Buu from being resurrected? Why are these two big guys fighting? Good guy, it's rare for Sun Wukong to return to the earth for one day. Vegeta really can't bear it for a moment. Okay, he really cares about Sun Wukong, right? Of course. After all, I have been the second child for 6 full years, and what the surrounding towers are waiting for is the moment in front of me. I think he doesn't care about that Majin Buu, he just wants to fight Sun Wukong to the death. I bet Sun Wukong will win. Hey, don't jump to conclusions so early. Vegeta has been training on the ground for 6 years. He must be better than Sun Wukong, right? That side of the screen. When Sun Wukong saw Vegeta like this, he was too embarrassed to say no anymore. Since Vegeta wants to fight, then come and fight. He didn't care that he still had a halo on his head. Go straight up and fist bump with Vegeta. Boom. It is clear. The battle here is much more exaggerated than the battle over Gohan. The two of them fought from the bottom of the water to the top of the mountain. And hit the sky again. Everything he could see was shattered by the two men's majestic chi. Moreover, these two people still felt that the fight was not enough. Sun Wukong was moved. Super Saiyan mode, on. Vegeta also roared and activated the Super Saiyan 2 mode exactly like Sun Wukong. The battle immediately escalated to another level. The surrounding area was even more completely destroyed. I go. 2 Super Saiyan 2 forms. Both of them actually learned it. Diao. No, I can understand that Vegeta can activate Super 2, after all, he has been practicing for so long. Can Sun Wukong become stronger after staying in the underworld for such a long time? It's so cool. It's been a long time since I saw these two powerful guys fighting. A large number of people were very satisfied. The video started with Monkey King and Vegeta fighting each other. But just as Vegeta and the others were fighting fiercely, Majin Buu already resurrected. Chapter 84. Vegeta is controlled by the evil mage Bafidai, and the strength has been greatly improved. But Vegeta is voluntarily controlled by him. As long as Vegeta wants to, he will not do anything else except attack Sun Wukong. The auras of the two Super Saiyans covered the sky and the sun. So scary. For a time, the planet was plunged into violent tremors. Even if Gohan wanted to stop Vegeta and Goku, he couldn't. Bafidi took the opportunity and acted secretly to resurrect Majin Buu. After becoming stronger, Vegeta actually defeated the Sun family for the first time in a confrontation. So strong, you are worthy of Mr. Bei, who has been practicing hard for so long. After the fight, judging by his momentum, he is completely different from the second best he was back then. Of course. After 6 years of hard work, I must have caught up a long time ago. Coupled with the power given by Bafidi, in one word, I am invincible. Hey, with Vegeta like us, even if Buu comes out, he will probably have to take 2 punches from him first. This is the confidence that Mr. Bei gave us. However, our Wukong also shows no weakness and directly increases his combat power through explosive energy. However, Sun Wukong seems to have retained some experience. It seemed as if Goku was specifically giving way to Vegeta. Boom! Boom! Everyone watched the duel between the two strong men with excitement. They never noticed that Batabian's action had already begun. The two sides are constantly dueling, and the fighting energy is constantly leaking out. And Bafidi used this leaked pure energy to speed up Majin Buu's resurrection. When someone among the crowd reacted, "It's too late." The huge round egg opened with a bang, accompanied by extremely dazzling pink smoke all around. The chubby Majin Buu officially makes his debut. Buu squinted his eyes and seemed to be smiling at all times. It seemed that Buu had just come into contact with a new environment. The first thing Buu did after landing was to look around and observe the surrounding environment. But just then, Prada came over. Seeing Majin Buu's round and chubby body, coupled with his dull expression, Prada once thought that the legend was a joke. This guy was not Majin Buu at all, but just a huge fat pig that could walk upright. Disaster comes from the mouth. Because of these words, Majin Buu was furious 830, and the holes in his forehead were constantly spitting out. The angry Buu jumped up and blinded Prada. Then came a flying kick. Boom! He actually kicked Prada, a strong man with a strength comparable to that of a Super 2, 100 miles away. When Gohan saw this, he couldn't close his mouth in surprise. After all, Gohan had just fought Prada once. Naturally, he knows what strength the other party possesses. However, this Buu used such a joking way to easily defeat that guy? Gohan couldn't believe his eyes and began to doubt life. See this screen. A large number of spectators were stunned on the spot. As everyone knows, Gohan's Super 2 form is ridiculously strong. In the last video, he has the ability to surpass all others. However, Buu kills Prada instantly. Indirectly equal, and OU has the ability to kill Super 2 instantly. Now Goku and Vegeta are both at Super 2 levels. Is it possible that none of them are Buu's opponents? Audiences who originally planned to wait and see whether Buu has the potential to become the most terrifying enemy in this video basically confirmed now. Buu is definitely the biggest trouble this time. Now, can even Super 2 be defeated easily? This is probably called, there is a world outside the sky, and there are people outside the world, right? Buu, beneath his cute appearance, he actually contains such great strength. People should not be judged by their appearance. Not to mention killing 4 Kaioshins, I believe him even if he says he defeated all Kaioshins in the universe. Before this video, I had no idea what a guy who was more powerful than Chao Er looked like. Until I saw Bu crush Prada with ease. Some viewers kept swallowing and spitting, looking embarrassed. Next. It seems like it's not going to end well. The distance on the screen. Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly stopped moving, and they both felt the powerful power coming from there. This power is simply thrilling. Vegeta, let's stop. Goku suggested that Vegeta stop fighting, and the two of them go to deal with the source of the terrifying power together. They must not let that guy threaten their Earth. Vegeta originally agreed, aged. But just when Wukong took out the bug fairy beans from his pocket, Vegeta, knife, knocked out Goku directly. Feel sorry. Vegeta said calmly. He thought that he could only clean up the mess he had made. He didn't want to implicate anyone else. Majin Buu can reappear in the world, and half of his sins are caused by himself. If he hadn't been making unreasonable troubles here, Sun Wukong would have been able to settle things and get it all done. So, Vegeta's conscience found out. He flew unswervingly towards the place where Buu's breath was. Right now, Bu once again releases extremely powerful purple energy. In the sound of bang, Gohan, Kaishin, and others all fell to the ground. They didn't even have a chance to resist Bu. Not to mention how happy the evil wizard Bafadai is. He thought Bu might be very strong, but he didn't expect Bu to be so strong. No matter what guy with Super Saiyan strength, you can knock them all down with one move. He jumped up and down and ordered Bu to kill the 2 guys who were in the way, and then went to kill Kaishin and Sun Wukong. Bu hasn't spoken yet. His stomach was penetrated by a spear. Bafidi was almost frightened to death, because the person who did it was his subordinate Prada. However, all this is in vain. Bu also showed off his amazing recovery ability in front of everyone. At the same time, he turned Prada into cookies and swallowed them in one bite. The scene fell into an atmosphere of despair. Just when Bu was about to take action against Kaishin, there is an explosion in the distance. Vegeta, here we come. It's Vegeta. Prince, you are finally here. Otherwise, everyone will be killed here today. But can Vegeta alone defeat Majin Buu? Right now, he clearly only has super level strength. Speaking of which, many viewers were silent. When will even the Super Saiyan be ridiculed as having only the experience of Super 2? The continuous emergence of super combat power even gives people a heaven-defying illusion that I can reach the top level even if I work hard. But the audience still underestimates Vegeta a little. Vegeta said nothing. After angering Bu, start the battle directly. Cannons, Prince tactics, and constant physical attacks back and forth. But the calls came and went. Not only was Nabuya not harmed at all. He even yawned reductively. It seems that Bu really doesn't take Vegeta seriously. The fierce collision between the two exploded in the air, even alarming the 2 children Goten and Trunks who were far away. The 2 of them hurried to Majin Buu's place. Vegeta gave everything he had. Finally, Vegeta used a beam to penetrate Buu's body. A terrifying hole was opened in Buu's body by Vegeta. With an injury of this magnitude, it's impossible for Bu to heal on his own, right? Piccolo clenched his fists excitedly, his mood extremely unstable. Everyone thought they had finally won. As a result, Zehu taught them a lesson again. Bu jumps to his feet and heals instantly. The wound that was severely injured by Vegeta became intact in just a matter of seconds, like a miracle. Then, he roared to the sky. Purple energy covered the entire planet. In an instant, the terrifying aura penetrated Vegeta's heart. The difference in strength between the two is simply not on the same level. Vegeta, who had been fighting until now, finally realized it. The guy in front of them is not something they can deal with, Even if everyone joins forces to fight together, it will be in vain. Is there anything else they can do to deal with this guy in front of them now? The answer is, no. At last. After about a while, Vegeta calmed down. It seemed as if a drastic decision had been made. He mustered up his courage and used all his tenderness to hug Trunks tightly. And said softly to him. Take good care of yourself, Trunks. Vegeta knew that he always paid attention to Trunks' strength and forced him to do various trainings, hoping that he would not lose to the descendants of the Sun family. As a father, he neglected the family affection that Trunks always needed most. Even if Vegeta realized something was wrong, it was too late now. The only thing he could do was to hold each other tightly at this moment. Silent, will pass away. Then knocked out Trunks with a knife and knocked out Goten with a punch. The two children just passed out. Piccolo understood everything. He picked up Goten and Trunks, and before leaving, he said goodbye to Vegeta. Farewell, the proudest prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta walked towards Majin Buu step by step. He smiled confidently. Next, Majin Buu's opponent is him. I saw. Vegeta suddenly burst into unrivaled arrogance. This arrogance instantly suppressed the enemy in front of him. Even Buu felt frightened. What on earth does he want to do? This is also a question for every viewer. Could it be that? Does Vegeta have a backup plan? Pity. They guessed wrong. Vegeta on the screen suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. Ah 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 ah. The camera zooms out quickly. It covers thousands of miles in seconds. With Vegeta's last roar to the sky. Vegeta, self-destructed. The explosion burning with thick flames instantly engulfed Buu. And all the creatures and buildings in the surrounding area. In this extremely poignant light, Vegeta's body slowly disappeared. Goodbye, Bulma. Goodbye, Trunks. Besides. Goodbye, Kakarot. Boom. The power of Vegeta's self-destruction is comparable to countless nuclear bombs. Piccolo flew in the air, holding Goten and Trunks in his arms, looking at the horrific explosion below in surprise. Vegeta. Klin was also panicked like never before. I never expected that Vegeta would actually do it for everyone's safety. Don't hesitate to do this. Even at the expense of oneself. The barrage area was rarely quiet for a long time. Tens of millions fell silent. It was as if they could hear each other sighing. Also mixed with countless sobs. Vegeta is dead. In their hearts, he is the strongest and proudest Saiyan prince. Now, he is actually dead. He is a good husband and a good friend. Also the best warrior. This moment is enough to be remembered by all viewers. But it was too late to mourn Vegeta's death. The video will soon have new progress. This time, in order to make sure that the matter was over, Piccolo waited until the devastating explosion was over before coming down to check on the situation. Bottomless holes have been blasted into the ground. There is not a blade of grass growing around. Piccolo walked and looked carefully. At this time, Piccolo was suddenly startled. On the ground in front of him, there were actually squirming masses of pink flesh. Yes, these are the shattered body fragments of Buu that were blown up. Immediately afterwards. Less than 2 seconds. These fragments fuse together and quickly form a human form. Buu is actually resurrected. Audience, ah! This self-healing ability simply cannot be described with the word heaven-defying. When Sarl was recovering on his own, he had never been so outrageous. Is it possible that the current enemy's resurrection from the dead is just the minimum standard? In the picture, Piccolo opens his mouth. After he saw the complete Buu, he didn't hesitate at all. Soar into the sky quickly. Escape the scene at the speed of light. That moment, Piccolo's face turned even greener with fright. We need to notify everyone immediately. The terrifying and extremely dangerous behemoth is resurrected today. Wukong wakes up in the world of gods. After being depressed for a while, he told Krillin and others that there was only one way to deal with Majin Buu at the moment. That is the magical skill of fusion. A completely new concept of improving combat effectiveness was proposed. However, the audience has not yet waited for Sun Wukong to tell everyone the details of the combination. The scene turned around. Came to Earth, Bulma's side. Bulma summoned the dragon and asked to resurrect all the good people who died in today's battle. Shenlong did as he was told. Even the people around Kaishin can be resurrected. Pity. The audience searched for a long time, but could not find the resurrected Vegeta. Could it be that the audience was in for a rude awakening? Bulma demands that the good guys be resurrected. Is it possible that Shenron thinks that Vegeta is not a good person? Suddenly, most of the audience in Wanwanja felt a chill in their hearts. It's over. Doesn't that mean that if Vegeta dies this time, he is really dead? Can't be resurrected again? The sudden sadness completely filled the entire inventory live broadcast room. Chapter 85. Vegeta's death. A large number of spectators were plunged into unprecedented sadness. These emotions merged together to form a brilliant galactic torrent for Vegeta. But outside the screen, Vegeta in the Dragon Ball world looked confused. Aren't you alive now? It has to be in the video. Is my future self dead? Such a strong sense of violation left Vegeta scratching his head. At this time, Vegeta had not lived with Trunks for that long, and he might not even realize that his future self would actually make sacrifices for his family and friends. After the audience had finished mourning Vegeta, the video continued to play at his pace. With the help of Shenlong, all the dead were resurrected during this period. Gohan was sent to the Celestial Realm to receive consecration training from the King of the Realm and studied swordsmanship for a period of time. During this period of time, the Earth had just stabilized. Bafidi, with the newly resurrected Buu, began to wreak havoc on the Earth, looking for Shenlong. If Dragon Ball and Shenlong fall into their hands, the Earth will be devastated by that time. To stop them, all members of the Sun Wukong protagonist group are dispatched to help Wushin and the others use the Dragon Ball radar to find the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong, who still had a halo on his head, finally took action at this moment. Intercept Majin Buu and buy time for Goten and the others. This is the moment when Son Goku fights Majin Buu for the first time. The audience was unwilling to let go of this scene. Everyone wanted to see how this person with the ceiling of combat power would deal with the monster that was approaching invincibility. According to the impression left by the battle between Goku and Vegeta just now, Wukong's strength should also be hovering around Super 2. But Buu has power far beyond Super 2. Many people began to worry about Goku, fearing that he would be like Vegeta and end up having to sacrifice. Although the current Wukong has only returned to the Earth, he is not considered alive. But if he fights because of this, he won't even be able to come back to the Earth, so what should he do? The audience is overthinking. On the screen, Son Goku didn't talk nonsense. When facing Majin Buu, he directly activated his Super 1 and Super 2 forms. Seeing this, Buu nodded frequently and showed a happy smile. Come to think of it, how could OU not be happy when he finally got to fight a real strong man? But Sun Wukong said that this is not over yet. Next, he wants to show everyone his new form. He yelled on the spot. Swallow mountains and rivers with anger. All around, countless golden lightnings sizzled and began to change around Sun Wukong. This inexplicable aura made Bafidi and Buu click their tongues in surprise at the same time. The audience was stunned. What is this? Super two-dimensional entity? Or, a more powerful form? There is something above Super 2. From this moment on, Sun Wukong's transformation completely broke everyone's perception. Boom! The deafening sound echoed through the valley. The sky seems to have become much darker at this moment. Golden light hit Sun Wukong's body. His golden hair began to grow and spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! Sun Wukong, he is still roaring. He, the king, is completely integrated with the vitality of heaven and earth, lightning and other substances. Then, terrifying energy overflowed from his body. This extremely domineering power is even more arrogant than when Sun Wukong first turned on the Super Saiyan form. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes have passed. 10 minutes have passed. Wukong didn't stop roaring. The energy that burst out from his body was about to blow Buffetti and the others away. After roaring for nearly dozens of minutes, Sun Wukong finally showed his perfect form to everyone. Super Saiyan beyond the limit of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong has blonde hair that reaches his waist, his brows are furrowed, and his whole person exudes an unparalleled energy. Goten, Piccolo, Trunks, and others can all feel Goku's aura coming from afar. How powerful! How terrifying! It almost looked like the Sun Wukong they knew. This is Super 3 state? A state more powerful than Super 2. Sun Wukong, he did it. Quick, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Has Sun Wukong really become so powerful? Hasn't he always been in the underworld? Where do you find the time to practice? Recall the scene where Goku and Vegeta were fighting. Everyone realized it later. No wonder, I always feel that Sun Wukong stopped fighting Vegeta and didn't fight seriously. It turns out that at that time, Sun Wukong had already learned the Super 3. I thought Sun Wukong was just standing still, not even as good as his son Gohan, but I didn't expect him to crush him directly. He was forced to cheat. Who would have thought of this? I haven't seen you for 6 years. Goodbye. You have become the strongest. Super 2 is so powerful, with a combat power of nearly 5 billion. I can't even imagine how terrifying my combat power will be after becoming a Super 3. Although I also said this when I was in Super 2, it doesn't affect me to say it again now. Sun Wukong, come on. So handsome. Super 3 appearance. The cards are full. Vegeta was still a little proud of himself for surpassing Son Goku just now. Now, when he saw that Sun Wukong had learned Super 3 and became even more invincible, he was trapped. This guy. Just now, it turned out that you were giving in to me. It's a shame that I still used all my strength to deal with him. In his eyes, am I not worthy of him using all his strength? Vegeta cursed secretly in his heart and clenched his fists tightly, wishing that Sun Wukong would give him an explanation now. Goku next to him didn't know that his image in Vegeta's heart had plummeted. He was still grinning. Wow! Unexpectedly, there are no limits to the Super Saiyan form, and we can continue to make breakthroughs. It's amazing, I want to try evolution now. After noticing Vegeta's resentful eyes on the other side, Sun Wukong was a little confused. What's wrong with you? Vegeta, why do you look so unhappy? In the world of demon destruction, the ghosts of Shangxian gathered together early. On the third string, Tong Mo suddenly said. It's so powerful. Just sitting here, I can feel the powerful power emanating from that monkey, haha, it's amazing. One of the Shangxian ghosts is so black that I originally didn't want to attend this offline gathering of Shangxian ghosts. However, at this moment, he was also deeply shocked by Wukong on the screen. Number B. That is the strongest combat power from an alien planet. Compared to their Dragon Ball world, the combat power of his own world is not on the same line as theirs. Although they have their own breathing methods, their own blood ghost techniques and other attack and combat methods. But everything is good, but it shouldn't be compared with Dragon Ball world. Come to think of it. Tong Mo started to make some weird remarks again. Let's take a guess. Our strongest boss, Mr. Wuxian, can he compete with Sun Wukong? Chapter 4. After hearing Tong Mo's words about committing suicide, the half Tengu was so frightened that he shrank into a ball. On the third string, he showed an impatient expression. For saying this, are you going to die? There was silence. It didn't take long. Black Death suddenly spoke. If the misfortune were to pass, the Saiyans and the others would be able to crush him into powder just by relying on that energy. It's that simple. After saying this, Heishimo turned around and left. The disparity in combat power made him, a man who had always wanted to be strong in his life, unable to stand it. The blows brought by strong men from the outside world were even more exaggerated than those brought by his relatives and Ji Koyuan. After he left, the other winding ghosts were still marveling. There was a discussion about Sun Wukong Kakarot in the Super 3 form. Blade Tooth World. Yujiro Noma, who has always been invincible in the world. I don't know when, his posture has changed from crossing his legs at the beginning to sitting upright now. This is the first time. I was so frightened by a guy on the screen that my body kept shaking. Ask yourself. He is already the strongest on the surface. But he didn't expect it. The strongest outside the universe, so powerful that it suffocated him. Even Yujiro Fanma can only sit in the audience seats and watch in the thousands of worlds. Think back to the beginning. Fanma Yujiro also spoke nonsense. Inventory? Supreme combat power. Ha 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 ha. This is a program tailor-made for me. Yujiro Fanma also imagined that his powerful appearance would be known to tens of millions of planets around him and he would be worshipped. And during this period, many strong people will come here to challenge themselves as the strongest. The results of it. The video has already passed 2 full points. Only now did Yujiro understand that he was just a spectator. Blade Yi looked at his father and he smiled. But no one has ever made this BD father look like this. Although the monkey in the video is indeed very strong, Sabaya has no intention of comparing with them. He is happier than anyone else if he can make his father miserable. Such a powerful guy. Is he actually the second person among the 10? Kurosaki Ichigo was so nervous that his palms became sweaty. All the time, the enemies he faced had never given him such a sense of oppression. Those hollows, compared to Son Goku and Buu, can't even compete with appetizers. Next, there are 8 more people. Rukia's voice was weak. This inventory has only scratched the surface so far. That Sun Wukong has a fighting power that surpasses all. Are there really guys stronger than them in this world? Who will be the strongest remaining warriors? Is it the god who created the world and the universe? Ishida Yuri, Sato, and other people from the Shinigami world. Now I have the same reaction as Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia, and others. Except being frightened. I could only stare blankly at the majestic Super 3 Goku on the screen. Different worlds have different reactions. 0, 0. There is no doubt that the inventory video was a success. The system has collected a lot of emotional power from everyone in the world corresponding to each screen. Naturally, the more of this kind of thing, the better. Where are we now? Super 3? The host of the inventory smiled lightly. This is Dragon Ball. In the later stages, Super Saiyan God, or even the perfect Ultra Instinct form. It can easily destroy planets and destroy the universe. Shouldn't those people be frightened to death? The host watched with interest the comments that kept flooding the screen. Waiting quietly to see what kind of shocking reaction they will have next. Wukong in his Super 3 form just stopped there. The exaggerated atmosphere instantly spread across the entire sky. Now, Sun Wukong's whole body has been surrounded by rain. With a thought, he flashed directly in front of Buu. One punch down. Buu was hit head-on and his whole face was flattened. Buu was so angry that he and Super 3 Goku were fighting each other in the air, neither giving way to the other. However, Goku in his Super 3 form suppressed Majin Buu throughout the fight. He even pulled the tentacles on Buu's head and swung the terrifying monster around with a meteor hammer. No matter how hard Buu struggled, he could never escape from Sun Wukong's hands. So powerful. Can really crush Bu. The Super 3 forms are really terrifying. Pity. Super 3 comes and goes quickly. Moreover, this form consumes too much energy and will forcibly shorten the time Sun Wukong stays in the Yang realm. Sun Wukong simply cannot rely on this form to fight Bu for a long time. But Bu is different. His terrifying self-healing ability makes even some powerful people in Shiquan who have profound self-healing ability feel inferior to him. It can't be killed at all. After another few hundred rounds of fighting, Wukong had no choice but to return to his original form. But Bu was already round and floating in the sky, smiling evilly. Sun Wukong's mission has been completed. He stalled long enough for Trunks. When he heard that Trunks had successfully obtained the Dragon Ball radar, Goku moved away from the battlefield without even thinking about it. The battle just now left a large portion of the audience unable to react. It's true that each mountain is higher than the other. The audience could not have imagined that Son Goku could actually fight Bu, who easily killed Vegeta instantly. And it was crushed all the way. Damn it, if it weren't for the lack of energy, Wukong had to fight for a while longer, and OU would have been killed long ago. That. An audience member suddenly thought of a bad experience and tried to ask on the barrage. That guy Bu can't evolve, right? Just like Cellule in the past, he will become stronger as he gets to the later stages. If that's the case, that's it. I'm afraid that by then, Wukong in his Super 3 state will also be crushed. It seems that a world where combat power exceeds the limit is also difficult. Chapter 86. If that's really the case, Sun Wukong only has the power of Super 3, but it's not enough. Oh my god, what kind of behavior do you have to force someone into? I have never seen a world where the combat power can expand to what it is now. Now let's look back at Frieza back then. 10 million combat power is just like a joke. The title of Emperor of the Universe has also fallen into disrepute. This Dragon Ball world is so cruel. After everyone discussed it, they unanimously decided to abandon the anxiety about combat power and concentrate on the next battle scene. Otherwise, if this continues, they will all get sick from fighting. Logically speaking, when Bu saw that he couldn't defeat Super 3 Goku, he should have thought of ways to improve his strength. But in the next video, Zehu didn't do that. Buffetti urged and cursed behind Bu. He wanted Bu to quickly solve the problem of Sun Wukong and then seize the Dragon Ball radar. I resurrected you. You should listen to my orders. But now Bu is tired and tired. He didn't even think about it. He grabbed his boss's neck with his backhand and punched him hard. Purple energy slanted out instantly, and Buffetti turned into a puddle of powder. Bu raised his hands in the air, shouting that he was finally free. It is impossible to work part-time. It is impossible to work part-time in this life. In this way, Bu happily enjoyed his free life. On the other hand, look at Sun Wukong. He dragged his exhausted 443 body back to the camp. Before he had a good rest, he hurriedly summoned Sun Wushan and Trunks. Because next, he will start to guide the two of them to learn their new tricks. Fit. Combined. Goten and Trunks asked in unison. This method was mentioned by Sun Wukong after Vegeta died. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong will now come to teach on site. The audience begins to think. What exactly is this combination? Next, will this kind of thing really be needed to deal with such an invincible businessman? Rely on Goten and Trunks? Why doesn't Sun Wukong merge by himself? Before the audience can discuss anything, the Monkey King on the screen video begins to teach. But this guy didn't read much, so he naturally made a lot of jokes during the teaching process. First of all, two people must stand apart. He raised his arms. Then just like that, pay attention to the angle of your arms. Wrong, the arm moves to the opposite side while approaching the opponent. At this time, move 3 steps to the right. Come. Make fists with your hands, and be sure to pay attention to the angle of your feet. Ha! Like this, the two people's fingers are touching, and they are repeatedly told to pay attention to the angle of the feet and straighten them outwards. Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks were speechless. Trunks, what should I do? This is so stupid. Goten, yeah. That's so stupid. Piccolo. However, time is running out. Sun Wukong asked them to practice quickly. But because these two little guys don't know what symmetry means. So next, Sun Wukong and Piccolo will show up and give their own explanations, as they demonstrate. Awkward actions plus lines. After completing the last step of fusion, Piccolo couldn't help but blush. Next time something like this happens again, Piccolo swears that he will never do it again. Puff. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. You are not alone. The audience outside had never seen such an embarrassing posture with their toes on the ground. They all covered their mouths and complained silently. I really don't know who invented this combined stunt. So shameful. Moreover, can such a move really be successful in combination? Is this the way to deal with Majin Buu? The audience is thoughtful. This thing. They can't all be better than Super 3, right? It shouldn't be possible. Everyone still stubbornly believes that only Sun Wukong's Super 3 form can fight Buu. Nothing else will work. However, now apart from practicing the combination, Goten and the others have no other means to deal with Buu. In this way, Goten and Trunks began training together. As Wukong's time in the earth was about to run out, he reluctantly said his final farewell to everyone. When he learned that Gohan was practicing his sword in the sky, he even took a special look at Gohan. Switch perspective. While Wukong was busy here, Buu is not idle here either. After he has eaten all the delicacies on the earth and played with all the fun things on the earth, he also found a place to make it his base and planned to live here comfortably. At this time, human beings are also not idle. They sent out the strongest warrior in mankind, that is, the Saiyan who attracted much attention in the last video. Come and deal with Buu. The process is always difficult, and Saiyan uses various means. Bombs, poison. Regardless of the method, there was nothing he could do against the monster in front of him. Buu, on the other hand, after getting along with him for a period of time, felt that Saiyan was very promising, so he accepted him as his little brother. One person and one demon spent a wonderful time in this small world. Turned out to be. After Saiyan and Buu got along for a long time, Saiyan discovered that this little fat guy was not as bad as the world said. He is just a kind-hearted child who has just been born and is still ignorant of everything. After that, as the relationship between the two gradually warmed up, Saiyan made a promise to Buu not to be hostile to humans and not to attack humans. Of course Saiyan has good friends in mind. He did so. That's all. Even the Super 3 Sun Wukong can't solve the evil Demon King, causing huge trouble. With Saiyan, an ordinary person, with a simple companionship and a promise, mankind's biggest crisis can be easily resolved. To this, a large number of viewers stared with their eyes wide open, in disbelief. Buu was conquered by Saiyan. The guy who even Sun Wukong can't deal with, this Saiyan actually. What the hell? Is this still the Buu I know? You call this the final boss? Oh my god, I have to say that Saiyan can really become the savior of all mankind in a sense. The strongest summoner, Saiyan. Pity. Good times come quickly and come to an end quickly. Soon, the people on Earth in the Dragon Ball world explained with practical actions what it means to truly seek death. This day, a bunch of bastards suddenly broke in and wanted to meet Buu. Kill the puppy raised by Saiyan and Buu. In the end, even Saiyan was not spared and fell to the ground after being shot. Buu was desperate and heartbroken. However, he still adhered to his agreement with Saiyan and did not take action against humans. But he couldn't bear it anymore. A large amount of white gas leaks out. A new personality, a new thin Bu, was excreted by Fat Bu. This thin Bu is completely black and chocolate colored. He is the evil personality expelled from Fat Bu's body, the final condensation of all bad things. The two personalities immediately got into a fight and competed for position. Why did things turn out like this? Many people can't stand it anymore. What the hell? It was hard for Satan to resolve Bu's matter peacefully. Indirectly, it is equivalent to saving all mankind on Earth. But these guys have to look for trouble. It's okay now, the bigger trouble has been revealed. I've never been so angry. That's right, something that can be solved is only possible because of a few people. If you ask me, these people really deserve to be killed, and they don't deserve to be saved. Well, I'm talking about individual human beings, not all. Yes, if this matter could be solved so easily, the fourth Bu video would not have been released. After a battle between Bu and Bu, people can clearly see that the kind-hearted Fat Bu is not the opponent of the evil Bu. Evil Bu finally turned the former into a candy, and then swallowed it in one gulp, and his strength skyrocketed. His body gradually filled up and his transformation was successful. An unprecedentedly powerful aura hovers above the earth. Evil Bu has officially completed his transformation. But he did not take action against Satan, and turned around to look for Sun Wukong and others. He wants revenge. Soon, the most original and evil Bu came to the Celestial Temple to face off against many masters. Add Piccolo, and others are no match for Bu. He releases a pure attack rain condensed from energy fluctuations on the spot zero. He actually directly killed all the people on Earth except Satan and Tianjin Fan. Even Goku's wife Kikai was turned into an egg by him and exploded under his feet. The audience couldn't bear it anymore. Who is Kikai? Sun Wukong's wife. If you trample someone's wife to pieces like this, her combat power ceiling will never let you go easily. However, now that Sun Wukong is not at the scene, he cannot arrive in time to provide support. Only Piccolo tried his best to delay as much time as possible. Because of the combined state of Goten and Trunks, Gotenks is currently practicing in the spiritual time room. Based on the bug level time flow rate of 1 day on the Earth, 1 year on Earth, Piccolo dragged Bu as much as possible, taking him to one place after another, constantly going around. Just when Bu's patience was about to run out, Piccolo led him to the spiritual time room. After everyone followed Bu's perspective and came inside, they saw the combined state of Goten and Trunks. His name is Gotenks. Gotenks made a brilliant debut, without hesitation, and confidently turning on the Super Saiyan mode. Powerful energy poured out instantly. The frightened people quickly rubbed their eyes. I am not wrong, right? Gotenks? Why do you feel like this guy's energy is even more exaggerated than Goku's? We are almost catching up to Super 3, right? This is just Super 1. It's incredible. At first, everyone thought that Goku's statement that only by combining one's body can defeat Bu was just lip service. I didn't expect it to be successful. Back to the picture. Gotenks continued to use Taijutsu and Qigong waves against Bu. Still used a ghost kamikaze move, the spirit body merged with Bu, and exploded. Its power is comparable to Super 2 Vegeta's self-destruction on the spot. It seems that Gotenks' various performances are really incredible. But Bu's recovery abilities are pervert. Even if you are blown to pieces, you can still recover with the help of pieces of meat. Let's look at Gotenks' response. It is indeed the combined form of two Saiyans. He obviously still had a killing move in his hand, but Gotenks just wasted his time and didn't use it. He had to tease Bu. As a result, Piccolo was sucked into Bu's body. Finally, Gotenks activates his strongest state, transforms into a Super 3. What the hell? Is this a Super 3? Oh my god! This is simply the fastest Super 3 guy I've ever seen. After all, Wukong has been training for so long. What a pervert of perverts. Everyone finally couldn't bear it anymore. I don't know whether to praise Gotenks for his extraordinary talent, or whether to say it's unfair. Since this 0.8 scene actually happened, the audience has to accept it even if they don't accept it. Gotenks transforms into Super 3 state. Not to mention how ferocious the fights were. One move after another, Bu was completely passive and was beaten. It was too late to fight back. Gotenks and Sun Wukong are both Super 3, but their strength is also very different. This is most likely an unexpected change brought about by the combination. After beating Bu's face with dents. Maybe, Gotenks has had enough. He concentrated his hands, preparing to use the last move to kill this guy instantly and end the battle. I won't resurrect you this time. I'm going to beat you to pieces. Even your energy will be gone. However, the final killing move has not been completely condensed yet. It's time for Super 3. Gotenks returned to his normal state. Gotenks, ah! Audience. The air became inexplicably quiet. Finished. Bu just looked at Gotenks quietly. Gotenks finally realized that something was wrong. How could he, in his current normal form, defeat Bu? He stood on tiptoes, ready to escape. Bu had no intention of letting go of the little thing in front of him. But at the critical moment, Gohan arrived in time to support Gotenks. As expected, they are all from the Sun family. He acts like a savior every time he appears. Sun Wuhan, who was enlightened by the Kaishin, once again reached the top in strength. He actually started beating Bu. The audience panicked again. What is happening? Chapter 87. Sun Wufan, when did he become so strong? In the blink of an eye, Sun Gohan, who couldn't even defeat Bu in his normal form, could now defeat evil Bu? Many viewers were puzzled. What kind of training did Gohan undergo on the old Kaishin side? Kurosaki Ichigo, did you see it? Kurosaki Ichigo, Gohan is about to beat Bu to death. Uchiha Madara, how do I feel that Gohan is the one standing at the top now? Budges, has he surpassed all Saiyans now? Budges, this is the first time I've seen a guy who is so awesome in normal situations. Uzumaki Naruto, I also want to be enlightened by the old Kaishin. I will definitely become strong by then. Edward, there is hope. Sun Wukong, you can't waste time. Ino, that's it, kill Bu in one go. Gohan didn't know what methods the old Kaishin used. Just in his normal state when he first appeared, Sun Wuhan was already so strong. After a fight, Bu felt like he had been beaten badly. Where is the means to fight back? It's really annoying. The strong men on the earth appear one after another, and each one is stronger than the last. Bu almost doubted life. The two faced waves in the air. There was a roar, and sand and rocks flew around. Even if Bu tried his best, he could not defeat the Sun family through confrontation. This time, he had to admit defeat. Then, Bu pretended to self-destruct and died together with Gohan. I learned this move from Vegeta. But the difference between him and Vegeta is that Bu actually found an opportunity to use the explosion smoke to completely escape. When Gohan reacted, Bu had already run away. Gohan immediately seized the opportunity to pursue him. We cannot let this devil cause trouble to the world again. It's so strong. Bu beat him away again. Although it's a pity that we didn't defeat him. The audience pumped their fists vigorously, sometimes cheering for Gohan and sometimes being discouraged. However, looking at 09, Bu has a high probability that he will not continue to become stronger. The normal Gohan is so powerful as if he is cheating, let alone wait until Goku continues to transform. Even if another Bu comes, people don't have to be afraid. Kakashi, but, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. Kakashi, I'm really worried that the Saiyans won't learn their lesson and continue to wander. Terumi Mei, I suddenly feel that Bu is simply an enhanced version of Cell. Terumi made Bu can't suddenly learn to absorb other people's moves like Cell, right? I'm really worried about what will happen. Not long after Bu escaped, Dandy, Satan, Piccolo, and other friends found Gohan one after another. Sudden. Bu, who had escaped, suddenly turned back and intercepted everyone. He opened his mouth and threatened to challenge Gotenks to a duel. At this time, the audience noticed something strange. It was obvious that Bu couldn't defeat the people in front of him, so why did he want to go there and die? What did he do during the time Bu left just now? A bad premonition suddenly emerged in the hearts of the audience. Bu has just reappeared. There was no rush to fight Gohan. Instead, he used words to provoke another warrior, Trunks. He asked Trunks by name to have a fair one-on-one duel between men. The audience wondered if Bu had burned out his brain. It is obvious that Trunks has recovered his strength now and can continue to transform into Super 3 to crush him. Why still challenge? Hearing the words, Trunks readily accepted the challenge. He warmed up on the spot and stretched his muscles. Then confidently activate the Super 3 state. But at this moment, Bu suddenly acted out of common sense. He jumped back and immediately turned into several sticky and slippery pink substances. Devoured Super 3 Trunks and Piccolo in one gulp. What? When everyone reacted, it was too late. Bu successfully absorbed both of them and successfully completed his transformation. Bruce, he can indeed absorb other people's abilities just like Cell. Zoro, what the hell? Now a villain boss has learned to absorb it. Rimuru, what are you afraid of? Rimuru, Trunks and Piccolo have been sucked out of their stomachs, how can we fight them? Leon, the Saiyans have been fooled again, I don't know if they are still wasteful this time. Nobita, it would be great if Gotenks refused to challenge Bu in a duel from the beginning. Things have already happened to this point, no matter how regretful Gohan and others are now, it will be of no use. Trunks has become the nutrient in Bu's belly, allowing him to absorb it. Bu quickly gained increased combat power. How so? You guy! Gohan was extremely angry. He rushed straight over, wanting to kill Bu right here. But now, how can he still be Bu's enemy? Bu easily crushed the opponent with one hand. The Saiyan who swallowed the Super 3 is still in a combined state. Bu is so strong. After the fierce battle, Bu grabbed the opponent's neck tightly. Soon, Bu will kill Son Gohan. It's over, it's over. It's really over now. Even Gohan couldn't beat him. Piccolo and Trunks were both absorbed. Prince Vegeta is gone a long time ago, and the big brother son Wukong has long since returned to heaven. Who else can deal with him now? Do we still have to rely on Sun Wuhan to break out again? Did he break out a little too often? Yu Sui Tianyuan, please forgive me. Yu Sui Tianyuan, the earth has completely lost. Yu Sui Tianyuan, no one can deal with that pink guy. Long Si, I'm convinced. Who would have thought that the person who provoked the destruction of the earth would actually be the Earthling himself? Ryuji, if those two gangsters hadn't disturbed Satan and Fat Bu, they wouldn't have revealed so many things now. Alphonse, yeah, now I suddenly realize that Chubby Bu is really cute. Alphonse, what is this pink guy who looks like a crocodile? Alphonse, it's ridiculously strong. The audience all yelled at the evil Bu on the screen. You may criticize him, but Bu is really strong, and everyone in the audience knows it. 3. Gohan is really going to be in trouble this time. And if this continues, the Saiyan race that has finally survived will be completely destroyed in the hands of Bu today. Bu strangled Gohan's neck tightly. Just when he was about to take action, an unexpected person suddenly ran forward and broke the deadlock. That person is Satan, who is not favored by anyone. Satan punched and kicked Bu. The roar was loud, but it looked like sand hitting rocks, and it was of no use. However, taking advantage of Bu's clone, Son Gohan quickly escaped. He escaped with his life. At the same time, Tianjin Fan arrived at the scene in time. Just like the previous battle with Shailu, Tianjin Fan put his hands together and used the new Qigong cannon to delay everyone's time. However, is their current struggle really meaningful? Just when such thoughts emerged in the minds of the audience, the screen turned around out of thin air. The back of Sun Wukong appeared in front of everyone. Next, it's Sun Wukong's turn to appear. At this moment, the old Kaishin made up his mind. Use his last lifetime to resurrect Sun Wukong to the world. Regarding this operation of the old Kaishin, everyone was still somewhat reluctant to give up. But little did they know that the old Kaishin just made a joke with them. His dead generation only had an extra halo. This directly made Sun Wukong and others shed tears in vain. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you leave quickly? Do you want me to die in vain? The old Kaijin screamed. The audience immediately felt relieved and had some hope in their hearts. Do not know why. The appearance of Sun Wukong always brings confidence to everyone. Maybe, this is the confidence brought by the strongest veteran fighter and the strongest combat power ceiling in the title, right? Before leaving, the old Kaishin gives Sun Wukong a pair of Patara earrings. This is the key to defeating Bu. After Sun Wukong accepted the earrings, he jumped up, turned into a stream of light and rushed to the battlefield. Great! The protagonist finally appears. I thought Sun Wukong would never come back, so what else can I see in the Dragon Ball World review from now on? Although rookies like Trunks are very powerful, I have to say that the one who gives me the feeling of being the strongest in the universe is Sun Wukong. Once Goku takes action, Bu won't be able to escape. But now, they have to face a real problem. That is the current Sun Wukong. Can he still defeat Bu who has devoured so many strong men? Everyone has the answer in their mind. But they are still very much looking forward to the surprise that Monkey King can bring them. Finally, Sun Wukong successfully arrived at the battlefield. As soon as he landed, he threw a circular slash directly in the direction of Bu. Bu felt like his body was empty, and his whole body was chopped into 4 pieces by the Qi Yuan slash. Damn it, who is it? Bu turned around angrily, only to see the face of the guy who beat him in his memory. He is the Saiyan, Son Goku Kakarot. He actually came back to life. However, Bu has nothing to fear anymore, he is ridiculously strong now. Bu's body produces a rejection reaction and his body changes appearance. It turns out that the time has come for Gotenks in his body to merge. He can no longer maintain this powerful form. He changed into Piccolo's dressing style, and his strength inevitably declined a lot. Sun Wukong and Bu fight in the sky. Although he can't use Gotenks' power. But the cunning Bu secretly used. The tentacle that fell off successfully possessed Wukong. A more powerful and terrifying Bu appears. In the subsequent battle, Sun Wukong was indeed at a disadvantage. The monster in front of me is really too buggy. It is constantly devouring and has the characteristics of immune to death no matter how hard it is attacked. Even if Sun Wukong 720 Kong uses his Super 3 form to fight against the enemy again, it will not be the same. You can definitely beat it. At this time, an unexpected surprise suddenly arrived. Another Saiyan that the audience has been missing for a long time is back. Vegeta appears behind Son Goku. Because of Granny Divination's ability, Vegeta can return to the earth for one day just like Sun Wukong before him. Vegeta. It's Vegeta. This guy is finally back. I miss him so much. Son Goku and Vegeta, how long has it been since these two people fought side by side? Bu, suffer death. When they join forces, no matter what kind of monster you are, you will be defeated. Excited heart and trembling hands. Behind the video of All Worlds, a large number of viewers were extremely excited. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared at the same time, they danced. At this time, the pair of earrings given to Sun Wukong by Kaioshin came in handy. Ever since Sun Wukong proposed the concept of fusion to Wu Tian and others. Then there won't be only one form of Gotenks in this world. In other words, Goku can also merge with someone. Sun Wukong began to persuade Vegeta. With the current abilities of the two people, even if they go together, they will not be able to cause any fatal blow to Bu, and they will definitely be the ones who are exhausted and fail in the end. In order to defeat Bu, only by exerting power that completely exceeds the limit. If the two of them don't get along right now, when will they wait? After hearing this, Vegeta frowned. He originally refused. Let yourself merge with this grown man? What a beautiful thought! However, after Sun Wukong's painstaking persuasion. In addition, his son, Gohan, Zifang, and others were all in that guy's belly. Vegeta also began to think about the overall situation. Sacrifice yourself. Happiness to everyone behind the scenes. Vegeta gritted his teeth. I agree. It can be seen how determined Vegeta was when he made this decision. Together with Sun Wukong, he put on earrings. Moment. An incredibly huge suction force pulled the two of them together. They each pounced on each other and collided. Boom! Gold and blue light mixed together. The combined form of Son Goku and Vegeta, Vegeta shines, appears. Great! Vegeta looks confident. Look down at everything below with pride. At this time, the audience has not realized it yet. The appearance of Vegeta will once again break the upper limit of the strongest and highest combat power. A performance unique to Vegeta. Start now. Chapter 88. The strongest warrior, Vegeta appears. Brand new look. Brand new hair. Two unruly voices merge into each other. Vegeta and Sun Wukong actually completed the fusion so easily, and their strength increased by more than one level. So, how strong will Vegeta be after transforming into a single body? The picture leads to the climax. The battle between the strongest and the strongest begins. The proud Vegeta immediately challenged him. Taunting layman. Wait until Bu receives the provocation and attacks. Vegeta just jumped deep. Then a sharp kick. Bu was kicked until he was blinded, and he forgot what he was going to do for a moment. Then, hundreds of pairs of fists hit his face. Bu can only be beaten passively. This feeling is just like Sun Wukong beating himself up just now. There is nothing you can do, don't fight back. How is it possible, how is it possible? Bu frowned, angry. After all, I have absorbed the ability of the strongest warrior, Sun Wukong. But why can't I use all my abilities in front of these two combined guys? Then, before Bu could react, he had been thrown far away by Vegeta, and they used a white light wave to instantly set off a big explosion. There was a boom. Bu was blown up and only half of his body was left. Good, good boy. Bu roared, healed his body, and continued to charge forward. The result was pretty much the same, he was still beaten, crazy, and non-stop. Puff. Bu vomited wildly and his body was covered with scars. Even his handsome pink face was dented by a kick. Bu was furious again. He flew into the sky and unleashed his huge killing move that could directly destroy a planet. The purple ball of light covered the entire surface. Our Vegeta suddenly spoke. Feel free to come over here. This level of attack can't even make me take a step back. Bu said angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Go to hell. The nuclear bomb-like light waves slowly struck down. It's hard to imagine that someone in the universe could actually carry out such an exaggerated attack. Even if they were normal, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would have to avoid their sharp edges when they saw the attack in front of them. But Vegeta actually didn't move a step. He sent out a wave with his backhand, hitting the attack. Suddenly, white light flashes. The sense of oppression caused by Bu dissipated instantly. That terrifying nuclear bomb was actually penetrated directly by Vegeta and hit the pitch-black space. Moreover, a lucky planet was randomly selected and set off an explosion that could destroy everything. Audience. TEB. So fierce. Even the planet was blown up. It's really, the fighting is getting more and more exaggerated. Everyone lamented this epic battle from the bottom of their hearts. Bu is powerful heaven-defying, Vegeta is even more heaven-defying. Vegeta gave them the feeling of being strong and proud. The negative characteristics of Saiyans are infinitely magnified at this moment. Of course, this is the world of Dragon Ball. The most indispensable thing is the feast of battle. The level of this battle is more than that. Vegeta is ready to show Bu a good show. Where is the limit of Saiyans? He roared loudly and puffed out golden gas into the sky. Countless lightning and thunder pierced the sky. This is Vegeta's first superhuman form after the merger. Vegeta in his normal state can beat Bu violently. Not to mention Vegeta after the super game. He hit his hands and could have kicked Bu to death with just his feet. It can be said that Bu tried every means to deal with this extremely arrogant guy in front of him. During this period, he also used Gotenks' unique skill to continuously release spiritual explosions from his mouth. Although the spirit explosion is quite powerful, it is also difficult to shake off. However, these attacks have no effect on Vegeta. Because Vegeta is completely invincible. He resolved it and inflicted heavy damage on Bu again. The old Kaijin who was far away in the horizon looked at the battle between Vegeta and Bu below. The old man showed a trace of doubt. Why, these two guys look like they are having fun. What? Aren't they serious about fighting like this? The Kaishin on the other side shocked me for a whole year. Yes. The old Kaishin sighed helplessly. If Vegeta had used all his strength, Bu would probably have no scum left. What a pity, a pity. Saiyans love fighting the most. They feed on fighting and have an almost crazy obsession with fighting. When strength is higher than others, Saiyans will trample and ravage their prey, and continue to enjoy the fun of fighting. This caused the Saiyans to inevitably become rogue. Now, due to the fusion of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, this bad habit has been infinitely magnified. The most rogue warrior in history was born. My intuition tells me that something bad will happen next. Judging from past video experience, if the Saiyans reach a certain level, the enemy will definitely have an opportunity to take advantage of them. Then, the enemy will become invincible to anyone, and then our soldiers will start to regret. What a familiar plot! But Vegeta looks really strong. Unless Bu devours Vegeta, even if Bu goes over and eats everyone on Earth, he still can't defeat Vegeta. That's right. Well, I still hope that Vegeta can fight seriously and at least resolve the crisis first, right? Vegeta would not hear the voices of the audience. In the picture, he is still ravaging Bu. Sudden. Bu seized the golden opportunity and directly used his ability. To get turned into a chocolate candy. Oops. Why did you let Bu seize the opportunity? Damn it. You're not really going to feed Vegeta and the others into their stomachs, are you? After watching it, many viewers felt their hearts pounding and secretly said that it was not good. But it turned out to be a false alarm. Because Vegeta, who turned into a chocolate jelly bean, can still defeat Bu. Ask. When the chocolate jelly bean kept flying around and gave Bu a beating. Bu was confused. Is this guy a monster? No time to think. Bu gets another beating from chocolate. This thing also jumps up and down, constantly hammering Bu's weaknesses. The piccolo in Bu's belly almost came out. Hey! I'm scared to death. What a skill, he is indeed the strongest Super Saiyan warrior. Chocolate can fight, I didn't expect it. Ah ha ha ha. Did you see Bu's expression? It's so fun. It turned out to be a false alarm. Bu was beaten by chocolate for a while, and after his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, he couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly used the spell again to change this hateful guy back. This change. Let the powerful Super Saiyan Vegeta return again. What's this? This is a dimensionality reduction attack. The battle lasted for almost dozens of minutes. Maybe it's because I'm tired of playing, maybe it's for other reasons. Vegeta deliberately showed his flaws. He was directly sucked into Buu's body by the storm and penetrated into the latter's body. After entering Buu's body, Vegeta's first priority is to find Piccolo, Anton, and Trunks who were swallowed up. However, in the process of searching, Vegeta's body suddenly glowed with light. Then, the two of them were out of control and quickly split into two. Ba, ba, ba. Vegeta and Sun Wukong each stepped back, 10 steps away from each other. They've had enough. This combination almost disgusted these two grown men. Vegeta took off his earrings and crushed the fusion device with his kick. Even Sun Wukong, who always puts the overall situation first, couldn't help but support Vegeta's idea. That's right, it doesn't fit anymore. They made up their mind that even if they couldn't fight, they couldn't unite. But the audience outside the screen seemed a little unhappy. Ah! Isn't this inappropriate? If you don't fit together, where else can we see Vegeta, the strongest warrior? It's over. Without Vegeta, how can they deal with Buu outside? If I had known this would happen, I should have killed him just now. The audience screamed in agony. That was the strongest state they had ever seen. If you say no, then you won't. It's such a pity. Then Goku and Vegeta fired left and right inside Buu's body. Each rescued their companions. Buu's strength was greatly reduced as a result, and all the power he had finally absorbed was wasted. And then Goku discovers Buu's weakness, which is Fat Buu inside his body. After a lot of hard work by both of them, Fat Buu was cut off, and Buu finally degenerated into his most primitive form. These two guys, they really did a lot of tricks inside Buu's body. Logically speaking, if Buu's strength is weakened, he shouldn't become too strong, right? Yeah. Things can finally come to an end. The story has developed to the present. Everyone can see how difficult it is for Wukong and others. One Buu could actually turn their lives upside down. However, it is precisely because of this guy's existence. Only then did the fighting power of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others refresh and increase to a terrifying level. This will definitely pave the way for the next video. On the screen. After finishing all this work, Goku and others were holding the unconscious Piccolo, Goten, Trunks, Fat Buu and others. Escaped from this guy's disgusting body. But, who can think? After Fat Buu leaves Evil Buu's body. Evil Buu, no more distractions. In addition to Buu's body shrinking and becoming smaller, his personality also became extremely manic. This is the most original Evil Buu. The original form is actually stronger and much crazier. Under his crazy revenge attack, the whole earth began to fall apart. The terrifying airwaves expand and spread infinitely. Countless beams of light erupted from deep underground. This moment begins. The earth is in ruins. It will no longer exist. Of course, Sun Wukong and others did not expect that Buu would be so cruel. They only left here with the help of Kaioshin. Otherwise, together with the earth, they will become lonely ghosts in the universe and turned into dust fragments. Earth, the earth exploded. This can't be true, can it? Buu, are you serious? Think back then, the earth that Cell didn't even destroy was accidentally given to by Buu. Obviously, no matter how much the audience thought about it, they would never expect that the earth would be blown to pieces. Otherwise this would be too unreasonable. But, it just happened. It happened so suddenly. Sun Wukong is homeless. Did everyone on earth also die? Well, there are only so many people that Kaioshin can save. The only thing we can do to get Sun Wukong and the others out of here is the limit. At this time, in the dark universe, the short Bu looks like a devil in everyone's eyes. This is the boss and villain of the supreme world. Evil Bu. An existence that can easily destroy the planet. It was also at this time that people realized that the earth was not indestructible. Everyone living there doesn't know when their home will turn into ashes at the hands of the strong. In order to prevent Bu from continuing to destroy other planets in the universe, Sun Wukong made a difficult decision. He wants to fight Bu. This is the final showdown. Even if Sun Wukong's limit is Super 3, he must break through this limit. Even if this trip is extremely dangerous, he must be brave enough to try it. This is a responsibility that Sun Wukong cannot avoid. Kakarot. Vegeta looked at the guy in front of him silently. At the same time, Vegeta's own heart also experienced some changes. Then, the final battle against Bu has begun. After leading the monster in the darkness to the Kaijin planet, Sun Wukong rushed forward. Shout loudly. Super 3 forms, activated instantly. This is the final decisive battle between Son Goku and Bu. Chapter 89. It turns out that the Earth is considered a high-risk zone there. In the blink of an eye, it exploded. It was really scary. One Punch World, Hero Association. When all the heroes noticed that the Earth had completely exploded and was gone, no one could help but take a breath and tremble. People have always had a stereotype about pigs. A planet that can develop civilization to such a magnificent and great place, in everyone's mind, the Earth is an indestructible planet. At that time, during the battle between Saitama and Wolf, the Earth was destroyed by the energy fluctuations of Saitama and Wolf, but it still stands firm until now. It can be seen from this that the Earth is actually very hard. Moreover, people have never heard of anyone who truly has the ability to destroy the Earth and the world. But today, the Earth was blown up. Still, that Majin Bu. Because the Earth of the Dragon Ball world is no different from the Earth of the One Punch world. The heroes had to assume their own selves, subconsciously thinking that their homes had been completely destroyed. Now, everyone is filled with sadness and the atmosphere is becoming more and more desolate. Super alloy black light, yes, starting from today, Sun Wukong and the others will be homeless. Super alloy black light, it's a blessing in misfortune if we can still save a few lives. Metal bat, I suddenly felt that our world's battle with monsters is actually nothing special. Atomic samurai, the stronger the combat effectiveness, the more you have to bear the corresponding price. Every hero seems to have a feeling in his heart. Jobless world. Rudius from the demon continent suddenly jumped up from the bed. Alice on the side was shocked. What are you doing? What a fuss. Rugerud also didn't seem to understand Rudius' behavior. Maybe it has something to do with the planet on the screen being bombed? Rugerud speculated. Only Rudius kept mumbling. Home is gone, home is gone. It turns out that Rudius in the jobless world was originally reincarnated from the Earth to the other world. His situation is similar to that of Bone King, Rimuru, Kazuma, Spider-Man, and others from different dimensions. After he saw that the Earth in the Dragon Ball world was completely destroyed, he subconsciously thought that he might not be able to go back. However, it seems that there is nothing wrong with not being able to go back. Sorry, I was so shocked. 460 was almost frightened by a video. Rugerud nodded and said in a low voice. Guys from that world. It's actually powerful enough to destroy an entire planet. At this time, Rugerud couldn't help but think. Even if all the warriors of the Sparid tribe came together, they might not be able to touch a hair of Majin Bu, right? What Alice was thinking about had nothing to do with the two grown men in front of her. She also felt that the Earth after the explosion was very beautiful, just like a large firework. Rudius looked worried. When I think of one morning, I just woke up from my sleep. The next second, everyone and their families were wiped out in the universe. How sad that would be. Rudius felt that he could understand Sun Wukong's mood. Well, too high combat power doesn't seem to be a good thing. Just do our responsibilities in the world in a good manner and that's it. Rudius was so afraid of power for the first time. And then he raised his head, wanting to see how those so-called Saiyan warriors would handle such a scene. No matter whether his home is very similar to the Earth, or it has nothing to do with other world. Almost most of the audience began to sympathize with Sun Wukong at this moment. In the world of supreme combat power, this simple title seems to carry a lot of weight. Bu is scary. But next, Sun Wukong had to face such a terrifying guy in person. This is a responsibility that Sun Wukong cannot escape. Moreover, he wants to avenge his homeland. Let that evil Bu pay the price he deserves. Go, Sun Wukong. Punch that pink empty chewing gum all over the floor. Make him regret coming to Earth. What should I do if I can't beat him? You are the protagonist, you can't be beaten. Yes, so many of us believe in you, just rush forward and deal with Majin Bu. Such a guy, we must never let him go into the universe. Otherwise, many worlds will be destroyed in his hands by then. Let him see where the limits of a Saiyan are. God bless, but don't do it to Sun Wukong. Be wise, Bu, hurry up and find a place to hide, otherwise Sun Wukong and Vegeta won't let you go even if they become ghosts. With the support of tens of millions of viewers, the video ushered in the last scene in the Bu chapter. In this highly anticipated final battle, who will have the last laugh? Continuing from the previous video. After destroying the Earth, the most evil Majin Bu originally wanted to go in one direction in the universe. But on the way, he felt the power of Kaioshin realm. Son Goku, Vegeta, and others will definitely be there. So, Bu didn't even look back, and rushed straight towards Kaioshin realm. Bu's arrival is also in line with Sun Wukong's wishes. It's time to make a break. The two top-level warriors walked toward each other. The battle suddenly started. The ultimate showdown, comparable to the battle of Nami's nemesis, reaches a climax in an instant. Face the powerful evil Majin Bu. Wukong didn't dare to mess around again. He roared into the sky, because he roared. It directly shatters the mountain below and disintegrates everything around it. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, unleashing his full strength. The two collided with each other, and the fiery energy produced instantly blinded the eyes of the crowd. After the white light, Zheng Kong crazily beat Bu with his own physical skills. The difference in physical skills between the two sides is not even a tiny bit. Bu was beaten like this, his body kept deforming, and he was in great pain. It can be seen that the martial arts practice that Sun Wukong has carried out for nearly a lifetime is not in vain. Bu screamed after being beaten, but he had no way to fight back. His current Super Saiyan 3 form gradually gained the upper hand. Goku can also grab the tentacles on Bu's head and ravage the opponent crazily. However, Bu's recovery ability is really amazing. After all, Sun Wukong's Super 3 time is limited. This situation didn't last long before Bu seized the opportunity and struck back. Goku wasn't going to waste time. He gathered his hands together and instantly sprayed out a huge wave of turtle-style Qigong. Boom! Bu forcefully used the turtle-style Qigong and was instantly blasted into pieces of debris floating in the air. But soon, through Bu's invincible recovery ability, he quickly reassembled the body fragments and regained his human form. However, during this recovery, Bu also made a big joke. He accidentally mixed up his legs and hands, which looked very funny. Immediately, the two began the second round of physical combat again. Hit with punches and deadly moves. Goku and Bu, neither one can have the upper hand. The two of you punched each other and kicked each other, and the beating was very painful. And this battle, which concerns the life and death of the entire universe, is naturally watched by countless people. Except for the group of spectators from different worlds, dimensions, and planes outside the screen. In Dragon Ball's main world, not only the two Kaishins are watching. All the warriors on the Great Kaiwang are also watching silently. Even under Hell, all the dead villain leaders are watching the battle. The original 4 members of the Jinyu Force, Frieza, Dr. Gero, Cell, and other acquaintances that the audience knows, are all here. Especially the white final form of Frieza was the most, shocking. Although I was shocked by this battle. But soon, Lisa gritted her teeth again. Cursing loudly, I hope Sun Wukong loses the battle quickly. This will relieve his hatred. The audience is dumbfounded now. I always feel that the sense of dissonance is too strong when I see the faces of these old guys. They are all enemies who have been defeated by the Sun family. The Jinyu team that killed Bei 4 times is also there. Where is their Captain Jinyu? He's not dead yet. Pfft, I just turned into a frog and lived my life, and now I'm worse off than dead. On the other side of Hell, there is another buddy who was killed by Bu. He was still waving his fists and shouting loudly, hoping that Goku would beat Bu into dust. The other villains were also howling and making a mess. They watched Sun Wukong grow up. Although these people had been beaten by Sun Wukong, it did not affect their hope that such a powerful guy would lose to others. The battle has therefore entered a fierce and intense stage. Wukong explodes on the spot. A heavy hammer came down and hit Bu on the head. But Bu just bounced back and turned into a balloon, pranking Sun Wukong severely. This guy's moves. It's like a blind box, no one can guess what Bu will do next second. Sun Wukong became increasingly powerless. His Super 3 appearance can no longer be maintained for long. Moreover, Wukong couldn't help but think that even himself in the Super 3 state could hardly keep up with the enemy's speed. Bu is truly the most difficult monster Kakarot has ever encountered. Bu jumped up. It almost flew into Wukong's face. At the critical moment, Sun Wukong once again released the huge turtle-style Qigong, and Bu, who was unable to dodge, was completely smashed into pieces. Did you make it? The audience clenched their fists, wiped away sweat and prayed silently. The results were disappointing. Not only did Bu not die, he also turned into countless fragments, each of which could transform into a brand new Bu. Hundreds of Bu loudly laughed at Sun Wukong's stupidity in the air. Next, Bu released countless balls of energy and severely hit Sun Wukong below. Wukong wanted to use his energy to break through the predicament, but his energy was no longer enough. He fell to the ground with a pop and lost the Super 3 Luang. Vegeta saw this and immediately came over, saying that he would hold Bu down and let Goku have a good rest. It's substitution time. Prince Vegeta suddenly burst into anger and stepped forward to fight Duryodhana. It's so difficult to deal with. Super 3 is useless, let's leave it to Sun Wukong. He had no strength left, so he could only let Vegeta hold on for a while. I really can't figure out how to deal with this enemy. It's simply incomprehensible. The current video is like a chess game taking stock. No one can understand it, no one can deal with it. Unless Sun Wukong exerts his strength again, evolves into a new form and kills the latter instantly. However, there is no such thing as Super Saiyan 4 in the world. The audience has never heard of it. Is it really over now? Vegeta, can you defeat this monster? Are we going to have all the Saiyans join us later? Who sealed first generation Bu? Come out and save us. Never come out again. Goku and Vegeta will both die here today. The audience gritted their teeth and slowly closed their eyes. But what they feared did not happen. Vegeta can't beat him. Then change it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong can't do it, he has no energy, then change to Vegeta. These two Super Saiyans have fought side by side countless times. Support each other and advance and retreat together. They are true comrades in arms, true friends of life and death. After such a back and forth battle, Vegeta suggested that Sun Wukong use the vitality bomb that he had used against him to understand that guy thoroughly. Sun Wukong heard this. Suddenly see the light. Yes. I still have vitality bombs. This move left a deep impression on the audience present. The setting that it only affects and harms bad people also makes many people's eyes brighten. However, can only one vitality bomb really end all this and kill Bu? Sun Wukong flew into the sky, preparing to collect vitality. Vegeta tried his best to hold Bu back. Even if he was beaten and seriously injured, he never took a step back. However, after being beaten for nearly 10 minutes, only then did Vegeta realize something was wrong. Why hasn't Sun Wukong finished gathering his energy? The scene shifts to Sun Wukong's perspective. Only then did the audience find out. Sun Wukong has tried several times to condense the most powerful energy in history and pop it out. But every time it ended in failure. There is simply not enough energy. Just relying on yourself, Vegeta, and the scattered energy from Kaishin is not enough. If you want to condense a vitality bomb that can destroy Bu, you need an extremely huge amount of vitality. Wouldn't this trick also work? Damn, I finally found a way to deal with Bu. Why did something go wrong at the critical moment? Damn it. I don't know if I can gather my energy. I also want to help Sun Wukong. The audience was disgraced and sighed. Just when they all thought that the vitality bomb was basically useless, Sun Wukong had to find another way. Screen video. Suddenly, it lit up. This is a reversal. Chapter 90. Can't complete Chi gathering. After understanding the situation on site, Vegeta had an idea and asked Dandy to go directly to Namek. Let that huge fat dragon resurrect all the people on Earth immediately. As long as this is done, enough vitality can be collected from the people on Earth, and Wukong can complete his final vitality bomb. After hearing this, Dandy set off immediately. The efficiency of the Namekians is fast. The dragon had not been able to hold on for long before the dragon had already been resurrected. All the people on Earth looked at their bodies blankly. Resurrected? What's the situation? If I were a human on Earth, I would definitely be more confused than them. Speaking of which, is it really possible to collect vitality through this method? I'm a little worried. The vitality bombs haven't been returned to the factory for a long time. The one that left the deepest impression was dealing with Vegeta. Speaking of which, this guy is really a bad guy. Not to mention being targeted by the vitality bullet, the dragon in the Bu chapter later was actually unwilling to resurrect him. I laughed. Isn't Vegeta getting better now? Vegeta is becoming more and more like a human, and our Kakarot is becoming more and more like a Saiyan. Come on! People on Earth, give your energy to Sun Wukong. The barrage kept flooding the screen and never stopped for a moment. Perhaps it is because everyone knows in their hearts that this is the last battle in the Bu chapter. Everyone is rushing to post barrages, express comments and opinions, or be a little active to show that they are still watching. And above the earth, the people on Earth who were resurrected were the only humans who were willing to raise their hands to worship their own vitality at first, including Sun Wukong's friends and a few others. These dots of white vitality look pitiful. But after the impassioned salvation speech of the savior of mankind, Mr. Satan, the originally indifferent humans began to raise their hands one by one and look up at the sky. They entrusted all their hopes of victory to Sun Wukong. Everyone! Give me your energy! Please! Sun Wukong also shouted. It was as if Wukong's voice could be heard throughout the universe. The energy just gathers more and more. At first, it was only the size of a few stars. With more and more people on Earth participating, this white energy bomb also began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow! I'm coming! It has become so big all of a sudden. Even Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh. There is strength in numbers. The energy bomb expanded and took off, becoming as big as a mountain. Comparing Sun Wukong below with him, they are like sesame seeds compared to watermelon. Although Vegeta was beaten all over by Bu, he still said to Goku in one breath. Don't worry about me. Kill him quickly. This time. Bu saw the beautiful white giant ball in front of him and finally realized something was wrong. He wanted to gather energy to interrupt Sun Wukong's spell casting. However, the kind-hearted Bu suddenly fired a counterattack and immediately knocked down the evil Bu. Finished. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He held up the largest vitality bomb in history. While throwing it down hard, he shouted. Satan! You are truly worthy of being human. Oh God! The vitality bomb is coming. From top to bottom, the vitality that was exaggerated to crush the entire planet suddenly fell down. The audience opened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. It's really big. Can this thing still become so huge? The vitality bomb is the last resort. I thought he was about to be forgotten. What is powerful is not the vitality bomb, but the united humans of that world. Each of them is a savior. I'm going to cry, guys. FK me. Smash that pink chewing gum to death. Smash that evil Bu to death. The audience's comments could no longer be suppressed. Everyone here seemed to be able to hear each other's blurted words, it was deafening. It made people excited. The energy bomb falls vertically. Bu kept retreating and firing purple energy cannonballs. However, when the vitality bomb actually came to him, he realized how insignificant he was now in front of the human beings all over the earth. That vitality bomb is so big that it doesn't even leave Bu a way out. Damn! Bu kept his hands straight and dug his legs into the ground. He actually held on. He held on to his strength. Although it looked like Bu was in great pain, he really managed to hold on. When Sun Wukong saw this, he turned on the strongest Super Saiyan mode without any ink stains. Both sides struggled to push the giant white ball in front of them. The audience was so nervous that sweat dripped from their stomachs and backs. I don't even dare to blink my eyelids. Please, please. It must happen. Victory or defeat depends on this. Work hard, work hard. Bu, I beg you, please let go quickly. Just this once, okay? Just once. Stop holding on. Bu's impression on the audience is really profound. In the universe, it is really rare to find a guy as invincible as him, such a bad and thorough guy, and such a difficult guy to deal with. If this time, even Sun Wukong's energy bomb can't be used against him, then it's really going to be completely over. Boom! A huge sound came. Everyone looked forward in shock. Bu, finally he can't hold on any longer. His hands were shaking uncontrollably, and in the end, his whole body was pushed back by the energy of the vitality bullet. He was wrapped in it. He was in great pain. Done. Success. We won. Wukong pushed the energy bomb with one hand. Pointing to his forehead with one hand, he said from the bottom of his heart. You are strong. I hope you will be a good person in the next life. If you want to fight, I'm always with you, just come to me. Bye now. Goku roared one last time. Vitality Bomb, Development and Limited Edition. The surge of vitality instantly enveloped Bu's body. Countless energy from heaven and earth swallowed up Bu's body. Bu, at this last moment, started to fall apart from head to toe. The body also turned into countless pieces smaller than scum. At this last moment. What on earth is Bu thinking? If he could do it all over again, would he still ignore Vegeta's taunts and ignore Sun Wukong beside him? If you are more cruel, kill Satan. So, will the ending be different? What he is thinking, the audience cannot know. Finally, Bu turned into a wisp of flying ash and completely dissipated at the end of the universe. And he can no longer be resurrected through his overbearing self-healing ability. Bu. We won. You won, right? That's right. Finally defeated Bu. Wow! After letting it sit for a few seconds, all the heavens and worlds exploded at the same time. An overwhelming burst of celebration broke out in an instant. We won! We won! Sun Wukong wins! Everyone on Earth wins! That damn Bu is finally dead! God has eyes! Woohoo! It's so cool! I'm dripping with sweat! Yes! I haven't seen such an exciting battle in a long time. In the Supreme World, except for the Super Saiyan part, this is the first time that I was shocked. Very comfortable. Son Goku, Vegeta, you have not let us down. The Supreme World is awesome. The world of Dragon Ball is awesome. Sun Wukong, Kakarot, awesome. All walks of life, even as small as every corner. Sun Wukong, Kakarot's name. It started to be sung by everyone and shouted in unison. Celebrate! Finally dead, woo. There are countless people who couldn't help crying after confirming that this was the finale. After I saw him swallowing Gohan and Gotenks, I thought it was over, everything was over. Every time the protagonist and others have new ways to deal with Bu, they will be defeated by the opponent. Frieza has never given me such trouble. 0, please give me flowers. Neither did Sharu. His resurrection ability is even more pervert than that of Cell. What a great enemy! Hey, the guys who make me the most angry are those little gangsters who killed both Satan and the puppies. If it weren't for them, evil Bu wouldn't have been born. It's so annoying. Okay, it's over, it's over. Things are really over. Bu's chapter is finally over. Damn it, why is number 18 and Clin together? I hate and am angry. Audience. My friend, have you come to the wrong channel? The barrage seemed to be caught up in the carnival of the New Year festival. Totally crazy. At the same time, above that huge silver screen video, that is, the follow-up to defeating Bu. Sun Wukong reunites with his friends. With the help of Shenlong. Half a year later, all the people on Earth were able to eliminate the memory of the existence of evil Bu. This is also Shenlong's rare wish to participate in resurrection. This is done to allow Fat Bu to integrate into the Earth. Nowadays, Fat Bu and Satan lived a truly happy life together. Gohan also went to the marriage hall with Satan's daughter. The other partners continue to be passionate about the path of cultivation, and under the leadership of Wukong, they strive to be the strongest together. Some time passed. At the world's best martial arts conference, Sun Wukong met Bu's reincarnation, Yub, here. Maybe it's to cultivate opponents, or maybe it's to prevent Orb from destroying the Earth again. With a good attitude, Sun Wukong accepted Yub as his apprentice. Perhaps, only when participating in the world's best martial arts conference. Only then will Wukong's original intention of loving fighting be rekindled. This is the end point, but it is also the starting point. Bu's chapter is officially over. When the screen finished displaying the summary menu, the screen went completely black for a while. Some of the audience sniffed and said with a hint of reluctance, "It's over." Could it be said that the chapter of the Dragon Ball world will also end here? I think, probably not. Everyone shook their heads. At first, the final clip of Saitama punching him. Everyone can clearly notice that this is the final video. Perhaps, this is the omen brought to them by the inventory system. But look beyond Saitama. The Dragon Ball world, or the road to the highest ceiling of Kakarot and Sun Wukong, is not over yet. Why? Because our Kakarot has not become the strongest yet. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Not yet, become the strongest. Such an exaggerated vitality bomb, such an awesome super demi-human 3. If they are not the strongest together, then what is the strongest? Yes, yes. Isn't destroying a planet considered the strongest? In my opinion, this is something only gods can do. I suddenly felt that the person just said was right. Under a wave of rational analysis from the audience, everyone slowly accepted it. Although in the one-punch world, Saitama can control the life and death of half the planet, which means he is qualified to reach the top. But this Dragon Ball world is a comprehensive multiverse. If only he had reached Saitama's level. This video cannot be labeled as a comprehensive multiverse in advance. If it ended here, it would be called a single world at most. So, the audience gulped. How far can Sun Wukong be trained in the future? Is there any brave brother who can help me think about it? Tear apart the planet with your hands? Travel through the universe. I don't dare to think that my weak fighting ability has limited my imagination. And just when the audience was arguing endlessly about who was the strongest, vaguely, the next video was released, B. Chapter 91. People don't know what the upper limit of Sun Wukong's combat power is. Many people are afraid of the next video, fearing that as the Monkey King goes to the back, he will become less like himself. There are many examples of people falling into evil ways because of their strong power. Not to mention the increasingly heaven-defying existence like Sun Wukong. Audiences from all over the world looked at the slightly lit screen and felt uneasy in their hearts. That guy Sun Wukong is very nice. And don't worry, he can only think about fighting and has no time to become evil. Yes. Bad guys like Vegeta are being subtly influenced by Sun Wukong and start to look like good people. Not to mention Sun Wukong himself. The audience felt much better. But they still prayed silently from the bottom of their hearts. Be sure not to make any mistakes in the next video. At this time, the audience seems to be able to vaguely feel the movement behind the screen. Everyone held their breath and stared in the direction of the screen. One punch the world. So nervous, good. The elastic prisoner kept rubbing his hands. I don't know when the story of Sun Wukong will end. I hope that the next opponent will not be too pervert or too outrageous, at least so that our Sun Wukong does not need to be so exposed. The attitude of other level 5 heroes towards the screen is completely different from that of the elastic prisoner. The ability to destroy a planet is enough to surprise me. What kind of guys are waiting for us next? Could it be said that he is even more powerful than Bu? The zombie man clasped his hands together and propped his chin. Expressing 2-7-3 sentiments is becoming more and more serious. The metal bat was completely smashed. It's better than any of us here anyway. Why do you care so much? Let the Saiyans fight them, it has nothing to do with us. Bang Gu smiled. Bat, aren't you curious about what the top level of power that can suppress Super 3 Sun Wukong can achieve and what it looks like? Before the metal bat could answer, De raised his hand excitedly. He's not looking forward to it, but I'm looking forward to it too much. As he spoke, Emperor Tong fiddled with the computer. According to my calculations, the Saiyan's super state is 50 times that of normal. By analogy, Super 2x100, Super 3 directly soars to 400 times the normal. That is to say, their combat power is now conservatively estimated at just over 10 billion, and the further you go, the more difficult it is to calculate the combat capabilities of these monsters using simple combat power figures. This is power beyond limits. After listening to the analysis of Tong Di, the top S-level genius, everyone was in awe. Moreover, they have seen a lot of Super Saiyan power. The content shown is far more exaggerated than these figures. Speaking of which, the heroes who were not very interested in Wukong's ultimate combat power at first are now extremely excited about them. A form more powerful than Super 3. Beyond the limits. My lord, what do you mean? Are those Saiyans likely to develop a more powerful mode in the later videos? Demons destroy the world. All the pillar-level swordsmen who stood at the pinnacle of the human world were quite shocked to hear the hypothesis put forward by their lord. But think about it carefully. Up to now, no more than 6 videos have been played in the Dragon Ball world. Every time people think that the previous video is the world of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong's limit, their faces will pop up in the next video, telling everyone that there is heaven and earth. Yusui Tianyuan looked at the screen in disbelief. Once upon a time, I thought the most powerful person in the world was Arju. But compared with Sun Wukong, the difference in combat power is really not even a little bit worse. A bunch of monsters. Xiaobanai complained a few words. Gan Lui Meili waved her hands hurriedly. Mr. Banai, please don't talk nonsense. What if those crazy Saiyans come to our world? The other pillars have different expressions. Most people look calm on the surface, but in fact they are already exploded inside. At this time, the Lord of Oyashiki suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, you are all my children. No matter how powerful the Saiyans outside are, in my heart, he is far less great than you swordsmen." Listen to the heartfelt words of the Lord Yubiashiki. Everyone was shocked. As expected of our Lord, he was not disappointed in us just because the swordsmen were not as good as Sun Wukong in combat. The Lord loves everyone from the bottom of his heart. These pillars are in a good mood. Thinking about it, no matter what kind of powerful enemy appears in the next video, they will remain unmoved, right? At this time, a brilliant light flooded the screen. It indicates that a new video is coming. At the same time, this will be the final chapter in the Sun Wukong, Dragon Ball World series. All the heavens and worlds, countless planets large and small, and the people living on them were all watching the screen carefully. Next, in the world of Dragon Ball, what kind of combat power will Monkey King and the others shock everyone? Inventory of the Supreme World, the last 3 chapters. Dragon Ball Super. Officially begin. The screen was released for the first time. Everyone's perspective immediately came to the outside of the vast and dark universe. On a certain planet, a big hairless purple cat appeared in front of people. This hairless cat actually puts on clothes like humans and can stand upright. The audience has never seen such a creature before. A bit fresh. While the audience was still observing the surroundings, they planned to pass over this big purple cat. Several people from this planet's race brought plates of food. All of them came to offer sacrifices to the hairless cat above. The hairless cat with long ears was not polite at all. He directly took the food into his mouth and tasted it. Tasty. Not only can this cat talk, but it even makes comments in a real way. Pity. There's a lot of fat, which is not good for the body. Then, this big cat made a move that shocked the world in front of everyone. Then, I will show mercy and leave half of this planet. Before the audience could react, what did this sentence mean? I saw him pointing lightly on the table with one hand. This planet is shattered. Starting from the center of the planet, fluctuations are heard and it collapses downward. As he said, he left half of the planet behind. It also destroyed half of it. And don't know when. The cat has flown into the universe. While admiring the gorgeous explosion of this planet, I picked my teeth. All the audience looked confused. Ah! At this time, the shock brought by that hairless cat is really hard to express in words. People were holding their heads, not knowing what expressions they should use to respond to such an exaggerated scene. A planet. It's gone if you say no. No, no, no. Do you know what is the most exaggerated thing? He can also control his strength very accurately. He said he would destroy half of it, but he really only destroyed half of it. 2. So much. When did the planet become so fragile? Everyone thought they had not woken up and were still dreaming. Half of such a big planet disappeared in the blink of an eye. What is this hairless cat like? People's initial contempt for this guy disappeared instantly after witnessing the miracle. +8. Don't talk about the Dragon Ball world, and don't talk about the supreme power. Even if the video tells me that this guy is the god of creation, I still believe it. Some people compared the current scene with the previous video where Bu destroyed the earth. Look at it this way. Bu destroying the earth doesn't seem to be a big deal. What is this all about? Don't tell me, this guy is the enemy Sun Wukong will face later. A proper final boss. What should I do? I'm already worried about Sun Wukong. He will definitely lose. Shocked. Everyone also learned about it through the video. The guy who can destroy planets with one finger is the god of destruction in the Dragon Ball world. Named Boros. The guy following him was the angel Whis, who was Boros's best friend. At this time, the old Kaishin who was far away suddenly raised his head. Murmured. Lord God of Destruction, you've awakened. He pointed out 0. In the huge universe, Kaishin is responsible for nurturing the planet and life. The God of Destruction is responsible for destroying planets and life. Other viewers also said. The God of Destruction. Is that guy called the God of Destruction? He really lives up to his name, because he can't be broken. Planet, that's no joke. It's over, I've already guessed what will happen next. This guy Boros won't just break into the earth, right? For the first time, I hope Son Goku and Vegeta run away now. Fight this guy and you will die? Just when countless viewers are worried about what will happen next. Boros, the god of destruction, shook his head in the picture. He spoke the name of the powerful warrior who deserved to be revived. Super Saiyan God. In precognitive dreams, the Super Saiyan God can fight Boros in a peak showdown and make him happy. Boros woke up this time just to find this guy. But, it's strange. Son Goku is still Super Saiyan 3. Many viewers have never heard of this Super Saiyan God. Even Vegeta and others who also watched the video were confused. But they believe it. The answer is hidden in what follows. In the video. This may be the clue for Sun Wukong to obtain more powerful power. Video comes to this side of the earth. Ever since Son Goku ended his battle with Bu, his life can be said to be becoming more and more relaxed and leisurely. If you have nothing to do, cultivate the fields and take care of Wushan. Or see how Goku's studies are going. Now, Sun Wukong is driving a tractor to harvest wheat. When Wushan brought lunch, Sun Wukong stopped working and had 1,000 meals. Until one day, Boros, the uninvited guest, came to the Kaio planet and found the Kaio himself. Asked about Super Saiyan God. It can be seen that this Kai Wang is very afraid of Boros. But fear is fear, and the king of Kai doesn't know about the Super Saiyan God. In desperation, he called Sun Wukong out and wanted to see if the Saiyan knew anything about their god. Sun Wukong ran out excitedly. But because he didn't say hello to Boros, he was yelled at by the king of Kai. Outside the video, countless viewers were so nervous that they were shaking all over. Did not expect. These two guys actually met so quickly. A Sun Wukong and a Boros. These are not things that make people worry. The audience is even more worried than the Kaio that Sun Wukong will say the wrong thing and end up getting killed. Good thing. The Monkey King in the picture did not offend the other party. 2.4 Boros observed Sun Wukong for a while. It was discovered that the other party did not know about the Super Saiyan God. After, Boros sighed helplessly and was about to leave. But what a coincidence! Sun Wukong had a flash of inspiration and decided to have an exciting showdown with Boros on the spot. Audience, holy shit! This move almost frightened all the tens of millions of people on the barrage. Brother Wukong, are you serious? Hey! This is not a joke. If you want to fight, go fight with Vegeta. Don't delay Boros from finding someone. It seems that Sun Wukong still doesn't know the seriousness of the problem. After all, he has Saiyan blood flowing in his body. Fighting is what he looks forward to most. I know you are very strong, but I just want to test how strong the god of destruction can be. Let's have a fight. Sun Wukong doesn't mince words. Kaio was almost frightened to death and ran over to apologize to the god of destruction on the spot. Pity. When the god of destruction heard this, he began to become slightly interested in Sun Wukong. Interesting. The god of destruction agreed to Sun Wukong's request for a battle. Sun Wukong roared immediately and activated Super Saiyan mode instantly. He rushed forward and acted as fiercely as a tiger. Pity. His physical skills couldn't even touch Boros. See how agile Boros is. Sun Wukong didn't stop, he went into his second super form. Oh! This form is indeed a little stronger than before. Boros was expressionless. It seems that this battle can't arouse his interest at all.